Welcome, welcome, guys. I am David Lavin. I'm joined by James Dempsey. We are here for the Merit Poker Carmen series, day 3 coverage from Merit Crystal Cove. I have some exciting news right away. So 126 players are coming back for this one. 71 are paid. That means 55 people are going to go home empty-handed, but we won't be too sad for those guys. You know, there's a lot more poker to be played this week. They're going to do okay. 611 players joined us for this event. They created a prize pool of $1.124 million, smashed the guarantee, almost doubled the guarantee. Crazy money up for grabs here. First place will walk away with $206,800, but that's for tomorrow. For today, it's all about survival.
Moving day.
Moving day.
To steal terminology from golf, it is moving day. You've got to. This is the big one, right? Like you said, we've got to get in the money first, but then it's who builds the stacks as we head towards the end of the day. I guess either a certain number of levels or try and get as close to the final table as possible. I know you were speculating. No chance we get to the final. We got too many players to get through. Courtesy of that bumper field, right?
Yeah, huge field. That probably means we're going to get down to 24 players. But like that leaves loads of poker for tomorrow, which I actually enjoy. Means you can kind of warm up to that final table later in the day tomorrow, which is great. Question for you, James Dempsey, right off the back before we join the players. How do you approach this phase of the tournament if you're a middling stack?
Nice.
You can go backwards and then you have to kind of go squeaky bum style to try and make the money, or you can go for it and try and build a big stack and use that bubble to your advantage.
Yeah, it's the biggest scenario here, right? It's the biggest decision as a medium stack. As big stack is easy, you go smashing away. Small stack, you're kind of surviving. Middle stack kind of just depends on the table. I hate to give the cop out and not give you an answer, David, but if you've got a good table, maybe you can get going. If you get a good hand early on, maybe you can get going. Obviously, we've got some very accomplished big stacks in the room that you're going to be wanting to avoid those guys in your table if
For sure.
Big stacks. And I know we've got quite an exciting cast of characters to kick things off with on our first table today.
Yeah, let's head down to the table here at Merit Crystal Cove Hotel. Carmen series, one of the many different thematic series that Merit like to put on. Yeah. It's been a regular fixture on the calendar here for quite some time.
I like it. I like the themed series. You know, throw something different. Well, Alex Hers. This is a player I'm familiar with. I'm going to have to delve into my tank and see. I believe it was here in the MPP last year. I was commentating on that name, and obviously there's a few names there that will be somewhat familiar to those of you at home. I know certainly Recap Idemir is one I know of, but perhaps also a cast of characters we don't know and some stars to emerge.
Yeah, a little bit of a mixed bag here. Some Merit regulars, certainly Fausto Tantillo, Italian player, superb player as well. Recep Idemir very much dominated the coverage at the Western Series. I think he made the feature table quite a few times there. Yuri Reichenstein as well, a bit of a beast there. He's rocking the short stack, but he'll be looking to get his engines going perhaps too.
Yeah, and notice how deep that was. The ship stacks on this table are plentiful. Get into the action, David. We're off and running. First tournament hand of our coverage. After a rather juicy cash game last night.
It sure was a juicy cash game, and a nice change of pace, I got to say, for me. Mostly do a lot of tournament coverage, so getting to switch it up with the big boys playing for the big stacks, real money on the table, was fun last night. But yeah, we didn't want to deprive the audience of day 3 coverage. Obviously, a bubble is always a fun thing to rail.
Moja popping up King Queen suited, and I'm gonna go with a read breaking kind of situation here. He's not the man I'd expect to see in that t-shirt.
No, it's true. Although, well, you think about The Simpsons, we're probably going back 30 years now, are we more?
Yeah,
maybe
well,
more.
Yeah, that is a fair point. But
35 years.
I'd be a bit confused. You know, you kind of sit down at the poker table, you have to stereotype everyone, you have to profile everyone. And you think, oh, this Noja guy looks like he might be a bit solid. There he is rocking the Simpsons t-shirt, and it throws everything amiss.
Tantillo with the mandatory defend here. He might be plotting more than that.
I mean, we got Savsod in +2, calling with a deuce of diamonds. I can only speculate the other card being a deuce or the ace of diamonds.
I
I told you.
Either way,
Let's proceed as if that's the case. I think you're right, James. I think that's going to be the only ones that make sense.
either way, he's. You were just talking about some of the stacks, how they're going to approach this. Either way, with deuces or ace deuce of diamonds, he's coming to play with 25 blinds and calling this the first hand. Oh, so we know where his store's at.
Well, there's a deuce, so we might be looking at a set here.
This could be top pair against a set. Could be top pair against bottom pair. No shot. Continues with 25 into 75.
Just goes for the flat call. So I think we are dealing with a set right now. I'm going to proceed as if.
Ace deuce of diamonds is cool in here as well. Come on, man.
Sorry.
A deuce, backdoor diamonds.
No reason for Noja to slow down here. He's almost certainly going to target 3 streets against a guy who's only got 200k back in the pot already, 131k.
Yeah, no, I want the ice latte.
Setting this one up for a river shove. Again, if Savsa's sitting there with the ducks, no reason to do anything other than call here. Oh, I guess it was the ace deuce.
Ace deuce.
Oh.
Took one off.
Play along with Savsa.
Yeah.
So quick look at the outer tables. A lot of big stacks obviously return. A lot of notables too. Always fun to track those notables when they make the journey out here to Merit. Just looking around the room, Philippe Suki, 970k. Gabi Lifshitz, 875k. Another player I remember from the Western Series. Nicholas Chuiti, 681k. And then sort of, you know, with rocking shorter stacks, a couple of very familiar faces. Helmut Fung, 428k. Luke Bindel, 422k. He made one of the final tables here as well at Western Series. And warm-up Western Series, I think maybe 5th or 4th place finisher, Ryan Mandara, 400k. Ryan Mandara, of course, Irish Open winner, WPT UK winner as well. Quite the resume for Ryan.
Yeah, and I noticed a stack up towards the top, Selahattin Bidea that kind of ran through the MPP here last year. Was kind of cashing everything, I've just been looking now actually. I think he made 2 finals, 3 other deep runs. And a bit of a star in these parts. I mean, with a whopping, I think it's just shy of 4 million in career earnings, Selahattin Bidea, and he's in this today with just under 1 million in chips. So another one to look out for.
101.
The one is important. Yeah.
Very important, yeah.
He certainly is. Quality as we see.
100 maybe
Reichenstein
call, 100.
get a shove through there with 10 bigs.
Now there's a small stack. You got a small enough stack, you pull it to the rail to riffle it. You know. It's- Look at this artistry on display from Sherhand. These shots, you know.
It's like a Paul Thomas Anderson film every day here. Tracking shots, drone shots.
Sorry, Gas. 70 blinds. One of those very comfortable stacks. Exactly what you're saying at the top of the show. How those guys are going to approach this day. Do you just chill out, getting the money? Do you go after people?
Yeah, 2 sides of that same coin. If you decide to step out a little, maybe ramp up variance ever so slightly, you will be rewarded with some bigger stacks in the distribution. And, you know, when you have those bigger stacks, maybe you can use it to have an even bigger one around the bubble. Of course, if it goes the other way, you're maybe more likely to bust yourself.
Quiet opening up here, 22k of 40 bigs. You don't see the hand. An interesting spot. There you go, Khalif in the small 20 bigs, just over. Ace 10 suited says it's good enough to flat, but well, good thing he did just flat.
Yeah, squeezing.
There's an argument for jamming, but I think with a hand as strong as Ace 10 suited, we're okay taking some flops against the cutoff range. You want to keep some of that in. Noja now with a
small 3-bet out of position here.
Yeah, it looks. I think it looks smaller than it really is. And if you let me explain, the cutoff opens very wide. They're even more inclined to fold because the small blind's peeled off that stack and obviously has a hand they want to play. And so our 3-bet's kind of almost in position now against the small blind player who is off a shallow stack. So it is a little smaller than I go, but there's certainly some merit to that.
But merit.
That was an accidental
Nicely
one.
done. Nicely done.
I wish I could claim it. I should have claimed it. What am I doing? It's early.
One?
I've only had one coffee.
Testament to the fantastic structure here and the generous stacks that are given to these players that after 2 days of play, we're still some way away from the bubble. It is looming on the horizon, but you know, it's probably pretty fair to say that most main events would burst their bubbles at some point toward the end of day 2s.
Yes.
Very early on day 3s. We're going to be way into day 3 before this one goes. These guys given a lot of play.
Yeah, and it's just something you can get away with when you've got property as nice as the Merit. There are plenty of events I want to go to. I don't want to wait day 3 to make the money in a tournament. I want it to be quick, done with. Here, I'm like, I don't mind hanging around.
Yeah, that's okay.
I mean, over the course of 3 days, David, I can hit that buffet a number of times, let me tell you.
Oh, I'm sure people in the chat had a bet going on this one. How long before they mentioned food and that buffet?
But we had a light
I
lunch
think we
today.
lasted 11 minutes. And well done to us for that.
I say light lunch. We had like a little snacky breakfast. I'm far from done on the day.
I got on the halloumi grind. Good halloumi in this part of the world. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
This is a
Oh.
car crash waiting to happen, guys.
Wait, sorry, guys.
Just limped.
Limps the ace-king. Budakoyak popping it up with the 2 9s, 4xing. And Tantillo, 2 queens in the cutoff. Is he just... Oh, he's just flat. That's...
If it comes limp cold 4-bet, it's going to be pretty strong looking. The queens won't be loving life.
Right, especially from a stack that's that deep. 70 blinds. Noja kind of...
Tantillo's just called, though.
Yeah. Noja with this kind of hand might even want to get involved. I mean... No, I'm glad he has folded, because...
Oh, here we go. Sasa
Whoa.
with another wired pair.
Whoa. Now, this is going to be bizarre, because we can only assume this is trap sprung. Soragaz only covered by Tantillo behind, but can't really give Tantillo too many of a strong hand, flatting the raise.
If he sticks it in here, 9s can get away. Queens has got an awfully tough decision.
Yeah, I think the 2 hands are going to fold, David.
What the hell? What's going on?
What the hell is going on, indeed?
Flat, shove.
What a quiet.
Shove.
I think pretty easy.
Soya
situation.
calling the action
Third
for
hand
us
of the
there.
night.
He's like, oh, has this really happened? He probably enjoyed the action, the fact that it went limp. He raised, got flat behind, and a short stack's going on. He's probably thinking, right, chance to pick up 200k here. Let's go. Calm. When the limper wants to just put 70 blinds in, David, it's a big one.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's in his mind that it feels very ace-kingy because he shoved and not just flatted. Like if it was the pure trap with aces, kings.
This is the tough spot.
This is really tough.
This is really tough because he's massively under-repped his hand, but forget all that because this man is massively O-prepping. He's limped, seen action behind, gone all in with no fold equity. It just looks like a huge hand. But the problem is, you've under-repped. He just flapped the queens, so you trick yourself.
And these are 2 of the bigger stacks around.
70 blinds, David.
Like you start sort of playing that guessing game with yourself of going, okay, well, I don't think it's going to be any worse than jacks.
Right.
So maybe I beat jacks, but I lose to kings and aces. And ace-king, I'd probably rather just dodge here in this situation. Although there is that Savza money lying out there too. So it's interesting.
It comes down to what are the hands he limp jams with. Do you think he's going to be limp jamming with jacks and 10s? Or is he more likely to be limp jamming with aces and kings? And I always lean to the latter. Aces and kings are the ones people like to trap with. I think this would be almost... In the money, this might be a different spot. I know we're still 50 away from the money, but these two got 70 big blind stacks.
Wow.
He folded Queen's face up,
No,
Queens
or he went with it.
fives?
He went
Oh
with it.
my
think-
god.
I think he
What
called.
time? Oh my god.
I think he called. They said wow straight away,
Oh,
so
the
I'm guessing
tournament.
he threw a chip in.
Nice.
Pairs everywhere. Oh my god.
What a spot. What a pot.
Monstrous. Yeah, side pot 1 million, main pot 600k. We've got 1.6 million. We've got 160 big blind pot going off
Yeah,
on
we'll be
day 3.
basically chip leader here.
Right.
We have one other big stack around the place.
Dreamy flop for Tantio. He's the one who covers, but it is by peanuts. He needs to fade that ace or king. I think he'd...
Oh, there it is, the ace. Sorry, into the lead.
Sorry, guys. Finds it on the
three.
turn. Sabza now picks up some additional. Gut shot for him to
No,
survive.
5 will not help.
Won't be.
No,
8 on
five
the
will
river
help.
completes the
Yeah,
board.
five.
Tantio down to fumes.
Yeah.
Sabza eliminated,
Wow.
and as you say, Sorigaz
Congratulations.
right
sir.
up there with the tournament chip leaders. We came into the day with Rabi Saad with 1.7 million, and he had a good 400k gap to the next. So this man is into second, maybe first.
Yeah, a bizarre hand, it must be said. Obviously, the limp with the ace-king, non-standard. The flat with the queens, non-standard. Both players under rep. Both players completely confused, probably, when the action got to them. But they decided, let's go.
But even Sabza deciding to rip it in with the fives kind of created the
There you go,
opportunity
the
for now the
tournament.
jam from the ace-king to be maybe some weaker hands.
Yeah, he definitely ran some interference there.
I have 7 deuce. I had 5-3. 5-3.
Tantio's thrilled to hear that stablemates folded winning hands.
Tantio.
Right. Thanks, lads.
Mentioned their ridiculous
What the
holdings.
hand? A bit early for that.
This is a horrible
What
day.
a hand.
Horrible start to the day for Tantio. Like you say,
2 days of grinding up that, 7x, 8x stack.
you get the big stack, you get put on the TV table to start the day. Like you say, a man who's had success here. You mentioned back in January for the Western Series, a first and a couple of 6th place finishes in tournaments here.
I know what you're saying, James, about the limp and then willing to go with his hand, and I totally agree, but I do wonder if in the final equation Tantio was looking at the arguably somewhat dead money of Savsa and thinking to himself, well, wouldn't aces and kings have maybe flatted? If they're going to do that pure trap and play it that way, the aces might just flat and sort of set the trap too. So maybe just put more ace kings into the mix and thought, well, those fives are out there.
I would be thinking more ace kings. I'm with you, and I'm never gonna say I wouldn't call their queens. I probably do, but I was just sort of making the argument that you could fold
For
this
sure.
hand because, well,
Well, no, and an argument well made. It's an excruciating spot here. This is not chip for chip cash game like last night. These guys have tournament lives on the line.
what's going on here? Noja with bottom 2 from the button. Hers with gut shot to Broadway in the 1.1 million chip stack. There's not highlights, ladies and gents.
Yeah, we haven't been able to catch our breaths yet. Every reason to come along for the ride here, hers. And that he does.
Check once more. This is a great spot. There were so many bad turn cards here for Noja on that ace, jack, 8 flop. Any card, effectively 7 and up, would have changed this board. That one dreamy, and of course, unblocking the ace. This is where we just start to bet really big. Ah, he's gone a little smaller, a little milky.
Yeah, a little Milky trying to keep in the maybe Jack X
Right.
and other hands.
Even some of those straight draws like this one, I mean, hers could be thinking against that bat size. Maybe Noja's got a hand like Jack 9 and is just kind of putting a small bet out here, looking to check back river. If I start to think the king or queen might be good, so I'm getting a pretty nice price here.
You're right, this bet size has definitely changed the equation for hers. Facing anything smaller, it's an easy call. Facing anything larger, feels like you would fall on a fold. Almost feels like he's contemplating.
Skullduggery. Well, exactly the point I made. You kind of expect a strong hand here to bet big, given the way the board's developed.
Thank you.
So maybe he is thinking, hey, block ace king and block ace queen. If Nojo has got an ace, it may well be a weak one, having opened from the button. If he is doing a kind of blocky turn bet with his Jack X to try and get the showdown, he can't stand much heat, but does let it go.
No pair. You want to do a double gut shot, huh? King queen. I flopped 2 pair there, man. 2 pair.
Don't tell him.
I figure you just be honest because you can watch this shit later.
Well, I wouldn't call our product that word.
Yes. I took that
How
personally.
does it feel?
The point is,
Nothing.
may well nonetheless.
Normal.
Yeah.
It means nothing.
No, you just doubled up.
Long day.
It's always going to be a long day, but it's better to be a long day when you have 1.8 million in front of you than 6 and 700. I want your chips for now. Holy cow. Just slam the ace on the turn.
Yeah, the ace on the turn causes all the carnage. 1.6 million chips
Через
off.
полчаса, да, выйдет?
Khalifa from the cutoff.
This is an interesting
That's like
spot.
200, right?
It is like 200. It's 19 blinds. Nojo's in the next seat with ace 10. And he can afford to take hits. But
Yeah. Crucial factor in that type of spot are the stacks of the players behind. Obviously, Reichenstein, you're not so worried about. He's got 10 bigs. There's one player looming with a stack that covers.
right.
If you put in the call there and you have to fold to the shove, it doesn't feel great. I think it's pretty close, though. I think you could definitely justify a call in that situation. It's right on the edge.
And again, I guess this comes down to a little bit of personal knowledge of the players, right? Is Khalifa the kind of guy who jams a lot there? Is he the kind of player who jams pretty narrow? Let's deviate off of the solved scenarios. It's important to deviate with them. See a table breaking in the background there. We are going to rattle down quite quickly, I'd imagine, towards that bubble. Then maybe slam on the brakes. The min cash was just a couple of whites.
Battle of the pocket pairs here. Tantillo, a significant underdog when these ones are flipped up.
Okay. Yeah.
There is a chance that an ace-king, ace-queen might wake up behind and offer him the kind of isolation he would badly need in this situation. But failing that, he's going to have 18% to survive. And poor old Tantillo, well, his day got ruined quick.
Keep it also the count here with the jack fives. How much is that?
Limp.
You know, just everyone realises he's all in for just 6 blinds here. I don't want anyone to
Let me
make it
just
fold too
remind you
quickly.
of the
Just
hand. It's not limp, raise,
Yeah, he was big blind.
Because I thought big.
all in.
No, the 10,
Shovel with
40,
top of 700k.
all
Gentlemen,
in.
he's got queens.
I thought there is a two.
What a big tough call.
Okay, it worked out better for
Yeah.
Oh, and
ace-king
exactly
up
what I thought could potentially offer Tantillo a lifeline is
there. Limp.
exactly
But
what
then
has
doesn't go
probably
all in if
happened now.
He was big blind.
profit lapping.
Ah, what a great outcome for Tantillo. Little does he know now.
What a Kovic. Last time with the
Oh,
nines.
you made a mistake.
Having to fold in a weird spot now. He's got 8s.
I didn't limp. I thought he limped.
Nah, mate, you were first to act.
No problem.
You went 10,000, he went 40.
Yeah, I know. But
Yeah.
I thought he limped, and I called the limp. He raised. That's
So either way, you still limped with ace king.
still the limp.
Congratulations, it worked out.
I called the limp. I didn't limp.
We'll come back to that in a
You
moment
called the
because
raise, you mean?
Tantillo's at risk.
That's good. It worked out for you, man.
Trying to beat ace king again.
All right.
So far so good. Once more.
Tantillo.
Interesting discussion going on about the previous hand. The biggest.
Oh, and
my
well,
God.
when it's not your day, it's not your day. Idemir, big slick holding up there. Tantio hits the rail.
Wow.
An unfortunate sequence of events for him
On the table.
this morning.
Thanks for coming. You know.
From chip leader on the table.
Yeah, he
Have
was.
the biggest stack.
Well, almost the biggest stack on our table to start the day. But there's no more. But yeah, it's interesting to hear the discussion going on there. He's saying, I didn't limp ace king. And he's like, well, I did limp ace king, but I was limping behind with ace king.
He thought he overlimped.
He thought he overlimped when actually he was open limping. So live poker throws in a few, throws in a few little bits at you now and again.
Arguably overlimping even more illogical.
Right. Yeah.
As we get a wide shot of the room here, as you can see. This particular section of the room dedicated towards the 13 or 14 tables left.
He played mystery cards.
Got cash over the other
don't
side of the
know what
room,
he
and I'm
has.
sure there will be another tournament
That's
kicking
good.
off any
He
moment.
doesn't need to show them how he plays.
Or I play so obvious that
Isn't that
everybody
good?
knows.
What?
Maybe I play so obvious that everybody knows.
He only plays aces, kings, ace king, maybe. Maybe ace queen offsuit.
It's nice to get the range, you know,
Welcome to the table.
from the horse's mouth. Well, there you go, David. Some confirmation from Albertus out on the floor, feeding us the information that at the start of the day, Rabir Saad has actually lost some chips. We speculated if that had happened, then our new chip leader in the entire tournament would be on this table as if by luck. Well, I say as if by luck, as if by ace king v queens, v9s, v5s, v some bizarre scenarios, by some misread of actions.
Yeah, solid work from Milbudas there to choose this feature table, gambling on the fact that it would become the table featuring our chip leader,
He
but
knew.
when it wasn't already.
He knew.
That's some good soothsaying.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned, is it hers coming in with, starting day 1.1 million. He was in the top 10 stacks to start the day, so two of the biggest stacks in the room, including our overall chip leader. I don't know, getting the best of it. Post flop.
Interesting spot here for Adnasov, whether he decides to turn his hand into a semi-bluff there. Obviously the 10 of clubs in his hand. Now hits the brakes. And he may get a second opportunity to bluff at this one. One feels now like Idemir probably in bluff catching mode.
Yeah, that hand's looking pretty good.
Draws all got there, except the king 10. You're beating that anyway. So purely going to target a jack for perhaps a fold here, full pot size bet. Representing a queen pretty well here. Checking back turn when the flush completes. But having gone big, he has polarized himself somewhat. Idemir probably aware that he's fairly face up for one of these middling strength hands. Tricky spot, actually.
Yeah, it's against that bet size. Really does target these hands. All right, passes the test. passes with flying colours.
Yeah. Tidy call there from Idemir, recognizing that his opponent's line was a little polar.
Wow. Okay.
A reminder for anyone joining us late. I'm David Lappin. I'm here with James Flushy Dempsey. We will be joined a little later on by Ali Najad.
Why are they late? The buffet? Just too good, they couldn't leave. The desserts came out. I understand.
Well, people have busy lives, James.
Come on, now.
Not everyone's a poker player.
Come on now.
We are here at the Merit Poker Carmen series this time round. I have to keep reminding myself of that. I got so used to saying Western series there just a few weeks ago.
It's the outfits are the clue.
That's how you know. That's how you know. Day 3 coverage. Instead of day 2 coverage yesterday, we brought you a fantastic cash game. If you didn't see that, I would highly recommend checking that out. 6-7 hours of really, really entertaining stuff. It was supposed to be a 25-50 game last night. Ended up being a 100-200 game with pretty deep stacks in the end. A lot of wild plays. Dar really pushing the action.
Yeah.
Gudnovsky in the mix. Some great characters. All battling away, and some very big pots as well. So if you do like cash game action, if that's your tipple, you can watch the replay of this. It's on the channel, Merit Poker YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the like button for us here as well. That helps us with the algorithm that nobody really understands on YouTube. But definitely getting that like button hit is good for us. We know that much.
It doesn't hurt.
We know that much. 126 players came back here for day 3. 71 will be paid. You can see on screen there 116 left. So we've already lost 10 players in the first half an hour or so. 611 players enter this event to create a prize pool of 1.124 million.
Monstrous start. What is just the warm-up? This is how warm we get the warm-up.
Yeah, as I said on comms last night, I don't even think of it as a warm-up. I think of it as like a double main event series, really. Plenty of festivals around the place. A 2K would be considered the high roller.
Not here,
Not here.
David. They play for keeps down here in Cyprus.
Both
But a
players
Yeah.
with a piece of this one.
What size?
Idemir, well, he's been very busy so far. Been involved in quite a few hands already.
Yeah. And I was just reading a little tidbit from yesterday that he managed to win a $1,000 last longer yesterday. So
You're gonna bet the
he's already had somewhat of a cash in this event.
You're gonna pay yours.
Was that against a friend or a bitter rival?
People have friends. It says here who was it against here? Real Securus. And it sounds like Idemir had 200k. Securus had 800k.
But he believed in
I think
himself.
I think it was a free roll. He said if I bust before you, I'll give you 1,000 because I've got 800k, you've got 200k. And sure enough, he busted, and Idemir was like, "Thank you very much, $1,000." That sounds like the kind of free roll you give a friend who's going to give you action back. You know, that's a bit of banter that people looking at it go, "Well, that sounds pretty nice." But you a bit like the cash game last night. You got to give action to get action.
That's it. Some tidy reporting there. Who did that? Who dug that story
Well,
up?
Mobilita sent us the information for it. Lovely little piece of point over on Poker News, who are of course covering this event and all the others here as we take a little look at the early action, David. And look at that.
Monster.
So Giras 1.6 million, hers still above the milli mark. Yuri Reinstein, kind of 10 bigs, hasn't had anything to do yet.
No, he had one spot with the King Queen, got it through, and that's basically bought him an Orbit, which is exactly how long we've been playing for.
Yeah.
He's in exactly the same spot.
And look at Noja, there was 74 blinds, and then that dropped down to Atanasov with 29. So as we get nearer the bubble, that's going to become really interesting on this table because it is very, very deep. Look, the top half of the table, not going to be thinking about that bubble. The bottom half are all going to be thinking about the bubble.
Indeed they are. One interesting point when you see a chip distribution like the one that was just on screen, guys, This is an interesting point for you guys playing at home as well, is that there's actually an inherent advantage in being one of the shorter stacks. Now, obviously, it's not advantageous to be a short stack, but given that you are in that spot, these big stacks trying to play big stack ranges against one another are actually likely to be opening hand ranges that look a little bit different to the hand ranges. They might be wider, but they look different in shape to the ones that you would want to open against short stacks. So it's actually a little bit pesky for those guys to figure out what range they want to open. Do they want to open into the ranges that they're going to play a deep stack pot against one of those other 70, 80 big blind guys? Or are they actually thinking, oh, no, I could get into a 29 big blind pot here, or 27 big blind pot here. Whereas if you're the guy with 27 bigs, well, maybe you're only looking at the one guy with 10 bigs, but everyone else has you covered. So you basically play your own stack.
Yeah. I like it. This is a man who's perennially a short stack, I can tell. You look for the joy in everything.
There's been many the tournament cockroached over here.
Cockroach.
You cashed a lot of live tournaments.
Has he missed the hand? Did he?
I think he's grabbed them anyway.
Has he been given a little grace? Maybe
Can we get that VAR? We need VAR on that one. Milbudas, can we see the replay?
TV table grace. You've got to get around the cameras. I think maybe he was in there just before the last card. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Strictly speaking, you just have to be sort of within 6 inches of your chair, isn't it, as well? There's a kind of a vagary there.
You needn't have rushed.
They will play 10 levels total. So level 26 will be last for today. After level 22, it's in a break 45 minutes.
Christian reading the order of the day in the background for those hard of hearing. 10 levels of play today. So we'll be still quite far off from that final table ever, but it will mean a very, very exciting day tomorrow. A lot of dreams to be dashed, but obviously a long way to go.
I'm just focusing on the people who'll be sad at the end. I like that. You have to be a masochist in this game.
In a lot of tournaments, you plow through on the day 3, you set the final table, they're depressed the night before, but now we're going to wake up like 25 people with dreams of glory, and 15 will be vanquished before they even reach the bright lights.
I have an interesting point to make about that very sort of reality here at Merit. We have a 4-day event. We don't get down to the final table for day 4. Most tournaments of a 4-day nature would. Because they don't, I think there's an inherent better thing about that. I'm going to explain it to you now.
More times at the buffet?
No.
Oh.
We talk a lot about how you can kind of prepare yourself in poker. If you make the final table, you've got like maybe a 12-hour turnaround till you go back to play that final table out. You can work out your stack. You can do some research on your opponents. You can maybe run through some ICM calculations. People do this. People take it very seriously. They try and run through varying different scenarios. When you come back with 22, 23 people left and you basically run it through into the final table, you don't have any of that prep time. So it's a much greater test of your actual existing poker skills and not maybe your ability to get your friends and brain trust to run some sims or any of that. It sort of deprives people of that option, which I quite like, actually.
I hear that. I mean, I just think you get more time at the buffet. But I understand what you're saying.
Double dessert.
Double. Come on.
I know.
We're going deep.
I don't know who I'm kidding. Don't know who I'm kidding.
Hers popping up with 2 3s under the gun as this big stacks in. Idemir, again, I keep saying his name because he's constantly in action here with Ace King. Interesting, David, the 3-bet size here, given their 90 bigs, effective against an under the gun raise.
Complete non sequitur here, but I love a big man with an espresso cup. That was just, I love the visual of that. It's just one of my favorite visuals in the world. A larger man with a petite espresso cup.
Maybe
I don't know what it is about. I would just have images of that.
Maybe it's
in my house. I just think
a normal size coffee cup and a very large.
You just think he's very big.
As to say, he's gonna continue. Looks like with the 2 3s, not a great spot to be in, but they're so deep.
They're very deep.
Yeah, flop a set, have a couple of mil, chill out.
Oh, will you stop? Will you stop?
Wow, wow, wow. Look at the deliberate check. The old. Oh yeah, I just checked this over the pre-flop. 3-bet on the 10-7.
Reasonable enough for Idemir to just check behind here, I think. go for a very small bet as well. I think both options probably okay.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You know, he doesn't get to have a lot of 10-7-3, but neither does opponent, and he's 3-bet a big stack. He's open under the gun, so I guess he's does have a lot of the big pair combos. And there you go, he's gone small 60k, or smallish. How does hers just come out with a check raise here? I think you kind of... You're looking to get a massive pot against those overpairs, right?
I think I do like to come with a flat initially here. I think because your opponent will have some ace king, ace queen here as well, and if he does, it may well be of the suitor variety. So if another heart diamond or spade comes, or a jack or a queen comes, these are the kind of scenarios where you can win a big, big pot.
Like it. Well, none of that happens because the board completes rainbow.
Yeah, the one obvious draw, 8-9 gets in. Iomir may well be deciding in his mind there that even if his opponent, because it's a setty board, let's call it what it is, but even if he's got 8s or 9s, he's going to stick around.
That's what I was going to say. This is almost the worst card, I think, for either mid to see, because those 8s and 9s now have extra incentive to stick around.
Even 4s and 5s will.
Right. If they get past the flop, they're still in. The 7s are obviously still in there. The 3s are still in there. Yeah, it's a very bad card for him. Does elect to check back and gets the awful card on the river in the form of the ace of spades.
So if you're here, do you go for the check raise? Right. Do you do your own dirty work?
Do you go really filthy and a little small block, inducing the value raise?
So you like the 40k?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying it's an option.
Wow. It's definitely an interesting way to go.
I think the more conventional is, to go for the check raise at this point, because Idem is going to bet whether he's hit this and bet whether he's missed it. Yeah,
it does feel like that. Even if he's got the king-queen there, he's probably going to use this card to...
He may go very big here as well. 275 in the middle.
If he goes very big, then it's reasonable to think that here's may just flat. Oh no, I'm getting a shaking head of disapproval here from the greedy Dempsey, who's always looking to win big chips. I mean, if it came in the form of like a 1.5x pot. Now, I'm not saying that it came with 70%.
He's gone small, 80k. So this is
it's a very easy decision now.
Yeah, and this is going to make a very hard decision for Idem. I haven't gone small with such a strong hand.
What do you pick now as a number? 350, 400?
Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, the reach. Have I really got to say 3? Has it really just come an ace on this bricky ball of the river? Has the guy who 3-bet me really gone bet, check back, bet? Just looks like he's going to have a hand like ace, king, ace, queen.
Yeah. And when it comes back to Idemir, he may well be considering the possibility his opponent has ace 10 now. That would make a lot of sense as well. So there's quite a lot. SETI board plus some reasonable two-pair combos too.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, there we go. It is going to be around 400.
Canning out those white chips. Other ones you want 25 beans a piece. And a little discount.
375.
Oh, no.
It'll add up a bit more. 380. Oh no, going to take the different stack now. 375.
I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But it is 375 a bet. And yeah, like you say, there are those hands, the 3s. The 3s are maybe a little liberal, thought pre-flop, but not out of the realms, as we see he's got them. But the 7s and 10s certainly play this way. As you mentioned, ace 10, even perhaps, I don't know if ace 7 suited is a...
6 is pretty reasonable too.
6 is, possible. But then,
what
are the bluffs here? Like the 8s and 9s, perhaps he just goes, nah mate, you're not having this. I don't think any 10x really ever turns into a bluff. I mean, 8s and 9s might, against that size might turn, but then they may against specifically that size. I don't know. They're the ones that seem obvious to me, maybe that could be bluffs here.
You're right, he has to take a few non-standard bluffs, if you like, less obvious bluffs, and put them in the range in this situation. I like 8s and 9s as the options.
Actually, I suppose there are some sort of other queen jack suited with backdoor flush draws of the world that may have called that flop bet. It was pretty small. So maybe there are some more that I'm not giving him credit for having. It's just still very hard to fold ace king the way this hand's played out. You kind of got the best hand you can have.
Yeah. Well, you are very high in your range. I think he's going to take a little bit more time over this one. So, James, maybe talk a little bit about that physical read you got there.
Right. It looked like he was cutting out a bet. I know this is confirmation bias because I'm looking at a man with a set of threes, but he looked and he sort of went 400. He looked like he decided on the bet. And I feel like as a lesson to anyone watching at home, it's kind of in these big situations, think about the number you're going with before you start shuffling the chips. Count that out and put it in. Because then he went, oh no, we'll go back a little bit, down to 375. And he was almost like, oh no, I don't want to let him off that much. let's put a little bit more on. Then he went, no, actually, we'll just go with the 375. And it's just, it strikes me as a man who's...
It spoke to an internal narrative.
Yeah, I've just seen that enough times. And now everyone listening to this, everyone's going to play me, is going to start messing with us. But wow, great fold.
Great fold. He just let it go. Very tidy play from Idemir there. Couldn't fault either player for their line in that hand. I thought they both played it superbly well.
I certainly did. Yeah,
Ne?
it smacks of someone who's...
Vurmaz River'da
It just feels, if you're buffing, people don't tend to do that. They don't tend to change around with the check raise size. It's like he's, right, I'm check raising for value, like how much is my value? And that was obviously the internal decision going on with him, and he telegraphed that decision somewhat. Again, I'm being harsh. I'm looking at this with the fact he's got 2 threes.
If you had ace king as well.
That's why you're here, James.
That's a really good play.
hata yaptım. River'da vurmayacaktı. Açtı ben önünü.
That's why you're here, James,
Yeah.
for these reads, for these,
Vurdum gördüm.
you know,
önünde.
Mike Caro-esque, Zach Elwood-esque moments that you can treat us to.
It's just something to be aware of for people at home when you're playing. It's
Good fall.
kind of in those situations. Sit there and think what you want, but decide the number you're going to get to.
No.
Cut it out, put it in.
For me it's good, or for him it's good.
Great advice.
I think he was happy that you folded.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No, I think he was. I think he was.
Anyway, we win after half hour.
Yeah.
But
He could have had ace queen. Ace queen suited, and he's like, you know,
Not so sure about that.
nah, he's not. He's calling, but like, you know, set for sure. Can we get a replay? Like now?
Tens.
Tens, that's what I thought.
Maybe ace 10, maybe tens.
But no, but he's got a, there's no
You
bet on the
understand.
turn. It's weird. You're not putting any money on the turn, like why?
Something I call high card. Ace. High card.
Strange hand, that one.
Yeah.
You can call.
Put it on the
Post-mortem.
must-watch
Good
list.
fold. I think so.
Uri Reichenstein with the
Demek biz
99.9% confidence.
iyiyiz.
Good fold.
All right, here we go. Bit of blind on blind action. A limp from Atanasov. What is 20? High 20 in blinds. And hers with the hand there, spectating ahead in the last hand. Ace 10. Sees a lovely looking ace A8 flop. Small here, David, on this kind of texture.
Yeah, you can go literally one big blind, 1.5 big blinds in this spot.
Şey yaptı, helal olsun.
Your only objective is to
Benim hatam
clean out some equity.
River'da çek yapacaktı. İlk yeme şu anda kızıyorum ben.
And that's exactly what he's done, 1.5 bigs.
See, and again,
Ben de setle dönerdim.
this may be a thing that Hurst does all the time. Because I saw him playing with the chips in his hand. He was obviously deciding a bet, not as visibly as before, but
Ama Aspapa'da adam ne yaptı?
if he does that every time, then I've no issue with it.
Yaptım, 65 bin
Right.
attı. Rap açıldı, vurdum attı.
As you said, the 15k bet. Atanasov with a king high sticking around. And interesting to note, obviously, this one, he's limped in from the small, been erased from the big, and he's limp called when
Çekecek, az geldi, bu çek.
a lot of his strongest ace X is going to play as limp raise.
Şey
So
var ki yaptı yani.
even more reason to stick around with the king high, right? Because we don't have that many hands.
Sadece
As with the snap check back.
Yeah, I like that check back. I think you know, it's absolutely reasonable. His opponent has an 8 here. It's possible that he has just a hand like king high, queen high, which will probably just pay one more straight. Sort of hedge your bets a little there, avoid disaster against the 8 or even the player who might have it in them to go for the raise. Maybe with a couple of hearts in their hand, something like that. But now you can certainly bet for value and hope now at this point that your opponent might have something like Queen 10 that got a little sticky against the min plus on the flop.
60k to bet Atanasov. These are the horrible spots. The bet check bet in a blind v blind on a board that doesn't really change. I don't know what to do, David, with the king 9 here. I don't have an ace. I clearly don't have an 8 at this point either, so do I just have to fold these king highs? But then, what hands do I ever get to check call with? Queen X, I suppose.
Yeah, I think your Queen X's are probably your go-tos here. You would have taken the same line with those.
There you go. How are you?
But it is tempting to pick him off here.
Just wake up. This is a very dangerous seat, okay? 2 players come here.
Yep.
Chip leader was there. He
There we
lost
go.
all of his chips in 1 hand.
Heroics
2 hands, actually.
from Adanatsov,
That's
unfortunately,
the hand you had.
wearing his underpants on the outside,
That's
didn't
literally one of
pay off this time.
Ace
I
10.
think so too.
Can you shuffle better, please? Like you had the same hand twice. Like exactly the same hand twice.
Not quite.
Yeah, it was Ace 10 for sure. Look, he's smiling now.
You will know in half an hour.
All right.
Well, who
We've got
cares?
some fresh
I'm
meat.
just, you know, a little bit, nobody really cares, right? Nobody's gonna
Except who
remember.
folded.
Yeah. Well, I think he made the correct fold. He was beaten. I don't think Ace King was good there.
Information for tournament players. Our mystery bounty tournament will open next room. So, mystery bounty will open in 5 minutes.
There you go. Here we go.
$108 players remain. We've lost 18 so far. Pretty rapid attrition rate. James, you mentioned the fact that it'll probably slow down as we get closer to that magic number 71. I got to be honest with you, from the limited stuff that I saw at the Western, it seemed like 0 Fs were given to bubble adjacency, and these guys actually really do play at a fair clip regardless. But, you know, absolutely, in a normal world, you'd be right, and we may well see it slow down somewhat. But we are rapidly approaching that phase of the game already.
Yeah. So, yeah, oh, there we go. Maybe a little bit of an easier one for Atanasov, who's not been, not from pillar to post, but not at the best start to the day.
All in.
It's a nice spot.
Yeah, it's a close one here for Noka.
Yeah.
It's maybe the kind of hand you have to
I was expecting him to do
consider a
that.
call against certain players
Right.
and maybe fold against certain other ones. It feels
Oh.
pretty close.
Okay.
I think you might just sort of lean into a read on your opponent as being a tighter or looser person here for this one. Does feel like it's incredibly close.
Yeah.
So very close, man.
38-39% is roughly the number. You know, if you do have a flip, obviously you're probably bang on 50.
66.
But if you're dominated, as you will be by less of the
That's not
range,
100.
Oh, minus
you're just 18, 19%.
95 less. Yeah, yeah.
75.
So could do a
Yeah.
little bit of gorilla maths in your head.
Okay, well, lucky I looked. 60, 75,
Try to calculate.
150.
150.
See, that makes a difference.
Yeah.
It actually really does make a difference in my hand.
It wasn't intentional.
No, I know. Cool.
Knowing that all the overpairs go with it, it really becomes the equation becomes how often is this the king queen, the king jack, this kind of thing.
In a little bit, the range nose is going to open with the fact that you've got the big stack on the button. So do those hands jam. Sorry, the big stack in the small blind.
This is painful. Why couldn't it have been just a slightly different hand? Yeah, it would have been this one.
Yeah, certainly one of those spots where if you do have sixes, you feel like your opponent could have fives or fours, and that just makes it a little bit more appealing.
Oh,
I was hoping it was like an ace random.
he makes the call.
Nice hand.
And 4 hunting.
Holy cow.
Atanasov
You have
Well,
references.
it's all smiles for now.
Didn't want to call.
20% of the time he's hitting the showers.
But when it came to like 150, I'm like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
962, couple of hearts.
So far, so good for those Johnnies. Oh!
Wow.
Oh, I'm not unhappy. I can't
Yeah, sure.
deny that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Still one card to come.
Good luck, man. So, do that.
Oh, they're all sixes and sevens there. They're going for fist bumps and handshakes and whatnot, but
Taken in good spirits, it must be said by Atanasov, who is our latest player to hit the rail. Nice pot for Noha. He obviously.
Will not be my finest moment. Yeah, I got it.
I like this guy.
I like that he just went, I'm not going to pretend I'm not happy. Because we all do it. We all go, sorry, mate. Oh. You know,
Yeah.
we all do the fake. We're not really happy with how it's
It
gone
just
down.
seems to me like Noja's just enjoying himself at this table, and
Yeah.
I think Atanasov was as well. He just seemed pretty affable. And like I say, kind of tap the table, smiles, make your exit. What can you do? He had a couple of little rough spots. Just said he was kind of not getting bashed about, but he was getting the wrong side of things a couple of times, and then dealt away back into the tournament. But
All right.
Lady Luck said no.
Yeah. And very importantly, in a vacuum, he's not done anything wrong there. I think the fours is right on the line. I think you're going to be very happy getting it in with sixes. Fours and fives are the tricky ones, and you know, he's ultimately just decided his opponent probably goes with enough of the non-pair variety hands to tip him over into the call. Can't really blame him either. And, well, the same red jacks now being passed along to Skripka. And oh my goodness, Noja with the big slick. There's going to be a confrontation here. These are two of the biggest stacks. We've now got two of the biggest stacks in the room, maybe the two biggest stacks in the room on the same table.
Yeah, I mean, Skripka's just joined us on this table. We've seen him fold one hand, and here he comes.
This could get messy.
The two, they have to do.
Will not work.
It's not fair.
I think it's okay now. It's okay now. No.
He's got it. He's got it.
No, it's okay.
Interesting that
let
someone
him
gives
do
this
it.
much talk, and then they're about to 3-bet. Well, it's not fair you've got that many chips.
How many
What's going
chips
on
you
here?
have? 1.7 million?
So slow.
Wow.
Unless he's not about to 3-bet. Because he is sitting there with $1 million, and his opponent is covering him, which is probably only one or two people who do cover. He is going to do the small 3-bet.
And here we go. One of the monster stacks now behind with 2 sevens. And against that sizing,
You could justify a call here. And
Right.
decide to kind of weirdly set mine.
I mean,
Corner.
you're playing 90 big blinds effective,
And you've position.
and you're calling 4 blinds on the button.
Yeah. Oh, wow. This is interesting. I don't know. And then I think if it gets back to Skripka, probably just finds the call. Does let it go. Here's. I do agree with you, though. I think it's very tempting to just call with great visibility there on the button going forward. I know you're sort of gambling that Skripka doesn't come in with the 4-bet to some extent because you don't want to face any more action pre. But if that doesn't happen, you do get a pure set mine spot against possibly two very strong ranges. That'll pay you off if you hit.
Yeah, well, the good thing about that is if you've got the 2 sevens on the button, you know Skripka's never folding for an additional 25. Look at this, Idemo saying, I see the situation I'm like, I want to play with the 10-8 suited from out of position.
Yeah. And he's only playing 65 bigs, so...
Skripka's just come to this table. He's looking around. He goes, there are a lot of chips on this table.
There's
What
so
the
many
hell's
chips on
been
this
going
table.
on?
It's actually preposterous. The average stack right now is only something in the region of the 600k stacks.
Right.
But there's an 850, a 1.1, a 1.4, a 1.7. Like, there's just chips on
Three-handed,
chips
man.
here.
I can't say anything. I would even tell you my hand. But
I love this guy, no, I have to say. What a character.
tournament poker, man. The best.
Yeah, the T-shirt tipped us off.
Yeah. Like, strictly speaking, he's three ways here. He probably shouldn't be speaking, but he's not really talking about anything meaningful. I think he's kind of just having fun.
So I can't talk, it's 3-way. He wants to talk, but he can't.
Nearly 9. Not 150.
He might get asked to... Oh, there we go. Just a call. Okay, so look. Idemir...
Hers is going, why'd I fold 7s?
Yeah, oh my god, what a pure spot with 7s now. Well, 10-8 suited has just flopped the world.
Skripka, top set. Idema with the open-ended straight draw and flush draw.
He might check through here. No, may very well not bet here. In fact, I would recommend against it. I know he's got the king of spades in his hand, but it's a very, very connected board. It's hard to miss that board. I think he'd be well advised to knuckle this one.
If he doesn't, though, if he
mic
does
will be
bet,
on.
If he puts one chip in the pot here, one big blind, he
Well,
could set off a chain reaction.
it's lift off.
So you switch it off.
He's got the king of spades. He does check it back. And 5 on the turn.
Well, I think if you're Idemir, you're probably thinking, well, maybe my opponent's got ace king and ace queen each here. I should probably take a stab here, try and win this one outright. Still got a lot of equity. He can take all the heat, even if raised 90k into 150 here. Shripka, well, maybe kind of trying to work out the likelihood of 7-8 suited in the hand of Idemir. We know that it is actually possible, given that he's called with the 10-8, but he's going to be much more thinking, well, no, he's probably got 9 6s or 5s, and I've got a lovely set over set situation here. I better put some more chips in.
Right, this is the bizarre scenario where you're in a spot where you've got top set rather than second set or third set, because you do block all those top pairs that predominantly the value range.
Yeah.
Really here. But like you say, I mean, you think the overcall from the blind is more likely to be pocket pair heavy, so therefore we could be in a set v set situation. And of course, it's a wet board. We want to protect a little, but it'll also get money in against those hands as quickly as possible.
There you go.
Now, if you're Idemir, obviously you've got that clean 30% here, so you're getting the right price. But do you decide to use it as a semi-bluff as well? I think you can maybe just call here, given that you've probably created a situation where there's no fold equity on your semi-bluff. I think you can probably just call to hit, and if you miss...
Yeah, it's, again, Script kind of has all those strongest hands as well. Remember, he opened, got micro 3-bet call behind, so he can be in there with the 7-8 as well himself. I mean, there's no reason he doesn't have all these nutted hands. He has all those pairs as well. It's not like if you're up against a more defined range of Mojo here, where he's kind of was the 3-better, then maybe you can get more frisky on this turn. But as it is, he does have a decision. Like you say,
Yeah.
the
His
direct
direct price
pops.
is like 28, 29%, and we see there that he knows he's going to have probably clean outs for 30%. So with that in mind, I think you can call, and then you're printing extra if you get the rest in, and that gets called on the river. It's tough, though, because it is a meaningful portion of your stack here. You're sitting there with 535k. Bubble is looming.
What is going on this table?
Oh,
Setup after setup. Huge pots. I say Script has just joined the fray, sees the call, and he's like, I've just joined this table. I've been micro 3-bet. This guy's called a thing, and then now I'm in a 700k pot with top set. Oh,
he has got there.
the wettest of wet ones, the flush and the straight getting there.
He's got to do his own betting here.
Yeah, half pot behind.
He's
This
only
is just-
got, yeah.
This has just got to be jammed.
All in.
He does.
And well, as you say, it is as wet as can be. I think Shripka's probably just got to call it off on the off chance that he's got a set.
Yeah.
9, 6s, and 5s may well still take this line.
They just jam the turn. Do they not just 3-bet? I don't know.
I agree that that's what would happen more often, but I think it would be such a disaster to let it go. I don't know. As you say, like everything got there, so maybe. But I'm not sure he's putting too many 10-8s or, you know.
Yeah, it's the flush that's the.
It's more likely
the
made
concerns.
hands when you cold call out of that big blind scenario against the cold
Yeah,
3-bet.
I'm trying to think what the most, like what bluffs you can kind of get here with on the river. I mean, is he sat there with? I don't know. I can't think of many.
Queen Jack, and he's now decided.
Just suddenly decides
I'm
to
gonna
bluff.
put it in.
I mean, does the? Yeah, just some maybe like Ace Jack with the Ace of Spades. Does that kind of go heroic? But again, we got 2 jacks, so.
Queen 10 and doesn't want to get reverse
But
free
again,
rolled. I don't know. Yeah, no, I know
Queen,
what you mean.
Queen 10, does it really get this far? And if it does it decide to turn to a bluff? Are you kind of calling there, assuming you're up against some weakness? It's hard because you sat there with a flop top set in this really bizarre pre-flop scenario. Got to here, you've just joined the table. There's action galore, is what you can figure out. And now here you are facing a half-pot river jam for a man who cold called from the big. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm still trying to work out the hands we can beat, and what hands can be bluffing. There's always got to be something. There's always something I haven't thought about, David, when it comes to bluffing.
I think it's just going to be in the mind that 5s, 6s, and 9s may have played this way, and it would be a bit of a disaster not to snap those ones off. But you're right, the Queen of Spades, well, everything gets there. And it's funny, had Idemir checked, well, the value bet probably comes in the form of these chips.
Yeah. Horrible shot for Skripka. I mean, there's 10 starting stacks in the pot.
Maybe trying to work out what kind of flush is possible. Like, does he have the ace-10 of spades? Does he have the ace-king?
King-10 of spades.
Would probably have done a 4-bet. So the queen arriving kind of blocks actually some of the obvious ones you might go with, like king-10 and ace-10.
King-10, ace-10. I mean, we see he's in here with 10-8 suited, so we know 10-9's possible as well. I mean, I don't know.
10-9's, that's a nice candidate, actually.
I don't know how much of that's possible given the action pre-flop. What Skripka would imagine is possible, but like I say, you come to the table, you see goofy 3-bet sizes, you see guys calling from the big, this is the problem when you come to the table, you don't really know what's been going on.
Clock called.
Yeah, I could see if I was sat at this table, I'd be like, come on, what's going on with it? But we can see here, it's he's not wasting time. But reasonable to call the clock. No, he does make the call.
Just can't take the chance that the 9s, 5s, and 6s in the end. I agree with you. I don't think he's finding many bluffs there, but he's just maybe wondering, am I beating the value hands that would also do this? It's a funky one. We'll mull on that one for quite some time, I think.
Huge pot, though. Let's not see.
It's a massive pot.
1.4 million chip pot.
Yeah.
We get a reminder, there's only 10 players who started the day with over $1 million, and we've.
What do you think of that one in the chat, guys? We'd love to hear your opinions there. I think there's lots of different pressure points in the hand. Turn and river, obviously. Decisions are worth debating and talking about. Let us know. The outcome, though, Recep Aydemir, 1.35 million now. And he joins the group of people with absolute heaps here, 7 figures.
Skripka, a beaten man, but still has a milli. And he came into the day, Skripka.
As
commotion.
we zoom out to our scoreboard there, maybe because a fight was breaking out. I don't know. There seemed to be some commotion in the background.
Some excitement. So you see, the blinds are going up. Price of poker is increasing. Petr Skripka. So he's still over the 7-figure mark. Has a whopping 87 blinds.
I'm loving it. We're looking at these chip counts, but Noah's still on screen. He's hiding behind the leaderboard there, and he's very animated, having some crack with his rail as well. I love this guy. He's absolutely brilliant for the stream.
Yeah, and I was just looking. So Skripka came in the day 4th in chips with 1.28 million. So he's dropped 200k in the day. That's how he's got to look at it. Although he's lost 1.4 million pot. As Mabutas correctly informing us, the average is 600k or just under 600k with blinds at the 612. That still means it's a whopping 50 big blind average, but if the average is 600k, look at this table.
Yeah, that means that there's, normally going to be around about 5 million on a table, and well, we have about 8 million on this table.
I only had ace king. I can't bet for you. Jesus.
Yeah.
Especially when you're flatting.
Noah, interesting obviously saying that I wasn't the bet for you. The pot would have played out very differently had he c-bet the flop. But also he's just saying, I had ace king there. And I think Petra would be like, oh, you 3-bet this with ace king. That's interesting. Well, that goes in the old noggin.
Does, yeah.
First hand even you played, right?
I want to point out there that while we're watching and enjoying and railing these million chip pots, Yuri Reichenstein really just desperate for a spot here. He's got 6 bigs now with those blinds going up to 6k, 12k, 12k ante. And he's been patient like you would expect a man of his caliber. You know, he's not going to do anything different because he's getting short. He's just going to assume that the right mathematical spot will arrive. And this sort of presents itself as a possibility. Cut-off open. There will be plenty of non-ace X hands that he will be in relatively good shape against, and maybe gets to pull those blinds and antes into the pot as well to make the price better for himself. It's a close one. Patient as ever, though.
Is that one that maybe with 130 left we go with? Are we close enough to the money that we start thinking about that, or are we sort of just playing it for its value?
No, you're absolutely right. I think one thing that's very understood by the general public is how ICM is a creeping factor. It's not like there's no ICM right now. Oh, suddenly there's all the ICM in the world because we're 5 off the money. This just incrementally throughout the tournament, basically from the first bust out onwards,
Right.
creeps and creeps and creeps. And yeah, no, absolutely. It should take hands off your range. The impact is it will shave your range down, and that's what's going to happen there. That's probably what has happened.
Not to mention, of course, hers opening into 2 milli plus stacks in both blinds as well, so it's not like he's going to be opening super liberally and able to abuse. Albeit, me being the live pro angler that I am, I'd see Recap stacking the chips still. Think, well, he's not going to be playing light. You know, he's
he's enjoying that.
piling up the gold. Oh.
Interesting turn card here.
Certainly is. Check back. Surigaz electing to check once more from the big on that card. Maybe a couple are going to see the big blind bet more often than not. Certainly when they have some form of hand, like he does have his sixes. They kind of don't mind a little bit of protection. They get certainly value against weaker hands.
Yeah, we talked about this exact spot yesterday, and that's exactly what the analysis would suggest, that, you know, a small lead out there from Surigaz with the sixes would be quite a nifty play. But as played here, Queen 9 suited's decided, well, I really do need to you know, use some cards as my barreling ones. I wish it was a spade that didn't pair the board, but I'll do it anyway.
Right, and hers opening from the cut-off. I mean, I saw that he's not going to be opening super liberally, but does get to have some fives. So he's going to check back them.
And you might well bet a jack again. You can certainly bet some of your better jacks again here, I think, as well, for this size. Your ace jacks, your king jacks. You can definitely call once more here. You can certainly make an argument for calling all the way down with the sixes in this spot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was always cool in there, just not giving out too much timing-wise. Sitting there, mulling things over.
No sense in hers betting his 9 here. I think it's just relieved to have got some showdown to beat some hands.
Yeah, that's the dirty way to lose the Surigaz. Not really the 9, but who knows? Maybe he's going to face the third barrel there. I'm feeling for this man, Skripka, joining our table, just getting battered straight off.
He's upstuck.
Yeah, he's very much upstuck. He came to this table, saw his own chip stack, saw the stacks around and thought, ooh, I could get to like 3 million here. Flops top set the first hand he plays. It's torn apart.
Well, I have news from an outer table. We've just had a very big three-way all-in here with Osman Ilimur, Samuel Kabelats, and Edward Barsegian. Edward Barsegian, a familiar face on this tour. Kings, Jacks, and Ace-King, respectively. Kabelats making the point that he was very, very far behind. The Kings did do a big hole, though, and Ilimur up to 670k.
When I hear some reported someone saying I'm so far behind, that usually precedes the, oh, I got there.
Yeah.
But in this case, he stayed behind.
Yeah, I like that our reporter was balanced in his range there, just to create a little bit of genuine excitement.
Yeah, David out there doing the hard work.
He is. He's a good lad.
I shared a ride with him from the airport. There you go, fun fact.
Nope.
I was popping up Ace Jack. Got Koviak defending this king 5 off from the big. This certainly one that I know near the bubble wouldn't be defended, but here he wants to take on his man. Fresh face. Joining us here as we do race down towards that bubble. Players are busting. Tables are breaking. Our cast changes. Can we keep the energy? That's the question. Khalif. There. He kind of looks a bit fed up.
He does.
Maybe the chance to get involved, and you're watching these big pots go down. He strikes me as a man who's quite often involved in the action, but he's just 16 blinds to his name now. He's in that waiting game. And go blue on new player being 600k. So again, just around average, just above average stack, certainly above median. That was really kicking into gear now. Opening once again, this time with the King 8 suited. And +3. And Suragaz on the button. A matching stack with Ace King.
Yeah, these guys playing so deep right now. Just a quick glance into the chat here. Aidan Quinlan is here and join us. Great to have you here, Aidan. Hope you enjoy the coverage. I imagine you're playing some poker this weekend, maybe live or online. Good luck in your games. Aurelie Kleiper. She seems to be cheering on a family member, possibly a partner there. She says, go Ari Kleiper. And
83.
we have a good look to Dmitry Yurosov as well. So
We've got a bit more of a reasonable 3-bet size here, like 3.5x from the button. Gonna get the job done.
yeah, with
Still
the very deep stacks, that does make sense.
I'd still go a little bigger this deep, just as a preference. Over 100 blinds deep. I really don't want to be getting peeled too wide. You want to have a much better idea of knowing your opponent's range going to flops. But hey, if your opponent's starting to get a bit carried away and they've opened 3 or 4 hands in a row and you think they're opening light, as he was here with the King 8 suited, then smaller size makes sense. The watch that matches the chips.
Tomorrow is final day, huh?
Yeah, I guess, probably.
Reichenstein down to his shrapnel. Hasn't had to play a hand and now finds Jack 9 suited. He's going to play it for his 6 blinds. And well, round to Khalife in the big with Queen 8 offsuit. He's going to ask how much. And I think Reichenstein's maybe picked the right spot here, because this man doesn't get to call too wide. And definitely going to call with Queen 8.
Yeah. 66 to win, 160,
That's
yeah.
It's just a huge pickup of that for Reichenstein with jamming. Especially when you're down to 6 blinds, it's one thing. When you're down to 6 blinds on a table where a whole bunch of them have got over 100 blinds, there aren't going to be as many unopened spots as there are on a typical table. And also, they're going to call a little bit more liberally.
They are, but they're going to look at 37% and go Queen 8, yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're sitting there with like 30 bigs and it's actually like 7 precious bigs, you're like, oh, okay, I think I want to keep this stack where it is. The Chicago Bulls fan in the house.
Yeah. I think Igoblu, I mean, he's got the ace of spades on his sleeve.
hand, yeah.
I mean, the tattoo there, it's just, how do you play against a man who's always got the ace of spades?
Come on, really. But it's good. Last hand I win. Maybe you had aces. It's good you weren't here.
Are you for sure?
Yeah. Everybody folds.
Yeah.
Very openable 9-10 suit here for Soyagaz. I imagine he's going to get in the mix
wish
here with
when
this
you weren't here, they
1.6
would
million.
put the hand on
28
here, so
players
then
away
after you
from the
can see
money
what
now.
you
He can
can
definitely lean into some of these other stacks. Definitely an
No, they
opportunity
didn't,
to
but I wish they
open your
did.
range slightly wider, I think.
I want to be able to show you in 1 hour
I
what
go
you
look.
pulled.
Yeah, set 10. Set.
Nice.
Good fold.
Yeah.
Skripka with the
Set 10.
eye roll to heaven. Definitely feeling that upstuck sensation right now.
Yeah.
Set on. 9. Because you have, don't know what you do in the river.
No ha. Pretty ugly
And also,
king 4 off here. I think against very late position you could probably got to defend this one just because the king is a good card, but against middle
No,
position,
you played good.
hijack, I think you can probably just about let this one go.
Yeah. No, you played perfect.
no, I don't want. I know what.
He's going to
Doesn't
make the
always
call.
have tens. If he has tens, check, but normally bet.
Can't be much of a mistake if it is a mistake at all.
Right.
Pretty close for just one more big blind. Just a tricky kind of hand to win a significant pot with and easy to lose a big one. Has been outflopped. Probably not going to get into trouble on this board texture for any more chips.
No, I don't think King 4 looks to invest any further in this one. Saragaz, I guess with options here. 9-10, he's got the pair, he's got the gut shoot, he's got backdoor spades, he's up against a big blind defending range. That
I like to come with the small bet here. I think he can actually choose quite a small sizing in this situation. Just tidy up some equity as well, you know. Always nice to get the 1 over card.
To
fold?
השלום שלך היה מבסוט מדי בשביל שתהיה בחוץ. אני מרוויח 5,000 צ'יפים מהתחלת היום. כאילו כן, עפו איזה 30 איש, אז כן.
So James, I mentioned there the man in the Chicago Bulls top. I believe there's some info.
we certainly do, but this has been hard at work once again.
What a man.
Just piling in the info. And yeah, just reading. He's an Odulo FS fan. I'm not a basketball man myself, but that's obviously who he's a fan of, and that's why he's rocking the shirt on the biggest stage. A man who's been knocking around Merit for best part of a decade, by all accounts. So another regular here. Nice to see the. I mean, it's great. There's a whole ecosystem here that's. I'm not going to say unique, but loyal, perhaps, to these events here.
Well, I think that's what happens. I think if you came here at any point in the last decade and you stayed for more than 5 minutes, you realised how nice it was, you realised how good the games are, you realised how well treated you are, and you decided, well, actually, this is kind of maybe one of the best kept secrets in Europe. I think I might come here all the time. And we mentioned yesterday how the cap may be out of the bag now. Triton event, well, that's high profile. EPT on the horizon. These in-house events, if you want to call them that, the classics, the Carmens, the Merits, the Merit Westerns or whatever it is, you know, they're starting to get bigger and bigger numbers. They broke their own record here last November for field size, and yeah, maybe won't break the record at this stop, but you can be absolutely sure that EPT is going to create record numbers. That's the one that's going to actually test the infrastructure here for the first time and see, you know, how big an event they're going to put on.
Saying the buffet's in danger.
I'm just saying they may not have enough desserts. Get to the buffet early in October.
I'm not happy at this development.
Oh no, sorry, hang on. I'm just getting word here. You know, they have promised there will be enough desserts for everyone. I'm just that's just.
That was concerning, though, David.
Yeah,
It's not.
Milbuda straight in there. Don't say there won't be enough profiterole rolls. There will be ample profiterole rolls.
Yeah, let's not joke about these things. All right, these two battling off with the battle of the 9 highs. But it is Nibolu with the gut shot. And the ace-2's 4 that is, I believe, putting a little bet. He did put a bet. I put chips going, didn't I? Didn't I see chips? I saw chips. No, I didn't see chips. Something's going on. There was a bet and a call, I think, on the flop. Must have been from No shows. I'm lost. There can't have been a bet. The pot 61k now. David, I was thinking profiteroles. You mentioned it. You just fried my head.
Is that your safe word?
I'm not even that much of a profiterole fan, but I sort of took what looked to be a mystery pot yesterday because I was overwhelmed with the decisions. And
You can get decision fatigue at that buffet. I had noticed that.
yeah, I did. I was just laps of it.
Yeah. It's like that spot where you could fold, raise, or call. And you're just staring. And then you realize you've been staring at the souffles for 7 minutes.
The shot clock goes to 0 and they take your cards away. No, it's got to the river here with the best of it.
Fortunately, when they do take the food away here at Merit, they're usually arriving with more food about 15 minutes later because it's another meal time.
No, I don't think so.
Is upon us.
Yes, when you asked me this morning, what time does breakfast finish? Is it 11, 10:30? I was like, David, breakfast goes to 11:30. Then late breakfast starts at 11:30 till 1, and then lunch starts at 1. There is no break in service.
Yeah.
Still like 2-3 days.
And even that moment of panic you have between like 4:30 and 6 where they're not serving food, they're still serving food in the poker room.
Right.
So you're okay.
The high roller is
Could be
sooner,
fine.
and then you can play high roller and mixed max and high roller and main. It was always annoying that it was.
Before, before they put high roller last, everybody leave.
Yeah.
Now they put main last, everybody stays here. People play main event and leave.
It's much better. Yeah.
Now
It's
better
like this.
Well,
Find yourself on the river with 9 high, a heart, a 5. This feels like a candidate, a nice
looks
candidate.
like he's gone over bet.
I love this. Just drop a bomb in there. Like I say, he's got that 5. He blocks the straight. He's got a 9. Could be hearts. Opponent's limped in from the small. Checked flop, bet turn. And then checked river. Noho just doesn't really have much strength here. So the overbet is just primed to work here.
Yeah, very much targeting a 2-4-6.
He does play 3-5 this way. He does play the majority of hearts this way. Checking back, calling turn. And now what are the bluffs? Like the 5-7s, the 5-8s with a heart. You see here it's 5-9 even with a heart. Which may not be an obvious one, the 5-9 with a heart. Would he perhaps
Don't normally take this long.
make this move with a deuce or a 4? Not impossible, but
No?
King deuce, huh?
he's looking for value I hadn't seen yet. I don't think that's a likely one with this bet size.
All right.
Nicely played.
Well, as you said, that the fact that who was kind of face up for sort of strength that he had means that if you even had a king, you could maybe decide to try to polarize. I'm trying to think about options that would be available to you when you realize your opponent's capped and you can go for that larger size because it polarizes you. It's a
You don't want to see what I.
It's not an interesting.
it's a sizing that can be more confusing than
Else. There was a couple
to a
other
thinking
hands I
player.
would watch, but not this one. This one is just.
You should watch.
Yeah.
You should watch.
Why?
I don't know.
I don't think you were bluffing that. I think you had 2 pair. That's what I think.
But you need to put them there to watch. You need to put your card there. There is the corner. So we will not know your hand. The last hand will not know it. So you should tell him.
But say something about this. Just I'm putting like this.
No, but here. and
Okay.
this.
Nobody say.
Yeah.
So I won't
First
even
time
see
I'm
it
here.
anyway.
So you should tell him.
It's all right.
I'm rookie.
King was good for you.
I don't know. Maybe doesn't matter.
No.
On the regular.
Khalifa. Queen, Jack of Hearts. Finally gets dealt something
24.
playable. Still has that stack size where we're going to come in with some raise folds. Certainly just going to fit the pocket hands you want to play. But look who's behind with his favorite hand. No heart. With the ace king. And again, going for like a smaller 3-bet, but this one certainly makes sense. We're up against the player playing only 15 blinds. No need to go big.
Yeah, and Khalifa certainly could have gone with the shove in this situation. Wouldn't have been unreasonable at all to just ship in the Queen Jack suited. Decided to go for the raise instead, and I think for that reason he has to let this one go now.
Yeah, Khalifa's just like, really? You doing this to me, huh? Haven't played any hands. Come in here with a little raise and you're gonna tax me, huh? You're not winning enough?
Would you just have gone with the Queen Jack suited there? Cut off? I think I would have.
I think we've got some raise folds are okay here. It's a tough one because the stacks behind are so big, and so maybe they do peel a little bit more liberally from the blinds, and you don't want to take that pressure. But at the same time, we've got Queen Jack suited, and I don't mind taking some flops with that hand.
Yeah, I think I probably personally would have probably used the Ace X and the King X suited as my open folds, and maybe just decided that my Jack 10 suited and my Queen Jack suited were my shoves in that situation off that stack. Interesting how you can kind of construct different ranges there, and very much comes down to a comfort level of playing very shallow post-flop stuff as well. How willing are you to sort of, invest another big and a half maybe on the flop and navigate some turns
Right, and
off that stack.
we are getting nearer the cash as well, so he's obviously thinking, I've got a little bit of room to maneuver. 71 paid, remember 97 remain from the 611 that started 2 days ago.
Yeah.
In this 2K warm-up.
Yeah, 2200 buy-in, the min cash is 3400, so roughly a 1.5x min cash. The ladder jumps every 8 or 9 spots after that.
Yeah, and I'd say the re-entry factor probably not as high as a typical one might have at another festival, because the day ones were reasonably short, they're very civilized.
Very civilized.
Structures so deep, as we were mentioning, so the opportunity to bust not as easy as it is in some other series, so the min cash being 1.5x is pretty reasonable. I think some tournaments you might see near a 2x because of that re-entry factor. But a lot of players will be in on one bullet. In fact, I do believe I've got it somewhere. People just gave us the information yesterday. I'll find it. Here we go. 409 players, 202 re-entries. So a 1.33 re-entry factor. Sorry, 1.5 re-entry factor. What am I talking about?
Sorry, guys. I like to see an open here with these sort of holdings from early position. The Queen 10s, Queen 9 suiteds. Still very openable from early. There's plenty of exploitation of hands behind. It's a good one to stay active with, and all the more reason when you're the biggest stack at the table. Khalifa, well, he's got to take
Finally
this
gets to go. Here we go.
And he's not really in a position to sort of like hang on in there. 26 more bust outs. We're talking about another hour and a half, 2.5 more hours, maybe something.
Oh, this is just cruel for him.
This is cruel.
This is the sort of nonsense that he's going to find himself in the end of. He hasn't put a foot wrong, and he's not had a chance to win a pot.
Interesting spot for Inoka in the sense, obviously he's putting chips in here, but does he make a raise or does he flat? Or does he go all in? Okay, well.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
Because you can make it like 230, and that's sort of like, maybe induces your jacks and your queens guy who opened initially to come over the top. You could also flat and throw maximum rope. Now, I think that might bring in some flats from that guy, but, you can still navigate from there in a dry side pot situation.
Well, it's not over yet. 5 to come.
No, and I don't think we saw an ace folded behind, so there is reason to believe.
A rich deck. 6-6-7 flop. Most of the drama so far on this table has come on the turn and river, though.
Oh, you are a dirty man.
Word.
I had ace. I thought you said you had ace as well.
Well, Noha fairly nonplussed about it. Obviously a small enough portion of his stack Disappointing nonetheless, I'm sure. A huge moment for Khalifa. Big sigh of relief, maybe over to the rail for a fist bump. Celebratory.
You have A6.
Maybe a celebratory
I fold
baklava.
versus his raise anyway.
You
Only
know,
if everybody
you're
folds,
obsessed.
I go all
there
in.
are desserts near this room.
He raises.
Well,
Wow.
you wouldn't begrudge a Khalifa. Obviously, Ace
No.
King, another
Ace
premium
in the
hand, and he has
Ace,
pinned
ace.
No way.
through the ringers.
The other two saying they both folded an ace.
I don't think that. I think that
I
was.
think it's just a wind up.
I think that was the one because I think we saw the hand. Anyway, maybe they're done at the
Wow.
truth.
Could have
Give me a
said that
second here.
before.
I'm going to research this.
You're gonna go. You're gonna look back 2
I'm
minutes.
pressing
I don't know if
rewind.
that would've helped.
I would have put more.
Yeah. I wanted to ask if somebody folded an ace. So
I know it's not etiquette to say it, but
Okay,
cares
so
about it?
Dempsey on the VAR here.
I am on VAR. We'll continue with this action as we VAR this situation.
oh my god.
And Khalifa now 30 bigs again. Definitely the kind of stack that's much more navigatable here through the treacherous territory. 97 left, 71 paid. Bubble is going to burst toward the end of the next session, or maybe the session after that. That next session will be brought to you by James Dempsey and Ali Najad. I will be back for the one after.
They're telling the truth. There were two aces folded.
They were?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hers and Rochstein both holding an ace. Ace Jack and Ace 6 respectively. So it
Sexy little
was,
one-outer.
it was the case ace. Premier League, sign me up.
Disgraceful commentary from me that I just firstly didn't spot it and then just denied that these poker players could be telling the truth. Just immediately
They did fold very
disregarded that
fast.
possibility.
They did fold very fast. Love to see them. Here we go. No heart. Action again with that ace 9.
You change for blue and one pink.
Definitely the type of holding
Yeah,
Nuka
I mean,
can let go here. It's kind of an ugly one.
Yeah,
It's not
Nivola-
wheelie, it's not Broadway.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. It's been very interesting. Little turn of events for these players who started with us in this table. No heart. Seeing a little stock take. Obviously won the fours v jacks, so I think you can't be too upset about
Make double.
getting the wrong side of that
Plus,
pot. But yeah, it was an interesting situation because I thought, what's he going to do here? You see an open, you see a 13 big blind jam. Next seat. You know, Kings obviously want to get the money in. He's decided just to rip it. I think the more... I think there are hands we want to rip, and Kings could certainly be in that consideration. There are hands we want to just flat with, potentially, and there's also hands we want to click it with. Like you say, he had that kind of stack size where we can put in less than a third of our chips, but constitutes a raise and makes it very hard in the original raiser. And those are really tough spots. Like, what's he going to do with 9s and 10s? What are you going to do with ace king? What are you going to do with kings and aces? What are you going to do with jacks and queens? These are...
Yeah, and when constructing that range, you can actually put more of those hands in if you're willing to be braver with the stronger ones too and just flat them. So that's an important part of that dynamic as well. Like you said, there might be hands that prefer the rip, maybe the ace-king variety tend to be in those ones.
Right.
But yeah, if you're willing to flat the aces, kings and queens, then that allows you to flat some maybe 9s as well.
There you go.
Reichenstein finally gets another spot here.
Yep.
It's going to get looked up by Sorgaz though. We're off to the races here.
ISO Jambake, yeah. 15 blinds and yeah, Reichenstein's first spot. First time he's got to turn the cards on their back.
Veteran pro
Yeah,
Reichenstein.
I can't lose. You just said I'm going to double up.
I have king 4.
I had queen.
Club.
I folded 8.
I folded 8, so there's one liar. 8 on the flop.
Spades.
Such
The
a reminder.
only,
Calling for your
and maybe
own
10 jack, the only
Oh,
get
we
out
want- we
plans
want a
now.
split, right?
Oh, never easy.
Oh, one.
Is that a good one? It is a good one, actually.
How many people are going to shout out I folded a 10
better
now?
than a up and down straight.
Tennis spades is too painful.
Oh.
Safe.
I love the commentary by Soha here through it.
The collective groan.
Yeah, nobody will be happy to see Reichenstein survive here because he is a dangerous opponent. He gets another double up. He's going to be
I'm gonna
actually
double up
a
again.
force at this table. He's probably the best player at this table, or certainly one of the top 2 or 3. And yeah, he's been obviously handcuffed by being there on the perilously short stack, but survive he does. La Cucaracha.
Yeah, it's nice. Just ducking and diving, getting closer to that money. Now got some more chips to play with. A little bit of open jam over 10. Maybe you get one through. Now suddenly you just start to tip into the old 3-bet jam range. You can make some folds. Where you return from the death, from the end, from the abyss.
Yeah, back from the dead, unlike Carmen, whose demise was permanent at the end of the day.
See, I messed up. I had this conversation with Ali last night late on. I said, Ali, before we go to bed tonight, we both got to revise our operatic knowledge because Dave was going to come here and put us under it. And I didn't do it. Didn't do any of that. Got no idea the references. Myself and Ali are coming in here blind.
Mr. Tony, 550 Texas sit open, Mr. Tony.
I don't know. Ali went to bed early last night. He didn't join us for
Well, he's a
final drink at the bar, so he might have been going straight up to the room to do.
Yeah, you think he threw me under the bus? He said, "I'm not going to do that."
And then,
because he said, no, yeah, that won't be happening." But who knows? Maybe he went off to play a cash game. Because cash games are a popular thing here.
Indeed.
Speaking of cash games, Cash Game Festival.
Speaking of Carmen.
Coming up in May alongside the Super High Roller Series of Triton North Cyprus. That'll be going off here May 10th, 25th. And I say in the same room, creating the atmosphere, will be a host of cash games. And I know if you're watching...
They don't let you in the booth for that one. They hide you in the back room, don't they?
They do hide me.
Yeah.
They do hide me. But I'll be here. I'll be at the buffet. So free access to the buffet. But in all seriousness, guys, if you're watching and you're interested, you think you want to get yourself down here, I know there's all sorts of deals available. Like, they look after players down here. If you're going to come down here, play a certain number of hours a day, example, they'll give you free rooms and whatever. Reach out to the great people at Merit if that's something that floats your boat. The action here is good.
Oh.
Make no mistake. May, the weather will be gorgeous. The weather's nice now. It still has that little, not crispness, but, you're not sweltering. May, us Northern Europeans will be burning.
Ace-8 offsuit here. Definitely one of those situations where you could consider an open, but deciding to shove it here. Don't mind that either. It's all pretty close. Lower variance to shove it in a way. Just get the folds a lot of the time and move on with those 2.5 bigs in your stack. King Jack from Skripka, tidy fold.
You didn't see, eh?
I didn't see that. He definitely wouldn't do it on purpose.
And already down to 93. We lost 4 players there in the space of that Triton advertorial.
Yeah.
You win. No.
Cash Game Festivals.
Yes.
They used to be the rage.
Like if the muck is here and the card is here, then it's okay. The floor
cash
can
game
say take it
events.
back. But if it touches the muck, then the hand is dead.
Yeah, I remember a Cash Game Festival series that used to take place in Bratislava and then travel around a lot.
Maybe specifically on table with
a little bit of a
RFID,
different
they
vibe
might
and those
do
kind of
something
things. I
different.
quite like it actually. I did
normally
attend
the
them a few times. They were occasionally partnered up with tournament stuff as well, and that's obviously what's happening at Triton. So I like that idea of having those two things side by side in the room. Triton obviously sort of not like your regular tournament series. Those buy-ins
Slightly
very
bigger.
steep. Maybe only a couple of hundred people in the world really able for those nosebleeds. So, you don't take up a huge amount of physical space compared to, your average 1K, 2K, 5K field.
Right.
So there's plenty of room for those cash games, other side of the room.
Room in the room. And what a room it is, of course. This is a pretty special room, but the diamond is on another level to this. Where that Cash Game Festival and Triton will be taking place. And as I gather, from this moment onwards, all the Merit events will be taking place over in the diamond side.
Yeah, it's a permanent move, I believe. Be sad to see the back of this place. Fond memories already. Lovely poker space, but I suppose they're creating problems for themselves by growing and being more popular and attracting more people. You got to start, building another hotel. They haven't built a new hotel here for at least 6 weeks, I think. So
You're offering your services.
yeah, well, Irish, so we generally the approach in this were sort of born out of a cement mixer.
Yeah. Reichenstein is not out of the mixer yet himself.
Oh, look at that.
Fish.
The ace deuce suited there. He's going to give it a go from +2. Gets peeled by Khalife from the small one. Well, this is an interesting board texture because neither of them have anything on this board, but both should have something on this kind of board, right? The open +2 up a short stack, the peel from the small blind.
Yeah, Reichenstein using these back doors, fire out the one big blinder, specifically targeting a hand like 5s for a fold, maybe the...
Right, some of the ace-X that isn't drawn. There you go.
Makes life a little easier for Reichenstein, who can comfortably check back now here and not particularly comfortable for Khalife here. Who
Yeah, you have some vague hope that you're still ahead on the queen 10-7 against the hands like ace-jack, ace-king that are opening from that seat. King-jack. Once the ace falls, you're like, what can I be exactly?
I wonder if Reichenstein will sort of take the bull by the horns here, maybe fire out another 1.5 big blinds, 2 big blinds sort of bet here, sort of an advanced blocker for the river, still getting value from some 10x, some queen x.
Right, and is that the fact that they only bet 1 blind on the flop, kept in a huge range on the flop, maybe allows him to bet turn. If he'd gone for a larger sizing on the flop, it'd be very hard to bet the turn with an ace deuce, I think, and exactly as you said. There you go, 1.5 blinds, a little bit more.
Game recognizes game.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice from him. I like that. You bet big on the flop, you can't really bet turn. You bet small on the flop, then suddenly the turn bet becomes far more plausible. Reichenstein, here he is. Just as we're coming towards the end of this frame, he's starting to build. Doesn't look thrilled about it.
He's a stoical guy, Uri. He just, goes about his business, workmanlike. It's not to say that there aren't maybe the occasional butterfly of excitement or thrilling, daring moment. Heart maybe beats faster on occasion, but from the outside, yeah, hard to read anything there. He's a stony-faced individual. And a consummate pro at that. Wojciech, Kojak, Telly Savalas. Plainclothes King Jack, not the suited variety.
Yeah, it's
because Kojak was plainclothes detective.
Crit cards, all the 2 5s, but obviously, which I have opening off that shallower stack, can't really get involved. Migbolu, 7-8 of clubs from the big blind, certainly worthy of a defend. I didn't play one hand really, but it was a very nicely played hand. We managed to find a bluff with a 9-5 offsuit blind on blind.
They have a basketball court here at Merrill. I haven't seen it if they have. Wouldn't be surprised.
They must do. No, but just on a straight away. Of course we have one here. Of course we do. They've got everything. There's a squash court. There's tennis courts. Of course there's a basketball court. Yep. Especially as we're in a region of the world that basketball is somewhat popular.
Very popular, yeah.
I always find that hard as a Britishman coming away and reminding myself how popular basketball is outside of the States. I always think of it as an American sport, but it is very popular in Europe.
Yeah, Lithuania, Latvia, these kind of countries are some of the countries that have actually punched very well in the game down the years.
Yeah. In the Balkan states, like Spain. Greece and Turkey, obviously, probably. And we're getting told Taiwan and the Philippines are.
Apparently, it's the
keen
big
on-
sports there's. I mean, Budas, I think, might be a basketball fan. I think we
I think we're getting there.
we've inched our way into an area of expertise here.
I think he's clearly in the know.
You a Bulls fan, Milbudas? Just a general all-round fan. Loves to watch all the guys. Steph,
Yeah, well, I noticed
LeBron.
Regenstein's sitting there wearing his Golden State hoodie. I did clock that, so obviously not from the nations we mentioned, but nonetheless.
Shripka stepping out a little here with the 5-3 suited. Just 19 from the money here, Nocha. Taking his time, as well he might. Take a few minutes off the clock. He's going to commit some chips here. 3 betting, in fact, the ace-6 of clubs.
Yeah, again.
No phone.
No, that's just messing. I mean, he's right, but we know he's not serious.
Yeah.
He doesn't strike me as a serious man. I mean, I'm sure he's a serious man.
You literally can't be on your phone while you're here.
Again, small
you
bet
can't
though,
touch
so I
the
think
phone
Shripka
while-
could come in here with a
You can wait until the
5-3 suited.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we've seen Noah do this. We saw it. He looked with the ace-king in the hand where Skripka had the jacks. We saw him do it a minute ago as well, in a place where a small three did make more sense. But certainly, it's his MO, the small 3-bet. And it creates these sort of situations. Suddenly we're playing an inflated pot where we've got 5-3 facing off against ace-king.
Yeah, wide ranges. 160k in the middle.
And these are good. Like, people say, oh, this is a mistake. You're allowing these hands to peel. But if you take players out of their comfort zone, and I say out of their comfort zone, making them play hands like 5-3 out of position, then maybe they've not looked at these spots. Suddenly, some weird things can develop. That's what happens. If someone's forced to play 5-3 suited out of position, but they flop deuce 4 of their suit, the game becomes a little easier.
Sure does. Question for you here. Going to work in hypotheticals. Obviously, we see Shripka's flopped open-ended, straight flush draw, steel wheel draw. Noha going to fire out the C-bet here, but do you just come with the call? Obviously, you've got so much equity even against the overpairs, but you really don't want to get into that clash against the overpairs, even with this massive World's Fair draw. Don't want to double up Noha, leave yourself with 300k here. Probably better to navigate a bit more carefully, a bit more judiciously. Noha firing the 80k half potter. I think you got to come with a call here. Or maybe not. Maybe you just stick him in and go all you can eat. Well, that's against this particular hand, we know how simple this has made things. But Shripka obviously just deciding, well, I know I've got about 55, 56%. I'm free rolling on all your folds. Let's try it this way.
Yeah. I'm
bit non-standard.
Yeah. Those big pairs are still calling, I think, and you can probably make them fold with some more elaborate sizing, perhaps. But, like you say, he's probably thinking, I'm over this. You guys are just clicking buttons over here.
Yeah.
I'm a favourite against
if
everything but
I'm
aces.
going to be 57% against kings, so be it.
Yeah.
Maybe 5k too.
I don't know if I'm
And maybe if you're in a situation, maybe you think Noah's just making these funky 3-bet sizes with a hand like sevens. Now,
You put that hand
sevens
in the
is going
blender.
to fold now. Can't call every overpair. So there's some method.
Does feel very like a, maybe like an ace-jack of hearts when he does that or something. Like it's tricky because we don't know how he's going to construct a range where he does that huge check raise there, as we saw. But I do wonder if he ever does that with, a deftly played jacks. Like it's not. You're not going to take that line.
Right.
So it does feel like you're just sort of putting the ICM pressure back on your opponent, hoping he has some of the hands he folds, maybe pressurizing some of those middlier hands, the 8s and 9s, and then just being YOLO against the kings.
Here we go. Script cut. And it again with ace-9 and Noha thinking about it against this man, but thinking better of it. Bolo, the very playable 10-9 suited. Just going to have a look from the button. Reichenstein. He's got to build that chip stack up a little bit. Closing from the big. This is a spot where he'd love to be peeling against just the pure open, but once the button gets involved, this hand suddenly becomes far less valuable. But for a min raise, I imagine he's still going to want to play this. 3-way against that button range, suddenly less inviting. Although we can see here, in great shape, as he sees the queen 7-6 flop, even better shape.
Lovely.
Nigrolo with a backdoor diamond draw, gut shot, but Skripka's just going to come out firing on this board. Kind of a little liberal. Has the ace of spades, I guess, is it tips the balance, right?
Indeed, yeah. I think we're going 3 ways to this turn. Nigbolu, every reason to stick around here, backdoor diamonds to go with. And obviously Reichenstein, enough to hang on, not enough to raise his opponents off it. He is short though, so he might be considering the value of just...
It's a pot-size raise if he makes it, isn't it?
It's a tricky one actually. My initial thought was that he can only call here, but actually off that stack it's a little more...
Right. You denied
awkward.
Nigbolu with the kind of hand he's got here with the gut shot and backdoor flush draw kind of.
Yeah, you're not getting any better hands to fold. You're maybe getting a couple of worse hands to call,
and
like you're
this.
protecting yourself against 2 ranges.
And the problem is, a lot of the turn cards are going to get checked back behind. The good ones for you, if it comes like the deuce of hearts, the dream card for you, it's probably going to get checked round behind if you're ahead.
Yeah, you're certainly breathing a sigh of relief when you get the folds through because it's not great, but you have to proceed in the hand, and actually all of the other ways are less clean, less obvious of how you're going to proceed. So yeah, maybe that is just the simplest way. Some word here from the outer tables. We've got some big stacks in the room now.
Well, how about this? We are approaching a break. On the flip side of the break, we will be replacing this cast with a fresh one, and there are some stacks out on this table by the looks of it. Look around at what remains of this field.
Yeah, Daniel Montagnolio, 2.3 million. Michael Uguccioni, 2.1 million. Saman Nakjavani, 1.8 million. And Frieden Mustafov, 1.8 million. They're the chip leaders right now. Rabi Said, who obviously was our chip leader coming into today, he's down to 1.4 million, but still.
Oh, I'll get the violin out.
Yeah, right. And then the entire next group of players are at this table.
Yeah. If you're looking for the stacks that are anything from 5th to 15th, they're right here.
They're all here. Noha with the ladies.
He's had some fun on this table, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he's been in the mix. He's sort of had a bit of everything, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has.
Thought I had 25 in my hand.
Just another hand or two of this session. So you can see there, 33 hands played. So a fairly rapid pace, it must be said. Going to get to maybe 17, 18 hands an hour as we approach the bubble. That's not a bad effort, actually. I know we usually have maybe 21, 22 hands an hour in normal play.
I was going to say, it's not the fastest pace of hands. If you think the action we've had, it's entirely reasonable. It's not the most amount of hands you'd expect, but it's not been slow play.
No, not at all. We've had a lot of turns and rivers too.
Incredible hands. Really, I mean, what could be a highlight package? What we've seen some of these pots, the kind of best hands you'd expect to see through a whole day, perhaps being on display today. The highlight, of course, being that the 10-8 suited versus the Jack Skripka coming in, flopping top set in his first hand at the table and just getting torn apart.
I'm going to ask you to make a prediction, Mr. Dempsey.
I predict.
Is the bubble going in the next 2-hour block?
I thought you were going to. I was going to predict that I was going to make a dent in the desserts out there on this.
Are you going for morning dessert? Well, okay, early afternoon dessert.
Will the bubble burst in the next frame? It's going to be very close, isn't it? That's
very close.
That's about the right number.
It'll certainly be either side of the end of it.
To go. Yeah, I think it will. I think it will.
Damn, I'm not going to be here. It's my favourite time of a tournament.
Milbutas, he's on my side of it.
Well, I don't know. We don't know. So we've just been told he's
Well,
betting half his bankroll. We don't know what that is.
Right. I mean, Khalifa, King, Jack. Found that ace on the turn. We needed it most. We were reliably informed and VAR assured 1 out. But hey, I always feel when people say, oh, you know, someone's hit a 1 out to stay alive, it kind of makes them a bit disparaging, makes them sound lucky. The man got out ace king in the easiest jam spot ever, ran into kings, was having a terrible time of it before that. There was no injustice there. 1 out should be someone's punted it off and kind of got especially lucky. He really, I mean, he's the one sort of playing the widest range, and you see that here, Jack 8 offsuit from the cutoff. He's kind of looking for all these spots to open, and Idemir, 2 queens, 2 of those big stacks, 100 bigs deep. Maybe they're going to have another little go. This is a spot, again, you want to see big 3 bets here, out of position, 100 deep. He's made it over 3x, but it's, in my mind, David, we kind of want to go bigger. As it happens, if you're getting the guy with Jack 8 offsuit, it's going to accomplish some folds, but I want to make the Jack 8 suited fold, and this size wouldn't.
So for our audience at home, break that down for me. You know, you made that same point maybe 3 times now about, you know, the deeper stacks benefiting from the larger sizes. Why is that?
Right, you just want to shallow the stack to pot ratio as we head down the streets. So you make it small, you encourage those peels. Now, some people are saying, I want to encourage action. I've got 2 queens. Yes, that's true, but you want to encourage the right kind of action. You want to encourage the action where you've got a much better idea of what your opponent can have. You don't want to be in a situation where the board comes Jack 8-6 and your opponent can have Jack 8. You want to be in a situation where it comes Jack 8-6 and you know your queens are good bar the sets, or they have fewer flush combinations or fewer straight combinations on certain boards. So, and also, if they want to continue, I want to play for a bigger pot. I've got 2 queens. It's hard to make better than a pair of queens after the 5 cards. So.
And conversely then, as we get to the shallower stacks, so let's say we're in a sort of 20 big blind game with somebody and you can actually go for very small sizings on your 3 bets.
Right.
Talk to me for a moment about the balancing aspect to that, where, you know, you want to go smaller, but you don't want to lay so good a price that everything has to call because they just have to put in another big blind and a half or whatever. How do you factor that into your calculations? Because that's going to be a part of this next frame, as you say. There's going to be a lot of these shallow stacks trying to navigate.
That's the beautiful nuance of tournament poker. How would you do it? Like, that's the golden question, David. I can't give you the answer. I mean, so dependent, so situational. As you said, we're coming up to a bubble. That's going to make a big impact on it. The kind of player playing styles, the perceived ranges. However you want to cut it. That's where it gets really fun. As we see, the players are counting out the gains, seeing where they stand. Reichenstein perhaps going to end this frame with another win and get out of here with nearly 400k. Really just didn't play a hand for the first down, not because he was being tight, just had 10 blinds, didn't really get to be in a situation. But here he is. And there we go. That is our last hand.
I think they move it for us, I think, right? No, we don't need to move the chips, right? They'll...
Not David.
And that is it for this session of play. We will be taking a short break there as we see Sweargaz. Well, didn't he do well there? 1.5 million in chips. Hers 1.4 million. Steadier course. Idemir, well, his stack bounced around quite a bit. 1.3 million. What a day they've had so far. Uri Reichenstein, bit of the story of the short stacks there. Very patient. Started with 10 bigs. Allowed himself to go down as low as 5 or 6, I think, at one point. But then got that little spin going there. And he's a very dangerous player. Obviously, we're going to change the personnel for the next frame. You're going to be in the booth with Ali Najab. But I want to ask you before I leave. Key question here, we're approaching that bubble. And for me, the thing I love about these bubbles is the dynamical stuff between the big stacks and the middle stacks, because it's the middle stacks that can be put under the most pressure. They can be put under the cosh. Talk to me.
Yeah, it's exactly that. We started the day with that same conversation. We're going to see that massively now because, as you say, the big stacks is an easy game, the short stacks is an easy game, middle stacks, how do you navigate? Some of these guys, they're too rich for bubbles. You know, bubbles are for poor people. They're not going to care. They're just going to go blasting off. But some of them, going to be much more in tune of what you're supposed to be doing. And they're, depending on the makeup of the next table, we're going to see some players perhaps forced to play very few hands, and some players who can play a lot more hands, even though they've got the same stacks on the same table, just purely dependent on where the seat draw is. So we'll have to see how that pans out.
Yeah, what's really fun about this next phase of play is as we approach the bubble 3 off, 4 off, our camera crew, the share hand guys, they get such an opportunity to flex now because they get to do their roving camera. We're going to be seeing the whole room. We're going to be getting a real sense of the excitement and buzz in the room as we approach that key moment where, 71 guys are going to walk away with at least $3,400. Not to be sniffed at, but all will be dreaming, of course, of building a big stack to give themselves maximum chance of winning that 200K up top. I'm stepping out of the booth now, but this has been thorough enjoyment. I'm going to be back in 2 hours. I hope that our guy Milbudas is wrong. I hope I get to come back here for the bubble in 2 hours' time, but I think it probably will go in the next segment, so don't go away.
3 days, David. I can hit that buffet a number of times, let me tell you.
Oh, I'm sure people in the chat had a bet going on this one, how long before they mentioned food and that buffet.
But we had a light
I
lunch
think we
today.
lasted 11 minutes. And well done to us for that.
I say light lunch. We had like a little snacky breakfast. I'm far from done on the day.
I got on the halloumi grind. Good halloumi in this part of the world. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
This is a
Oh.
car crash waiting to happen, guys.
Wait, it's... Sorrigas
Just limped.
limps the ace-king. Budakoyak popping it up with the 2-9s, 4xing. And Tantillo, 2 queens in the cutoff. Is he just... Oh, he's just flat. That's...
If it comes limp cold 4-bet, it's going to be pretty strong looking. The queens won't be loving life.
Right, especially from a stack that's that deep. 70 blinds. Noja kind of...
Tantillo's just called, though.
Yeah. Noja with this kind of hand might even want to get involved. I mean, no, I'm glad he has folded because...
Oh, here we go.
Whoa.
With another wired pair.
Whoa. Now, this is going to be bizarre because we can only assume this is trap sprung. Sorrigaz only covered by Tantillo behind, but can't really give Tantillo too many of a strong hand, flatting the raise.
If he sticks it in here, nines can get away. Queens has got an awfully tough decision.
Yeah, I think the 2 hands are going to fold, David.
What the hell? What's going on?
What the hell is going on, indeed?
Flat, shove.
What a quiet.
shove.
I think pretty easy.
So you're calling the action for us there?
He's like, oh, has this really happened? He probably enjoyed the action, the fact that it went limp. He raised, got a flat behind, and a short set's going on. He's probably thinking, right, chance to pick up 200K here. Let's go. Calm. When the limper wants to just put 70 blinds in, David, it's a big one.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's in his mind that it feels very ace-kingy because he shoved and not just flatted. Like if it was the pure trap with aces, kings.
This is the tough spot.
This is really tough.
This is really tough because he's massively under-repped his hand, but forget all that because this man is massively O-prepping. He's limped, seen action behind, gone all in with no follow equity. It just looks like a huge hand. But the problem is, you've under-repped. He just flat the queens, so you trick yourself.
And these are two of the bigger stacks around.
70 blinds, David.
Like you start sort of playing that guessing game with yourself of going, okay, well, I don't think it's going to be any worse than jacks.
Right.
So
is he
maybe I
doing
beat
this-
jacks, but I lose to kings and aces, and ace king. I'd probably rather just dodge
Right,
here
and-
in this situation. Although there is that Savza money lying out there too,
but
so it's interesting.
It comes down to what are the hands he limp jams with. Do you think he's going to be limp jamming with jacks and tens, or is he more likely to be limp jamming with aces and kings? And I always lean to the latter. Aces and kings are the ones people like to trap with. I think this would be almost in the money. This might be a different spot. I know we're still 50 away from the money, but these two got 70 big blind stacks.
Wow.
He folded queens face up,
No,
Queens
or he went with it.
fives?
He went
Oh
with it.
my God.
I think he called.
Oh my God.
I think he called. They said wow straight away, so I'm guessing
Tournament.
he threw a chip in.
Pairs everywhere. Oh my God.
What a spot! What a pot!
Monstrous. Yeah, side pot 1 million, main pot 600k. We've got 1.6 million, we've got 160 big blind pot going off.
Yeah,
on
we'll be
day 3.
basically chip leader here.
Right.
We have one other big stack around the place.
Dreamy flop for Tantio. He's the one who covers, but it is by peanuts. He needs to fade that ace or king. I think he'd.
Oh, there it is, the ace. Sorry, Gaz into the lead.
Sorry, Gaz. Finds it on the
Three.
turn. Sabza now picks up some additional. Gut shot for him to survive.
No, 5 will not help.
Won't be.
No,
8
five
on the
will
river
help.
completes
Yeah.
the board. Tantio down to fumes.
Yeah.
Savza eliminated, and as you say, Sorigaz
Congratulations.
right up there with the tournament chip leaders. We came into the day with Rabi Saad with 1.7 million, and he had a good 400k gap to the imagine towards that bubble. Then maybe slam on the brakes. The min cash was.
Battle of the pocket pairs here. Tantio, a significant underdog when these ones are flipped up.
Okay, yeah.
There is a chance that an ace king, ace queen might wake up behind and offer him the kind of isolation he would badly need in this situation. But failing that, he's going to have 18% to survive, and poor old Tantio, well, his day got ruined quick.
Steve asked for the count here with the jack fives. How much is that? You know, just everyone realised he's all in for just 6 blinds. I don't want anyone to make it fold too quickly.
It's not limp, raise,
Yeah, he was big blind.
all in.
No, the 10,
Shovel
40,
top of 700k.
all
Gentlemen, he's
in.
got queens.
I thought there is a two.
What a big tough score.
Hey, it worked out better for
Yeah.
Oh, and
ace king
exactly
up
what
there.
I thought could potentially offer Tantio a lifeline is
Limp.
exactly
But
what
then he
has
doesn't go
probably
all in if
happened
he
now.
limped. He was big blind.
Profit lapping.
Ah, what a great outcome for Tantio. Little does he know now.
Potakovic, last time with the
Oh,
nines,
you made a mistake.
having to fold in a weird spot. Now he's got 8s.
I didn't limp. I thought he limped.
Nah, mate, you were first to act.
No problem.
You went 10,000, he went 40.
Yeah, I know. But
Yeah.
I thought he limped, and I called the limp. Anyways, that's
So either way, you still limped with ace king.
still the limp.
Congratulations, it worked out.
I called the limp. I didn't limp. No.
We'll come back to that in a
You
moment
called the
because
raise, you mean?
Tantio's at risk.
That's good. It worked out for you, man.
Trying to beat ace king again.
All right.
So far so good. Once more.
Tantio.
Interesting discussion going on about the previous hand. The biggest.
Oh, and
my
well,
God.
when it's not your day, it's not your day. Idemir, big slick holding up there. Tantio hits the rail,
Wow.
and it's right on the line. I think you're going to be very happy getting it in with 6s. 4s and 5s are the tricky ones, and you know, he's
Right.
ultimately just decided his opponent probably goes with enough of the non-pair variety hands to tip him over into the call. Can't really blame him either. And, well, the same red jacks now being passed along to Skripka. And oh my goodness, Noja with the big slick. There's going to be a confrontation here. These are two of the biggest stacks. We've now got two of the biggest stacks in the room, maybe the two biggest stacks in the room on the same table.
Yeah, I mean, Skripka's just joined us on this table. We've seen him fold one hand, and here he comes.
This could get messy.
Will not work.
It's not fair.
I think it's okay now. It's okay now. No.
He's got it. He's got it.
Interesting when
let
someone
him
gives
do
this
it.
much talk and then they're about to 3-bet. Well, it's not fair you got that many chips.
How many
What's going
chips
on
you
here?
have? 1.7 million.
So slow.
Unless he's not about to 3-bet. Because he is sitting there with $1 million and his opponent is covering him, which is probably only one or two people who do cover. He is going to do the small 3-bet.
And here we go. One of the monster stacks now behind with 2 sevens. And against that sizing,
You could justify a call here
Right.
and decide to kind of weirdly set mine.
I mean, you're playing 90 big blinds effective,
And you've position.
and you're calling 4 blinds on the button.
Yeah. Oh, wow. This is interesting. I don't know. And then I think if it gets back to Skripka, probably just finds the call. Does let it go. Here's. I do agree with you, though. I think it's very tempting to just call with great visibility there on the button going forward. I know you're sort of gambling that Skripka doesn't come in with the 4-bet to some extent because you don't want to face any more action pre. But if that doesn't happen, you do get a pure set mine spot against possibly 2 very strong ranges that will pay you off if you hit.
Yeah, well, the good thing about that is if you've got the 2 sevens on the button, you know Skripka's never folding for an additional 20. If I look at this, Idemo saying, I see the situation that might clear. I want to play with the 10-8 suited from out of position.
Yeah. And he's only playing 65 big, so...
Skripka's just come to this table. He's looking around and he goes, there are a lot of chips on this table.
There's
what
so
the
many
hell's
chips on
been
this
going
table.
on?
It's actually preposterous. The average stack right now is only something in the region of the 600k stacks.
Right.
But there's an 850, a 1.1, a 1.4, a 1.7. Like, there's just chips on chips
I
here.
can't say anything. I would even tell you my hand. But
I love this guy, no, I have to say. What a character.
tournament poker, man. The best.
Yeah, the T-shirt tipped us off.
Yeah. Like, strictly speaking, he's 3 ways here. He probably shouldn't be speaking, but he's not really talking about anything meaningful. I think he's kind of just having fun.
So I can't talk, it's 3-way. He wants to talk, but he can't.
Nearly 9. Not 150.
He might get asked to... Oh, there we go. Just a call. Okay, so look. Idemir...
Hers is going, why'd I fold 7s?
Yeah, oh my god, what a pure spot with 7s now. Well, 10-8 suited has just flopped the world.
Skripka, top set. Idema with the open-ended straight draw and flush draw.
He might check through here. No, may very well not bet here. In fact, I would recommend against it. I know he's got the king of spades in his hand, but it's a very, very connected board. It's hard to miss that board. I think he'd be well advised to knuckle this one.
If he doesn't, though, if he does bet,
If he puts one chip in the pot here, one big blind, he could set off a chain reaction.
it's lift off.
So you switch it off.
He's got the king of spades. He does check it back. 5 on the turn.
Well, I think if you're Idemir, you're probably thinking, well, maybe my opponent's got ace, king, and ace, queen each here. I should probably take a stab here, try and win this one outright. Still got a lot of equity. Can take all the heat, even if raised 90k into 150 here. Skripka, well, maybe kind of trying to work out the likelihood of 7-8 suited in the hand of Idemir. We know that it is actually possible given that he's called with the 10-8, but he's going to be much more thinking, well, no, he's probably got 9 6s or 5s, and I've got a lovely set over set situation here. I better put some more chips in.
Right, this is the bizarre scenario where you're in a spot where you've got top set rather than second set or third set because you do block all those top pairs that predominantly the value range.
Yeah.
Really here. But like you say, I mean, you think the overcall from the blind is more likely to be pocket pair heavy, so therefore we could be in a set situation. And of course, it's a wet board. We want to protect a little bit. It'll also get money in against those hands as quickly as possible.
There you go.
Now, if you're Idemir, obviously you've got that clean 30% here, so you're getting the right price. But do you decide to use it as a semi-bluff as well? I think you can maybe just call here, given that you've probably created a situation where there's no fold equity on your semi-bluff. I think you can probably just call to hit, and if you miss...
Yeah. It's, again, Skripka kind of has all those strongest hands as well. Remember, he opened, got micro 3-bet call behind, so he can be in there with the 7-8 as well himself. I mean, there's no reason he doesn't have all these nutted hands. He has all those pairs as well. It's not like if you're up against a more defined range of Noja here, where he's kind of was the 3-better, then maybe you can get more frisky on this turn. But as it is, he does have a decision. Like you say,
Yeah.
the
His
direct
direct price
odds.
is like 28, 29%, and we see there that he knows he's going to have probably clean outs for 30%. So with that in mind, I think you can call, and then you're printing extra if you get the rest in, and that gets called on the river. It's tough, though, because it is a meaningful portion of your stack here. You're sitting there with 535k. Bubble is looming.
What is going on in this table?
Oh,
Setup after setup. Huge pots. I can say Script has just joined the fray. Sees the call. And he's like, I've just joined this table. I've been micro free bet. This guy's called the thing. And then now I'm in a 700k pot with top set. Oh,
he has got there.
the wettest of wet ones. The flush and the straight getting there.
He's got to do his own betting here.
Yeah, half pot behind.
He's
This
only
is just-
got, yeah.
This has just got to be jammed. He does.
And while, as you say, it is as wet as can be, I think Sripka's probably just got to call it off on the off chance that he's got a set.
Yeah.
9, 6, and 5s may well still take this line.
They just jam the turn. Do they not just 3-bet? I don't know.
I agree that that's what would happen more often, but I think it would be such a disaster to let it go. I don't know. As you say, like everything got there, so maybe. But I'm not sure he's putting too many 10-8s or, you know.
Yeah, it's the flush that's the.
It's more likely
the
made
concerns.
hands when you cold call out of that big blind scenario against the cold
Yeah.
3-bet.
I'm trying to think what the most. Like what bluffs you can kind of get here with on the river. I mean, is he sat there with. I don't know. I can't think of many.
Queen Jack? And he's now decided.
Just suddenly decides
I'm
to
gonna
bluff.
put it in.
I mean, does the. Yeah, just some maybe like ace jack with the ace of spades. Does that kind of go heroic? But again, we got 2 jacks, so.
Queen 10 and doesn't want to get reverse
But
free
again,
rolled. I don't know. Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
Queen 10, does it really get this far? And if it does it decide to turn to a bluff? Are you kind of calling there, assuming you're up against some weakness? It's hard because you sat there with a flop top set in this really bizarre pre-flop scenario. Got to here, you've just joined the table. There's action galore, is what you can figure out. And now here you are facing a half-pot river jam for a man who cold called from the big. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm still trying to work out the hands we can beat, and what hands can be bluffing. There's always got to be something. There's always something I haven't thought about, David, when it comes to bluffing.
I think it's just going to be in the mind that 5s, 6s, and 9s may have played this way, and it would be a bit of a disaster not to snap those ones off. But you're right, the Queen of Spades, well, everything gets there. And it's funny, had Idemir checked, well, the value bet probably comes in the form of these chips.
Yeah. Horrible shot for Skripka. In a very warm welcome back to the Crystal Cove Marriott Hotel and Casino here. James Dempsey still here with you, but sub it in David Lappin for the one and only.
Get him out of here.
What's his name again?
Ali Najad.
That's the one.
I'm not the important man, though, James. Let's take a look at our 9 players at the feature table here as continuing coverage of day 3 of our Merit Poker warm-up series that has amassed a prize pool of over 1.1 million with 71 players going to be paid, still closing in on the bubble. And got a few mouthfuls on our hands here, Dempsey, as I look at these 9 names.
I'm going to lead into your pronunciation abilities for this frame, I feel.
I'm going to do my best. I'm going to lean even further in turn on our producer, Molbitas, for the correct pronunciations.
35.
He's throwing up flares, Holly. No one's happy with this lineup.
He's just replied in our headsets to say, "Oh my God, tough ones." Well, we will certainly do our best. As Zugralin, ace 10 under the gun.
There you go, Holly. Starts already. Jugralin.
Jugralin. Seems self-evident in retrospect,
It
if
really
I'm being
does.
honest. No 7 deuce games afoot for Mehret.
And Ollie, the first thing I want to notice about this, for those of you, unlike Ollie, who were with us before the break, is a very different dynamic on this table, given the number of chips. Our first table was very deep, multiple stacks, over 1 million. This one, much more common for what we see around on the floor at this stage of the tournament. We'll see how that changes the play. There'll be a lot less.
Well, in spite of all that depth, though, we did see some real collisions during that first frame.
Right. There was some huge pots went off for those who are just joining us. You did miss out on the action. For those who were here, you saw it all. Multiple 1.5 million chip pots.
As I walked about the room elsewhere beyond the feature table during the first frame, I found a number of massive stacks. Obviously, to put together a prize pool of $1.1 million in a $2,200 buy-in event, it's going to require a number of re-entries and quite a bit of chips in play. So, not altogether uncommon to be bearing witness to those sorts of stacks at this stage.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of blood on the floor by the time we wrap up tonight, Ollie.
Closing in on that bubble, thinking back on the last series, which I know you weren't here for, James, but David and I certainly bore witness to some real collisions that you might not have otherwise expected in terms of the implications of having that sort of reckless abandon at that stage in the tournament, but it certainly makes for exciting coverage, unexpected maneuvering.
Yeah, I mean, we were just discussing it before we came on. It's a lot of fun when you see players deviate from the accepted correct plays.
Absolutely. Not so fun, though, for those who are trying to make sense of what's going on out there.
And yeah, you're playing and you're thinking, this guy's going to react this way with this hand. Next thing you know, you've been shot out the back.
Showers.
All right.
Jack 4, a hand that has enjoyed some notoriety of late, being put to work here by Shapira in the cutoff.
Yeah, this is straight away quite a deviation from that position. Even from that position, Jack 4 suited. But Nurmagomedov defending King 10 from the small, must be said. So already, with that big stack alley, he's not too concerned about the fact that we're closing in the bubble here. He's the table chip leader, 1.3 million.
Can well afford to get involved in these sorts of confrontations, and obviously people do need to be mindful of altercations against the resident Grim Reaper.
Right, which is all the more reason to note the Jack 4 open. He's like, okay, I don't care, let's play. And there you go.
Nevertheless.
Picks up the pot. And breathe. You're on the feature table. You get off to a good start.
Don't go jinxing anyone.
Win the first pot. It settles the nerves, Ollie. It settles the nerves.
What about that grande espresso that you've assembled for yourself? Is that settling your nerves, or is that just sending you into the stratosphere?
Funny you should say that. It was quite nerve-wracking in the creation because the barista out there was going all out to pull off some phenomenal latte art.
Well, he knew that he was serving the great James Dempsey.
Well, what he didn't realize was the great James Dempsey was under some time pressure to make it back to this room. But I didn't want to stop an artist in the creation of his art.
Fair, well met. I would have covered you.
So yeah, the nerves were racing a little bit, especially when mine wasn't the first latte under creation. I thought it was. It was coming up to the counter. I thought, oh, that's useful. And he goes, no, it's for the waitress who's waiting there. You're next up.
Michalak looks like
he's dressed.
He's got some ideas.
He's dressed in the same theme of the Carmen theme series: the black hoodie, the red sunglasses.
That is not in the theme of the Carmen series whatsoever. Perhaps the rose tint on the glasses, an ambitious invocation by you, but Other than that, a black hoodie, I would say, is much more so in the spirit of a poker room in general.
Come and shoot me down, okay. It's like that. I'm having my coffee. I'll be back.
Dempsey licking wounds as Kneisser is looking to create some with ace-8, opening to 35,000. Blinds 10 and 15K with a 15K big blind ante. No takers. The boys are just feeling one another out for the time being, it would seem. Only seen one flop thus far.
Yeah, this is actually quite a fun level. You mentioned the blinds there with the 10, 15, a slightly bigger small blind than half a big blind. When we get to situations we're going to see blind on blind, it's going to induce more completions from the small. The reason that's interesting is because we're coming near the bubble, so that's the sort of time when we might see a few additional folds from the small. Now those players don't get to fold. Wow, that's about the nerdiest thing I've ever brought up in the commentary booth, I have to be honest with you. Previewing a potential small blind limp that's a little wider than usual despite the bubble. All right.
Andre Mereb, ace-queen suited, awaits him.
All these guys have got dressed in red or black. They all got the memo.
Memos being issued here to the tune of 35K. Just north of the minimum. Ace-7. Inadequate.
Even off that stag early, you're happy. Raising up with the ace-queen, gets all the way around, all the murderers make way. We're, what, 15 away from the money. You're left just to face off against the very short stack from the big blind. And Puster does have a little decision here with that 6-3 suited. Whatever happens, he's going to take some time doing it with 15 players to
It
go
sure
to the
seems
money.
that way. You would think we were a lot closer than we are, but we do begin to see a little bit of this sporting stalling sort of behavior. If anything gets egregious, abusive, certainly staff will step in, and players will ask for staff to step in if need be.
Yeah, it's part of the game. There's no,
And to be fair, most people aren't going to be complaining about it.
no, that's
Given
the funny
it's good
thing.
for
It's good for all.
for everyone. 8-5 tray here as the ace-queen has been outflopped. Pustula checking with the flow of play. Mereb did not hesitate.
Oh, just put him in. Put Pustula in for the remaining 125. This is horrible. Yeah. You peel against it. I'm like, wow, he just lets it go. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that not worth evaluating, James, in terms of a willingness to defend with that holding once we flop a pair?
Well, what surprised me is Pustula took all that time before the flop. Again, should be a bit of time wasting. I'm not calling them time wasting. You should do that in this situation. You're kind of a short stack. You're near the money before calling. The speed at which he followed the flop, despite flopping a pair, is kind of interesting. He just thought, I'm not continuing with a pair here. It's kind of surprising that he did it that quickly.
But a pair is certainly among the most common positive developments for your holding.
And a pair on a very low running board
Right.
against an undergun open.
Which happened to be the best hand in that spot.
I'm not saying he should call. I'm saying there should probably be more thought about calling, especially, like I say, given taking up time is advantageous too. But of course, we join these players. This is our, second, third hand with them, but they've been playing together for the first 2 hours of the day, so there's a lot of information out there that we're not privy to.
Now it's 9-5 of spades as the deck is simply taunting the short stack of Pustula, and he is limping here.
And yeah, I got my small blind, big blind situation to go.
Happens to be dominating Mereb's 9-3.
Yeah, that's an unlikely spot to be in.
Jack 6 tray as the 9-5 is outflopped here.
It is, but Pusto's not necessarily done on this pot. Wants to stab some hands. This is a pretty good one. We're going to pick up a lot of good turn cards with the 9-5 of spades. You see the straight potential. Backdoor spades.
15K bet and called, and then on the turn, the third heart does create the best hand for Pustula, but delivers a heart draw to Mehreb.
Yeah, Pustula going to slow down now. Obviously, he beat some of that 3x from Ali. There you go, this hand had it all. Back and forth. Threw out Mehreb with the flush.
Yeah, the check back on the turn, delivering him the best hand, Mehreb that is.
Yeah, and it's a weird one because I think Pustula thinks he's up against quite a decent amount of 3x here.
Oh my gosh. Oh, now, initially I thought Mehreb didn't realize he had made the flush. It looks like he absolutely knew.
He knew. I thought the same. I thought he was about to muck the winner.
I saw.
Good job.
Oh.
Open the card.
Oh, now it seems that he didn't actually realize.
I think, yeah, he didn't realize and just showed like, oh, you got lucky, I popped a 3.
Waste time on camera, it will penalty or no? What? If I waste time on camera, it will penalty or no? More thinking, I mean.
You open before the 9.
Yeah, I
Open the 9. Yeah.
I saw the heart. I'm like,
Mehreb really among the local legends here at Merit Poker, where he has been playing exclusively everything for the past 14 years. Producer Molbitas advising us that he likes to build up an image for some time as a tight, passive player, and then boom, drop the hammer with something wild and unorthodox. So,
yeah, I was just looking at his Hender mob. Every single one of his recorded caches has come here in Cyprus. The man knows where he likes to play. Yeah. And he's
Mr. Adrian, come back to your seat, please.
meanwhile,
Mr. Adrian, come back
Hamidov
to your seat, please.
opens the ace-7.
So all Omaha players were ready to start
Jugralin
new
with
table. Omaha would limit
pocket
5
fours.
cards. So Mr. Abdel,
yeah, actually it looks like Mehreb
Grigori, Andrei,
managed to come 14th here in the warm-up back in January. So maybe a warm-up specialist.
Vladimir and Roman. Take your seat, please. Omaha 5 card.
Mehreb,
ready
that
to
is.
start.
Yeah. It looks fun nonetheless anyway. I like what I see already, Ali.
And here is Mehreb in the small ace-5. Shades have been removed.
Yeah, interesting. Shugarland's decided to get involved with 2-4s in the hijack. You've got players to act behind you. You're only playing 30 bigs. Sure, in a normal situation, maybe you want to splash here, but I'm a little surprised with getting close to the bubble.
Michalak with pocket 6s has those 4s in a rough way.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad development for Shugarland, I suppose, in position 3 away with the 2-4s.
Flop comes queen, 9-7, and the one man without a pocket pair pre has the best hand post.
Yeah, well, not a board he's going to be too wild about having been peeled by the hijacks. There's definitely one that should suit that seat. I wonder if Shugarland will
35.
take a stab with that in mind, and he does. Nice, okay, so electing to flap perhaps a little wide before the flop, but
Sure.
countering that with understanding where he is on a lot of board textures, and perhaps that maybe he's saying again, we haven't been watching these guys play. Maybe Nuramanov is opening a little too wide, and so he says, I'm going to counter that by flatting a bit wider, being able to bluff these kind of spots.
Pre-flop aggressor does check call.
Yeah, it was quite a small bet for that kind of texture.
Third diamond and a second 9 delivered on the turn here. Bit problematic for the ace-7 if Shugralin decides to follow through.
Yeah, certainly is. Very hard now for Shigralin. With obviously no diamond. But he does unblock all the kind of straight draws that are going to continue on the flop, or the gut shots for that small sizing. So does decide to fire once more, and again gone pretty small here. I think maybe thinking he may have been just kind of be ahead with this, knock out a lot of equity, but also on the off chance you have to kind of hand like 7, you can probably make it fold. But
I mean, any resistance and the pocket fours can find them up quite easily, which is sort of a helpful attribute. And that second barrel does earn him the pot against the better hand. So,
yeah,
well played.
I think he'd be. I think if you went and told him, you know, you were actually behind in that hand and your opponent thought a better hand, he'd be surprised. But because there are so few sort of 7x he's expected to see there, he's thinking, I do have like King Jack with a diamond. I'm still ahead of that kind of thing.
Like some of the Ace 10, Ace Jack business was in there tearing one off.
Yeah.
And you get a look at the mothership, as it were, our streaming feature table here at Merit Poker, where significant investments have been made in attempting to bring you some of the best in free streaming poker coverage for those that aren't able to join us here. Just want to soak up some mid-stakes tournament action. Realistically speaking, this is sort of the caliber of play that most who are embarking upon their poker career and working their way up the ranks will be likely met with on their journey. And truly a remarkable mix of talent levels in these fields. Very multi-ethnic, multinational. But everybody here has gotten word of exactly what's going on under this roof, and it is all good things. Which is how Jugralin feels about pocket jacks on the heels of the fours as he opens to 35,000.
Altanuk, 2 4s in the big, obviously a pretty easy continue for him. 2 of the comfortable stacks. It's actually kind of fun, Ali, watching one of these tournaments with an hour-long clock with good structure that you get to see the bubble play it that little bit deeper.
Sure.
Yeah. This table, a little shallower than the last, as I mentioned, but still we're playing sort of 30 to 50 big blind effective poker. It does allow for a little bit more action, a few more flops.
Well, not sure we're going to see too much action on the 10-9-3 board out of Altunuk.
Well, as you told Ali.
Yeah. Exhibit A, by the way, in terms of expecting the unexpected out of a lot of our characters here at these streaming tables. Of course, the 2 jacks not going to be altogether concerned, but also may not be seeking to inflate the pot.
Yeah, although I'm not a particular fan of this lead on a 10-9 board against a +3 open, there is some merit to this idea of with these kind of pocket pairs, you get a pretty decent flop to whoever's 1 under, but you do knock out sort of the ace-8s of the world, hands like that. But I prefer this more on a, let's say, a 10-7-3 board, a little less connectivity to the Broadway combinations that your opener's going to have. We see here, Jugralin just deciding to raise it up to 2 jacks.
Interestingly, I'm not certain that Altunuk would have been facing a smaller bet than the one that he decided to come with on the flop. Granted, unable to see the turn as he folds, but got the information I think he was seeking.
Right. Yeah,
somewhat astute in terms of kind of recognizing that a lot of the combinations that are going to be opening from Jugralin are going to include the Broadway combos, the big aces that have not hit that board in a manner better than a pair of 4s.
Yeah, like I say, the 10-9 just is always a dicey one to lead out on because all those Broadway combos are having some interest. You don't really deny too much equity, but in this instance, if we're going to be results orientated, lost the minimum.
Yeah.
Bet. Got a heavier amount of resistance and moves on.
Yeah, it wasn't a strong relationship he had with the 4s, let's call it. To be fair, I myself don't generally get into strong relationships with 4s either. I like them to be 8s, 9s, the occasional 10, if you will, before I Really make a commitment, James.
So it may be a fleeting engagement with a 4 every now and again.
I try to steer clear of the 4s, if I'm being honest. Jack 3 suited here for Michalik.
So only when you get dealt a whole bunch of 4s and 3s that you appreciate the 10s and the 9s, Ollie. You're looking at me as if to say, no, I'm all right. I appreciate the 10s just fine as it is. Okay, we'll move on.
Button raise will get through. Michalik is a very accomplished online player who operates under the handle Olo Rionek, live tourney player, big basketball fan.
We were discussing this before. We've got a lot of basketball fans in the field and in this region in general.
Oh yeah, Turkish basketball is a big deal.
Yeah.
In fact, many players who are either destined for the NBA or perhaps are more toward the twilight of their careers will come and enjoy careers here in Turkey.
11, 10 people till the money.
Michalik has had great success in Merit Poker festivals.
They don't update
having
count maybe.
picked up
I know, yeah.
Might be like
big wins and
stop people from
final table appearances.
I'm also think that.
maybe 78, 70.
He does kind of have all of the trappings of a guy who's very much in the comfort of his own home.
Take your time.
Does Michalik when you observe him at the table.
Yeah, I'd say that's true of a lot of the players here. It's weird to have a field this big, and yet nearly all of them are kind of locals, if you will. They just regular to this room.
Yeah, whether they live in the area or not, they just play their poker here and are very familiar to the staff. Some deep personal relationships, by the way. I mean, the staff truly have a family vibe about them amongst one another and with the players.
Yeah, for such a big venue, it has a very small poker room feel to it. That's for sure, and that's a really hard thing to balance.
Yeah,
it really is. But they do a very good job of it here.
Ace-8 offsuit, deciding to spin the wheel, but no patrons. And these sorts of pickups will be very important for Pustula as he is trying to get on the right side of the money bubble here. Still 15 players separating us from that bubble at last count.
Yeah, it hasn't changed since we came up from that break. I don't know whether it's players suddenly realize, oh, come up from a break, oh, we're nearly in the money, and psychologically players switch around. Pussy, actually, I'm just looking through his results. Pretty remarkable already. He's got 500k in earnings according to the Hennemob. But his biggest cash is only, I say only, it's all relative, but 54k. So only 10% of his total. That's kind of unusual.
Yeah.
That means he's been knocking on the door a lot.
And grinding.
Yeah, that's impressive.
King 6 suited for Mehreb.
No, Shapiro. This is a man who opens Jack 4 from the cutoff. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Queen 7 from the button. Ah, there we go. What do we say?
We really need to stop.
A little different to Queen 7 after the Jack 4 suited, of course. But
well, there is that big stack of
maybe
Nur Muhammadov in the big blind that could be certainly
It's
playing a
discouraging.
part. Pocket 6s there.
Also, he looks like the kind of man who doesn't like his big blind being raised.
He was quick to jam over the top with the 6s here. Hauls it in.
Yeah.
Such a nice luxury.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense with the 6s. A little over 20, the small one's limping in. They're not going to be playing a super trappy style. Again, given that we're reasonably close to the bubble, especially a stack of that size, the 380k. Like, a little bit above average, but not especially short. They're the ones that are going to find it hardest to trap. Oh, did you have any tales from the buffets today? I didn't see you there this morning.
No, no. You and I, a quick nosh on the break. It's about the extent of my indulgences thus far today. One does not want for food when they come to Merit Poker, that's for sure. Ample provisions on hand at all times.
Yeah, I went up with David this morning for breakfast. And he said, "What time does does breakfast close, or the buffet close in the diamond?" I went, "Well, David, I happen to know this quite well. The breakfast is served from 7 a.m. to 11:30 a.m.
Wow.
At which point, late breakfast is served from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then lunch is served from 1 p.m. So there is no break in service."
I mean,
Wow.
you're
I always thought there was.
a little bit more, thank you.
Afternoon from the hijack.
Servicing King Jack suited. Jugalin going to just flat from the big with the ace queen. Neck and neck in stacks.
Average stacks near the money. We see it's down to 81 now. I think very reasonable to go towards low variance routes at this stage.
Jugalin tends to agree as he checks the 8-8-7 board, and Altunok goes to work. Ace of diamonds working for Jugalin here.
And Jugalin will continue those two blinds with the ace high with that backdoor diamond draw.
Not what Altunok wanted to see, and now the ace of clubs actually could be pesky in terms of this second check from Jugalin, incentivizing Altunok to represent this card.
Right. Jugalin is the one least likely to have an ace here. Altunok the one most likely, so a natural continue.
60K, of course. We know that the ace-queen is not going to be finding the muck.
Yeah, you make this very difficult for Jugalin to continue with any kind of straight draw, although we're ahead of that with King Jack, but you make it very difficult with the pairs 2s, 3, 6s, 2s through 6s, pardon me, and even some of the 7x hands won't enjoy carrying on here. I'm interested that he went 60k into 140. Could have seen him go a multitude of sizings here, but makes it very easy for Jugalin to, well, I was going to say to call, but comes with a raise.
I'm a bit surprised to see it, honestly, James, because of some of the stuff that you alluded to already with respect to kind of level stacks.
Yeah.
81 left, 71 paid, paired flop.
Yeah, it's not really a board I think you're too worried about denying equity.
Did he flash the ace there?
He did. He flashed the ace, specifically the ace of diamonds.
It's enough?
It's enough. But, you know, he's up against a weaker ace there. They would have got him some extra action.
Personally, the impish side of me would have preferred to flash the queen and then ask the same question. Is it enough? A lot of times, though, you'll see the good card flashed just to buy some respect.
Yeah. I'm on the bubble. I'm not messing around here. Yeah.
Intelligence coming in from producer Mobitas now, James, regarding that prior feature table that we had. They haven't slowed down without the cameras present.
Yeah, you think maybe they're showing off for the cameras. Turns out not. They're still ramming into each other up there. And that table had to have the most chips on it of any table in the room. Very, very deep.
From King Jack suited to Ace Jack suited, still in clubs for Altunok.
Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't have this one last time.
Sorry. I mean iced t-shirt, not juice. Not iced t-shirt.
Mr. Vasilyev. Fixes Omaha 4 card, 5-10.
Yeah, dog.
This is, of course, day 3. Here's a Carmen warm-up. First day of tournament coverage for us. We had a cash game last night. Rather juicy 25-50 hold'em that quickly developed into the 50-100 and the 51-2. And I think if we let them carry on, who knows what that would have ended up. Albert here would have.
Well, they kept playing.
Yeah.
After we
any intel,
finished our stream. No, I did run into Albert Dar. I should have asked him prior to coming into the booth today. Ran into him and his girlfriend who are here. Going to be a third straight hand for Altanok that gets played, and people might start to regard this as a little speedy.
Well, I've also got a problem for him. He's going to keep improving his hand strength. Then he's only got one more left in the tank.
Yeah.
So you better make this one count. And it is round to Pustula with the shortest stack at the table and a very reasonable looking queen, 9 of diamonds to defend with. He's in a very bad scenario.
Yeah, he sure
Should
is.
catch a piece. Especially as you say, Ali, Altanok on for the hat trick.
Yeah.
Or hat trick of the hands played, at least.
7 bigs. Call it 6 now after he defends. And 7-5 deuce. Perhaps mercifully not connecting with Pustula. Checks it over.
Yeah, if he was deeper here, Pustula could consider some nonsense with the 2 overs and backdoor diamonds, but too shallow and against a +2 open. Got to give it a little bit of respect.
Of course, those pots are so painful when you're on the short stack.
Mr. Tauri and Jad. Tauri and Jad. Fixes Hold'em 5-15.
Quite a different climate here at this particular table than the one that preceded it. James, obviously a function of the stack dynamics in part. Maybe we're a bit closer to the bubble as we've touched on, but also just a steely group of characters here.
Yeah, the other table there was a lot of chat. A lot of the players I think knew each other. I'm sure a lot of these players knew each other, but a lot of those players seem to know each other very well. And even with a quiet table, Ali, you get a couple of hands go off and it loosens up the jaws, I always find. Canessa, ace, king. That's going up. Oh. Graphics saying she got it, but he's folded. And is it Pavlov behind is the one with the decision? 2 5s. Again, we're seeing a little liberal calls. In position.
Price was attractive, but out of the small. And off of that ever-dwindling stack, Pustula declines.
Yeah, this is the fun one. I think Pavlov's, again, deviating a little bit, calling against a player who's opening off only 25 blinds. But with 10 away from the money, you cover that player. It's very hard for them to to bluff you, or very hard for them to knock you off some equity, I should say.
Kniser flopping trip aces here.
Yeah, that'll do.
Of course, these paired boards can sometimes leave these pocket pairs with continued interest post-flop, as Kniser, with the 30K follow-through, does get called by Atanas Pavlov. Turn is the queen of clubs, and that is the kind of development that should leave the fives a little bit less comfortable in the face of a second barrel. Oh, but look at this. Kniser checking it over to Pavlov, and he is going to take the bait here. Bets 25,000, just a nibble, but nevertheless 25K we can't imagine would have been a part of his calling range.
He got the absolute max.
Check raise to 80. Making quick work of those pocket fives. You see Pavlov a little irritated there, but took a stab. Didn't work out. Nicely executed there from Joseph Kniser. Pavlov, by the way, does travel to a lot of live tournaments, but is a newcomer to the Merit Poker circuit. I think we're seeing a decent number of newcomers as fields continue to grow and expand here. A lot of word of mouth, if we're being honest, contributing to ever-growing interest in what's happening here in North Cyprus.
And I'm actually still surprised, Ali, that it hasn't got bigger than it's already got. I mean, this place has expanded massively, not just literally expanded.
Yeah.
The field size is. I know it's continually growing, but I'm actually surprised even more people haven't found it out here because, you know,
it's fairly easy to get to. You know, it's not as challenging as one might imagine.
Some people are probably thinking, sitting here just waxing lyrical about the place because we're here. It is genuinely one of my favorite spots.
It's terrific.
It's an amazing place.
Normally, king-queen suited is terrific, but when you're facing two kings, it certainly is not. Pavlov.
Yeah.
3-betting to 90K. On the heels of having had his hand smacked with that check raise on the turn from Kniser, it might look like he's a wounded bird.
Both don't have hands, Ali.
Waiting for it to get back around, and there it is. Shugralin.
Yeah, it's just kind of fun, like I was saying earlier. We get to play the bubble, but a little deeper than maybe in some tournaments. So, whoa!
Certainly did not expect that. And the good news for Shugralin as he gets snap called is that he has Pavlov well covered. May have factored into his choice here, but two red kings, not what he wanted to be shown, James.
Yeah, this is. Shugralin got the king queen suited. I think that's a good enough hand to call with and play some flops. But hey, like you just said, maybe he read something into Pavlov having lost the last hand. We are near the bubble. You think this guy's not going to 3-bet call it off too light, and he's right. He can't 3-bet call it off too wide. And there are going to be a lot of 3-bet folds. There's going to be a lot of 3-bets of value that have to fold as well. So you can't just hate on this just because he runs into the absolute worst scenario.
Yeah, and that scenario includes drawing dead on the turn. No sweat whatsoever. Pavlov, an immediate full-size double-up. Should be a welcome development. That should vault him up and over 1 million total in chips.
Not a lot of reaction. Anyway, it's all business. Just doubled up on the bubble in the last 100 players.
Yeah, like I said, a steely bunch.
Just 200
These guys
gaps up,
here.
and they're just, yeah, pots a pot. I'm on my way to doubling up Ollie through these chocolates.
Yeah, well, that's part of the Persian New Year spread that is here at the front of the room. So enjoy, my friend. Producer Molbitas stepping in to advise me that it's called Nodus. Thank you, Molbitas. I'll handle the Persian things around here. I don't step in and tell you how to pronounce pirogi, piroshki, whatever you want to call it. You know, that's your department.
Ollie, you're looking a bit out of shape there.
To be fair, I've gone to Iran once at the age of 2, and anyone that follows world politics can probably tell it's not the best place currently for me to be visiting, unfortunately. But beautiful country, beautiful people, many of whom have traveled here during their holiday on Nowruz to Merit to take in a little bit of poker, a little sunshine. Extraordinarily beautiful day outside today.
Yeah, really ramped up. It's warming up, you could say.
Ace King for Shapira as he's warming up. Up front and upstairs.
Kanissa with a rather elaborate fold there.
You got to do what you got to do to keep yourself interested in these somewhat protracted phases of the tournament. Muhammadov flats the 2-8s.
Yeah, this is a more normal scenario. We've got a very good hand under the gun opening off a good stack, and then a very reasonable hand to call with behind. You've still got some concern, of course, of getting squeezed, but again, the 2 big stacks at play, this closest to the money, that's not going to happen too often. So we do get to flat with 8s. We get to flat with a lot worse than 8s, but 8's certainly going to get cool. Garlic, ace jack in the small. Now, if these actions had come a little later around the table, I think you'd look to squeeze a fair amount of time, but I think against under the gun and the flat, we don't really get too out of line. Although, like I say, they were playing for 2 hours before we saw them, Marley. We don't know what the history is.
Do we even find the fold button from time to time?
I wouldn't. I don't think I'd. Well, here we go. He is going to squeeze. Okay. And there's a reason they got stacks, these guys. We haven't seen those reasons, so.
150K, 5x.
Yeah, I mean, I like the sizing. If we're going to do this, you have to make it big. You're going against under the gun open. That's a tight range. You've also got the mid-position peeler behind, who's going to be fairly solid. And you're repping very strong hand when you want to 3-bet against those 2 from the small, so it makes sense to go very big.
These
don't
ace
want anyone
kings,
peeling.
These ace kings typically, though, James, do like to find their way into the middle.
Yeah.
Not certain, though, that off of 700, that is the course that Shapira is going to chart. Maybe
well,
a 4-bet?
I think he does. I think that's the play. It's certainly what I would take. Yeah, he does just flat. Wow. The value, I think, in the ace king here is that 4-bet, pile it in, pick up this huge pot as is, take a chance as if called. But he's chosen an alternative route and has kept in a much weaker hand.
Pocket 8s find the muck. Here comes queen, queen, jack. Mikhailuk outflopping the ace king, which has turned into a Broadway gut shot with the backdoor hearts.
Right, he has found the lead in the flop, but he will not like this board still against that range. He's thinking there will be some traps in there. Maybe he's flat with aces and kings. Ace queen is a really good candidate. Perhaps king queen suited. I'm not sure if it calls king queen suited for 150k, but it's possible. But ace queen certainly would. I think aces and kings likely can. Even, as crazy as it sounds, queens. I mean, there's only one combination, obviously. So
note the speed with which Shapira checked back after Mikhailuk declined to follow through. Understandably, as you were breaking it down, James, and now fairly dry 3 on the turn. Does present a 2-tone board.
yeah, again, the ace-king is ahead against some of the nonsense 3-bets from the small blinds. The ace-5 suiteds maybe that decide to go the aggressive way. And also the sort of hands that might 3-bet from the small blinds. King, queen off. The ones that have really hit this board. So I'm not surprised to see him check back the ace-king, and I won't be surprised to see him check back again. Like I say, he still gets to have quads, jacks full, aces, kings here. It does come with small, and small enough that I think Mikhailek is always going to have to continue here with a jack. There's a chance your opponent might be doing a really small bet here with 10s or 9s if they stuck around with those hands pre-flop. Don't think he'd be expecting to see ace-king in his opponent's hand, though.
Pot is laying him over 4-1 at present. This is about a fifth of his remaining stack. Does make the call. Shapiro certainly would have preferred to have seen a fold. And unimproved, let's see how he approaches the river. Might it have been a one-street effort? Sure looks that way. A snap check back before we could even pan over to him from Shapira as Mikhailek rolls over the ace-jack. And that's always deflating when you realize that you were dominating your opponent pre.
Yeah.
And it was the kind of holding that the 4-bet jam certainly would have cleared.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he didn't do that, and obviously results oriented to see he's lost a big pot by not doing that, but I think it's just easier to make that play. There are going to be some 3-bets the small blind makes that it's going to 3-bet for value and have to fold to a jam. There's going to be the 3-bets that are light like this. And I don't think our ace-king off is strong enough in that situation to be trapping. I think he was kind of caught in a mindset of what to do and went for the call. But like I say, there are plenty of boards that works out a different way and he wins a bigger pot than I would win. So,
well, my forte, as you know, James, here in the booth is tangents. Oftentimes the unexpected nature.
Nice.
So we see the ace-9 suited opening. Stand by. Postillo with queen-jack, obviously the kind of hand you'd much rather be the aggressor with than a caller off of a nub such as his.
His afternoon's about to get a bit more difficult. Just 8 away from the money. He has just 5 blinds.
Nothing brewing just yet. It'll be Shapiro's big blind that we await. Does he have anything?
Good question.
No.
When is the table?
Well, you mentioned mindset. Been traveling for the better part of a month. I noticed a particular white t-shirt that I'm very fond of had picked up a stain that I was kind of the mindset was not going to come out. I think it was a Thai iced tea, if I'm not mistaken, just based on initial evaluations. Well, it had already gone through 1 wash and 1 dry cycle. And once you do that, I was always under the impression it's done. There's no way it's coming out. Well, shout out to the good people in the laundry department here at Merit Royal Diamond. Because I sent that shirt downstairs, and I'll be damned if it didn't come back gleaming white.
Was that just an optimistic one last fire?
I was ready to bin it
You were like, oh,
if he didn't get it out.
Let's just see what they can do.
To be fair, I did let him know if you get this stain out, I will give a shout out to the laundry department during the stream. So I fulfilled my obligations, and he in turn has cleared up my issues in terms of wardrobe. Meanwhile, Pustula with the queen of diamonds at a minimum has decided to jam.
I don't know with you, Ollie. I don't know what got you onto that.
You thought the players were tough to get a beat on, James. Look no further than your co-commentator. You never know what to expect from me.
There's a white t-shirt.
Well, for some reason, Shapira accidentally spills something on that shirt, which, mind you, is worth a lot more than the one I was trying to clean. I've got just the man for the job. Count being asked for here by the Queen 10 of Kanaisa, which one would presume is in bad shape against Pustula.
Yeah, yeah, it probably is. This is a pretty tough spot. 5 blinds. Actually, I think you've just... It wouldn't be a tough spot if you weren't in the money, but I think with 480k behind, I think he's perfectly reasonable to call this off. It's not often you're going to be ahead, but quite enough of the time you're going to be very live.
He's already got 15k invested. Never mind the 15k in Big Blind Annie. All that weighing on him here. He certainly suspects Queen 10 is not the best hand, but...
That's fine. I mean, Queen Jack, he's calling for sure, I think, and Queen 10 electing to fold. We know this man's not exactly going to be jamming a standard 6 big blind range, 5 big blind range, given it's so close to the money.
Better than 10 Jack, yeah. Queen 3. No. Not better than Ace High, though.
Six player remaining.
Carmen, that's the sort of comment you expect the chip leader to make. But he's down to that short stack, having made the misstep with King Queen. Calling attention to the fact there's only 6 players to the money. That's the sort of thing I do, Ali.
Sporting.
When I'm at the World Series or something in the big fields and you're building the big stack, you go, oh, guys, look at that. We're only 5 away from the money, and then raise the next stand.
That's strange, James, because that anecdote suggests, sort of implies, that you find yourself deep enough to be on the bubble.
With a stack as well, yeah. It hasn't happened for a while. It's dig deep. I found myself on the merit tables the first day we got here with Mr. Lappin.
You didn't fare quite as well as Mr. Lappin, though, who final tabled a nightly turbo.
Came third, nonetheless.
Podium finish.
Yeah. No, I made it past re-entry, so that was nice. On the one bullet. So I feel like I cashed.
The supreme optimist, as Mikala goes to work with King 10 offsuit.
More importantly, I busted out on David's stable. I got moved to his stable, busted out, but it was a bounty tournament, and my greatest fear was alleviated, the fact that it wasn't him who was knocked me out, and then sit in this booth for a week telling me about how he knocked me out for the tournament.
And then picked up a bounty in the process?
Yeah, so at least I...
Wow, look at this. Going for glory here is Kanaisa with the 7 deuce.
Wow.
A 3-bet to 85,000.
Off that stack as well, with 30 bigs. This is wild. And when's it not wild with 7 deuce, but especially with this situation.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that there's some friends and family watching at home right now, and he's
going
going for glory. He's got to show it. He's got...
No, he's going to let them fight out in half an hour. I love that. Let them stew in 30 minutes.
In Vegas, maybe played in Vegas.
Look at him, quietly
I don't remember,
thieving.
But I play a lot, so
I actually have a question. You're the man who know the answer to this.
Yeah.
I once heard a story. There was a televised cash game taking place in Vegas.
Yet, but we have
with the likes of Phil Ivey in the mix.
Okay.
So we're talking the upper echelons of the game. And I heard a rumor they were playing this game and they had the 7 deuce game on. And that Phil Ivey won a pot with 7 deuce, but elected not to show it. And then months later, upon the display of said game, he then went, "You all owe me the bounty." I don't know. If
I
true.
don't know about that, but that is terrific. I will say this: I have heard stories about people not showing props because players involved in the prop game were getting so brutalized on the session that there was some mercy being demonstrated, and they just simply quietly folded hands that would have otherwise been eligible to collect some prop chips.
I always feel like these stories that I've just told, that they're always about Phil Ivey, which always makes me wonder about them.
There are many wonderful stories
but I mean,
about
it's just
Phil.
a great move.
He used to be guilty, as we see the ace-8 going to run into 2 jacks here on the on the back end of a 7-deuce 3-bet.
He's wishing you showed the 7-deuce
yes,
now.
Yes. Second straight 3-bet, though.
Yeah, I like the sizing as well against the under the gun open.
Nurmagomedov, by the way, quickly putting the king-queen into the bin.
Under the gun open of a big stack as well. You kind of, when you're 3-betting that big stack who's open under the gun, you're really saying you've got a lot of strength and you're targeting a lot of strength. So going for this just under 4x off 30 big blinds is perfection in my book. Yeah, Pavlov just saving face. You don't need to save face. You're the chip leader. You're allowed to open liberally.
Sure. No shame in just releasing.
Yeah.
Back-to-back pickups there.
And on the flip of that, we were saying about the shorter stacks
Bulgaria
taking a little bit more
UK?
time. That's the big stack. You kind of want to
London,
play
my
these
friend
spots as
told me
quick as
that
possible.
You was playing with him some cash games probably.
You got a friend from?
Yeah, he's from London also, and
Okay.
he was talking that you are playing with him some, I don't know, hippodrome or some cash games.
Possibly, yeah, possibly.
London cash games under discussion.
Something you know a thing or two about?
Bluff? Semi-bluff?
Jack 4. Come on, bro. You know me 10 years now. Do I look like I'm gonna bluff there?
Come on, bro. You know me for 10 years. Doesn't mention that he 3-bet 7-deuce the hand before.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Just a lot. Yeah, take it. I think this is a take as much time as possible in the fold scenario.
Sure.
This one.
Yeah, he's getting a look at the tournament clock off to either side of the feature table. Just a mild milking of the clock. Serves the interests of all as we're down to 77 players. 6 between here and the money.
Shapira, desperate to get in the action himself, popping it up with 3-4 of spades from the hijack.
Warm up of lines up. Small blind 10K, big blind 20K, big blind 20K. 10, 20, 20. Lines up.
Ah,
Thank you.
Ali.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We need to grease the wheels a little bit more.
Talk to me.
10, 20, 20.
Bad news for the shorties.
Mm.
Good news for everybody that is looking to get to the inside of the bubble here, day 3 of our warm-up. As we press on with 2 7-figure stacks here, belonging to Nurmagomedov and Pavlov.
Yeah, and they are that, obviously that bit ahead, but they're not that far ahead of Mareb and Mikalik, and kind of an interesting dynamic here. No one really has a great spot to go mad on this bubble. I guess Pavlov has the best seat combined with the stack. So you got the 6 big blind stack and 9 big blind stack there.
They're all in.
They're holding on. Shapira with a far better hand than last. I'm assuming the 3-4 spades gets raised. You have to think the ace 7 of spades will get raised. This new level 10-20 does make it 45k to go. Shigarlin, here we go, Holly, 9 blinds.
Sub 10 bigs.
Yeah, we're
Ace
down to
jack suited.
We're down to 76. I think if it's 72, 73, there may be some sort of decision here, but I think there's still 5 players to go. You kind of have to take your chances. Shapira's been opening quite a few hands. We just saw last time he had 3-4 suited, so it's not like we're up against a super tight player here. He does still have a little bit of fold equity with 9 blinds. There are some hands that will fold, so. Down 75. If he waits long enough, he'll be in the money.
Well, I don't think they're going to give him quite that much time as he jams for 175. And it's 130 more if Shapiro wants to get curious here, which represents a decent chunk of his remaining 430. And
I love this game.
Yeah, this is
a bit of sarcasm there, I think.
If this isn't anywhere near the bubble.
If you have pocket, it's call.
Huh?
If you have pocket, it's call.
Oh, pocket it's snap call.
What you have?
Ace high.
Ace high?
But suited.
Suited with what? It's good for me because I'm higher, around 66% I have.
100?
How about exactly 66%?
Yeah.
Maybe more, who knows?
Oh, he makes
Might
the call.
Shigarlin have earned himself a call there as a big favorite? Careful what you wish for, though, here, as 66 is far from 100.
I think he was happy to take a fold, Ollie. Pick up what's there, basically fold and all but be in the money. But if the alternative is play a much bigger pot, chance to double up, it's no bad thing.
400,000 in the middle after Shapira made the call and out flops on the King 10-7 board, the Ace-Jack. But a Broadway gut shot is available. Shigarlin prematurely getting up here. Plenty of outs. And that's one of them, the Queen on the turn. So the only outcome for Shapira is a chop if he can hit a jack. Otherwise, it's a double for Shigarlin. And mercifully, Shapira does not have a diamond. So on his feet and then back down.
Yeah.
Goes Damir.
It was interesting for Shapira there, chip-wise, in a normal situation it'd be close, but Shigarlin's just going to be jamming really tight there for 9 blinds on the bubble. The A7, although A7 suited with 10 blinds in a vacuum just looks like, oh, it's pretty easy.
You when you call.
I don't think.
I mean, little bit.
No,
I cannot
think
shove this hand on
I
the
need
bubble.
to call that. I need to call.
Why? On the bubble I cannot be shoved too.
Bubble is not important.
Like 200,
300, yeah.
like that.
A7?
And I know you really
wants
want
to fold. It's really hard to.
You will be fault if you, or if you fault me.
No, it's this because it's I don't know.
Shigarlin, by the way, has certainly caught my attention after saying he had 66% equity and being dead on, and then a lot of situational awareness being demonstrated there in the post-mortem.
Yeah, exactly the point I was making. It was, you didn't have to call there, man. You know I'm super tight. And it's bad for both those players for that pot to take place. You know, it's bad for Shapira to call off and lose that many chips, and it's bad for Shigarlin to risk busting out there. He'd rather just take the pot down and see, but hey, it worked out for him this time.
Yeah, got a
Shapira now
result.
down to 15 blinds himself. And now he has a hand like this, just has to get rid of it, I believe, with 15 plus 2. You just don't get to play any hands with this close to the bubble. But Ollie, that's a part of what makes sort of some of these merit fields so great. These players
100%.
aren't really chasing min cashes, they're chasing wins. And there you go, Shapira says, I don't really care about that stuff. There's 200k up top. I'm not worried about the 3k at the bottom.
Well, there's 300k in the middle from the ace-10, and Kanaisa pocket fours.
Pass.
Took a beat.
Yeah.
Stuck it in the muck.
As you said, it's not bad for any of these players, those sort of stacks. Just take a minute getting the money.
No. Down to 73 suddenly, James.
So much? And Merit here, obviously, he's very comfortable stack, but also just want to get in the money.
300.
Especially, Ollie, you've played 2 days and 3 hours of play. It's like, it shouldn't make a difference, but it does. You're emotionally involved in this tournament.
No takers for Shapira as he begins the clawback effort there. Lead on.
The opening was in this tournament or?
There you go, Ollie.
Yeah, book your tickets, book your hotel room, and be quick about it because we are going to sell out, no question, for the largest of all festivals all year round. Over 5 million in guarantees. It is the Merit Poker Classic coming up August 7th through the 17th. A brilliant time of year to visit North Cyprus. Do not delay. Come be a part of the action and everything that is happening here. The Merit Royal Diamond, Merit Crystal Cove.
Bring the sun cream, Ollie, in August. It's my advice.
You're going to need a higher SPF level than I will. Although that sort of pompousness is what lands one in the skin cancer ward.
Hand to hand.
It's that time.
We're down to it.
Stone bubble, I would imagine, 72.
Yes, maybe they've gone hand for hand with 73. Who knows? We'll find out in a second. Some places do that. There's egregious stalling going elsewhere.
Yeah. It happened quickly, though. James, I would imagine a little bit faster than either of us would have anticipated coming into this phase.
Yeah, I'd say the first part of that 1 hour level seemed like no one busted, then suddenly we got down into the mid-70s quickly, and now it's new level, 10-20, just that extra bite on the short stacks.
Could also be like the short stacks really hanging on, being super tight, and then being whittled down to a point where they just had no choice. 5 blinds, 6 blinds. Got to get it in there.
Yeah, and that change up to 20k big blind from 15 does make a difference. Do you reckon they're all booking those hotels for the classic?
Now? They just heard the promo. They're making sure
Ali Najad knows what he's talking about.
They don't get shut out. Ali Najad knows what he's talking about is generally not a sentence that one hears often.
You've got some fields that you're
Depends
respected
what
in.
we're talking about, I
I'm
suppose.
looking to find a
good dry cleaner or laundry person here at Merit
there we
Royal
go.
Diamond. I've got your man.
If I need to absolutely positively book a first-class flight from some far-flung island in the middle of the Philippines to some island somewhere else, and you're the man I'm going to call.
Yeah. Routing could be a bit circuitous, but
here's a familiar face,
pleasant.
Ollie. Florian Duto in the mix.
What have we here?
It's like he's ripped the river.
Pocket aces.
Aces full. Easy game.
Oh, man. And that one was not well received by the opposition there.
Did he?
Nikolai Turin, I believe.
Yeah, and I saw him turn over some red cards there on a 5 red card board, so I can only assume, given he called it off, that it was...
Had to be a flush, you would think?
Yeah, I'm just looking now. So the board came... Oh, the board came diamond, diamond, diamond on the flop. So it was...
and then paired on the turn. So it was the ace 4, 5 on the flop, monotone, 5 on the turn, 8 on the river.
Yeah, 4th diamond on the river as it happens. Pardon me, sorry. I misread that. It was a heart, diamond, diamond flop.
Okay.
Full house on the turn, and then he rivered the flush once during dead. But we see there Nikolai with a lot of chips behind still. But that's that's the worst thing in poker. The 2 worst things in poker: the drawing dead and getting there.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah. Could have sworn I overheard at least one of our guys soaking up some stream on the delay, maybe looking to get some questions answered with respect to holdings.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Kniss is thinking, I can't wait for all these guys to see the 7 deuce. It's just the banter, you know. It's going to come up. They're going to be like, you 3-bet with 7 deuce, and
someone's going to notice.
No scene of it. It ripples around the table. Some of these guys will be like.
My favorite is when the person guilty of it suggests that it was an issue with the RFID or the.
No, I had ace king.
Guys, I don't know what's going on with the graphics, the technology here at the table. Surely you know I didn't 3-bet 7 deuce. You've known me for 10 years, guys.
That lie.
I was strong. Queens.
I'm trying to think there was an event we worked at last year somewhere. And one of the players was adamant that the card was wrong. It was really surprising.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
You and I were together. And
adamant. I definitely didn't have that hand. It was a real outlier of a hand.
But I remember it was to the point where I went back and spoke to our technical producers and said, guys, is there any way that hand was not the one that we were shown, the one that he was holding? And they were very insistent that no, fail safe.
It's more likely they just misread the card. Happens to the elite. It is hand for hand. We're getting everything set. I guess there are some other hands finishing off.
And I know we do have a camera crew kind of working to bring you peeks at the outer table action if and when there are all-ins and calls here on the money bubble.
Yeah. We just saw Mr. Duta getting that double up. I know we'll... Well, I have every confidence we'll pick up the bubble hand wherever it occurs.
You got any plans to get in and play a little bit of poker on or 1 or 2 off days that we're going to have here during the festival, James?
Maybe see about getting my feet a little moist.
Okay. Cash game? Maybe a 1 day?
Yeah, I'll have to have a look at the schedule. I'm not sure there's any 1 days that fit in for our days off, unfortunately. But
I'll tell you what. If you somehow find yourself deep enough in a tournament, James, whereby your duties here in the booth must be foregone as you pursue glory here at Merit, I will volunteer to cover your shifts for 10%.
I knew there was a catch coming up.
Benevolence is not my strong suit.
No.
But 2 jacks is strong, and that's what Shapiro's looking at here, 350K.
Yeah, he's the one that's been in all the action lately. Ray's called that ace-7 off. Jammed the last time we saw. Now finds 2 jacks. This is a more reasonable one to proceed with. Now, Pavlov. Yeah, this is the problem with these bubbles. I say a problem. Not a problem here because Shapiro's got 2 jacks, but Pavlov is just going to put him under pressure, make it 125. In this instance, it's an easy hand to play. He's still going to be, there's a little gulp before you put it in with 2 jacks.
Excuse me. Should I turn off the microphone if I go to the bathroom?
Definitely do that. Please turn off the microphone before you go to the restroom. We would greatly appreciate that. Thank you for even asking. And Shapiro is going to be thinking, thank you for 3-betting, as the rest of his chips are certainly soon to be inbound. Counts it all out, and you see Pavlov looking on with quite a bit of interest. Do you kind of have to assign a fairly narrow range to Shapiro, given where we are in terms of 73 players, 71 paid, when electing to put in this 3-bet? So we see the all-in, and now Pavlov asking for a call. Maybe is it too liberal, James, per your estimation, to be 3-betting the ace-10?
No, I think we've seen Shapiro as the one willing to step out too often. We saw the 3-4 suited raise, the ace-7 raise called off. We jammed the last hand. I wouldn't normally be comfortable 3-betting ace-10 in this situation. I'd give a lot of respect to the player opening that stack, but against this player, I think I'd want to take that spot.
Well, the ace-10 does end up finding the muck, and I think Shapiro will be quite okay with that, as he doesn't need to risk ending up on the wrong side of the bubble, but does pick up a nice bundle there to give him some breathing room.
Now we wait.
Looks like we won't have any delays on this occasion. Cards already being shuffled. Next hand soon to be delivered.
Yeah. Kind of surprised already. That was the longest hand in the room. Raise a
Never
3
mind
bet,
for
4
you, I
bet, and
guess.
fold.
Yeah, probably.
You probably fold kings now.
But maybe aces. Aces I don't fold.
Garland with the hand that did the damage. King Queen suited. Re-enters the fray. Aha. McCulloch in the small with Ace Queen suited.
Yeah, he's got the medicine for this open from Jugralin.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with the open from Garland, of course, with the King Queen suited, but for 20 effective, this is an easy one for McCulloch just to.
To be fair, James, I do think that Jugralin has found the muck with King Queen on 2 separate occasions pre-flop, if memory serves me correctly. Of course, it was King Queen that he ended up jamming with that left him on a far shorter stack than he had once upon a time here at this feature. So he's had a tumultuous relationship with this holding.
Yeah, interesting. McCulloch going for the smaller sizing.
Yeah, almost as though he wants to play this one post.
Yeah, I was keen to remind myself of alternate stack there behind. I think if he'd been considerably shorter, he might just go for 3-bet jams, but he can go for the smaller sizing. Because again, Garland, albeit facing a 3x in position, isn't incentivized to call too often. And even with King Queen suited, can't be wild about it. But he must be running through his head going, this isn't the worst spot for a 4-bet jam. He's holding the same hand he did it last time. Yeah.
Puts it into the muck.
Once bitten.
Yeah.
But that just shows what a great spot that is for McCulloch to be 3-betting when your opener's opening King Queen suited just has to fold.
Yeah.
Hello. We're getting artistic.
I'm into it.
Duta in the foreground. A lot of tables still at play.
Mr. Nikolai and Dmitry. Successful done. 5-15.
Aha. I see Milvutas wandering around.
Yeah, there he is. Videographer Victor also out there capturing the action. I know we've got our Poker News blogging team there. Looks like one in progress. Ace high board there.
It's a fun part of every tournament, Ollie. I think you're playing the hands is a little stressful. As soon as you get out of the hand, you have a little mill around, you're talking to other players.
It's a lot more fun when you're not sitting on like 6 big blinds and sweating bullets.
You've got 40 big blinds and your mates on the next door table has got 25 and you're having a little chat between hands.
Kind of
you know you're there.
Cruise control.
Yeah.
Mr. George and Grigori. Omaha Poker.
Looks like Nicholas Schweedy and Ari Clipper involved there.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly, there, Ollie, I know we had someone asking about when will Ari Clipper be live on our stream today. We got a fan in the chat, so there you go, a brief glimpse.
Well, to be fair, we don't know whether or not that's Ari himself.
And winning the pot, nonetheless. I believe that Ari, it looks like Nicholas has put the chips in, hasn't turned his cards over. That's usually a good sign when your opponent doesn't turn their cards over. Hard to lose.
Schweedy, by the way, a very tough customer, an EPT Monaco Grand Final champion.
I'm going to tell you a bad beat story about that tournament.
Real talent in the room. Okay, go on. Everyone loves a good bad beat story, James. And by everyone, I mean very few people.
There are 10 players left in that tournament.
Okay.
There are 2 English players left in the field, Matt Perrins and Craig McCorkle. Both went on to have pretty good careers. Both won bracelets since. They were 2nd and 3rd in chips with 10 left. I had 10% of each of them. There was 1.7 million up top in that tournament. They came 10th and 9th to Nicholas en route to his victory.
Oh, that's God's work you're doing out there, Dempsey. What a stable you put together. You know, sometimes you have to put a horse down. Performances like that.
They've done very well since. Not for me, for themselves.
Yeah, right. On their own.
3.5 blinds. He's forced to put it in with the butchers. This is cruel. This is like, really? You deal me kings here when I'm probably going to get called?
Çay alabilir misin?
Well, who's going to call him? It's going to be around to the big blind, Shapira.
This man doesn't fold too
often.
often. Oh, but 9 deuce off.
Boy, that's dead bottom of range.
Right. That one, I mean, you just know Pustel is so tight here, but at the same time, you're just getting an incredible price.
50 for a shot at 120.
Yeah. I mean, there's just enough ace kings, ace queens. You're almost never dominated. Obviously, you've got the pairs, but
yeah.
It's very unlikely Pustel is jamming ace 9. In fact, I'd say he's never jamming ace 9. It's kind of... Maybe, I don't know if he jams ace jack. Yeah, it gives him a spin.
You have had all in call.
No. Forced to wait, are we? Hand for hand. Every hand must come to completion.
Yeah.
It's a pretty nice one for Pustel
I
to see.
prefer this hand later, but it's too strong.
88 to 12, the percentages.
Good pair.
Two possible.
I don't push like I don't know.
Queens.
Possible, maybe 3.
Kings. Queens.
Kings.
Queens? Whopper.
Yeah. It's none of these spots. Shapiro obviously for chips is
probably
calling
fold
for
kings, but not now.
The ranges are so tight here.
Not necessarily just chips, but in an effort to burst this bubble on everyone's behalf here.
Why you think he's just trying to become the popular guy?
We're down to 72. Yeah, you can get a lot of new friends.
All the other short stacks you go, boys, send a drink over. I mean, the drinks are free, but, you know, send a drink over anyway.
It's the thought that counts.
Actually, I have to say, Ali, I've noticed you at the bar offering to get the drinks more here than anywhere else. I wonder if that was something to do with it.
Me? Never.
This is a familiar cast.
Things brewing again.
Previous feature table.
Sir, excuse me, you cannot sit.
We're back to this Choosy Clipper table. And here's the latter in action again. A lot of hands playing out. Ollie again, coming back to the point. This is a very deep structured tournament. Bubble.
Players appreciate it.
Yeah. It means we get a lot more play on the bubbles rather than just jams and folds.
The point is not folding, the point is or raising or calling.
Seen a decent amount of speech play here out of this field.
Yeah, it's a weird line to come out with on the turn, Ollie. I'm not thinking about folding. I'm thinking about calling or raising, and then calling.
Yeah, usually see this stuff when it's kind of a decision to close the action on the river.
Yeah.
Certainly not with the card to come.
The card to come out of position as well. No, it didn't work. Ollie. Player in question checks, faces another 200k bet. See very big stacks at play here. There's stacks of whites, 500k a piece. Like I say, Ali, this is two of the biggest stakes on this table, two of the biggest stakes in the room.
Mikhail Iguchioni, the player upon whom the action rests. Producer Mobitas stepping in to advise us, and he's going to put it into the muck. He gets a free look, by the way, here.
Is that the aces?
I don't know. Might have been air. Oh, no,
Aces.
it's aces. Okay.
More action, Ali. It's fast and furious, backing on this shooty table. And it is
Roman Gadzhiev, by the way, the gentleman with the aces there, as we flip back.
And this is, I believe, Ari Clipper again in action. You saw him, okay, like I say, against Chuti. Now he's facing a big bet himself. Also on the turn. $300k bet with what looks to be around 400, 500 behind.
And that bet returned to sender. And now we will return to the featured table where our all-in and call has been awaiting the conclusion of all of this action.
I actually forgot we had that situation.
2 kings against 9 deuce offsuit. Shapira and Pustula.
I think it's a more comfortable weight with kings. It's a nervy one when you've got the high card combos. 3-3-5. All but ends this one.
Oh, don't you do it, James. That deuce is working. No longer, though. 8 on the turn, no heart present.
If the 4 coming is 10.
You could always spot a mixed game player when they get excited about a deuce on a 3-3-5 board. You guys work down there in the gutter a lot, don't you?
Yeah, deuce to 7 stuff. I love it. It allows me to appreciate all parts of the deck.
You play any short deck mix? That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
Short deck mix. Where you take all the high cards out.
I can see your mind racing.
It's
now.
absolutely
You're
racing right
thinking,
now. That silence is associated with just thinking I take the aces, kings, queens, and jacks out.
I'm turning up to resorts and I'm going to find this new games in play.
I might pitch it.
Now you know my range, guys, so be careful next time.
Warnings being issued by Pustula there on the heels of the double with the 2 kings.
Yeah.
Pavlov, the man with a milli. Also the man with ace queen.
Now maybe queens also too.
Merib, interesting. King Jack suited, obviously Ali, a strong enough hand to play. I just get the feeling that this guy, we saw him tanking a lot before, just really is keen to get into the money. So we'll be proceeding very cautiously. And probably regretting getting dealt this hand. We're like, just even with 50 blinds, just give me this in a couple of hands time and I'm all yours.
Well, he is going to call the Pavlov open.
Shapiro finds a fold for the first time in a while.
Nie, zaraz będę patrzył.
Well served. The king was dominated.
Coś tam widziałem, że było.
So there will be 2 players to the flop here.
Co ty kurwa? Kiedy to było?
That will enjoy position, but not any improvement with Pavlov has top pair.
Pierdalają jakieś głupoty pod ten.
Doesn't like to check.
A knuckle back from Mehreb, and you surprised James at the check with the ace queen?
I am a little bit. I think these two stacks play a little bit more conventionally. With 50 blinds, you're not likely to get it in down a single raised pot. So I think, given that Mereb's less incentivized to make big plays as well, that you kind of just see bet a lot more. You see, yeah, it's a weird one because obviously I'm saying you're going to see bet a lot more range, and the opponent's going to have a tighter range of pre, so maybe they do have some more continues, but at the same time, you've got to bet some hands of value, and ace queen with a heart seems like a pretty good one. But hey, he's playing it the super cautious route. Can never say that's a mistake on the bubble.
Browsing about the room in search of the one unfortunate son.
Yeah, and for those curious as to the dynamics of the situation, or the mechanics, I should say, hand for hand, you see in the background the clock is paused, and they just do like a 2-minute run off per hand, because obviously this process takes a lot of time.
Yep.
And it just means that the players still get to play as many hands per level as they normally would, which I think is the fairest way of doing it. I know through the years, different tools have come from different routes, and it seems to be the consensus now.
Obviously, the game always looking to evolve in a way that is in the spirit of fair play. I too am evolving, James. As evidenced by the fact that given all of the poor choices I could have made this afternoon to handle my sweet tooth issue, I've reached for a banana.
Oh, there's still chocolate here.
I'm going banana.
Incredible stuff.
Nature as it was intended. I understand that cacao is kind of the basis for chocolate, but a lot of processing is involved in that kit that you're noshing on there, James.
Yeah. It's an unknown player having to process a Nicholas Chuti bet, and the latter picking up the pot. There's something upsetting about you saying the word noshing whilst holding that banana, as you said.
Does it need to be said, James?
More poker.
More potassium.
A lot of folds, Ali. A lot of folds.
To be expected.
This man doesn't like to fold. We know that. This is the guy I'm not going to try and pressurize.
Not a dormant volcano, is he?
Ah, there we go. Maybe.
Take one off.
just breathe. And a good thing he did with Canasta behind Ace Queen. This is kind of a fun spot because, as you well know, you want to play a lot of hands from the small. He's going to come with I imagine a near complete limp strategy, especially given it's the bubble. But you do allow, therefore, your opponent in with the 10-3 here.
Nurmagomedov also being the biggest stack at the table, factoring in.
Yeah, I think Canessa he can limp there and just jam a lot. With the Ace Queen, it's with the pure bubble, I should say, it's a pretty horrible situation. But I still think you get to do it. It's not like Nurmagomedov's just going to call off with all sorts. He's going to respect a 30 big blind limp jam on the bubble for half his own chips.
A little quarter on the turn there after it goes check, check on the flop, and despite having picked up that gut shot straight draw. Nurmagomedov puts it right into the muck. Content to wait for the bubble to burst, it would seem.
I mean, these guys must know about the 7 deuce now. It hasn't been mentioned.
Maybe they missed it. I feel like this camera crew is kind of a first-person view of the Grim Reaper. Looking for that
the vulture
lone individual, yeah, circling what may be the bubble carcass. Everyone looking to avoid that dubious distinction here. Day 3 of the warm-up. It is going to be a better day for some than others.
Раньше она в интернете делалась.
Pre-flop deliberations here. Hand for hand, so stalling really not a factor at this point.
Surprised you had a number of hands here, Ollie. Bar the hand on the feature table. The only all-in and call we've seen with a card to come. So we still do to double up with the aces full.
Gonna take a flop here. Looks like ace-9 deuce, 2 spades. Best I can tell.
Yeah.
Pre-flop razor following through.
Yeah, this is important. That early position raise, Ollie, is just gonna have so much. And I actually looking at the big blind stack there. Is it just 3 or 4 chips? Whoever it was peeling off a very short stack, folded, and is now very keen for this bubble to bust. I think either 3 or 4 of those white 25Ks remain. Obviously, now be posting the small, so it kind of has an orbit to something to happen.
Back now to the feature. Much more comfortable looking Pustula.
All right, I thought Mira maybe just kind of chilling, waiting.
Well, you remember the scouting report that Mobitas gave us.
It's to point.
Was that he likes to lie in wait, kind of an ambush predator, if you will. Pouncing with unpredictable kit here. 10-7 suited. Ace-jack for Michalik. And not lost on him, by the way, is the fact that Mehtab has been really absent most of the action for many orbits now.
Yeah, I still think this hand's enough with the stack size that he has to do exactly this. Gonna play it as a really good 3-bet fold candidate.
120K, and Altunok with ace-queen puts it into the muck.
Just not a good spot to be on the bubble, that hand. I mean, it's a really tough spot, not on the bubble, but on the bubble, it's just, okay, have it. You guys got me.
Back around to Mehtab.
Interesting, Ali. Wouldn't advise this, but I was thinking my cards stand to be pretty live, disguised. But do I want to be playing a 3-bet pot out of position against someone who covers me on the bubble with a hand like 10-7? Can I just wait? And he comes around to that decision. Nicely played by all three, I'd say.
Yeah. Have you ever been on the bubble and seen someone not even bother to look at their cards and muck hand after hand?
Yeah, I've heard people say they've just folded blind. Yeah, it's a good scenario. Why not?
Just to resist the temptation?
Yeah, and they just exactly resist temptation. I think sort of thing you hear of in the World Series main when people are in for next to nothing and the min cash is so
that
big.
tournament specifically comes to mind.
And you know you're going to be in the money in like 2-3 hands time, whatever. You got 15 blinds and you're playing your biggest ever tournament and you can cash for 16K. People are not going to look at down at aces and even at a temptation. Yeah. Obviously, satellites is a common occurrence. Very different, of course. Andrew Hume there, the man getting a massage on this table that's seen some action. Yeah, well-known player in the English circuit.
Legendary for his massage budget?
I wouldn't necessarily say he's legendary for his massage budget. Maybe he's Trying to bring some fresh juju to the proceedings, but he's just off
Perhaps the GBP to lira conversion incentivizing.
I know he had a career best in terms of prize money result recently.
Of course.
EPT Prague.
So he sprung a leak.
Yeah, I'll start splashing around. You know,
Unfair to regard it as a leak. It's self-care.
He's got some. I mean, you just justify anything, right? That's why you have to fly first class. It's for morale. You know, it's
business is just. Who does that?
Thank you.
You only get a single bed.
I actually had 2 beds this time around, James.
That's what I'm saying. The business, you only get the lie flat bed.
What is
First,
that?
you get a nice suite. You
I have
need
to
hang
sleep
out.
in the same seat that I sit in?
Right. You want to eat where I sleep.
Oh.
Disgusting.
Oh.
I also enjoy 2 beds.
Pause again.
Squished together to form a king? Or
you're in.
That's the Euro move, by the way.
Austrian twin.
Is that what they call it? Up in the little ski resorts that you find yourself off in?
Two little mattresses in a single frame. Known as an Austrian twin.
You end up right in the canyon.
I'm surprised this is still going on, Ollie, but like I say, we've only seen the one run out.
This is where the fireworks happen here, this table.
I'm just spotting here. I see a few of these guys. Oh, there's an all-in here. But I see a few of these stacks, like in the foreground here, with the stacks can fit in up to the knuckles of a couple of fingers. You know, they're short.
Mr. Turin being advised by Miss Angela. The phone needs to be put away. Middle of a hand. Quick compliance there. Very Jeff Lissandro vibes coming off of that gentleman there with the
hat, yeah.
fedora.
Still struggling.
See again another short stack in the foreground on this table and out there in seat 9. They're going, really? We're still hand for hand? This was supposed to be over after a few hands, and I'm starting to sweat. The stack that just posted the blinds with about 200k behind. These 2 late position players square off. 2 big stacks there, Ollie. I'd say the player in seat 1, Edward Paskian. Looks like he's got about 2 million chips in front of him.
Yeah, Besigian in seat 1. Board currently reads 7, 10, 8, 6, 7. Mikhail Zamyatin, I believe.
He's got a lot of
in
chips.
seat 2.
Yeah, Mikhail's got nearly 2 million himself. 2 of the chip leaders squaring off.
Can't exactly make out the sizing on this riverbed here.
225, Ollie.
Okay.
Well, action is on Zamatin. Facing that 225. As you say, Ali, 7, 8, 10, 6, 7. A lot of potential on that board. And I see a lot of red cards as well. I can't see if there's a flush possible.
Coming over to get a front row seat to it all is Mehreb, by the way, from the feature.
Mehreb strikes me as the kind of guy, in a lot of tournaments they say hand for hand, you must remain in your seat. So the floor can keep an eye on the tables going on. He seems like the kind of guy that rule doesn't apply to. He just strolls through the field. Wouldn't get challenged.
Man has authority.
Right.
Does seem
Well,
like
the kids say NPCs. He's certainly not one of those.
Besigian has the authority in this spot. Yes. Zamyatin is going to make the call, and what has he shown here?
A lot of pips. I believe he shows 6-7 for a house. Yeah.
So a big pickup there for Edward Vasigian.
He got a little bit out of line. Slightly out of line, opening the 6-7 there.
Dealing a blow to Mikhail Zamaitin.
And George Holden 515.
I decided Ali. There's 4 bits of chocolate here remaining. I'm eating 1 for every hand we continue.
Oh, wow. Well, for your sake, I hope the bubble bursts soon.
And for my sake, I hope it doesn't.
Mr. Meren, Holden 515, Meren.
Shapiro. He had the king 9 off on the button a moment ago. Now they give him king 9 c2. It's like he's the man that wants to play the marginal hands, and they keep giving him the marginal hands. They're messing you with you, Shapiro. Don't do it. No, he is going to do it. I knew he'd do it, Ali. This man's not here for min cashes.
It's revenge?
And of course, good point, actually, in case Pustel is the one in the big blind. So we do get to open up a little wider.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, not kings.
One king, but only one. King for off.
What is the second?
I don't know. This is a mistake.
Everything.
No, I mean.
Bad dealer.
Nice.
Yeah.
Dealers are always good.
Wait.
Stop staring at the chocolate, James.
Well, I may not get the chocolate because it looks like we have an all. It's an all in and a call.
Wait.
Oh, hang on.
Quite like
Patience is virtue. And who are the 2 men involved? In seat 5, Hassan Khalil.
Yeah.
Seat 6, Mohammad Qasem.
I'm trying to see where the button is to see how this action is progressing. I'm guessing it's down here under the camera. So seat 1 or 2. Oh, there we go. So, it's an open jam from under the gun and a call from the big blind. The jam appears to be, Ali, for a not inconsiderable amount of money. Somewhere in the range of 400k, I'd say. In fact, you can see Hassan has put 400k out to call. I think I'm right in saying the next section, are we?
It appears that way based on the position of the button.
Yeah, it's just a large amount to be in there, right? It's open jams, 20 big blinds, but it's the bubble. You're going to do that with a lot of those good hands you want to play, but you don't want to get pushed back on. Your ace kings, your queens even.
Boy, it really looks like Qasem is feeling it in the blender here as we await revelations at one of our outer tables on the bubble.
It's bad, isn't it? When you see the cameras come over.
Rubbing the thighs.
Yes.
You know, he looks like you here in the booth staring at the chocolates, if I'm being honest. Equal levels of distress.
Unease, sweats.
You know, I've heard about withdrawal, James, but this is another level that you're experiencing here. Just based on what we're looking at, James, would you say that Mohammad Qasem on the right has the better hand, or the gentleman who looks very relaxed in the I Never Bluff shirt has the better hand?
I think what we're seeing here is an indication of who has the better stack. It's as simple as that.
Fair.
Yeah, Mohammad obviously is at risk, so even if you've got the best hand, you're never enjoying it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you're not enjoying it until you find out. Let's get this over and done with. Whereas Hassan can be a little more relaxed about the situation.
Really excruciating.
Mohammad doesn't look like he's too happy with the situation.
Okay, on their backs they go. It is ace-king against ace-jack suited.
Yeah.
Bad news for the covered stack of Mohammad Qasem here on the bubble. Warm-up day 3. The king-high flop now making things even more dire, and on the turn, the ace-jack draws dead. A sporting rap of the knuckles on the felt there. as the bubble has burst here in the warm-up. Inconsequential river card will be dealt.
Yeah, and it was a stack that I guess a lot of the room were looking around and not thinking about, because it looked like Hasim had...
Quite a bit deeper than I think you would have imagined the bubble.
Yeah, somewhere between 350 and 400. And oh, hang on a sec. I think the button just moved. That's making a little more sense. I think it was an open under the gun for
And
big
a three
stack and
bet?
a jam.
Okay.
I was thinking the whole time, it didn't make sense for that to be a jam for that many chips. So obviously, maybe picking on a bigger stack that's opening a lot on the bubble and saying, I've got ace-jack suited, hey, you've been doing this a lot.
Well,
again, you know, these guys are playing for the whole lot, not just for the min cash, some of them.
It's always risky business,
Yeah.
obviously, and on this occasion, unfortunately for Mohammad Ghassam, he ends up on the wrong end of the equation as the bubble boy, with all 71 of our remaining players in the money. $3,400 min cash assured. It's going to be a flat payout for the next 11 spots, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too drastic. Between the payouts, yeah, it's a $500 jump, and then it's an $800 jump. So, I mean, not insignificant, but...
Nurmagomedov, ace-king, facing the open from Kanaisa's pocket threes.
Ace.
Going to 3-bet here. From 45 up to 130 we go.
Yeah, and I always find these sort of situations a bit weird, Ollie, when you've had a protracted bubble, not necessarily in hands, but in time. But it then takes a minute to everyone to fall back into the normal flow of the tournament.
By the way, let's not overlook sort of outperforming what the expected value of his stack was for Pustula has gotten on the inside of the bubble here.
Yeah, I had a scare with the kings. I mean, a minor scare.
Yeah, 9-deuce wasn't exactly pumping fear.
If he hadn't got those kings in, he would have been forced all in at some point.
Right.
So he was going to have to win an all in to get in the money. Happened to find a great hand to do it with.
Not sure we would classify pocket threes as a, quote, great hand, especially in this situation against a larger stack of Nurmagomedov, although on the inside of the bubble, sometimes the wheels are a little more greased.
But this is what I was saying, this is the falling back into the normal flow of the tournament. So you've got to remember, right, we're playing normally now. This is a big stack. He's still 3-betting a medium stack. It's not like this big stack's going to suddenly start 3-betting liberally because we're inside the money. He's going to be doing the opposite.
Right.
Because he can get jammed on more liberally. So I'm going to just take a minute, Vanessa, and realize that, okay, we try to raise with threes. Maybe we stop opening with hands like threes because there's short stacks behind that are going to be more inclined to jam now. I don't think you're going to want to continue here. It's just going to be very difficult, but hey, he's reaching for chips, does have a pocket pair, is against the big stack, maybe feeling he can get himself through the streets. The ace-9-5 flop, not a board he wants to see, and a huge one for Hammerloff, having not just top pair, top kicker, but also the king of hearts.
It's all working in his favor quite nicely.
And it's just a board he's going to want to see bet. So almost with range. This is going to continue with some Broadway combos that just have no part of this. Yeah, goes for less than quarter pot. I like that. Going after those kind of hands, Ollie. And also, even the sort of the pocket pairs that you might think you could have, like tens and jacks, that don't hate this board, are more likely, I think, to jam pre, given we are inside the money bubble. Maybe some 8s, 7s that continue against that size. But
Mr. Stefan. Mr. Stefan.
Easy release for the threes there.
Yeah. Numerov. Find things very easy.
Do you remember about my drink? Atom.
Ice t-shirt. Ice t-shirt.
I'm looking forlornly at the chocolates, Ollie. I didn't think my commitment through there.
Yeah, how many hands did we get through?
Well, that was the next one, so none.
That's unfortunate. Guess you'll just have to
Pustilov wins a pot. I'm having chocolate.
get.
Don't know why I picked the shortest stack.
Yeah,
there.
or one of the less active players.
Here we go. My man's got 6 bigs on the button and an ace.
In it goes.
The chips, not the chocolate.
What the hell, bro?
Operation Dempsey Diabetes underway here.
We'll see. Why I will lie.
Correct.
Uh-oh.
Karlik, easy call in the big. With the
Yeah.
dominating ace 10.
Things not looking so chocolatey for you, my friend. And they're not looking so rosy for Pustila, who's, granted, in the money, but in trouble. Covered by Mikalik, who has him dominated. 270K pot. To the flop we go.
But 7 always comes.
Ace in the window, and a 10 along with it.
Queen will be good.
Queen would be good. Queen would.
Chop outs are available.
Yeah, an unlikely one, but.
Still queen.
Going to be the queen only for a chop that will rescue the ace-7. Instead, it's a 5, and that is the end of the road for Jacek Pustila. Did well for himself, though, James, must be said.
Yeah, mission accomplished. Ali got himself inside the bubble. No qualms about finding an ace on the button, jamming as well. No mistakes made. Did everything right.
What if I hit a double up? No?
Yeah.
I should fold, right?
It's actually quite an easy bubble for him, considering how short he got, because he just found the kings with 3.5 blinds and was given a spin and then just got to fold out.
Go ahead.
You should fold pre-flop. I need to open.
Nice.
Go on.
Well, with the 2 9s, that's what I was going to say. The 2 3s a moment ago. Ready to call a 3-bet against the man that's left us one, a much more enticing scenario.
Ace-5 suited now for Pavlov.
Yeah, I think maybe recognizing here Pavlov coming over the flat from the cutoff again, we're looking at a man who does open quite a few hands, doesn't really want to 3-bet and remove the chance of seeing a flop. He's looking at Merit behind, perhaps he's not thinking about getting 2 out of line, but here's a man who will get out of line from this seat. Karlik, we saw him do it earlier with the ace-jack from the small. Something for Pavlov to think about before he flats these spots.
Obviously, ace-jack certainly was a liberal line that Mikalik took there, but out of line feels perhaps a little bit rich in terms of a means by which to describe what he was doing. It all fell kind of within the scope of expected, whereas this has fallen well outside the scope of expected. A full house on the flop for Pavlov as Knesser checks in the face of the ace-high board.
Ali, and hold on, I very rarely look back at my cards because I'm pretty sure I can remember 2 of them, but this is a situation like...
Just a
do
quick...
I actually have ace-5 of hearts?
The whole wide world is mine?
Yeah.
25K flick, and the last time that we saw Pavlov bet this size, he was check-raised by Knesser and put his hand into the muck. On this occasion, a flat with the 9s, which are drawing live, but thin, as the 10 rolls off on the turn.
Yeah, kind of an interesting bet size as the pre-flop caller rather than the pre-flop raiser on this board. I mean, wow, I don't think 25K ever gets any hand to fold, so I'm not sure what we're trying to say, but couple it with a check back and some weirdness. I'm a little lost in this one, Ali. Unless it won't like that run out, of course. But, wow. I don't know where he thinks he's... Doesn't want to check call with his hand, but pretty sure doesn't want to get bluffed, so therefore is making a really small bet, thinking he's up against a hand like 7s or 8s. That's the only thing that I think makes sense here, because you're not putting Pavlov on too many Broadway combinations. Well, I say that. He does have some Broadway combinations. Actually, I don't know what's going on. I'm a little lost. I don't think he's got King-Queen, ever. I think he just barrels turn. So the 45, maybe you're setting your price so the man doesn't bet bigger with a jack.
Block bet.
Right, and you're maybe stopping him completely bluffing you because you can't really check call against bigger bets. Instead, he now gets in a really weird spot where he gets raised on the river. And this is actually really interesting as play, because I don't think you're expecting your opponent to have a 5. He doesn't get to have aces, really, nor, I don't think, 10s or jacks. As the King-Queen's the one hand that makes sense to raise river, but does he check back turn? Does he bet flop with those hands? The speed at which he's raised is interesting as well.
Fold.
Okay, Kenneth does fold.
Yeah, I don't think there was ever really another option.
Show the bluff.
Well, I think he's folding there, but he's really not sure. Once you get raised in that river as that hand's played, remember, he bet in position, check back turn. Now wants to raise river. Very few hands represented.
King-Queen was the one that you mentioned.
Yeah, a question of whether you think he checks back turn with King-Queen, and I guess you could never really rule out. I mean, you'd have to rule out jacks as well. I feel like it's unlikely that he'd have jacks there.
As played?
Yeah. King-Queen is the most likely hand as played, but... As what happens, it was ace-5, Ollie.
It was indeed.
Flop the goods and check back turn. Interesting to check back the turn there, because you kind of... now you're limiting yourself to one street at value, and you bet so small on the flop. I'd advocate Bing again.
Who, Pablo?
Kings?
Who? You.
What did you have?
Pair.
A pair? Not
45.
Not
Straight. On the river.
What pair did you have?
9.
Nines?
I had a Queen Jack suited, raises it up to 45,000. Shades come down.
On the flop.
I kind of like has picked on him on a couple of occasions.
Later I can tell you.
Not this one.
But,
Never mind.
never mind, win.
After 30 minutes, we check which house.
So if I hit my 9, I still lose.
Wow. Pair up against that cutoff open with Queen 8 in the big. We're inside the money. A little bit more than min. This is entirely reasonable to continue with this hand.
Yeah.
Okay, makes a very good fold in the instance. Merab dominating. A lot of respect there, I think, for Merab. I think against some of the other players he may have called Merab, he's giving a more considered range. Plus, it's Merab. This is the guy that walks through the room, doesn't get told off. You don't mess with him.
I don't know if you caught it, but the man's shirt says boss. Now, I do know that that is also synonymous with a particular fashion designer, but it is befitting.
Alex, this is 105.15.
Grolin, 15 blinds, ace-5 suited +1. That's the man we know isn't too concerned with tournament life. It's come to rebuild after that big misstep earlier on. King-Queen suited.
Yep.
Those that went with us, 4-bet jamming into 2 kings, the nightmare scenario.
Mr. Daniel.
In fact, Mubritish gave us a little list of notes, and on Garland, he said he's successful, reaching many big final tables, not afraid of making huge moves, ignoring ICM. That's it, you know? It's not for everyone, ICM.
Scouting report does appear to have been an accurate one there. As the deuces hold on.
Like, Vanessa just gets dealt into kind of awkward spots with small pocket pairs.
Sure does.
Just like the last hand he played, facing a 25k pot with paired board, overcard. And this time, he took for the turn for the ace-5 to get ahead of him. Good ahead it is.
Checking once more, and now Jugralin having hit the ace. Deliberates.
Yeah, he kind of bets range on the flop here. The Rolling gets called, so I feel like we've got to continue turn here because we're going to have all those Broadway combos that can really put pressure on a 4 and some of the small pocket pairs like this.
No.
I'm just going to continue with everything. Continues with the ace.
Declination there from the deuces.
Just, no.
Yeah.
Just
9, Commandant.
I don't think he was talking about this hand in general, just the last half an hour. It's just... You verbalize it, maybe the dealer takes note, moves their finger a little bit this way, that way, cards get shuffled ever so slightly differently. Next thing you know, you get dealt kings v queens or something. Wow, you're rearranging the chocolates.
Yes, James. As you said the word no, sort of came to mind as a befitting way to respond to your amorous glances at this dish of chocolate.
I'm finding it hard. I mean, I was like, any more hands of the bubble, I eat chocolate. I chose one player to win a pot, he busts the very hand. I think maybe my safest bet is for Shapira to get a little out of line with an open.
Well, you might as well just eat the chocolate now. Pavlov, meanwhile, King Jack, starting to activate off of that bigger stack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like how he's kind of run with this. He's not got carried away just because he got on the right side of that kings v king queen. We saw him maybe peel a little wide with the ace-5, but he hasn't tried to run over the table.
Not yet.
And I don't think it would work on this table. There's some players who like to play. It's nice when you get to peel with 7 deuce. I'm a little surprised we've only lost 6 players in the money alley. I thought that'd be a flurry of bust outs. There usually is. As we see an 8-7-4 flop. Peel off and paddle heart. Pairs the 7.
Well, Pavlov's got the one customer he kind of needs to be very wary of here, given it's the one man that has him covered here at the table. Nevertheless, he does go to work, doesn't have the range advantage on this 8-7-4 board.
Yeah. This is a little questionable. A bet on this board, but... I guess he gets to see the river this way. Well, that's assuming his opponent doesn't come out with an occasional lead range, and this is the kind of board that they should do that on that turn.
Yeah, 7s and deuces now for Muhammadov. Did he check again? Yes, he did.
Yeah. I was going to say, there were some turns he was going to lead. I don't think, although he improved on that one, that's the one he's going to do it on, but... Wow, okay. Pavlov, digging a grave.
There is something on the bottom of his shoe, and it's not going to come out.
Yeah, this is...
Big, 175 into 250.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to bet here, I think we've got to start sizing up. Your opponent's call on this board. There are some straight draws that you want to get rid of. You want to get rid of some of the weakest 4, ideally the 4 without a 5 or a 6. Doesn't have any additional. You also want to make sure that any combination that picked up backdoor hearts can't really continue now. Bar the pair plus hearts, of course. So if you are going to bet that turn, which I wouldn't necessarily advocate in the spot, if you do it, that's a good size to go with. 9 on the river.
You surprised that Nurmagomedov did not decide to put a raise in?
Let your man hang himself.
Okay.
You got really, really good bluff catcher because you also catch plenty of value. So there's aces and kings. If you check raise there, those biggest hands get really nervous. And you may end up, given how deep they are, kind of getting it in only badly. Interesting here, it looks like he's considering a lead. And that's quite nice on this river card, because there's a card that really does suit him more as opponent. There's going to be the 7-9s, the 8-9s. He's also got the hands like he's got now. And he's going to have some... How much has he gone for Ollie? 350.
Well, Pavlov's got to be done with this king jack at this point.
Yeah. I'm actually rethinking this one with this river lead. I think he's worried. I think he generally feels like his opponent's got a strong hand back there, and he's just going to play up to 350.
Make sure that he gets the value he's looking for out of those 7s.
And his opponent's just going to check back whatever players on that river.
I win in turn. But I want to see river. If I know you have the jacks, tens like this something, but I'm afraid. Я думал, повтор сейчас будет, мои две пары испортят.
2-9.
There you go.
Suggesting that he was concerned about maybe getting counterfeited against an overpair on the turn, which is why he didn't put the check raise in. Wanted to make sure something safe rolled off.
Yeah, it goes both ways. You keep some of those bluffs in, and yeah, you keep the pot small and you get out drawn. But I think the most important thing, like I say, is that you don't end up stacking off with 2 pair there, drawing nearly dead. Scenarios where your opponent has a set. And also you want to protect yourself when you've got the 1 pair plus straight draws kind of hands that maybe now you get a showdown if you're capable of having your 2 pairs in there as well. The river lead is a little curious, but I think it was just an exploit where he just was so convinced his opponent had an overpair and wanted to get paid. Would have been interesting to see what would have happened if he had checked the river, because King Jack
wasn't going to win at showdown.
Or King Jack all of a sudden now having a jack, your opponent going to having a lot of 8x and 7x. Can't like the 9. A lot of his bluffs might be hands like the Jack 9, even the Jack 10s that river the nuts.
I don't know if 7 deuce was going to find the muck.
No, but it would have potentially felt a lot of heat. Depending on the size, his opponent had gone really big to try and rep a 5-card hand. Versus maybe a smaller bat size, like 300k repping aces, kings.
But no bluff.
McCulloch has the look of a man who produced a Beatles album,
And not that pair.
if I'm honest. Belongs kind of in that kind of glory days of London's rock scene, don't you think? It's the glasses, obviously, a little bit the hair.
Yeah. It's got a Lennon vibe.
That's it. Man, just has a headache looking at these dust bunnies. 6 deuce. He's just so bored out there. But to be fair, he's shown some discipline. He did step out a little bit with the 10-7 suited.
Yeah, I actually like that because that surprised me. I would have been overfolding, I think, if I was in that spot against him. I wouldn't have thought he was in there with the 10-7. Like I say, a man who's every one of his cashes has come in this place. It's nice. Why go anywhere else?
Good question.
I mean, Ollie, you're a resident of Vegas. This place might beat it for buffets, you know, in the one property.
I don't visit buffets in Las Vegas, to be honest, but I have not a bad thing to say about all the variety that you get here.
Yeah, in Vegas, you got to get in the line. You got to do this.
You got to get in the line.
Wow.
Not status, Dempsey.
That's
You know what I
me
mean? Altunok, by the way, showing some variety of his own here with the open. King 9 suited. Shugralin. He's got the medicine. Hearts covered, ace queen. Upstairs we go to 350K, leaving himself 15K back, just about all in. King queen shriveled promptly.
I'm done, Ollie. I'm gone. I'm dead. You built a grave for me. I'm getting in it. I'm
No,
around from here on.
I'll give you a line pass. Don't worry. You'll be all right. Altanok, though, who has been fairly quiet.
Yeah, this is like,
you know,
step out and get punished.
Exactly.
Like, how do they know? How do they know I'm light? They don't know you're light. They just got ace queen.
It is interesting, though, that our psychology as the player in Altanok's situation here is always that they think I'm light. They just know that I'm like, no, every now and again they just have a hand.
Yeah, it's like, I haven't played a hand for an hour and a half, and now you want to 3-bet the first time I play one.
Right.
That's why he's just saving a little bit of face there. He wants to maintain that image of being pretty tight.
I think he's going to get a free look here, too.
Yeah, he's saying, look, I wasn't. I just had it.
That'll help him feel a little bit better. Credible 3-bet, as one might expect.
Yeah, I just let him stew, Ollie.
That's why you don't get line passes at the buffets,
Wow.
James. You got to make friends.
It's going there, huh? Well, these players are a little while off the buffet. Certainly the top half there, Ollie. 40 bigs plus for those boys.
Their cups runneth over. A little bit on the leaner side of the menu. The likes of Shapira, Khanesser, and even Shugralen and Altanok. Kind of the dividing line there. Midway between the 8 players.
Yeah, and that's such a big gap there, the 15 blinds from 25 up to 40 really does change how you play tournament poker at this stage when you're in the money. Top 4 get to have a little bit more fun.
Well, 71
first
players
tournament in my life.
having a lot more fun than the roughly 130 that started today.
No.
Did he say it was... Was Shapiro saying it was his first tournament in his life? Someone said those words.
Really? Now remember, it is a poker table, James. We don't need to believe everything that we're told.
Well, I'm looking and I see... I must not have heard that correctly. Because Shapiro has some cashes on the Hennemel in the last few years. Kind of smaller stuff, but a man who doesn't seem to have any kind of Hennemel present is Altanok. So maybe that's who we're speaking.
Next blind is 30-15 or 25-10? No?
I think they jumped straight to 30K, 15, 30K. I think. Maybe. It doesn't say, right?
I hope less. 25.
Oh wait.
I hope it's 25.
There were 4 pieces of chocolate. I've not touched one. There are now 3.
Well, Inspector Clouseau, I don't know how deep a dive you're going to have to take. But between the Cheshire Cat-like smile on my face and the tremendous amount of brown between my teeth.
I was about to say, it's the chocolate around the chops that's kind of giving it away.
Well, nobody here at our feature table is giving it away, as we've seen everybody with fairly battened down hatches, some deviations from time to time, but really some to be expected predominantly straightforward stuff with few exceptions here at this featured table, which has carried its way through to the inside of the bubble.
Okay.
Here in day 3 of the warm-up. If you are streaming us live on our YouTube channel at Merit Poker, do us a favor, click subscribe, click like, help us to continue to provide you with free streaming poker entertainment.
And say hello.
Yeah, pop into the chat. Let us know who you're rooting for, where you're at in the world, whether or not you've ever been here to North Cyprus. As we see Noon Muhammadov with the ace-jack, a lot of interference with the Broadway combos. Mehreb, a flat caller with the jack-10 suited, and now Mikhalek mulls it over with the ace-queen.
Yeah, this is a fun one. This is much more like it. You find a good hand in a squeeze spot, but then you're also 60 bigs deep, and things can happen in your mind as the hand goes down. And Muhammadov, if he faces a squeeze here, could well continue in some vein with this ace-jack if he was really inclined to believe that Michalek is light. And we did see Michalek make that big 3-bet from the small blind with ace-jack earlier.
And here he goes again. 2 1/4.
Yeah, I think he smells something because he knows. Yeah, here we go. He's convinced himself that Michalek could be light here. And he's right, it could be light. It just happens to be that he's up against ace-queen
Yeah.
now. And
the Jack-10 suited, by the way, promptly finds the muck. And Nurmagomedov has the benefit of position.
Right.
And the larger stack. But unfortunately, a very poor spot in the Queen 5-4 rainbow board, which is really dream territory for Michalek.
yeah, I was about to say Michalek's not really going to enjoy this pot most of the time, but the Queen 4-5 rainbow certainly remedied that. He was going to find himself in a very difficult situation. Now it's like, wow, kind of dreamy. Go small here, could even check. Looks like he's going a little bit bigger than small. I mean, I would like a... maybe it's more. Maybe it's 120. Okay. 140. Yeah, that's reasonable. There's a lot of hands that Numarov could potentially just have to give up with, like a King-Jack suited.
Pretty speedy flat, by the way, from
Yeah, he's like, I've made my decision. This guy's up to no good. Going to call at least once with ace-jack high. Put him
Does pick up the wheel gut shot. Same story for Michalek, obviously, courtesy of the deuce.
Yeah, again, all these spots are kind of fun when you 3-bet deep stacked out of the big blind. And how we get in a situation where you can really start to put pressure on those pairs, sort of sevens through jacks that have continued. You're also going to be up against some worse Queen X. And then you're going to have some give-ups, but you have fewer give-ups once the turn comes that deuce, of course, because a number of his 3-betting hands may be an ace-6. I say a number of them, ace-king being the most likely. So yeah, he's gone for a sizing that makes it really hard for those middling pair type hands. And you're a little over a third, but really tough with those. Michalek just has a lot of the very good value. He has the kings, the aces, he has queens. All those hands 3-bet. How much junk we give him out of the big blind, I don't know. I always say, Ali, that these are very underbluff spots, the 3-bets from the big blind. Some of that junk's going to be coordinated with the board.
Turn bunny style. Turn bunny style, говорю.
Curtain does get drawn as Michalek takes it down, and we get a glimpse at our next feature table. At the end of this level of play, we'll be swapping out.
Yeah. Fresh lineup. Well, not entirely fresh. A couple of faces we've seen already.
Stale.
There's our bubble buster in the middle. Well, you'll be able to see, Ali. The shirt says I never bluff. We'll find out shortly.
Confirmed.
Here's having that lineup. There's Hassan Khalil in the mix there.
Yeah, we move there.
Nick Bulu, who we had on the feature table earlier, he's on that table.
I think we have 15 minutes.
Call.
Jack suited here for Shapira off of 425K. North of 20 bigs. Raises to 40,000 and is dominated here by the big stack of Nurmagomedov. And Mehreb's patience has been rewarded here. 2 black aces on the button.
Yeah, and a little unlucky that Nurmagomedov didn't actually 3-bet this combo against Shapira. Shapira, the one who kind of Unless this does get a little out of line with his opens. In this case, it was legitimate under the gun. Against that kind of player, you'd see some 3-betting from the king-queen off here, far more so than perhaps the flatting. And like you say, Merib. Still more than happy with the scenario of finding the boots on the button. Oh. And he's gone for a slightly small 3-bet, but when the opener's opening under the gun off 20, I think it's reasonable. Number hooded up. Getting squeezed out this one. Kicking off very small against action.
Ace. I saw one ace.
3-bet taking it down.
Ace?
Ace of spade you had.
The second. The second.
Second I didn't see.
You will see later. It's the ace also. 2 black ace. First time since 3 days. First time since 3 days.
First time in 3 days is the claim for the aces. If you're going to get them, day 3 is the day to get them, Ali, the aces. You don't necessarily want them on day 1 and day 2. You save them for the big day. Moving day.
I'll take them whenever they come.
I knew you were coming out with that.
I mean, yeah, day 3, they're a little more useful perhaps, but, you know, they're always welcome in my home.
Deuce of 7 game, you want them then? Yeah.
That's a little bit dicey.
I reckon you've tried to get a couple through with the aces and deuce of 7 in your time. You strike me as the kind of guy who wants to pull the maneuvers.
I've had a few full houses that I've tried to get through just for the glory. Pavlov, hunting glory with ace-deuce suited. An understandable kit. Pocket 6 is on the button. Choosing to flat. Go set mining.
I'm upset actually, Ali, as we come towards the end of the frame, that I've made no sort of Pavlovian joke. Time is upon us. That I didn't get it in.
Well, you sort of did just now.
I didn't. That was me saying I had it in the bank and I didn't get to use it. I didn't want to.
To be fair, I actually Googled his first name, the famous Russian scientist, of course, who was responsible for classical conditioning. The famous experiment, the dog, the bell, salivations. Pocket 6 is here. 2 clubs on the board. Could get interesting. Pavlov checking the nut flush draw. Despite being the opener pre. 35K, the response.
Yeah, I like that. The ace high is going to be ahead a lot anyway. We get to continue with that flush draw. And some really good things happen if the right club falls off when you check and your opponent makes a pair. That is not the right card.
No. Flush draw value diminishes greatly, courtesy of a 3rd jack on the turn here after Pavlov check call. And really a gorgeous card for Mikhailik. Keeps the texture unadulterated.
We are ready to start. Please take the seat.
$80K, the number that Pavlov draws up as a lead after being the pre-flop aggressor and check calling on the flop. Certainly a peculiar and unexpected line.
Yeah. He does have a lot of pairs, I guess, that are going to raise pre, check, call. He has a... Wow, it's a weird one.
Yeah, he does hit the deuce now to make a full house.
Yeah.
Was drawing dead to a flush.
I'm not sure how many of the race X's he makes fold with that lead. That's the question. And whether he gets even some worse to call, like a king, queen. He was a pretty small bet, but yeah, now he's found the deuce. I think just going really small again. Well, I say really small. I wasn't thinking that small, Ali. 20k, one blind. Well, the block works.
Yeah.
I hope
Fair?
so. I have a full house.
You win. Very good one.
Managed to get the showdown as cheaply as possible.
Right.
He did by
Supposed to play this hand differently. Or
taking that line, I would say.
I played it differently than normally.
Well, Ali.
And that does draw the second of 2 frames together to a close. James, as Kalak has performed quite nicely to ascend closer to the 2 million chip threshold.
Yeah, and I see that, Ali, the 4 bottom stacks there, the blinds going up to 1025, all now slipping below that 20 big blind mark, and they're going to have a lot of work cut out for them when they come back from the break.
You're going to have less work cut out for you, though, as we are going to send you over. Well, I guess if the buffet is
where I'm going.
an indication, then
Let's not mess around.
The buffet's got some work cut out for it. But back inside the broadcast booth here at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Resort and Casino. And, well, the bubble has burst. Obviously, still a little bit of restoration in terms of the flow of play is upon us. David Lappin going to jump in the booth for you. But takeaways there from that last couple of frames, James?
We saw a nice varied amount of play. We saw the likes of Merip, who was kind of keeping things relatively honest, willing to get involved. We saw some out-of-line play, but mostly nothing too crazy on our table. But I was quite interested to see how many medium-sized pots took place on the outer tables, given it was the bubble. So there's some gamblers here.
Yeah, definitely. No gambles for you, though. We know you're going to the surefire bet, which is upstairs, to get your grub on. But keep it close. Plenty more coverage still to come. Day 3 of the warm-up event, already with the bubble having burst. And, of course, we'll bring you final table coverage tomorrow. Stay right here. David Lappin jumping into the booth, continuing coverage as we look to distribute an over $1.1 million prize pool. Be back in a bit.
Because he is sitting there with $1 million, and his opponent is covering him, which is probably only one or two people who do cover. He is going to do the small 3-bet.
And here we go. One of the monster stacks now behind with 2 sevens. And against that sizing,
you could justify a call here.
Right.
And decide to kind of weirdly set mine.
I mean, you're playing 90 big blinds effective.
And you've position.
And you're calling 4 blinds on the button.
Yeah. Oh, wow. This is interesting. I don't know. And then I think if it gets back to Skripka, probably just finds the call. Does let it go. Here's... I do agree with you, though. I think it's very tempting to just call with great visibility there on the button going forward. I know you're sort of gambling that Skripka doesn't come in with the 4-bet to some extent because you don't want to face any more action pre. But if that doesn't happen, you do get a pure set mine spot against possibly 2 very strong ranges that will pay you off if you hit.
Yeah, well, the good thing about that is if you've got the 2 sevens on the button, you know Skripka's never folding for an additional 25. Look at this, Idemo saying, I see the situation I'm like, I want to play with the 10-8 suited from out of position.
Yeah. And he's only playing 65 bigs, so...
Skripka's just come to this table. He's looking around, he goes, there are a lot of chips on this table.
There's
what
so
the
many
hell's
chips on
been
this
going
table.
on?
It's actually preposterous. The average stack right now is only something in the region of the 600k stacks.
Right.
But there's an 850, a 1.1, a 1.4, a 1.7. Like, there's just chips on chips here.
I can't say anything. I would even tell you my hand. But
I love this guy, no, I have to say. What a character.
Tournament poker, man.
Yeah, the T-shirt tipped us off.
Yeah. Like, strictly speaking, he's 3 ways here. He probably shouldn't be speaking, but he's not really talking about anything meaningful. I think he's kind of just having fun.
So I can't talk, it's 3-way. He wants to talk, but he can't.
Nearly 9. not 150.
He might get asked to. Oh, there we go. Just a call. Okay, so look. Idemir.
Hers is going, what I thought sevens.
Yeah, oh my god, what a pure spot with sevens now. Well, 10-8 suited has just flopped the world.
Skripka, top set. Idemir with the open-ended straight draw and flush draw.
He might check through here. Noah may very well not bet here. In fact, I would recommend against it. I know he's got the king of spades in his hand, but it's a very, very connected board. It's hard to miss that board. I think he'd be well advised to knuckle this one.
If he doesn't, though, if he does bet.
If he puts one chip in the pot here, one big blind, he could set off a chain reaction.
It's lift off. He's got the king of spades. He does check it back. 5 on the turn.
Well, I think if you're Idemir, you're probably thinking, well, maybe my opponent's got ace king and ace queen each here. I should probably take a stab here, try and win this one outright. Still got a lot of equity. Can take all the heat, even if raised 90k into 150 here. Skripka, well, maybe kind of trying to work out the likelihood of 7-8 suited in the hand of Idemir. We know that it is actually possible, given that he's called with the 10-8, but he's going to be much more thinking, well, no, he's probably got 9 6s or 5s, and I've got a lovely set over set situation here. I better put some more chips in.
Right, this is the bizarre scenario where you're in a spot where you've got top set rather than second set or third set, because you do block all those top pairs that predominantly the value range.
Yeah.
Really here. But like you say, I mean, you think the overcall from the blind is more likely to be pocket pair heavy, so therefore we could be in a set situation. And of course, it's a wet board. We want to protect a little bit. It'll also get money in against those hands as quickly as possible.
There you go.
Now, if you're Idemir, obviously you've got that clean 30% here, so you're getting the right price. But do you decide to use it as a semi-bluff as well? I think you can maybe just call here, given that you've probably created a situation where there's no fold equity on your semi-bluff. I think you can probably just call to hit, and if you miss...
Yeah. It's, again, Skripka kind of has all those strongest hands as well. Remember, he opened, got micro 3-bet call behind, so he can be in there with the 7-8 as well himself. I mean, there's no reason he doesn't have all these nutted hands. He has all those pairs as well. It's not like if you're up against a more defined range of Noja here, where he's kind of was the 3-better, then maybe you can get more frisky on this turn. But as it is, he does have a decision. Like you say,
yeah. His direct price is like 28, 29%, and we see there that he knows he's going to have probably clean outs for 30%. So with that in mind, I think you can call, and then you're printing extra if you get the rest in, and that gets called on the river. It's tough, though, because it is a meaningful portion of your stack here. You're sitting there with 535k. Bubble is looming.
What is going on this table?
Oh.
Setup after setup. Huge pots. I say Skripka's just joined the fray. Sees the call. And he's like, I've just joined this table. I've been micro 3-bet. This guy's called the thing. And then now I'm in a 700k pot with top set. Oh!
He has got there.
The wettest of wet ones. The flush and the straight getting there.
He's got to do his own betting here.
Yeah, half pot behind.
He's only got, yeah.
This has just got to be jammed. He does.
And well, as you say, it is as wet as can be. I think Skripka's probably just got to call it off on the off chance that he's got a set.
Yeah.
9, 6s, and 5s may well still take this line.
They just jam the turn. They're not just 3-bet. I don't know.
I agree that that's what would happen more often, but I think it would be such a disaster to let it go. I don't know. As you say, like everything got there, so maybe. But I'm not sure he's putting too many 10-8s or, you know.
Yeah, it's the flush that's the.
It's more likely made hands when you cold call out of that big blind scenario against the cold.
Yeah.
3-bet.
I'm trying to think what the most, like what bluffs you can kind of get here with on the river. I mean, is he sat there with? I don't know. I can't think of many.
Queen Jack. And he's now decided.
Just suddenly decides to bluff. I mean, does the? Yeah, just some maybe like ace jack with the ace of spades. Does that kind of go heroic? But again, we got 2 jacks, so
Queen 10 and doesn't want to get reverse
but
free
again,
rolled. I don't know. Yeah, no, I know
Queen,
what you mean.
Queen 10, does it really get this far? And if it does it decide to turn to a bluff? You kind of calling there, assuming you're up against some weakness. It's hard because you sat there with a flop top set in this really bizarre pre-flop scenario. Got to here, you've just joined the table. There's action galore, is what you can figure out, and now here you are facing a half-pot river jam for a man who cold called from the big. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm still trying to work out the hands we can beat, what hands can be bluffing. There's always got to be something. There's always something I haven't thought about, David, when it comes to bluffing.
I think it's just going to be in the mind that 5s, 6s, and 9s may have played this way, and it would be a bit of a disaster not to snap those ones off. But you're right, the Queen of Spades, well, everything gets there. And it's funny, had Idemir checked, well, the value bet probably comes in the form of these chips.
Yeah. Horrible shot for Skripka. I mean, there's 10 starting stacks in the pot.
Maybe trying to work out what kind of flush is possible. Like, does he have the ace 10 of spades? Does he have the ace king?
King 10 of spades.
Would probably have done a 4-bet. So the queen arriving kind of blocks actually some of the obvious ones you might go with, like king 10 and ace 10.
King 10, ace 10. I mean, we see he's in here with 10 8 suited, so we know 10 9's possible as well. I mean, I don't know.
10 9's, that's a nice candidate actually.
I don't know how much of that's possible given the action pre-flop. What Skripka would imagine is possible, but
yes.
Like I say, you come to the table, you see goofy 3-bet sizes, you see guys calling from the big. This is the problem when you come to the table. You don't really know what's been going on.
Clock gold.
Yeah, I could see if I was sat at this table, I'd be like, come on, what's going on with it? But we can see here, it's he's not wasting time. But reasonable to call the clock. No, he does make the call.
Just can't take the chance that the 9s, 5s, and 6s in the end. I agree with you. I don't think he's finding many bluffs there, but he's just maybe wondering, am I beating the value hands that would also do this? It's a funky one. We'll mull on that one for quite some time, I think.
Huge pot mode. This is over entry factor. What am I talking about?
Sorry, guys. I like to see an open here with these sort of holdings from early position. The Queen 10s, Queen 9 suited. Still very openable from early. There's plenty of exploitation of hands behind. It's a good one to stay active with, and all the more reason when you're the biggest stack of the table. Khalifa, well, he's got to take
Finally
this
gets to go. Here we go.
And he's not really in a position to sort of like hang on in there. 26 more bust outs. We're talking about another hour and a half, 2.5 more hours, maybe something.
Oh, this is just cruel for him.
This is cruel.
This is the sort of nonsense that he's going to find himself in the end of. He hasn't put a foot wrong, and he's not had a chance to win a pot.
Interesting spot for Inoka in the sense, obviously he's putting chips in here, but does he make a raise or does he flat? Or does he go all in? Okay, well.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
Because you can make it like 230, and that's sort of like, you know, maybe induces your jacks and your queens guy who opened initially to come over the top. You could also flat and throw maximum rope. Now, I think that might bring in some flats from that guy, but, you know, you can still navigate from there in a dry side pot situation.
Well, it's not over yet. 5 to come.
No, and I don't think we saw an ace folded behind, so there is reason to believe.
A rich deck.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Merit Poker Carmen series live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel. There's a look at the building that houses all of the action, and great action it has been thus far here during coverage of Day 3 of our warm-up event. It was a $2,200 buy-in that drew a prize pool of over $1.1 million and over $200,000. Up top, going to the winner as we get our first look at our new featured table. Big stack belongs to Ron Ilani. And Rwand Chaichi will be the shortest of stacks. Ghassan Khalil, who we saw during outer table action, also in the mix. Of course, Luc Bindel, the Frenchman. David, no stranger to you.
Yeah, good pal of mine, Luc Bindel, superb player. He would rather that was kept on the DL, but he is, and I think maybe the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah.
People recognize him for the player that he is. He plays pretty high stakes online, big winner, and yeah, he obviously had some great success at the Western Poker Series here just a couple of weeks ago.
And here he is, front and center at the feature table. Do recall, Luke, from our last visit here to Merit, you and I, David, had plenty of time at the feature table, as I recall.
Yeah, he had some memorable battles with Justice Health, as I recall.
Yeah.
And yeah, probably got the better of those, in fairness. Maybe took advantage of the fact that he was less well known, which is why I'm spoiling all that now and basically making him a celebrity, which is not what he wants me to do. But he is a fellow Malteser. He lives on the island of Gozo, the minor island there in Malta, where I currently reside also. And straight away, Jack 9 suited good enough to open things up here. Would expect this kind of play from Luke. He's going to be opening up the Queen 10s, the Jack 9s from early position if they're suited. It's the kind of hands he likes to stay active with, as he should.
And he's got Koray Korkmaz as a customer with the pocket 8s. Korkmaz is one of the best Turkish online MTT regulars of late.
Yeah, superb player who's also no stranger to the felt here in North Cyprus.
Korkmaz, by the way, came to Merit after the pandemic and had a bevy of deep runs in big events. Last July, took down a 5K for 88,000 and then finished 6th at an MPP for 110K. Queen 9-6 here as Chizu closed the action from the big, getting a price. Checks unimproved here. Bindel with middle pair, just a pip ahead of Korkmaz, electing to check it himself.
Yeah, just enough of it and not too much of it for Bindel and Korkmaz here. Happy to get to showdown if they can from here. Luke may well fire out a small bet. Don't want to let the gut shots get there now. I would expect a pretty small bet, actually, probably something in the region of 65K. He's going to want to... No, he is going to check this one, and again, happy to get to showdown here. Korkmaz, similar sort of equation for him as Bindel. He does also check it.
Did pick up the gut shot, but instead hits a set on the river. Sort of an inconvenient development in terms of 10-Jack and a 7X now being better holdings, but he'll take it with 2 checks in front of him.
Yeah, and it will be an interesting spot for Bindel once it gets back to him, assuming a bet here, something in the region of 2/3. Yeah, interesting situation here, particularly with Luke blocking the Jack 10. I think he's probably going to find a call. It's close, though. Very tough one here, it's fair to say.
it's certainly size-wise, it's kind of on the healthier end of the spectrum into 185K with 135, and Bindel does let it go.
Yeah,
did
good
check the best hand, though, for 2 streets and allowed the 2/8s to get there, David.
Yeah, he won't mind that, though. Allowing a 2-outer get there is sort of, pretty reasonable and all part of the pot control operation he was deploying there. I got to say, though, not a lot of 7s maybe in the range, but pocket 7s, obviously. Maybe an ace-7. But I suppose maybe representing more than that, some 2-pair combinations as well. Luke thought the better of it, and he was quite right. But yeah, I think that was an interesting spot for Luke on the turn there, whether to bet small or check again. I was leaning actually towards the bet small side of things. I don't think it would have made a difference. I think the 8s call 1 street anyway, so it just would have got more expensive and a bit more complicated for him in that scenario.
Onwards he marches.
Luke was second in chips after day 1. Obviously continued to build a stack through day 2, and then here in day 3 seems to have been going pretty well. Sort of average stack right now.
Iskandarov, ace-4 suited. Rashad Iskandarov.
Yeah, opening off just 12 bigs here, but with the right kind of holding, he's got the suited ace blocker. Nice hand to mix in here as part of your steals. Range going to have a lot of premium stuff that's happy to snap off here. You got to have some bluffs is exactly the right category of hand to use. And could well get the job done here against the 4-3 suited. 4-3 suited, obviously a pretty enough hand. Very callable if these guys are deeper, but against Iskandarov, he's not deep. He's going to give it a spin, though.
Nakhjavani, 3-4 suited. Unfortunately sharing a card with Iskandarov. Neither player improving on the Queen 10-7 board. Saman Nakhjavani loves high-stakes PLO cash game action. Actually cashed in both a Triton event as well as a Super High Roller Bowl Europe event here at Merit, both in the last year. Those were 25 and 50K buy-ins respectively, so he is no stranger to high-stakes action, and he has turned himself a diamond draw after the check back from the pre-flop raiser. He goes to work, firing 80K.
Yeah, I would like to see a very small continuation bet from Iskandarov on that flop. He obviously had some backdoors. You can bet just 1 big blind, try and clean out some equity, but maybe more importantly in this situation, discourage your opponent from coming out with a bluff or a semi-bluff in this case. Problematically for him, any bet will leverage the remaining chips in his stack, and he can avoid that by taking control. And of course, if he gets called, you can find other ways to win there. The backdoors do present some barreling turn cards as well. Yeah, I think I probably would have liked to see a 1 big blind continuation bet on that flop, but a small skirmish.
Skirmish is a good word for it.
Has Nick Bolu changed his outfit since the first frame? I'm pretty sure he has. He was sporting a Chicago Bulls jersey, but 4 hours ago.
Producer Mobitas stepping in immediately to advise us that indeed there was a wardrobe change. Why was that, David?
Apparently the Chicago Bulls lost in the NBA, their match last night, today.
We called them games, Lappin. I appreciate that. I know there's a lot of footy on your resume.
Don't know, though. As a supporter of a team, it seems a little fickle to just rip the jersey off after 1 defeat.
I would agree.
Not so diehard.
It'd be like giving up on a dealer just because you lost a single pot, which we've seen. Not here, mind you. Now Chizu limping in with the King 7, a well-known Romanian television producer and screenwriter, which I know you'll take an interest in, David, as a man who dabbles himself. EPT regular.
Yeah, I'll be pitching to him at the break.
I'm sure that's where his mind is. Bindell with the King-Queen, mulling it over from the big blind. Does he want to take it upstairs or leave it where it is with these blinds at 10 and 25,000?
Yeah, quite right, Ali. You can definitely go both ways with a hand like this. By raising, you can keep in hands you dominate. Oh, and a very small raise. Interesting stuff here from Luke. Deciding for a sort of clickier raise. Exactly targeting keeping in hands he dominates. Interesting choice of size. Gets the job done. Or was it a limp, maybe? I'm just seeing now the amount of chips that went out there. Could have been a limp in. Which case, that sizing makes a little more sense. So, Chicago Bulls out, Star Wars in.
Well, Star Wars never goes bad. Well, I take that back. There's been a few films that I think were less than of the caliber that we've come to expect from the good people at Lucasfilm.
I don't think I saw all the sequels and prequels. I definitely saw the originals, of course.
You gave up.
I think there was that weird creature that I was out once I saw
know,
him.
Jar Jar Binks.
That one.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was an abomination.
That was, wasn't it?
Far from, though, is an ace queen.
Retired me from
going
Star
to work.
Wars.
$50K if you do, and I don't think the Jack 3 does.
Big fold.
As Ilani puts it into the muck. Some talent here at this feature table, by the way. Ilani, who just mucked there from the big, an accomplished live and online player who has some terrific tournament results.
Synonym for Star Wars could be Space Jam.
Can I not
Space
put in the
Jam.
box and just show everybody every time?
Michael Jordan, Chicago Bulls.
Yeah.
Work with me. Just trying to do some word association.
That's a lot of work, David, that you're asking me to do. That falls outside the scope, I think, of my contractual obligations here in the booth. Though I do applaud you attempting to walk me down that path. It was unpaved.
Yeah, that was the Rorschach test of commentary moments there.
Would have required some real left brain for Jack 6 offsuit to be going to work there for Chaichi, and his fold will yield a king-queen for Mr. Khalil. It was his ace-king against the ace-jack of Mohammad Qasim, which burst the bubble. Debt of gratitude perhaps owed by the field to that gentleman. No takers. It's interesting, David. I think a lot of times we've grown accustomed to a real unraveling in terms of remaining stacks, players, kind of a greasing of the wheels, if you will, once the bubble is burst. But I don't know that there's been a palpable amount of that. Yeah, granted, we're not observing all that takes place elsewhere at our outer tables, but 62 players still remaining. 71 was the bubble, and you know it's been perhaps a little bit slower affair. I think the whittling down than I might have expected it to be.
Yeah, that whittling you described there is a feature of a post-long bubble. Catch me up a little bit. Was the bubble long? I did catch the bust-out hand.
In fact, it was a bit accelerated, I would say. James had mentioned that he was going to eat a piece of chocolate for every hand that it took for us from the point at which he declared it forward to burst the bubble. It immediately burst, and unfortunately he was unable to indulge in any more delights. But
well, my heart does go out to James there, of course, but I think that would explain the slower than expected attrition rate, since obviously a feature of a long bubble is the short stacks just have to get shorter and shorter, and then they're more likely to have to get it in quickly.
So we front-loaded it.
Yeah. Speaking of the bubble burster is at this table now.
Right, as mentioned, Hassan Khalil.
He had the ace-king against the ace-jack, as
Yep,
I recall.
that's right.
See, I tune in. I'm a fan as well as commentator here.
You're probably just tuning in to see whether or not the resident Mozzie here in the booth has been dispatched. It does create some paranoia. And for those that are wondering what we're referring to, dating all the way back to the Western Series, there is a mosquito that lives in this booth and has yet to meet its maker. We're going to get there, though. Queen Jack 7, four-way affair here as Chai-Chi flops top pair, the party starter. Action checked over to him, and he will follow through. Nigbaloo really the only other hand worthy of note with second pair.
Nibbaloo does let it go. Tempting one, but I do like the folds.
You know what? You like the fold. I don't like the fact that I'm perpetually challenged by the presence of a G in Turkish that is silent. And I'm always tempted to say it whenever I see it. Not a letter that often gets glossed over on my side of the pond.
Gets lost over. That's actually how it's pronounced, Ali.
Okay.
Gets lost
I
over.
see. I see what you've done there. Not all G's are going to be silent in this broadcast, and Chai-Chi's certainly not going to be silent as he's upgraded to 2 kings. Up front, upstairs. Min-raise open. Oh my goodness. Nibbaloo with 2 black aces on the button. This is going to be a real collision as these players square off with fairly level stacks.
America? Yeah. US? Better time zone. No, not US. Mexico, Canada.
Okay.
We're gonna try out and see where we want to stay. Or like where we can stay for 5 or 6 years. Who's we? House?
Well, the predicted car crash.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness.
An ace-king suited somehow enters the fold here, and we've got a real problem on our hands for Iskandarov, and in it goes.
Yeah, this is unfortunate set of circumstances here for the boys with ace-king and
I know
kings.
some people in Mexico City. So
3 short stacks.
that's one option.
They could have been 3 big stacks. Could have been the same outcome.
It certainly looks like Nibbaloo is the man that stands to end up with the big stack, as he has everyone covered in more ways than one. Best hand, biggest stack. Side pot will be between he and Chai Chi, aces against kings, and then Iskandarov will be in for the main.
Straight works.
My goodness. This is a violent development here at our feature table, and it really crept up on me. I thought the two kings were just going to raise and take it down, then suddenly up popped two black aces, and then an ace-king suited behind it. To the flop we go. 7-7-9, couple of clubs, and the ace of clubs is held by Nibolu. So
the ace-king can leave.
Yeah, drawing dead already is Iskandarov. The 6 of clubs on the turn, and it is just the lone king of clubs that will rescue Chai Chi here. And it's not available as
No, it doesn't even
one
work. The
fell
remaining-
swoop
The remaining king is a club.
dispenses
Oh, there's a
2 combatants from the arena.
Ah, yes.
I can give you some hand reading lessons before you fly to Mexico.
I'm not gonna lie, I stopped playing it.
It's a king. It's
Oh, continuing the Star Wars theme there. We had some.
Better than flying.
Is it like a little R2D2 Star Wars card protector?
Nothing short deck, but that's for another day.
Well, it is
We
a
do, look.
lonely walk out of the arena. R2 is present.
Well played, buddy.
You're right.
Oh, what a spot. What a spot. Wow. You played great.
Yeah. Just show, right?
Nothing to do.
Nibolu, by the way, not just a Star Wars fan.
Ace,
Big
king,
fan
ace, king.
of Anadolu Efes basketball club here in Turkey. It's played. Also, EuroLeague champions, I'm being told.
Twice. They've done it. They've won it twice. Yeah.
Okay.
Big fan.
Producer Mobitas. Firm finger on the pulse of Turkish basketball. EuroLeague hoops. Nibolu, by the way, been playing just live. Keeps the keyboard and mouse out of sight when doing his bidding in terms of poker. About 10 years under his belt here at Merit, well known to the staff. Playing mostly smaller events. I kind of applaud the unsung heroes, by the way, as we see him going to work here with the newly minted stack, 8-3 suited cutoff, running into Korkmaz's pocket sevens. But oftentimes I think that there are compulsions to ascend in terms of stake, in terms of buy-ins, just because one has enjoyed some success, as though it's a compulsory sort of decision to be made. But for those that just kind of hang out at a comfortable stake and cobble, I think there's something to be said. Nothing to be said, unfortunately, for the 8-3 suited on the ace-queen-9 monotone board.
The Coke?
Yeah.
If he is going to try and take a stab, now is the time.
Yep.
Korkmaz with the 7 of diamonds, crucially, I think if he didn't have the 7 of diamonds, he would let this one go pretty quick, but probably compelled to call once.
Here, but for a cane of Cove, that's like goal here.
No, he does let it go, so...
Interestingly, I'm not surprised. You know, he did have Nibolu covered there, I believe, but you don't, I mean, one of the things I used to talk to people about who are, and no allegations, by the way, that this applies in terms of the two that we just witnessed in that pot, but to avoid murky water is to kind of allow yourself an easier path. Obviously, the further up we ascend in terms of the quality of opposition that we're facing, then we don't have the choice but to maybe be subjected to and maybe even find ourselves guided toward murky waters, so to speak. But that 7 of diamonds, when a diamond rolls off and you continue to face heat, you know, do you really want to find yourself in that spot? And I think the decision was quite clear with the 2 sevens, looking up at 3 overcards and that kind of middling diamond that, no, prefer not to.
Yeah, I think it probably comes down to a player tendency. If you feel like you are up against someone who will barrel in a freewheeling sort of way, then yes, it's hard to make a call there profitable. If you are up against someone a little more honest, a little more straightforward on turns, they might over c-bet situations, but then be very honest on later streets. They're the kind of people you can probably more happily navigate.
Well, you can float those kinds of characters quite safely in efforts to take pots away on subsequent streets, as Bindel with Queen Jack suited, making it 50 to go. Chisu gonna defend his big with the 9-4. Spades are smothered. But the 9-4 is in front with bottom pair on the king high 2 diamond flop.
Small stab here from Bindel.
It's official, 40K.
Looking to pick up, well, obviously a queen or a jack would be nice, but even a 10 or a 9.
Well, let's mark the queen of clubs as yielding the best hand for Bindel. As Chisu check called, now checks once more, this time with the worst hand.
I like another small bet here from Bindel. In a lot of worlds, I think you can extract value from the 8 and the 4 while controlling the size of the pot. The other route to go is obviously checking and then probably calling most rivers.
Provided that you do face a bet, which is not a given.
True that.
As Chisu going to give us an explosive ending to this particular movie plot.
Would be a mergy sort of bet here. Not sure what it would achieve. Yeah, doesn't go for it.
215 in the middle. Will value be pursued by Bindel? Not the type of character that tends to leave meat on the bone.
No, I think it will be. I think he will feel like a king would have done its own betting there, and more likely he's up against a missed diamond draw or an 8. We see obviously a 4 is the actual hand, but that could still be targeted for a small price. And perhaps showing the advantage of his line over my preferred one there, the fact that he can go this larger sizing on the turn, being very confident that he's ahead, whereas if he bets the 60k sort of sizing on turn and gets called again, he may feel like he's up against too many king X, has to check back. Perhaps he will be able to get value in the form of this 135k. Chisu keenly aware that there will be some ace-X that have just whiffed completely and are now taking another stab at this on the river, given that he has never put money into the pot himself with aggression. He's worried that maybe the ace-9s of the world, the ace-10s, the even given Luke's range, maybe the ace-2s and Jack-9s of this world might try and take it away as well. Makes a good fold in the end.
Ace 10. Ace 10.
It was a while I was going to call time soon.
Ace 10.
I think there are certainly occasions on which the 4s are going to be good against the likes of Bindel as played, but correctly finding the muck on that occasion was Chisu.
Stupid blind defense.
It won't be the first time.
Not the last.
Ah, you were messing around pre-flop?
Yeah, I was so short, so now I'm just.
First time playing with Dan? I think so. Maybe we played briefly. I don't know.
Yeah, we
played
did
a
play.
bit.
We did play. Yeah.
Don't have. Didn't play a lot.
Isu, by the way, is the organizer of the Dakino International Film Festival, the oldest in Romania, held every year in Bucharest since 1991. How about that?
Beautiful city, Bucharest. I can imagine some old theatres in the old town there and probably some more modern ones as well. Hosting some European movies.
I remember Top Gear visiting Bucharest once upon a time. Of course, a legendary British automotive show. Not as legendary these days without the original cast. I feel like it's fair to say.
No, they got booted controversially quite a while back.
That was Clarkson's doing.
Well, Clarkson will Clarkson.
Don't punch your producer would be the moral of that story. I'm sure Mulvitas would agree with that directive. Jack 4 deuce rainbow here as King High and Queen High scoring off. Nakjavani defending. See if Korkmaz will want to go to work here. Strikes me as the type of board texture, David, that would invite a follow through quite effectively. And indeed, there it is, 35K.
Not that hot. LED lights on.
Not hot. We played here a bit on day one.
Deeper
Played
stacks.
here on day one. There was no feature table. We were just sitting here and everybody were. It was
And
really,
no
really hot.
Nakjavani just not
I know.
releasing the hand
Today,
right away. Ends up folding. Thought about maybe pursuing some equity on the turn, or maybe even recognizing that that texture was as inviting as it was. Maybe looking to lean back on Korkmaz, ask a question, if you will. Nicholas Schweedy, such an accomplished player. Coveted PT Monaco Grand Final victory. And on the topic of grand, David, just get a look at the pageantry there. A little bit less so, perhaps, in the 9-hole. The striped shirt was not really the direction that I was taking. No disrespect to Ranalani, but I think even he would agree that our dealer is perhaps a little bit more adorned in the spirit of the Carmen series.
The tiara is very sparkly. Matching earrings and lippy.
A regal combination. 10s for Schweedy. 50 to skate. Chisu in there with the 4s. Set mining, one of his set cards busy in Nakjavani's stewardship in the small. Down to just 58 players now. Current payout,
Nakjavani plotting larceny here.
$940, and indeed a larcenous 3-bet to 225,000. We know it's unlikely to shed the likes of Schweedy.
Yeah, mandatory call here, but does set up a very interesting dynamic for post-flop here, where Nakjavani will obviously have intentions to continue his story, and 10s, unless it flops a set, will often flop a awkward amount of equity, even with small cards on board. He will be wary of the larger pair. Could be in the hand of Nakjavani, so yeah. Kisu can't really continue to set mine given how much of his stack it would be. He's not going to be able to see too many turn cards. Be a little optimistic, probably needs a better price. This is an interesting one for Nakjavani. He can bet very small on this texture. That's what's nice for him now, is he can take a very cheap stab.
Now he has flopped the wheel gut shot, and obviously there are worlds in which he could credibly rep the ace on this 2-ace, 2-diamond flop. where Schwede is presumably going to take one off, depending, of course, on sizing. That does not strike me as adequate to dispense the likes of 210s, 55K. Bashful in terms of sizing, but a lot of times those hyper downsized choices begin to ring alarm bells in our opponent's mind because they invite calls from everything.
Yeah, he's gone for essentially a 9% bet, which is an extreme down bet. But the function of that will be to test his opponent out, see if his opponent decides to raise with any of his range, and maybe decide to go for a plumper bet here on the turn.
Which is the 9 of spades. Sort of a nice card for Schwede's purposes.
And this was always the intended story here. Fire small and then come out a little bit bigger on the turn. Just taking portions of the range out of the equation with each bet.
Well, it is a bit bigger at 155K, but not an overwhelming sizing, and it begins to feel a bit milky.
Certainly can't go away for this price. From a theoretical point of view, if he does feel like Giovanni is a particularly honest foe, he could leave the game tree, but I think for these 10s, had the original flop bet been 200K, you were calling anyway, so the fact that it's just come over 2 streets. He's giving a little bit away here, but then he also may sort of do the same almost board operational move with an ace in his hand with the ace jack or ace queen, which are his likely ace x. I feel like guys.
Wow, the second barrel gets rid of the 2 10s. And oddly enough, I think downsizing may have actually played to his favor in that situation. And for Schwede, it's not that he doesn't recognize that the 2 10s might be good from time to time. It's the issue of flatting there and genuinely expecting the third barrel to come in on the river, and what do you do unimproved then?
Yeah, sort of unwritten rule of poker is don't fold to a bet that hasn't come in yet, but I think you're absolutely right. That was in his head, and he was worried that he was going to have to put another 250, 300 in on the river, and well, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he can call there and actually fold river. Like, I think that's a pretty reasonable situation, to be honest. I think a decision to leave the game tree like that can make you look like a genius, but it can also put egg on your face.
Yeah.
Once again, 25, not any tournaments. Players, we're ready to start. We have 5 players sitting. Please take your
Schwede is, of course, very fundamentally sound. Can't really blame him for finding the muck there, can you? You can relate.
Robert, your table is ready.
You're a caller every time, Lappin?
Yeah, I think 10s is just too strong, and I think you probably have to call one more street. I think river is definitely an interesting spot, and I think turn is potentially an interesting spot facing larger bets, but from a pure theory point of view, when you face incredibly small bets, they really should only shave off very small portions of your range, and 10's too high, I believe, in that spot. Credible as the story being told was. Credit to Giovanni, though. He told a tale.
Successfully. Do believe this 6-5 is open the pot based on the chips I see in front of him. 60K is the number, and Bindel with 2 kings.
Ooh, the Django's.
3 bets. $200 total, and this time, Giovanni not going to get out of line. Certainly not beyond the extent to which he had already done so. Has given us a real sense of what to expect from him, though. David. He's going to be the pot stirrer, literally and proverbially, here at this feature. Treaty, by the way, was a late arrival to this featured table, occupying one of the seats emptied by Nibolu at the double knockout. And it is Hassan Khalil with 2 sevens that will be reaching for tokens and depositing 55K. Good spot to be in against Nakjavani now, who has looked down at 2 sixes.
Maybe thinking of going deep here with a 3-bet. These guys are a little deeper. They can play a different breed of poker. Set mining. Certainly a reasonable option there. Flat with 6s in the cutoff. But he's taking control of this one, and tough spot now for Khalil. Probably gonna let this one go.
$200K 3-bet here. And you wonder whether or not Khalil has a profile on Nakjavani. Obviously, we've seen the whole cards. He is not, but they've been at the table with one another prior to being here at the feature. Might have been some showdowns that would lead one to believe that that is a broader range than average that he's facing, as he does call the 3-bet with the 7s. And the ace-10-3 board, not the one that he had in mind. Checks it. See if Nakjavani is going to go to work.
Well, he does love his small bets. Tough for Khalil to this sizing.
Yeah, 80K gets it done.
Button is good.
1/6 pot.
All the chips moving in one direction right now.
Certainly are. A gravitational field rapidly developing
We're a
around
very silent feature.
Nakjavani.
It feels like playing poker at church.
We were quiet before as well, to be honest, so not many
Sure.
talks besides you and me.
I guess we know where Luke Bindell learned his poker now.
Go on then.
In the pews of a local church. He said this reminds me of poker at church.
Well, I would hope that in the house of the Lord, Bindell was not guilty of gambling, given the deep religious foundations that I ascribe myself to.
Well,
Lappin, a man of the cloth, practically, I am.
Well, you're talking to an Irishman, and the only issue with gambling in Ireland was the church wanted it to be all theirs. It's like bingo is fine.
Right.
Anything they just needed their piece.
Right. No, it was a very entrepreneurial church, the Irish ones. Look at Nakjavani, queen deuce suited. Really showing us some breadth.
Yeah, he's putting on a show now for us, I believe.
a pesky sort of character. And he's flopped himself top pair and a club draw as Korkmaz defended with a 7-5 suited. Doubtful that he is going to find any continuations.
No. We're coming with the single big blind bet again. He's loving this. He's playing limit poker right now and he's getting the job done.
Certainly is.
Two levels, dinner break, and another 2 levels.
Yeah. Sometimes, like the last 2 levels, sometimes we'll do it shorter, like a level or level and a half, but
Potlimita Maha 510, 5 cards, Mr. Daniel, Artur, Farouk, Claudio, Andrei, Doron, Cesar, and Mustafa. Potlimita Maha 510, 5 cards, Mr. Mustafa, Cesar, Andrei, Farouk, and Daniel. Omaha 510,
Straight back in the saddle,
5 cards.
Nakjivani.
Daniel.
I think going for 5 in a row here.
Records being set, perhaps, in terms of consecutive pots entered. VPIP steadily creeping up in that seat.
Nibolu going to set mine here. Maybe board mine to some extent as well against an opponent who's probably in there with a very wide range at this point. I think everyone has recognized that. Will Schweedy join the party? He will.
Suited and connected, and what a lovely flop it is for Schweedy. Second pair, flush draw, well in front of the field.
Mr. Farouk and Andrei. Farouk and Andrei.
There is the flush. Schweedy probably going to do his own betting, but could check it once more. See it going either way. Unfortunately for him, nobody with a significant enough piece. Nakjivani unlikely to get interested by that 5. Nibolu staring at a board of overcards. Gutter to the bad end. 4 clubs might not even be good. Gets out of the way as well. So that little streak is over.
Schweedy, happy to be the man to bring it to its end, especially given that he's simply clawing back tokens lost when he folded the 2 10s. This is the Carmen Festival, but things not feeling particularly festive at this featured table. These guys are all business. Things aren't getting serious, though, Lappin. I mean, we are going to be awarding a massive.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's low energy, because I think people are expending their energy in the directions of concentration and tell getting. But yeah, certainly not the chatty table I remember from the first frame of today. How is your second table?
Also a little bit on the shy side in terms of chatter, perhaps spoiled by that first feature table that you and Dempsey enjoyed at the top of today's coverage, which was just dynamic.
Yeah, and to be fair, that second frame was basically the bubble frame, and that is a nervy period.
Sure.
Not too unusual to see people go into their shell during that. But yeah, you would think maybe now, with the right ingredients, we could still see some.
Mr. Sotas, hold on.
Entertaining.
Sotas.
Players and poker. Milani, big slick, dominating. Oh, wow.
Flopping Jin with the redraw. Nasser with just the open-ender. Checking it over to Ilani, who can hardly believe his eyes. Any merit to deciding to check back with this much kit? David,
No.
I mean, as the pre-flop aggressor, everybody anticipates you're going to stab at this sort of board.
I know what you mean, and in situations where you flop top set and that kind of way of dominating a board, I absolutely agree. But I think on this specific board, yes, of course, you have the advantage here. It's your board. You have the ace, king, X kind of hands. But there's just too many combinations your opponent can have. They can have a draw, which they may call one street with. They can have a two-pair combo. I think you want to start building a big pot here. And
some taxes
yeah,
to be paid, as Nasser didn't have top pair in mind when he made the call on the flop with the open-ender, but that's exactly what he's been delivered. Four-liner on board now. Ilani doesn't love it either because there is some ace-X perhaps in Nasser's range that will be chopping, but he does have the heart redraw.
Yeah, Ilani definitely funking for a 9 or a small card. Something that could get his opponent's range into trouble. And his specific hand in this case, but tough spot here for Nasser with top pair, no kicker, facing another bet. He actually lets it go straight away for 60k. Smart stuff.
Tidy pickup there for Ilani. Very accomplished live and online players. Has great tournament results talked about. Also on Stars, some of the Zoom streets.
Those Zoom pools are very tough if he's beaten those games. He's quality.
Jisu's ace queen up front. Speaks up. And that's going to be a short story for Jisu. $206,000 for a $2,200 buy-in event. Not at all a modest payout. That's what is awaiting our champion, who we will be crowning tomorrow here in this multi-day event to kick off the Merit Poker Carmen series. One of several festivals held year-round here.
January, yes? Yeah. There was another cash festival in between that I didn't go.
King Jack for Nibolu.
For me, this is the best place to go. Like 30-minute flight, and I love it here.
Tell you what, that was not a sponsored endorsement there from Ilani that we caught in reference to his feelings about playing poker here at Merit, as Shweety lets us know his feelings about the baby-suited ace, Solver Catnip.
Your hotel card?
And it makes quick work of the King Jack.
Sector 550. We're starting new table. 550. Mr. Vlad, Mr. Robert.
A little bit of table balancing here.
Aziz, Mr. Mekan, Mr. Van, Mr. Rashid, and Bakush. Hold'em 550.
As we lose a player.
Wow.
Supposedly May is the best one, that's what everybody tells me.
Yeah, but it's not big difference, you know, it's a little bit better than this one, I guess. Weather is quite nice, that's like one of the biggest advantage for me. You can go to the beach and stuff.
Similar to August, September, when there was...
Yeah, like a click colder, I guess. But you can still go to the beach and the pool, so...
60 to go, says Nasser. With the sevens. Hisu with ace-3, flatting from the small blind.
Call for Mr. Vlad and Robert. Vlad and Robert, Hold'em 550.
Ace, King, Jack. As Hisu manages to outflop the field here. Bindel came along for the ride from the big blind. Flops bottom pair and the Broadway gut shot. As Nasser following through, despite both blinds making the call here, David, with just the pocket sevens.
Yeah, certainly a bit optimistic.
Yeah, perhaps heads up, one would be more inclined to make this bet and presume it to yield success, but against two opponents, it feels far less likely to get through.
Last call for Mr. Rashid, Hold'em 550.
And despite having the good shot to go with the pair, Bindel out of the way. Third hard on board.
And note how things just get more and more uncomfortable for Hisu with this ace-3, which is completely adrift. Top pair, but forced into acute deference. Nasser feels like he may have had his one stab as he checks back. Now the king pairs. $425 in there. Hisu with 550 back. Stabs. Kind of a hazardous line for him to be taking, given that there could be some King X in Nasser's range.
Yeah, a chunky blocker, if you like.
This one is a bit marked. It depends on the... This one's marked. I see it from my...
Yeah, I see it a little bit. Okay, next time change deck. Next time change deck.
Middle of the room.
Looks like we have a marked card. Easy enough to mark a
it's
card
a bigger
accidentally here.
transition.
These
You're right.
TV cards, the
These three
RFID
parts.
chips in them, don't bend quite as well as other cards.
Oh, just hand them over here, Lap, and I'll make sure they bend to my will. Just give me a beat and watch those things buckle. Sweetie with Big Slick. Uh-oh. Khalil with a problem.
Reasonable to consider a flat here, given that the open has come from early. It would be a way to keep in some inferior ace-x, but 3-betting probably the more standard line, and it looks like the line chosen. When this gets back to Sweetie, he's, oh, well, there's going to be some interference before that. This will make life a little bit easier for Khalil. Ilani. Can't find a cold 4-bet size that wouldn't commit himself to Khalil, and maybe doesn't like the idea of calling off a 5-bet to Sweetie, so may just stick this in. It's already 310k in there. It's an awkward one with the stacks that are out there.
You're right. I mean, of the options available to him, it does strike me as the one that might be best served. It is uncomfortable, though. I mean, these guys are all fairly deep. Khalil, granted, started with sub 1 million, but still.
I guess the ultra small click 4-bet to 380k does imply to Sweetie that there's full equity, but do you really want to call off the 5-bet in that situation? It's not lovely to 4-bet fold here, so sticking it in does simplify matters. It's a tricky whole spot, this one. You definitely don't want to put in too many chips and fold, so. Okay, looks like he's gone for 600k. And.
Well, you did mention that there was a size that would keep him from feeling committed, and this strikes me as the one in the event that shenanigans were afoot behind him. 595, you got a little grimace on your face.
If both players stuck it in, I guess, but he would still be getting 700k into a pot of, what, 2 million?
But think about the kind of kit that would be required for both Sweetie and Khalil to get their chips in the middle.
True.
Does feel very much like the ace-king is in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, it's tricky. Sweetie can let this one go. Obviously, open this one up with the intention of getting one customer, navigating post-flop in certain scenarios. Facing the cold 4-bet.
Yeah, it isn't often that ace-king looks to find itself.
Yeah, like the fold there. I know
Into the muck,
we
yeah.
see that he had a hand that flips, but I think in reality, you know, it's just, as you say, the kind of kit that even does this cold 4-bet's probably the jacks plus ace-king, and
yeah.
Actually ace-king doesn't play terribly well against that range. Particularly if you're trying to avoid showdown, don't really feel like you have fold equity, and I don't know if he does. Like I don't think you can reasonably presume that the guy will put in 600 and then fold to another 7 or 8.
Now for Khalil, this is obviously a much simpler proposition, or certainly should be.
Yeah,
740 is still going to be plenty off of which for him to navigate moving forward, and the declaration being made out of the big blind by Ilani here is a very credible one that places ace-queen in an awful spot.
Quite right, Ali, and I think it's actually not too difficult a decision. Again, presuming that range of jacks plus ace-king, and you know, even throwing in the absolutely occasional, and it only needs to be ace-5 suited. That's the one you want to see. It's just not going to be in there often enough. And when you can't think of a hand that you beat, except the very rare balancer, that may not even exist in a live poker context. Guys will not be necessarily even putting light ones into the cold 4-betting range here.
Not in this spot, it didn't
This is not
feel.
on TV. Ah, you have ace king?
What do you have, tens?
No, I don't fold usually these hands.
So jacks, kings?
I have ace king.
Ah. Wow.
كان معك ace king؟ كيف عديتي شو؟ بكذب يعني. شو معك أنت؟ Ace queen.
You don't get through tournaments
You
without
didn't have the
folding
left hand.
hands like ace king.
You didn't
No, interesting, Ilani saying to Shwiti there, you didn't have the best hand, but I'm not saying that you had the worst hand either, as you had the same hand. But go on, David, as we get a look at the chip counts.
Look, I just think preserving your tournament situation, you know, Shweti's obviously got one of the better stacks here, 1.3 million, 43 big blinds, very easy to navigate your way into a nice spot, 2 tables out, maybe even make a final table run from that stack, putting it all in a bit of a guessing game situation where you might be flipping or maybe, just maybe, you're chopping. Oh, I quite like it, I have to say. I think,
I do too.
I think putting a premium on your tournament life is so vital in tournaments.
And I think also a function of the fact that Shweti, maybe a presumption on my part, but I have to imagine, given his resume, given his talent level, and given his self-awareness about that, doesn't feel like he needs to take those thin margins. He can just get out there, play a decent-sized stack, let go of the 50K there, and just go back to the drawing board.
Yep.
And find better spots to get himself in. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Avoiding, you know, potential clashes, avoiding flips is a great way to make it through tournaments. You know, that is the name of the game. There's so many situations in poker, tournament poker, where you're basically winning chips by value betting the river where you have 100% equity. You know, so you're looking for those kinds of spots where you can just easy progress, easy make chips.
Right.
Yes, of course, we do reach situations in poker tournaments where flips become unavoidable and we get a bit shorter when we're up against certain kinds of opponents. Not saying that people shouldn't take their flips from time to time, and in fact, if you feel like you're the weaker player at a table, maybe it's good to ramp up the variance and take some flips. But yeah, I think in that situation there, a very prudent choice.
Ace king also?
Nibolu.
Ace king?
Ace king being talked about as Nibolu looks down at ace king. Oh, he's a little bit spooky. He can 3-bet induce this one. I think Korkmaz will be able to let it go once it gets to him.
Blinds did click up to 15 and 30,000 there a moment ago during the dealer push.
Yeah, I would expect a bet to maybe 220 here. No, he has just stuck it in. Okay, trying to avoid some flips, perhaps.
I would want to.
What can I do?
Jacks, I'm fine. I could fold jacks and be cool, but ace king feels so bad.
Yeah, but the problem is, what can I do?
Yeah.
I know he's not the four-betting glide there.
7 deuce. In the previous feature table, it was Babel, like 5 of the money, Kuba open hijack, and this guy 3-bet from small blind 7 deuce.
Yeah.
I don't know the name. I can show you the hand.
Find the muck.
Little flash there from Nibolu. Wants to keep.
So I learned from him, you know.
I bet rep. 4-bet committed with him. 7 deuce.
I had a good hand.
I bet with you $100 that in something like 55 minutes I'll tell you exactly that.
Fair enough.
Perhaps Dan Jesus is the other less famous Romanian poker player. Negreanu getting all the attention. Maybe we need to keep our eye on Dan Jesus. Maybe there's something in the water out there.
Was Daniel born in Romania? No, Canadian born. Maybe?
I want to say you're right. But he is Romanian. Just because you're born in Canada doesn't make you, doesn't divorce you from your ethnic heritage.
Yes.
King Jack been deemed The time to draw a line in the sand for Mr. Nasser.
If I shove, you will not call directly.
I would what?
You will think.
230. No. No. No.
I'm sure.
He will not think.
I
he will
swear
fold.
to you, I don't think.
You don't think he fold directly?
Quickly, yeah? Or
fold.
Bit of maths here for Korkmaz.
I know.
Or he fold.
It would take under 3 seconds, but would make a face to. So if you have
Okay.
aces or kings, I won't be like, look stupid on camera. But no, already decide, I snap call. It's the truth.
You committed to him.
Yeah.
No customers.
But for sure you don't have the aces, I think.
No, my queens, queens.
Maybe jack to fold.
But you have ace king and he have ace king.
Yeah, there's queens then.
Ah, it's queen?
It's queen.
The fold.
Yeah, king.
He has queens or jacks.
I think he had a jacks.
No jack.
No, queens, I think.
Jack.
80%.
90 queens.
One of you guys all right. One of the three.
Me, for sure.
Speculation still swirling about Ron Ilani's holding in that
Well, how much is the delay? Half an hour or more?
4-bet pot.
30 minutes.
Important not to dwell too much, of course, in those situations, but I think curiosity is understandable in that specific spot as Shwedi folded the ace-king. Looking for some
What if you misread your hand? Maybe he had ace
positive
four.
reinforcement.
Nah. Ever thought about that? I looked twice. Don't sweat it.
Oh my God.
Korkmaz flatting the button open from Nibolu. Shwedi can take a price for an extra 30. Close the action with the 9-5 suited. To the flop we go. Queen 5-4. Top pair for Korkmaz. Second pair for Shwedi. Dust for the pre-flop raiser. Well, dust turns into gold on the turn as the king of clubs now giving Nibolu the best hand after he checked back the flop. Nobody with the flush draw.
Yeah, an awkward amount of equity for everyone.
Nibolu decides top pair. Maybe worth a barrel here. Can't fault him. Wow, Korkmaz just out of there with the queen 10. Bit surprised to see it.
It's pretty close, yeah. Probably thought we'd see a call there. Looks like Shwedi's considering a call, so it shows you what's up.
I mean, you think if Korkmaz was in Shwedi's seat without somebody left to act behind him, he would have been a bit more incentivized?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a better spot, but yeah, I'm surprised. You asked Queen 10, would you not be in there? I think I would, particularly having under-repped on the flop.
Right. Would have ended up with two pair. As it stands, though, Nibolu is content to check back after the 10 rolls off. And Shwedi's 5s find the muck swiftly.
What was the run out when the gentleman here 3-bet you? It was ace-ace something. Ace-ace? It was ace-ace. 3-9? You will not like the showdown.
They've spotted the 4-5 hand.
Guesses, you won't guess.
Nines?
No.
Ace 4?
No, not even close.
7 deuce.
5-4.
Jack 5-4 against me?
Yeah, double suited. Double suited. One heart, one spade.
5-4 dance?
Correct.
Correct.
I had tens. That was good.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I never seen him playing.
You had tens, then had fours, right?
Fold it around to Ilani. Hijack A6. Not the one.
Yeah, I like a fold like that. I think a lot of recreational players overvalue hands of that nature from that seat. I think it's probably a mix and maybe even a fold from the cutoff, let alone the hijack.
What about the Ace-5, though? Is it that much more desirable than the Ace-6?
Yeah, it's a little bit more desirable. I would certainly open it from the cutoff, but then maybe not the hijack either. Yeah.
30. أنا جاي من رئيس معي والي دم ودينيري. أنا عم دردنجان أول واحد بحكي. اللي يرجع لي صرنا نص صلنا إنه خلينا نلعب على رواق.
.48 players remaining.
Yeah, you mentioned it going a little slow. I think you had it at 62, 63 around that time. We have lost 15 players since then. That's been pretty quick.
Payouts at 4,700 through 45th place, and then 54.70. Fairly modest jumps along the way. Pretty flat up until we get towards that final table. Raise and take it for Schweedy.
Oh my God.
Maybe we need something to liven this feature table up. David, maybe a little 7-deuce bounty.
Round of shots.
I like that. Perhaps the threat of having to dive into the Mediterranean, which probably isn't as toasty as it would normally be.
Indeed.
If you lose at Showdown. Just looking to inject a little bit of life into the affair.
Yeah, Alani certainly the player most likely to light a fuse for us.
Really sitting on this whopping stack of 2.2 million and going to work with the suited one gapper. Make no mistake, though, the characters to his direct left are certainly cut from the sort of cloth that would qualify them to be creating some memorable moments.
Yeah, interesting spot for here, Schweedy. I mentioned how flatting is a reasonable option in certain situations, facing an early position. Raise with the ace-queen. He can go both ways here. Looks like he's going to go the aggressive route, though. And, well, when he gets back to Alani, he may consider a call here. 145k more into a pot of 350 with a suited gapper. It's kind of a fun one to experiment with. Kizu getting a bit of TV time there.
He doesn't need any more TV time. He's had a long career in TV and film.
It's a pretty close one. You don't want to call all the suited gappers that you'd open in that situation.
5-4?
But you might decide like 9-10 suited's your cutoff, and anything below that, just let it
Better or
go.
worse? Better or worse than 5-4?
Top of my range.
Well, that music can mean many things, but on this case, it means mark your calendars. May 10th through the 25th, Parallel Cash Game Festival and Triton Super High Roller Series will be taking place here, as we will be bursting at the seams at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa. Make your way, join us. It is going to be an exciting time. If last Triton series here in Merritt is any indication, we're going to be seeing some stratospheric cash games.
Speaking of Triton, 55 million exchanged hands at the last festival. That's a wild number.
Well, I'm trying to think how much of that 55 million involved
was your paycheck?
Transactions that I was a part of. And given that I was unable, I know you recently had him on the podcast, to lock down Danny Tang for some Chinese poker, 0 Ali bucks were in motion during that entire festival. That's tough for me to do. Not tough to do,
Admirable
however, is to
restraint.
say all in off of a 660K stack in the face of this almost all in from Nasser with pocket nines. Khalil, 2 jacks, has his man crushed.
So, taking a moment there. Obviously, kept the chip back to potentially squeak a money jump. Is there a money jump around?
It looked as though Nasser was going to reach for his wallet for a rebuy there briefly, but of course, those days are long gone. And the 2 nines are trying woefully thin here with 2 to come. Khalil, the man that burst the bubble, now
Not
does it
too
a
bad.
set, but
it's,
yeah.
it's a good one. It's a good
Many
one.
chop outs have revealed themselves.
Not good. Not good.
Oh, red one, but not a heart. And that'll do it for Malik Nasser. We'll bid adieu. I'm inquiring about the pay jump, David.
So no, I think he missed it by 1, did he? 44? I think we might be 45.
44 is the jump to 5470. 4700 is 53rd through 45th.
Well, my assumption was he kept the chip back to buy himself maybe 30 seconds for an outer table to lose a player.
Oh, that's an aspect that I hadn't really thought about. Now, Lappin, it came to both James Dempsey and my attention that you are a real scholar of the, I wouldn't call it lost art, but the unfound art, perhaps.
The ignoble art.
Yes, of stalling on the bubble.
Something of a connoisseur, yeah.
No shame in it, David. It's a part of the game. Notice how, despite the introduction of the topic, Lappin, mum, lips sealed, unwilling
You
to
see,
divulge.
I work with Darrow Carney, and he's written books on game theory and satellite strategy and PKO strategy and endgame final table
And
strategy.
you've written down a handful of bullet points on a cocktail napkin about how to scum your way into the money.
But that's the only book I'm going to get to write, so I can't say it.
2 tens for Khalil, as on the heels of the jacks, he goes to work again. Ilani, a defender with 2 overs out of the big, and he's up against top set. Not sure how he'll elect to proceed.
Yeah,
as
you
he
talked about
checks.
having a lot of hand there earlier with the Queen Jack 10 board when you had the Ace King. This is a spot where it's kind of okay to slow play it. You've got so much hand, and it's hard to put your opponent on any hand that they could really have meaningfully to continue. Obviously, in this spot here against the big blind, yeah, he's probably thinking it is possible he has the case 10. He has, something around the 3-5 might continue. In this instance, ace-jack, he may well call just because he feels like the ace-high can be good fairly often. So, you know, the choice not to slow play it actually could work out for Khalil quite nicely here. Oh, very nicely indeed.
Yeah, the 60K float from Ilani looking for equity on the turn and binking top pair. Checking once more, and exit not really going to be available to him with any normal sizing from Khalil.
Not at all, and Khalil likely to go much bigger now on the turn, feeling like his opponent has some amount of hand. Again, not unreasonable to think that the big blind's defense range has that case 10 in it, but also, you know, a 5x, a 3x would pay something. He's going to go something to the tune of 35%, so sticking to it being small, trying to make sure that the 5x sticks around, maybe even the 6-7 does. Wonder if Ilani's contemplating a raise here.
Is it necessary with a hand like ace-jack?
You can be greedy for some extra value here. You're very under rep by just flatting pre. Your opponent could have a king 10, an ace 10, and a bet this size. You put him in a tricky little spot here. They like your line though, Ilani, so far.
Calls. And on the river, an innocent enough looking 6.
It's a great card for Khalil now because a lot of the calls to the sizings he chose on flop and turn will be 5s with a card near a 5. And if you think about the kind of range that calls from the big blind, that's more likely to be the 6-5, the 6-3 suited. You know, there's going to be some interactivity with those cards. So, and of course, he did call a turn bet. And again, he could well have the case 10 too to target. So I think he goes a larger size this time. I think he's probably going to go something in the region of 60%. Feels like the occasion to get greedy now. Looks like half pot.
200?
No way he can fold for 200 here.
And I don't think he's ever really considering a raise either. It would effectively be turning his hand into a bluff, would it not?
And Khalil, nicely milked.
Not good.
Nice pot there. You know, it was done in small installments, but it was a reasonable final paycheck.
Doesn't look like a dairy farmer, but got the job done there. As he gave Ilani the full bovine experience. You suppose Korkmaz is in witness protection? I guess we don't want to say yes, but there's kind of a lay low vibe to the hat and sunglasses C2.
Oh, okay,
Not a lot of chatter.
Yeah, again, just worried where you were going with that one. Okay. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, it could be.
He might actually be conducting surveillance. He almost has the look of that.
From the outer tables, Edward Barsagian, very familiar name to us all here. 3.8 million now.
Wah wah wee wah.
That's a monster stack.
Talk to me, others in the top 10?
Yeah, some big stacks. Roman Gadziev, 2.7 million. Daniel Montagnoli, 2.3 million. He's been among the big stacks for most of the day. Recep Aydemir, 1.7 million. We saw him earlier, of course.
Yeah, that's a name that's familiar to those in and about the Merit poker circuits.
Robbie Said came in as chip leader this morning, still 9th in chips with 1.4. Ari Kleiper also 1.4, and Romanian Florian Duda, very familiar face on the European circuit, 1.35. So those guys in with a great shot of making this final table tomorrow and playing for 200 grand.
Meanwhile, a three-way affair on the monotone 7-high flop here, where no one holds a flush draw nor a pair. Schweedy was the party starter. Action checked around, board pairs on the turn.
Lay c-bet, perhaps incoming here from Schweedy, recognizing that everyone got a chance to bet and nobody took it, and big blind actually got 2.
Sure.
Original Rays are going to check back with a
Nothing
lot of
good?
strong hands on a monotone board like that, so he's still telling a good story.
Nicely done. Schweedy really just has a keen sense of where he's at. Got his bearings, you know. Even with the 2 10s, he always knew that it wasn't like a given that they were no good, but just even the ace-king fold, right? Just kind of, there are better spots for me to pick.
Yeah, I wasn't a lover of the 10s, but I do recognize that it was a pretty tricky spot. And that his opponent was telling an ultra convincing story.
You know what it
the
reminds
ace-king
me-
is a great fold, though.
I really think sometimes, in particular with the advent of streaming coverage, that we can find ourselves pursuing glamorous lines, looking for that highlight type of moment, when really there is no
Be
obligation
set a little bit for two. I would be set for 2 minutes, then fold.
to win a tournament in sexy fashion.
Yeah.
One can really make it as boring as possible, and it reminds me of the great Floyd Mayweather. I'm not a huge boxing fan, but my partner Nick Schulman, who I often work with, is.
How much you had?
And there's been discussions about he isn't the most dynamite electric person that you'll ever watch box by any stretch of the imagination.
I'm not happy
Doesn't
you're
even
getting
like
it
to
in
get
with a
hit
good hand, but-
and
He's
does a good
workmanlike.
job of not getting hit, but just gets
Hi, Paul.
out there and fights the right fight against his opponent in every given matchup. And if it has to go 12 rounds and we go to the scorecard, so be it.
Yeah, even if you think back to the McGregor fight where he was arguably fighting against a non-boxer in a sort of big money, silly fight, someone he should have been able to take out in 2 or 3 rounds if he really tried. He decided, well, actually, I'm not going to risk it.
Right.
You know, McGregor was probably capable of finding a roundhouse or
Sure.
something that could have put him off, and he just decided, no, if I just let this go 6, 7, 8 rounds,
Correct.
by then
And then
McGregor
kind of
won't have a clue
activated.
what's going
Yes, yes.
on. And you saw him kind of come to life around round 6, and it was
Yeah.
a done deal.
All of us had that weird sense that maybe Connor was going to pull it off, and suddenly Mayweather reminded us who was boss. As Korkmaz is boss here with 2 queens against the 2 6s to the jack-high board. Korai did not re-raise from the big pre-flop, so springing a bit of a trap, and with the overpair, he faces a 30K follow-through from Altunok.
Yeah, I think against a player with this stack, it would be pretty reasonable to raise this flop here, but he's deciding to not spring the trap just yet. Still playing possum.
Yep. Altunok no longer playing better as he checks back. Now a king on the river. Not exactly what Korkmaz wanted to see. Backdoor club sliding in as well.
Yeah, it's tricky. You kind of feel like it's getting checked back a lot, and when it gets bet, you won't necessarily love it, but you're probably not targeting much when you bet yourself. Maybe pocket 8s, pocket 9s, and do they even call? It's a tricky little one. Not sure I like his line there, to be honest, but it's different, and he obviously had his reasons for it. Maybe some dynamics with him and that player, and maybe just valuing the idea of a trappy line once in a while. Keep the players guessing in situations where he's in the big blind in particular, and one would expect him to have a very wide range. Putting a couple of the really strong ones in there is kind of fun.
Deeply passive line taken by the queens on that occasion. That was
a
someone
strange
having a pleasant moment to themselves there.
Can we have everyone's hands above the table?
Suited one gapper for Chisu. He'll go to work with it.
I like this open. Probably as low as I would go, but I like something around the 10-8, the Jack-9. If you're going to keep the suited gappers in.
Gets a 6 suited out of there for Bindel. Now Korkmaz with another pocket pair, this time 8s.
Just eyeing up the stack of Chisu, who has 30 bigs roughly. Seems like a perfectly fine spot for him to flat here out of the small. Oh, but different plan.
Yeah, curious that he would just flat with the 2 queens in the big blind, but from the small here, he is 3-betting. I think some of this is designed to dispatch Schwede and assure him a heads-up opportunity with control of the betting with a hand far more vulnerable like 2 8s. But of course, as we can see, ace-queen for Schwede, and now he's asking for some counts.
Yeah, it's an interesting hand choice from Korkmaz, because obviously if Chisu was to shove there, he's sort of set up an awkward spot for himself. However, he is taking the betting lead out of position, and if his opponent has some calls, then he gets to proceed with the betting lead, maybe win it on some boards when he doesn't connect, maybe exploit some hands as well. Schwede makes the nitty fold here. Chisu, I did mention it was one of the worst opens, so usually they have to go in the muck to further aggression. Interesting choice there by Carmen. As you said, queens, flat, last hand, 8s, 3-bet from the small this hand against an opponent with a arguably trickier stack. You know, queens would have been much more straightforward to just 3-bet and get it in. That time you don't really want to 3-bet and get it in. You want to 3-bet and hopefully get the fold. He gets the fold though.
Yeah, as a flatter, Schwede certainly would have either come along or perhaps been a 3-better himself from time to time.
Yeah, certainly.
Playing the satellite last night before playing this today.
So,
Did you play it too?
nice decision making there from Korkmaz.
I got it.
Bindel talking about the satellites that are run pretty much nightly here
Yeah.
for the main event. Those ones before the warm-up, of course. I think there's some high roller satellites as well. So, you know, it might seem like it's steep enough to some pockets, 2K, 3K, 5K for those 3 events, but you can come down here. There's a lot of 1K side events, 600s, 500s, things of that nature, and you can try and satellite into some of the bigger stuff as well.
Yeah. I, for one, certainly love to see the satellites in there, not only because they pad the prize pools and the fields in the events themselves, but do offer opportunities for those that might not be rolled to take a shot. Ibolu getting one through. Raising it up from the cutoff with the queen 6 suited. He's got some gears on him, Nibolu.
He certainly does.
Now, I know you mentioned you're not a huge Star Wars fan. Jar Jar Binks sort of did you in.
Well, no,
An old school
original
purist.
movies, big fan.
Yeah,
Went
yeah.
from being a big fan to not fan at all.
Oh, really? You just completely abandoned the franchise?
I did.
That
I don't even
offended were you?
Mandalorian now.
Mandalorian was fantastic.
Yeah, see, I've heard that, and I'm tempted to get back on the wagon.
Please do. Now, I understand it's behind a paywall. David, I can give you my login credentials to Disney Plus if you need them. Not on air, but
Usually they have one more
Very
level
kind of you.
in
nevertheless,
day
I do
so
think
I'm
that
not quite sure.
the IT department at Disney might be taking a look at how it is that I'm both in Malta and in Las Vegas streaming, but for what it's worth.
You wouldn't be the first poker person to VPN.
No, that's true. No question about that. Pocket fours here for
I
Nibolu.
love it. Easy poker so far.
As he goes to work once more.
I just fold. No pressure.
I've been folding the first hour of this table. Had nothing.
Korkmaz resisting
Sorry,
the temptation of the Jack 10. Go on.
I felt like there was a Star Wars trivia question or something of that nature coming. Or just an expression of disappointment that I gave up.
No, I was going to maybe ask how you felt about Nibolu's choice of card protector in terms of characters throughout the course of the franchise.
I like it.
Personally, I think I prefer a Chewbacca as a more fearsome choice. Maybe Jackson 9s, providing some fear to the pocket 4s, let alone the king high board.
Oh, this water talking.
I think R2D2 is the right size and shape for a card protector.
You need glasses?
I think R2D2 was chicken shit, is what I think.
It is a lot further.
David, I think he was not really the face or droid of bravery.
The C-3PO?
Not also maybe my first choice. Chewbacca, again, I go back
You just
to,
go
is
with
really...
Chewbacca.
Chewie was just like the Leroy Jenkins of his time. He was ready to go. Meanwhile, the pocket 4s taking a stab here as we return to the matters at hand.
They may well take another stab here. They've got the card to do it.
Yeah, the ace of spades on the turn does strike one as a bit delightful if you're looking to represent.
I feel though he may have his
When did you play?
lightsaber
Last series?
clipped
Yeah?
Warm up, main event?
if he bets again.
Oh, certainly.
4 hours.
That was a symbolic castration sort of reference there.
95,000 though, as Nibolu showing some heart here. Perhaps that ace of spades responsible for this second attempt to represent. And for Khalil, it is a bit uncomfortable. I don't think we're ever looking to get more chips into the pot beyond those on request by Nibolu.
Uncomfortable is a great word, Ali, because he's clearly going to be in there now for 95k, but can't be loving the run out at
No.
all when he doesn't have range advantage, doesn't have nut advantage, and yeah, basically is sort of hanging on, even though he does have the rather delightful 2-pair.
Backdoor spades coming in after a 5 rolls off.
This is a situation where good players do turn their small pocket pairs into big bluffs here on the river, over bets.
485,000 up for grabs, David, and of course, we know 4s are no good at showdown, as played.
I think he's probably ranging his opponent to a hand like King 10 right now and thinking, I don't want him to show down King 10 as a winner here, and I have to figure out a way to get this pot back, and maybe, just maybe, it's going to have to be a pot-sized bet.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Get the job
The
done.
1-pair combos with a straight draw are the ones that come to mind.
Oh, he does just let him have it. Now, we know that there may well have been a hero in Khalil there.
I don't know, though. If all of a sudden with 485 in there, the full pot plus sizing comes in, those grapes turn to raisins rather quickly.
Indeed they do. Getting a judgmental stare there from Korkmaz, who I'm going to assume is thinking, should have bet pot there, mate.
Most probably, yeah.
Are you kidding me? He's thinking, do they still have desserts at the buffet right now? Because I don't think I've had my fill of Turkish delight.
He's thinking, do you think anyone recognizes me in this cap?
I thought it was an MGM cap. It does have that lion logo.
Yeah.
Sort of similar rather, look.
Pinjal with a somewhat frustrated glance at Some more rags. He's been frozen out of the action for a while now.
Yeah, been a box of Kleenex over there for the most part.
Not in a good way.
No. Deolani, ace 10, opens to 60. Shwedi with the little baby suited connector. He's going to throw a bit of this into his arsenal from time to time, including on this occasion. And he had that look of a man that was going to get frisky, didn't he?
Really well spotted there, Ali. 6-5 suited, particularly nice holding to choose to do this one with.
Khalil, no hesitation to put the ace-10 of spades into the muck.
It's funny when you put hands through solvers, or when we started doing that a few years back, it sort of confirmed what we had already worked out without the solvers, which is that the ace-5 suited had a sort of magical quality and somehow did better than other hands. But one of the ones we found out also did well in certain situations like that is the 5-6 suited. I think the reason being that on the 2-3-4 board, you know, the ace X hands are going to get interested, and you know, you obviously have them in bad shape.
Shwedi able to shed the opener with the 3-bet. Immediately turning to the phone to text everyone that he knows that he got the 5-6 suited through, guys. Solvers were right. It has created a really interesting sort of dynamic in the game in terms of those who have indulged in the computing power approaching the affair with a specific kind of ethos, and then those who have yet to kind of bring themselves up to speed, continuing to what I assume the former would regard as approach the game in an archaic manner. But part of the task is sort of being able to determine who is kind of in the know in terms of the solver information and who isn't, and how we need to make adjustments to play against both sides accordingly.
Yeah, funny you should say that. I literally, at the break there, while yourself and James were covering the bubble, I wrote an article, which I think will probably come out tomorrow or the next day, entitled GTO versus White Magic, sort of breaking down a debate that Dara O'Carney and Andy Black had on the chip race this week.
There's an opinionated name.
Indeed. And yeah, it ended up sort of boiling down or cruxing down to exactly what you described there, which was a sort of two different approaches into the game. Andy coming from a much more humanist standpoint. Yeah. White Magic, he quickly redefined White Magic away from the Helmuthian definition, but still had in it that ethereal quality of reading people and being open to receiving information and sort of navigating your way through the human experience of sitting at a poker table with people, versus Dara's much more rigorous solver-based learning, GTO fundamentals, and but viewed through the lens of like, well, which way is better? Is it better to come at the game from now? Andy's position was basically that too much of poker is GTO, and some people are not wired to sort of enter the game in that way, and for those people it's very intimidating, and actually they're much better served trying to work on their presence and their composure and their ability to sort of read and understand dynamics, whereas Dara, for the counter argument, for the sake of the debate, was making the point that actually now when you learn from solvers, when you really get into the lab, so to speak, what actually happens is you become so well programmed by the not the results, but just by the way information is given to you, that it actually benefits your composure in other ways, because you then just become very stoical about outcomes.
Yeah, a lot of the composure is the byproduct of having command of craft, and I think that's certainly a byproduct of getting into the solver streets, as we see Nurmagomedov, a name we really haven't called upon much, if at all, in recent memory. Activating from the small blind with the pocket nines in the face of the Korkmaz Open and Chisu flat. Signs of boredom perhaps on the button from Chisu with 10-9.
Yeah, a little sloppy, just a little.
260K, another couple of hundred if you do. Curtains have been drawn courtesy of that 3-bet, putting a button a bit on, or a bow rather, on the discussion. I don't think that the pinnacle of success for any poker player is going to be the byproduct of approaching the game from strictly one angle.
Interesting.
I think that finding an amalgam, finding some blend of both schools of thought is something that one would be well served to do. And I don't find them to be mutually exclusive. I know some kind of consider it almost offensive to even entertain anything that is beyond the scope of what a solver suggests. And I think that that's a bit silly. And conversely, I think also in today's game where solvers exist, it is now silly to simply approach the game from the other side of the spectrum, the human side that Andy Black was advocating. And I know that Michael Mizrachi, the grinder, a name who, you know, a 3-time Poker Players Championship winner, a 50K buy-in event that involves multiple disciplines and draws some of the toughest players in the world at the World Series of Poker each year. He was a guy who said, I never read a poker book. I just learned the game by feel.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, there are a lot of habits that get developed and formed and shaped based on kind of result where you're like, oh, that doesn't tend to work out great for me, so I'm going to stop doing that. And then this thing that I've tinkered with does work out for me. And you kind of arrive at places that are sound, with some exceptions, obviously, when you run them through solvers. And of course, then there's the things that you're going, wow, I thought that was right this whole time, and it's awful. Meanwhile, Ace-Jack, not awful in the big blind, facing the cutoff open from Risu.
Yeah, good chance he just sticks him in here. 23 bigs effective.
All in?
Yeah, indeed he does. And Kisu, well, nothing has gone right for him, it's got to be said. Every time he put a chip in the pot, whether it was passively or aggressively, he's never seemed to be able to take them back out of the pot. It's been a tough little session, it's got to be said. Speaking of tough sessions, I just got a message from Luke Bindell.
Oh my.
Who obviously managed to sneak away from the table momentarily there, knowing I was in the commentary booth, knowing that I would have been remarking on his game. He said, I'd like to be an entertainer, but there's not much I can do. Fold, fold, fold. Then 3-bet kings like a nit. Fold, fold, fold some more.
Reports from the front lines.
Indeed.
3-bet there from the Ace-Jack. Earns Ilani the pot.
Yeah, but good.
So crucial in tournament poker. There are just always going to be sessions like this. You play a tournament that lasts 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. There's always going to be a level, maybe 2 levels, maybe 3 levels, where you are literally looking down at rags. Or even when you do finally look down at an Ace-Jack, someone's opened ahead of you and there's been a 3-bet and then you can do nothing with them either. So showing composure, showing a bit of patience and just sort of weathering those storms, allowing your stack just to go down, you know, is much better than trying to force the action, make something happen. You're more likely going to make a mistake. You're more likely going to, you know, walk into a bear trap. And yeah, it's testament to a player to actually be willing, you know, the extra pressure being on a feature table, and you feel like, oh no, I'm under the microscope here. I better play some hands and play them well and be shown to be a good player. Actually, if you just get nothing, there's nothing you can do.
Are we going to be?
Jack 10 in the cutoff for Nurmagomedov.
always wonder what this is for.
10-9, the defender out of the big, unimproved on the king high rainbow, or rather two diamond board.
Oh, maybe it's a lighting system.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Norman off.
Because this is little.
Yeah.
Although I've definitely pronounced that wrong, almost certainly going to bet here.
Looks like some kind of lead, but I'm not sure.
Little stab, 50K, gets the job done.
43 players now, wow. Well, I said at the top here today, 126 players or so coming back. I thought we were going to get down to around 20. I get down to less than that if it keeps going like this. I think you jinxed it there an hour ago, Ali, when you said, look, not too many people are busting right now. Since then, it's been... We're receiving confirmation. They will play 10 levels, so after this session, we will have a dinner break and then 4 more levels.
4, yeah.
Over the course of 3 levels. Blinds roughly double. It's pretty much a good rule of thumb. So blinds are going to more than 1.5x from where they are now. Average stack stays the same. Probably looking at getting down to maybe 18, maybe 17 or 18 people.
Probably break before end of day.
Yeah, it's going to be like
I believe this is the 6th level of play today that is upon us. Schwede's ace-10 suited. Looking for patrons. Going to find one in Ilani's button. Nibolu also disinterested.
My daughter's probably asking why I don't do anything. I hope Mom didn't make her watch. They didn't make her watch this. See, son, you can't lose the chips you don't put in the...
Also disinterested has been Dell, I believe, advising.
Why does Daddy only fold?
Yeah.
Little American wisdom there.
Boring his daughter. Suppose I shouldn't have said what I said about R2-D2 if Luke's daughter is out there watching. That's not the kind of word I want her to be learning from Uncle Ali. Follow through there from Schwede. Allows him to pick it up. For a time there, it looked like we'd found our sort of mayor in terms of dictating the action. But as of right now, I don't know who I would assign that honor to here at the feature.
Yeah, I think Lani probably most active, but he has lost a few chips along the way, as did Mayor, as it happened last night. But you're right, no standouts, more of a cast of cameos right now.
Yeah.
Khalil's been in the mix. Actually, he's made some significant progress over the course of this feature table.
But not in a manner that kind of makes you sense that he's out there entering a disproportionate number of pots.
No, not at all.
Anything that would really stand out, so to speak, as we see his 65K open. Drawing interest from the red nines, and now Nibolu on the button with ace-queen.
Well, Khalil's one of the tighter players that's come from under the gun 1. That's definitely going to be ringing alarm bells in Nibolu's mind. But we did see him just shove this stack a while ago, 27 bigs. There's obviously a little bit more in the pot this time because it's gone raise and call. So we might see him just go for the big shove again. That's maybe going to happen in some worlds. But maybe, just maybe, he's worried about Khalil as well. Khalil's open from +1, probably on the tighter side.
They'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, there it is. As prophesized, the jam. I believe it is Khalil asking for the count.
Khalil is going to make this call, I think, when he gets the news that it is sub 30 big blinds.
Yeah.
Jacks, well, look, it's the fourth best hand in poker. I don't think he can be folding jacks too often.
800.
And I think this is going to be our last hand now. You can see the players standing up there. Maybe keen to rail what could be a big showdown, but also keen to get to the buffet. Sort of allows Khalil to take as much time as he wants then. No one's going to be calling clock now that they've gone on dinner.
And this really isn't the sort of appetizer he had in mind heading to the dinner break, is it? Because he's being force-fed 810K with these jacks.
He's got to ask himself the question, though, wouldn't aces, wouldn't kings, and wouldn't probably queens 3-bet a normal amount and induce, because they want the action? So he's thinking to himself, okay, it's ace-king a lot, it's ace-queen sometimes, but it also could be 9s and 10s, and that's the lovely situation you want to face.
Yeah.
So when you're up against a range that you can't be behind, which is what I feel like he would recognize this as, absolutely a situation where he could be flipping, but unlikely to be behind.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
And he puts the jacks into the muck, promptly into the muck go the 9s behind him for Nurmagomedov. And certainly not what we would have expected, especially with 1.6 million. He still would have had 800,000 if things had not gone his way.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that one, Ali. I think it is a situation when you assess the range, because you can probably discount aces, kings, and queens. Maybe not fully discount queens, but you can certainly reduce the number of queens combos that might be in there. I think you just decide, okay, yes, okay, I'll be flipping with dead money sometimes, but that's okay. And also, it could be 9s and 10s, and I'm in amazing shape to have one of the biggest stacks in the room.
I mean, more remarkable, unexpected affairs developing as we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth here at the Merit Crystal Cove, where the Carmen series is definitely underway. Bubble burst earlier today at 71 players, working our way toward that $206,000 first place prize pool of over 1.1 million gathered. And really, as we think about the last couple of frames, that hand that we just said goodbye to, much as the two jacks were bid adieu, stands out as certainly one for discussion.
Yeah, look, end of the day, it was a flip, and he's avoided the flip, and we talked earlier about how that's a big part of making your way through tournaments, is avoiding confrontations like that. But when it's a flip or you're in good shape, I want those situations.
Yeah.
I think they're golden opportunities to build a big stack. Remember, the stack he has right now, he places him very comfortably in amongst the pack, but you need to build on that. You need to make a move, get yourself a big stack by the end of this day. There's going to be 18 players left. You want more chips in your stack.
Yeah, not sure how that's going to serve his appetite as we head to the dinner break, Khalil, that is. Certainly when it catches up to him on the stream, it's not going to wash that meal down very easily. 30-minute delay. 45-minute break now for us as we are going to step aside, but certainly stay tuned, set your alarm, come back, and catch the tail end of today's coverage of Day 3 of the warm-up event, just about 45 minutes time. See you soon.
It's Sorikaz
just
limps the ace king. Budakoyak popping it up with the 2 9s, 4xing. And Tantillo, 2 queens in the cutoff. Is he just? Oh, he's just flat. That's.
If it comes limp cold 4-bet, it's going to be pretty strong looking. The queens won't be loving life.
Right, especially from a stack that's that deep, 70 blinds. Noja kind of.
Tantillo's just called though.
Yeah. Noja with this kind of hand might even want to get involved. I mean, no, I'm glad he has folded because.
Oh, here we go. Savs with another wired pair.
Whoa. Now, this is going to be bizarre because we can only assume this is trap sprung. Sorikaz only covered by Tantillo behind, but can't really give Tantillo too many of a strong hand, flatting the raise.
If he sticks it in here, 9s can get away. Queens has got an awfully tough decision.
Yeah, I think the 2 hands are going to fold, David.
What the hell? What's going on?
What the hell is going on, indeed?
Flat, shove.
What a quiet. I think pretty easy.
So you're calling the action for us there?
He's like, oh, has this really happened? He probably enjoyed the action, the fact that it went limp. He raised, got flat behind, and a short stack's going on. He's probably thinking, right, chance to pick up 200k here. Let's go. Calm. When the limper wants to just put 70 blinds in, David, it's a big one.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's in his mind that it feels very ace-kingy because he shoved and not just flatted. Like if it was the pure trap with aces, kings.
This is the tough spot.
This is really tough.
This is really tough because he's massively under-repped his hand, but forget all that because this man is massively O-prepping. He's limped, seen action behind, gone all in with no fold equity. It just looks like a huge hand. But the problem is, you've under-repped. He just flat the queens, so you trick yourself.
And these are 2 of the bigger stacks around.
70 blinds, David.
Like you start sort of playing that guessing game with yourself of going, okay, well, I don't think it's going to be any worse than jacks.
Right.
So maybe I beat jacks, but I lose to kings and aces. And ace-king, I'd probably rather just dodge here in this situation. Although there is that Savs of money lying out there too. So it's interesting.
It comes down to what are the hands he limp jams with. Do you think he's going to be limp jamming with jacks and 10s? Or is he more likely to be limp jamming with aces and kings? And I always lean to the latter. Aces and kings are the ones people like to trap with. I think this would be almost... In the money, this might be a different spot. I know we're still 50 away from the money, but these 2 got 70 big blind stacks.
Wow.
He folded queens face up?
No.
Or he went with it? He went with it.
Oh my God.
I think he called.
Oh my God.
I think he called. They said wow straight away, so I'm guessing he threw a chip in.
Yes. Pairs everywhere. Oh my God.
What a spot. What a pot.
Monstrous. Yeah, side pot 1 million, main pot 600k. We've got 1.6 million. We've got 160 big blind pot going off.
Yeah, we'll be
day 3.
Basically chip leader here.
Right.
We have one other big stack around the place.
Dreamy flop for Tantillo. He's the one who covers, but it is by peanuts. He needs to fade that ace or king. I think he'd...
Oh, there it is, the ace. Sorikaz into the lead.
Sorikaz finds it on the turn. Savs now picks up some additional. Gut shot for him to survive.
No, 5 will not help.
Won't be.
No,
8 on the river completes the board. Tantillo down to fumes. Savs are eliminated, and as you say, Sorikaz right up there with the tournament chip leaders. We came into the day with Rabi Saad with 1.7 million, and he had a good... See a table breaking in the background there. We are going to rattle down quite quickly, I'd imagine, towards that bubble, and then maybe slam on the brakes. The min cash was...
Battle of the pocket pairs here. Tantillo, a significant underdog when these ones are flipped up.
Yeah.
There is a chance that an ace-king, ace-queen might wake up behind and offer him the kind of isolation he would badly need in this situation. But
Limp
failing
king,
that, he's going to have 18% to
queen.
survive, and poor old Tantillo, well, his day got ruined quick.
Keep it ask for the count here with the jack flows. How much is that?
Limp.
You know, just everyone realises he's all in for just 6 blinds. I don't want anyone to make a fold too quickly. Just
It's not limp, raise,
Yeah,
flat,
he was big blind.
Because I thought big
all in.
No, the 10,
Shovel
40,
up to 700k.
all
Gentlemen, he's
in.
got queens.
I thought there is a two.
What a big tough score.
Okay, it worked out better for
Yeah.
Oh, and
ace king
exactly
up
what I thought could potentially offer Tantillo a lifeline is exactly
But
what
that
has
doesn't go
probably
all in if
happened
he limp.
now.
He was big blind.
profit lapping.
Ah, what a great outcome for Tantillo. Little does he know now.
Put a Kovic. Last time with the
Oh,
nines.
you made a mistake.
Having to fold in a weird spot. Now he's got 8s.
I didn't limp. I thought he limped.
Nah, mate, you were first to act.
No problem.
You went 10,000, he went 40.
Yeah, I know. But
Yeah.
I thought he limped, and I called the limp. He raised. That's
So either way, you still limped with ace king.
still the
Congratulations, it worked out.
I called the limp. I didn't limp.
We'll come back to that in a
You
moment
called the
because
raise, you mean?
Tantillo's at risk.
That's good. It worked out for you, man.
Trying to beat ace king again.
All right.
So far so good. Once more.
Tantillo.
Interesting discussion going on about the previous hand. The biggest.
Oh, and
my
well,
God.
when it's not your day, it's not your day. Idemir, do they try and run through varying different scenarios? When you come back with 22, 23 people left and you basically run it through into the final, you don't have any of that prep time. So it's a much greater test of your actual existing poker skills and not maybe your ability to get your friends and brain trust to run some sims or any of that. It sort of deprives people of that option, which I quite like, actually.
I hear that. I mean, I just think you get more time at the buffet. But I understand what you're saying.
Double dessert.
Double. Come on.
I know.
We're going deep.
I
We need
don't know
more
who
than
I'm
double.
kidding. Don't know who I'm kidding.
Hers popping up with 2 3s under the gun as this big stacks in. Idemir, again, I keep saying his name because he's constantly in action here with ace king. Interesting, David, the 3-bet size here, given their 90 bigs, effective against and under the gun raise.
Complete non sequitur here, but I love a big man with an espresso cup. That was just, I love the visual of that. It's just one of my favorite visuals in the world. A larger man with a petite espresso cup.
Maybe
just,
it's a.
I don't know what it is about. I would just have images of that.
Maybe it's
in my house. I just think
a normal size coffee cup and a very large.
You just think he's very big.
As to say, he's gonna continue. Looks like with the 2 3s, not a great spot to be in, but they're so deep.
They're
He's
very
thinking,
deep.
Yeah, flop a set, have a couple of mil, chill out.
Oh, will you
Wow.
stop? Will you stop?
Wow. Look at the deliberate check. The old. Oh yeah, I just checked this over the pre-flop. 3-bet on the 10-7.
Reasonable enough for Idemir to just check behind here, I think. Go for a very small bet as well. I think both options probably okay.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You know, he doesn't get to have a lot of 10-7-3, but neither his opponent, and he's 3-bet a big stack. He's open under the gun, so I guess he's does have a lot of the big pair combos. And there you go. He's gone small 60k or smallish. How does hers just come out with a check raise here? I think you kind of. You're looking to get a massive pot against those overpairs, right?
I think I do like to come with a flat initially here. I think because your opponent will have some ace king, ace queen here as well, and if he does, it may well be of the suitor variety. So if another heart diamond or spade comes, or a jack or a queen comes, these are the kind of scenarios where you can win a big pot.
Like it. Well, none of that happens because the ball completes rainbow.
Yeah, the one obvious draw, 8-9 gets in. Idemir may well be deciding in his mind there that even if his opponent, because it's a setty board, let's call it what it is, but even if he's got 8s or 9s, he's going to stick around.
That's what I was going to say. This is almost the worst card, I think, for Idemir to see, because those 8s and 9s now have extra incentive to stick around.
Even 4s and 5s will.
Right. If they get past the flop, they're still in. The 7s are obviously still in there. The 3s are still in there. Yeah, it's a very bad card for him. Does elect to check back and gets the awful card on the river in the form of the ace of spades.
So if you're here, do you go for the check raise? Right. Do you do your own dirty work?
Do you go really filthy and then a little small block,
The block
inducing the value raise.
So you like the 40k?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying it's an option.
Wow. It's definitely an interesting way to go.
I think the more conventional is, yeah, to go for the check raise at this point, because Idem is going to bet whether he's hit this, and bet whether he's missed it.
Yeah, it does feel like that. Even if he's got the king-queen there, he's probably going to use this card to...
He may go very big here as well. 275 in the middle.
If he goes very big, then it's reasonable to think that here's may just flat. Oh no, I'm getting a nod, a shaking head of disapproval here from the greedy Dempsey, who's always looking to win big chips. I mean, if it came in the form of like a 1.5x pot now, I'm not saying that it came with 70%.
It's gone small, 80k, so this is...
Well, it's a very easy decision now.
Yeah, and this is going to make a very hard decision for Idem. I haven't gone small with such a strong hand.
What do you pick now as a number? 350, 400?
Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, the reach. Have I really got to say 3? Has it really just come an ace on this bricky ball of the river? Has the guy who 3-bet me really gone bet, check, back, bet? Just looks like he's going to have a hand like ace, king, ace, queen.
Yeah. And when it comes back to Idemir, he may well be considering the possibility his opponent has ace-10 now. That would make a lot of sense as well. So there's quite a lot. SETI board plus some reasonable two-pair combos too.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, there we go. It is going to be around 400.
Canning out those white chips. Other ones you want 25 beans a piece. And a discount.
375.
375. Oh, no.
It'll add up a bit more. 380. Oh no, going to take the different stack now. 375.
I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But it is 375. And yeah, like you say, there are those hands, the threes. The threes are maybe a little liberal, thought pre-flop, but not out of the realms as we see he's got them. But the 7s and 10s certainly play this way. As you mentioned, ace-10, even perhaps, I don't know if ace-7 suited is a...
6 is pretty reasonable too.
6 is, yeah, possible. But then,
Idemir's
what are the bluffs here? Like the 8s and 9s, perhaps he just goes, nah mate, you're not having this. I don't think any 10x really ever turns into a bluff. I mean, 8s and 9s might, against that size might even turn, but then they may against specifically that size. I don't know. They're the ones that seem obvious to me, David, that could be bluffs here.
You're right, he has to take a few non-standard bluffs, if you like, less obvious bluffs, and put them in the range in this situation. I like 8s and 9s as the options.
Actually, I suppose there are some sort of with a queen jack suited with backdoor flush draws of the world that may have called that flop bet. It was pretty small. So maybe there are some more that I'm not giving him credit for having. It's just still very hard to fold ace king the way this hand's played out. You kind of got the best hand you can have.
Yeah. Well, you are very high in your range. I think he's going to take a little bit more time over this one. So, James, maybe talk a little bit about that physical read you got there.
Right. It looked like he was cutting out that bet. I know this is confirmation bias because I'm looking at a man with a set of 3s, but he looked and he sort of went 400. He looked like he decided on the bet. And I feel like as a lesson to anyone watching at home, it's kind of in these big situations, think about the number you're going with before you start shuffling the chips. Count that out and put it in. Because then he went, oh no, we'll go back a little bit, down to 375. And he was almost like, oh no, I don't want to let him off that much. let's put a little bit more on. Then he went, no, actually, we'll just go with the 375. And it's just, it strikes me as a man who's...
It spoke to an internal narrative.
Yeah, I've just seen that enough times. And now everyone listening to this, everyone's going to play me, is going to start messing with us. But wow, great fold.
Great fold. He just let it go. Very tidy play from Idemir there. Couldn't fault either player.
Over entry pads, what am I talking about?
Sorry, guys. I like to see an open here with these sort of holdings from early position. The queen 10s, queen 9 suited. Still very openable from early. There's plenty of exploitation of hands behind. It's a good one to stay active with, and all the more reason when you're the biggest stack of the table. Khalifa, well, he's got to take
Finally
this
gets to go. Here we go.
And he's not really in a position to sort of like hang on in there. 26 more bust outs. We're talking about another hour and a half, 2.5 more hours, maybe something.
Oh, this is just cruel for him.
This is cruel.
this is the sort of nonsense that he's going to find himself in the end of. He hasn't put a foot wrong, and he's not had a chance to win a pot.
Interesting spot for Nucha in the sense, obviously he's putting chips in here, but does he
Ooh,
make a
goes all in.
raise or does he flat? Or does he go all in? Okay, well.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
Because you can make it like 230, and
Right,
that's sort of
click.
like, you know, maybe induces your jacks and your queens guy who opened initially to come over the top. You could also flat and throw maximum rope. Now, I think that might bring in some flats from that guy, but, you know, you can still navigate from there in a dry side pot situation.
Well, it's not over yet. 5 to come.
No, and I don't think we saw an ace folded behind, so there is reason to believe.
A rich deck.
King,
6-6-7 flop. Most of the drama so far on this table has come on the turn and river, though.
Oh, you are a dirty man.
Word.
I had ace. I thought you said you had ace as well.
Well, Noha fairly nonplussed about it. Obviously, a small enough portion of his stack. Disappointed nonetheless, I'm sure. A huge moment for Khalifa. Big sigh of relief. Maybe over to the rail.
Ever-growing interest in what's happening here in North Cyprus.
And I'm actually still surprised, Ali, that it hasn't got bigger than it's already got. I mean, this place has expanded massively, not just literally expanded.
Yeah.
The field sizes. I know it's continually growing, but I'm actually surprised even more people haven't found it out yet because, you know.
It's fairly easy to get to. You know, it's not as challenging as one might imagine.
Some people are probably thinking, sitting here just waxing lyrical about the place because we're here. It is genuinely one of my favorite spots.
It's terrific.
It's an amazing place.
Normally, king-queen suited is terrific, but when you're facing two kings, it certainly is not. Pavlov.
Yeah.
3-betting to 90K. On the heels of having had his hand smacked with that check raise on the turn from Kanaiza, it might look like he's a wounded bird.
Both don't have hands, Ali.
Waiting for it to get back around, and there it is. Shugralin.
Yeah, it's just kind of fun, like I was saying earlier. We get to play the bubble, but a little deeper than maybe in some tournaments. So, whoa!
Certainly did not expect that. And the good news for Shugralin as he gets snap called is that he has Pavlov well covered. May have factored into his choice here, but two red kings, not what he wanted to be shown, James.
Yeah, this is. Shugralin got the king queen suited. I think that's a good enough hand to call with and play some flops. But hey, like you just said, maybe he read something into Pavlov having lost the last hand. We are near the bubble. You think this guy's not going to 3-bet call it off too light, and he's right. He can't 3-bet call it off too wide. And there are going to be a lot of 3-bet folds. There's going to be a lot of 3-bets of value that have to fold as well. So you can't just hate on this just because he runs into the absolute worst scenario.
Yeah, and that scenario includes drawing dead on the turn.
9 big blind stack there.
They're all in.
They're holding on. Shapira with a far better hand than last. I'm assuming the 3-4 spades gets raised. You have to think the ace 7 of spades will get raised. This new level 10-20 does make it 45k to go. Shugralin, here we go, Holly, 9 blinds.
Sub 10 bigs.
Yeah, we're
Ace
down to
jack suited.
We're down to 76. I think if it's 72, 73, there may be some sort of decision here, but I think there's still 5 players to go. You kind of have to take your chances. Shapira's been opening quite a few hands. We just saw last time here 3-4 suited, so it's not like we're up against a super tight player here. He does still have a little bit of fold equity with 9 blinds. There are some hands that will fold, so. Down 75. If he waits long enough, he'll be in the money.
Well, I don't think they're going to give him quite that much time as he jams for 175. And it's 130 more if Shapiro wants to get curious here, which represents a decent chunk of his remaining 430. And
I love this game.
Yeah, this is...
A bit of sarcasm there, I think.
If this isn't anywhere near the bubble...
If you have pocket, it's call.
Huh?
If you have pocket, it's call.
Oh, pocket it's snap call.
What you have?
Ace high.
Ace high?
But suited.
Suited with what? It's good for me because I'm higher, around 66% I have.
100?
How about exactly 66%?
Yeah.
Maybe more, who knows?
Oh, he makes
Might
the call.
Jugralin have earned himself a call there as a big favorite? Careful what you wish for, though, here, as 66 is far from 100.
I think he was happy to take a fold, Ollie. Pick up what's there, basically fold and all but be in the money. But if the alternative is play a much bigger pot, chance to double up, it's no bad thing.
400,000 in the middle after Shapira made the call, and out flops on the King 10-7 board, the Ace-Jack. But a Broadway gut shot is available. Jugralin prematurely getting up here. Plenty of outs. And that's one of them, the Queen on the turn. So the only outcome for Shapira is a chop if he can hit a Jack. Otherwise, it's a double for Jugralin. And mercifully, Shapira does not have a diamond. So on his feet and then back down.
Yeah.
Goes Damir.
It was interesting for Shapira there, chip-wise, in a normal situation it'd be close, but Jugralin's just going to be jamming. I'm looking for Lorne at the chocolates, Ollie. I didn't think my commitment through there.
Yeah, how many hands did we get through?
Well, that was the next one, so none.
That's unfortunate. Guess you'll just have to
Pustilov wins a pot, I'm having chocolate.
get.
Don't know why I picked the shortest stack.
Yeah, or one of the less active players.
Here we go. My man's got 6 bigs on the button and an ace.
In it goes.
The chips, not the chocolate.
What the hell, bro?
Operation Dempsey Diabetes underway here.
We'll see. Where will I?
Correct.
Uh-oh.
Karlik, easy call in the big. With the
Yeah.
dominating ace 10.
Things not looking so chocolatey for you, my friend. And they're not looking so rosy for Pustila, who's, granted, in the money, but in trouble. Covered by Mikalik, who has him dominated. 270K pot. To the flop we go.
But 7 always comes.
Ace in the window, and a 10 along with it.
Queen will be good.
Queen would be good. Queen would.
Chop outs are available.
Yeah, an unlikely one, but.
Still queen.
Going to be the queen only for a chop that will rescue the ace-7. Instead, it's a 5, and that is the end of the road for Jacek Pustila.
If you're going to get them, day 3 is the day to get them, Ollie, the aces. You don't necessarily want them on day 1 and day 2. You save them for the big day. Moving day.
I'll take them whenever they come.
I knew you were coming out with that.
I mean, yeah, day 3, they're a little more useful perhaps, but, you know, they're always welcome in my home.
Deuce of 7 game, you want them then? Yeah.
That's a little bit dicey.
I reckon you've tried to get a couple through with the aces and deuce of 7 in your time. You strike me as the kind of guy who wants to pull the maneuvers.
I've had a few full houses that I've tried to get through just for the glory. Pavlov, hunting glory with ace-deuce suited. An understandable kit. Pocket 6 is on the button. Choosing to flat. Go set mining.
I'm upset actually, Ali, as we come towards the end of the frame, that I've made no sort of Pavlovian joke. Time is upon us. That I didn't get it in.
Well, you sort of did just now.
I didn't. That was me saying I had it in the bank and I didn't get to use it. I didn't want to
To be fair, I actually Googled his first name, the famous Russian scientist, of course, who was responsible for classical conditioning. The famous experiment, the dog, the bell, salivations.
Me with
Pocket
chocolate.
sixes here. 2 clubs on the board. Could get interesting. Pavlov checking the nut flush draw. Despite being the opener pre. 35K, the response.
Yeah, I like that. The ace high is going to be ahead a lot anyway. We get to continue with that flush draw. And some really good things happen if the right club falls off when you check and your opponent makes a pair. That is not the right card.
No. Flush draw value diminishes greatly, courtesy of a 3rd jack on the turn here after Pavlov check call. And really a gorgeous card for Mikhailuk. Keeps the texture unadulterated.
We are ready to start. Please take the seat.
$80K, the number that Pavlov draws up as a lead after being the pre-flop aggressor and check calling on the flop. Certainly a peculiar and unexpected line.
Yeah. He does have a lot of pairs, I guess, that are going to raise pre, check, call. He has a... Wow, it's a weird one.
Yeah, he does hit the deuce now to make a full house.
Yeah.
He was drawing dead to a flush.
I'm not sure how many other ace X's he makes fold with that lead. That's the question. And whether he gets even some worse to call, like a king, queen. He was a pretty small bet, but yeah, now he's found the deuce. I think just going really small again. Well, when I say really small, I wasn't thinking that small, Ali. 20K, 1 blind. But the block works.
Yeah.
I hope so. I have a full house.
You win.
Managed to get the show. I'm always tempted to say it whenever I see it. Not a letter that often gets glossed over on my side of the pond.
Gets lost over. That's actually how it's pronounced, Ali.
Okay.
Gets lost
I
over.
see. I see what you've done there. Not all G's are going to be silent in this broadcast, and Chaichi certainly not going to be silent as he's upgraded to 2 kings. Up front, upstairs. Min-raise open. Oh my goodness. Nibalu with 2 black aces on the button. This is going to be a real collision as these players square off with fairly level stacks.
America? Yeah. US?
Better time zone. No, not US. Mexico, Canada.
Okay.
We're gonna try out and see where we want to sleep. For, like where we can sleep in 5 or 6 years.
Who's we? This house?
Well, the predicted car crash.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness.
An ace-king suited somehow enters the fold here, and we've got a real problem on our hands for Iskandarov, and in it goes.
Yeah, this is unfortunate set of circumstances here for the boys with ace, king, and
I know
kings.
some people in Mexico City. So
3 short stacks.
that's one option.
They could have been 3 big stacks. Could have been the same outcome.
It certainly looks like Nibolu is the man that stands to end up with the big stack, as he has everyone covered in more ways than one. Best hand, biggest stack. Side pot will be between he and Chaichi, aces against kings, and then Iskandarov will be in for the main.
Straight works.
My goodness. This is a violent development here at our feature table, and it really crept up on me. I thought the two kings were just going to raise and take it down, then suddenly up popped two black aces, and then an ace-king suited behind it. To the flop we go. 7-7-9, couple of clubs, and the ace of clubs is held by Nibolu. So
the ace-king can leave.
yeah, drawing dead already is Iskandarov. The 6 of clubs on the turn, and it is just the lone king of clubs that will rescue Chaichi here. And it's not available as
No, it doesn't need
one fell swoop
The remaining king is a club.
dispenses
There's a
2 combatants from the arena that I was taking. No disrespect to Ranalani, but I think even he would agree that our dealer is perhaps a little bit more adorned in the spirit of the Carmen series.
The tiara is very sparkly. Matching earrings and lippy.
A regal combination. 10s for Schwede. 50 to skate. Chisu in there with the 4s. Set mining, one of his set cards busy in Nakhjavani's stewardship in the small. Down to just 58 players now. Current payout,
Nakhjavani plotting larceny here.
$940, and indeed a larcenous 3-bet to 225,000. We know it's unlikely to shed the likes of Schwede.
Yeah, mandatory call here, but does set up a very interesting dynamic for post-flop here, where Nakhjavani will obviously have intentions to continue his story, and 10s, unless it flops a set, will often flop a awkward amount of equity, even with small cards on board. He will be wary of the larger pair. Could be in the hand of Nakhjavani, so yeah. Kisu can't really continue to set mine given how much of his stack it would be. He's not going to be able to see too many turn cards. Be a little optimistic, probably needs a better price. This is an interesting one for Nakhjavani. He can bet very small on this texture. That's what's nice for him now, is he can take a very cheap stab.
Now he has flopped the wheel gut shot, and obviously there are worlds in which he could credibly rep the ace on this 2-ace, 2-diamond flop, where Schwede is presumably going to take one off, depending, of course, on sizing. That does not strike me as adequate to dispense the likes of 2 10s, 55K. Bashful in terms of sizing, but a lot of times those hyper downsized choices begin to ring alarm bells in our opponent's mind because they invite calls from everything.
Yeah, he's gone for essentially a 9% bet, which is an extreme down bet. But the function of that will be to test his opponent out, see if his opponent decides to raise with any of his range, and maybe decide to go for a plumper bet here on the turn.
Which is the 9 of spades. Sort of a nice card for Schwede's purposes.
And this was always the intended story here. Fire small and then come out a little bit bigger on the turn. Just taking portions of the range out of the equation with each bet.
Well, it is a bit bigger at 155K, but not an overwhelming sizing, and it begins to feel a bit milky.
Certainly can't go away for this price. From a theoretical point of view, if he does feel like Nakhjavani is a particularly honest foe, he could leave the game tree, but I think for these 10s, had the original flop bet been 200K, you were calling anyway, so the fact that it's just come over 2 streets. He's giving a little bit away here, but then he also may sort of do the same almost board operational move with an ace in his hand with the ace-jack or ace-queen, which are his likely ace-x. feel like he only got.
Wow, the second barrel gets rid of the 2 10s. And oddly enough, I think downsizing may have actually played to his favor in that situation.
Expending their energy in the directions of concentration and tell getting. But yeah, certainly not the chatty table I remember from the first frame of today. How is your second table?
Also a little bit on the shy side in terms of chatter, perhaps spoiled by that first feature table that you and Dempsey enjoyed at the top of today's coverage, which was just dynamic.
Yeah, and to be fair, that second frame was basically the bubble frame, and that is a nervy period.
Sure.
Not too unusual to see people go into their shell during that. But yeah, you would think maybe now, with the right ingredients, we could still see some.
Mr. Sortas, hold on 5
Entertaining.
seconds, Sortas.
Players and poker. Milani, big slick, dominating. Oh, wow.
Flopping gin with the redraw. Nasser with just the open ender. Checking it over to Ilani, who can hardly believe his eyes. Any merit to deciding to check back with this much kit? David,
No.
I mean, as the pre-flop aggressor, everybody anticipates you're going to stab at this sort of board.
I know what you mean, and in situations where you flop top set and that kind of way of dominating a board, I absolutely agree. But I think on this specific board, yes, of course, you have the advantage here. It's your board. You have the ace, king, X kind of hands. But there's just too many combinations your opponent can have. They can have a draw, which they may call one street with. They can have a two-pair combo. I think you want to start building a big pot here. And
some taxes.
Yeah.
To be paid, as Nasser didn't have top pair in mind when he made the call on the flop with the open ender, but that's exactly what he's been delivered. 4-liner on board now. Ilani doesn't love it either because there is some ace-X perhaps in Nasser's range that will be chopping, but he does have the heart redraw.
yeah, Lani definitely funking for a 9 or a small card. Something that could get his opponent's range into trouble. And his specific hand in this case, but tough spot here for Nasser with top pair, no kicker, facing another bet. He actually lets it go straight away for 60k. Smart stuff.
I see it from my end.
Yeah, I see it a little bit. Okay,
Mr.
next
Adrian,
time change deck.
Hold on 5 seconds.
Next time change deck.
Adrian. Middle of the room.
Looks like we
Mr.
have a mark
Adrian.
card. Easy enough to mark a card
a big
accidentally here. These
You're right.
TV cards, the
These
RFID
2
chips in them, don't bend quite as well as other cards.
Oh, just hand them over here, Lap, and I'll make sure they bend to my will. Just give me a beat and watch those things buckle. Shwiti with big slick. Uh-oh. Khalil with a problem.
Reasonable to consider a flat here, given that the open has come from early. It would be a way to keep in some inferior ace-X, but 3-betting probably the more standard line. And it looks like the line chosen. When this gets back to Shwiti, he's... Oh, well, there's going to be some interference before that. This will make life a little bit easier for Khalil. Ilani. Can't find a cold 4-bet size that wouldn't commit himself to Khalil, and maybe doesn't like the idea of calling off a 5-bet to Shwiti, so may just stick this in. It's already 310k
Yeah,
in there. It's an awkward one with the stacks that are out there.
You're right. I mean, of the options available to him, it does strike me as the one that might be best served. It is uncomfortable, though. I mean, these guys are all fairly deep. Khalil, granted, started with sub 1 million, but still.
I guess the ultra small click 4-bet to 380k does imply to Schwede that there's full equity, but do you really want to call off the 5-bet in that situation? It's not lovely to 4-bet fold here. So sticking it in does simplify matters. It's a tricky whole spot, this one. You definitely don't want to put in too many chips and fold, so. Okay, looks like he's gone for 600k. And
Well, you did mention that there was a size that would keep him from feeling committed, and this strikes me as the one in the event that shenanigans were a foot behind him. 595, you got a little grimace on your face.
if both players stuck it in, I guess, but he would still be getting 700k into a pot of, what, 2 million?
But think about the kind of kit that would be required for both Schwede and Khalil to get their chips in the middle.
True.
Does feel very much like the ace-king is in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, it's tricky. Schwede can let this one go. Obviously, open this one up with the intention of getting one customer, navigating post-flop in certain scenarios. Facing the cold 4-bet.
Yeah, it isn't often that ace-king looks to find itself
Yeah, like the fold there. I know
into the muck,
we
yeah.
see that he had a hand that flips, but I think in reality, you know, it's just, as you say, the kind of kit that even does this cold 4-bet's probably the jacks plus ace-king, and
Yeah.
actually ace-king doesn't play terribly well against that range. Particularly if you're trying to avoid showdown, don't really feel like you have fold equity, and I don't know if he does. Like I don't think you can reasonably presume that the guy will put in 600 and then fold to another 7 or 8.
Now for Khalil, this is obviously a much simpler proposition, or certainly should be.
Yeah, it should
740
be.
is still going to be plenty off of which for him to navigate moving forward, and the declaration being made out of the big blind by Ilani here is a very credible one that places ace-queen in an awful spot.
Quite right, Ali, and I think it's actually not too difficult a decision. Again, presuming that range of jacks plus ace-king, and you know, even throwing in the absolutely occasional, and it only needs to be ace-5 suited. That's the one you want to see. It's just not going to be in there often enough. And when you can't think of a hand that you beat, except the very rare balancer, that may not even exist in a live poker context. Guys will not be necessarily even putting light ones into the cold 4-betting range here.
Not in this spot, it didn't feel.
You have ace-king?
What do you have, 10s?
No. I don't fold usually these hands.
About Ron Ilani's holding in that
Well, how much is the delay? Half an hour or more?
4-bet pot.
30 minutes.
Important not to dwell too much, of course, in those situations, but I think curiosity is understandable in that specific spot as Schwede folded the ace-king. Looking for some
What if you misread your hand? Maybe he had
positive
ace-4.
reinforcement.
Nah. Ever thought about that? I looked twice. Don't sweat it.
Korkmaz flatting the button open.
A very warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel. Looking at those beautiful waves lashing off the beach. Gotta say that must have been from a little earlier on today. The sun has set here at Merit Crystal Cove, where we are playing the Merit Poker Carmen series. We're well into day 3 now. Players are all in the money. 41 of them remain. 1.124 million prize pool here. I'm joined, of course, by James Dempsey.
Yeah, and you're in a full flow there, and all I wanted to do was say those waves are lapping in.
Ah.
That's all I wanted. But then, you know, you're off being the consummate professional. Getting the housekeeping done.
We have a table of very familiar faces. Nakshivani, he was with us on the feature table until he was moved. A redraw took him from us, but Idemir, he played the first frame with us. Ivanov, well, we've seen him at many the stop. Skripka, he was in our second frame. All familiar faces here.
Yeah, I think this is the same table, just with obviously quite a few new faces at it, because they're all in the same seats.
Oh,
So
okay.
I think we've gone in and gone, let's get the superstars back.
Let's get them back, but they've been added to by other characters as well. Michalak, we see here, going to play a blind v blind spot, limping in with the ace-9, and Turin, well, we saw a lot of him at the Western Series as well. He was on the feature table coverage quite a bit.
All right.
Another one of the great characters here in North Cyprus.
He does look a bit of a character, doesn't he?
He does.
Kind of guy that I'm not going to trust when he check raises me, you know?
Just frankly, a great face. Look at that face. That's a face for movies.
He's done some bluffs.
And he's about to do one now with the 8 deuce. I actually like the selection, taking a really raggedy hand here, deciding to raise it up here. Blind v blind.
Yeah, this is awesome. Straight away.
Straight away. And Michalak, well, they may have played together for quite some time. Don't know if he's putting a limp re-raise into his arsenal with a hand like this. So he's just going to try and under-rep his ace, hope that his opponent represents the hand he actually has. And he's going to have to stick around here to further aggression on the King 6. Credit to Turin, though, for this play. It's going to work in a lot of worlds. It may yet still work.
Call me an ageist, but I wouldn't expect when I see a man who appears as Turin does when I sit down at a table to be the one popping it up from the big with the 8 deuce and then understanding the small sizing on these boards. It just goes to show you that you can't judge a book by cover. Not anymore, David, in this sport.
James Dempsey?
I said sport. It's not a sport. Come on.
James? You're an ageist.
I am an ageist. I'm a profiler. We play poker. What do you want from me?
175.
Look at this now. Squeeze a little, I guess a little check back option on the river, David, and some value.
Yeah, I think he recognises that his opponent might call him with some queen highs here as played. Doesn't want to surrender the betting lead. Decides fire out something around about the 40% mark. Michalak is going to get sticky, I think.
Yeah.
And unless he improves, it's going to be a chunky pot going in the way of Turin. Does not improve. And I don't see Turin going for value. I think you're absolutely right, James. I think it's very likely here that he's just a bit worried, even though he's improved to an 8.
Right.
Just a bit worried about the king after 2 decent streets.
3 pair.
3 pair, sir.
3 pair.
Good, thank you.
So these guys have been fed and watered now.
As have we.
Cold.
Very cold, yeah.
You stay close.
Well, we may be feeling a bit of a chill, but the action is certainly heating up. I believe we're down to 39 already. I left, I think we were...
Wow.
I should remember how many were left when I left. It's just off the bubble anyway.
Idemir with big slick now. Going to open things up in early position.
Nice.
We've seen a lot of this man.
Yeah. He was doing a lot of the heavy lifting early on. Doubled up through that man. You see on your screen there, Scripper, with the pretty insane top set v combo draw hand.
And Turin may speculate here. No.
I thought you may as well. 89 suited.
1.5. 1.5.
Gromov.
1.6.
An early traveller to Merit, I understand. Gromov. Huge Hennemore profile.
Gromov does?
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
3.2 million. The biggest win coming, of course, his WPT victory back in 2011. But he also had a second place in WPT right here in 2014.
Where was the 2011 victory?
That was in Vienna. What an easy place to go and win in. Turn. Repeats the server now. Any interest in some nonsense?
Yeah, likely to check back now, and Gromov definitely could consider representing here. That he does. Going a small sizing here.
A factor of being able to rep perhaps a little bit wider.
Yeah. Merging his range, sort of saying I can have a 7 or a 6, maybe even a 5 with this size.
Yeah. And the straights. So options: go big and rep narrow, go small and rep wide. Obviously, if you're going small and repping wide, you need to make sure your opponent's got a very weak hand. Otherwise, you will get looked up. See what? No, surely not. What can he give him to call?
9-10.
Nice. Good play from Grumpy. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's
maybe a weaker ace-x.
Not a lot out there. A whole lot of value in the range.
Yeah, nice execution there by Gromov.
Turin wrapping himself up in a blanket. Could say it's the Turin shroud.
That's getting a fist bump.
Got some fresh faces for myself here, I have to say. Some of these guys I haven't seen before. Ademir, 10-8 clubs under the gun. We know he likes this hand, the old 10-8 suited.
Yeah, we've seen him play it a few times.
Served him well in one very big pot. I also noticed.
The spades served him well last time out. Let's see how the clubs do.
Yeah, I also noticed Gromov. It might be not new to you, but new to me, that there's some red chips in play. That sounds exciting. Some high value tokens. That's what you know it's getting serious when they bring out the starting stack chip.
That's it, yeah.
Giovanni, but I gather he's known as Samam Free in these parts.
Okay.
PLO cash game player.
Well, you mentioned the 10-8 serving well. He has flopped best, but not in a overwhelming sense. Giovanni will absolutely be sticking around here with an up and down.
Yeah, so the open end had some pretty strong results here. Third in the 50k super high roller bowl made back in 2021, and also a 7th in the 25k. So
oh wow!
2 6-figure scores. That is the card that Idemir was hoping to see. Unfortunately, from his point of view, he was actually ahead when he made the wager on the flop.
Kind of like a big size now. Big size
Yeah.
looks fishy here, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Just smash big, trying to make a king squirm. A jack's going to fold pretty much anyway to the second barrel, so you're really targeting a king when you bet turn. As it is against this hand, I think it's going to be hard to call here, given the potential up against an undergun opening range, right?
Yeah, just the fact that you could be drawing dead sometimes makes this not as appealing, but the 140k makes it very appealing.
Yeah, I just think, you know, jacks, kings, and aces I'm drawing, well, nearly dead to. Obviously, a 9 would defeat the aces.
Yeah, he thinks better of it. Smart fold there by Giovanni.
You say Nat Giovanni. I say Samam 3.
I'm going to go with Salmon Free then.
There we go. Even though his shirt says D squared 2, you know. He's confusing.
What do you think of the sort of nickname approach to these like high stakes cash games we see on televised streams now? Everyone's got their silly little name and stuff. Do you like that they're just referred to by those names? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it's poker, and everyone's got their little things. I prefer names, but, you know, people want to excite us with their flair on a stream. I'll call them whatever they wish. Yeah, it was weird because poker went obviously original televised poker. It was all nicknames, wasn't it? Everyone had their names and their monikers, and then we moved into period where everyone was just real names. And it does seem there's a trend. Turin's changed his shroud. It was black a minute ago. It's now blue. I'm not going mad.
It's blending in with the backdrop now a little. Do you like any of those old school nicknames? Any of them going to stand out as a good one?
Well, I mean, to go back to
Mad Professor.
Yeah, and stuff like the Devilfish. I mean, you know how these are great. I'm just thinking of the UK scene. You had, you know, Tony the Hitman Hackey. These are just genius names. Rocky Ross Boatman. You know.
I didn't know that was his moniker.
Joe the Elegance Beavers.
The Elegance, of course,
you know.
yeah.
Simon Ace's trumpet.
Barney Rubble.
145.
Hello.
The Grinder.
I know it. Getting naughty with 6-4 off from the big against Turin's cut-off open.
This is naughty.
And it's not even a huge 3-bet, right? 245. I actually have to confess I was too busy thinking nicknames, but I assume the raise was somewhere in the min range.
Wow, look at these two hands to have
range. Yeah.
This much in the middle right now. Okay, well, Heidemir's going to find this heavy weather.
Yeah, and it's not the best board when you've 3-bet from the big, whether you've sort of, with range, your opponent's going to have a fair amount of the king queens, the queen jacks, ace jacks, yeah. 8s, 9s, 10s.
When Jordan calls here, though, there is an uncomfortably large pot out there. Could be almost a million.
Huge pot. I think you said it best there. Uncomfortably large for these two holdings. I'm a big fan of this Turin.
And as we see a 2 of hearts on the turn, we're getting word here from Milbudas that there has been a dynamic set up over the course of the previous couple of hours. These guys have been scrapping like crazy. So that explains the 6-4 off Jack 8 combos here.
Yeah.
Pure street poker now, as Idemir digs for another barrel. Wow, what are we watching? What are we watching?
Yeah, it's... Actually, I kind of like this as a follow-up sizing because there's going to be a lot of medium strength hands that Chirin really doesn't want to have to call again with. A jack, not one of them.
For sure. Like, stack to pot ratio now of 0.7 to 1. Both players basically playing the same stack.
Yeah.
Idemir absolutely airballing.
Can you do it, Dave? Can you do it? Let's see this river. Ooh. A wet one.
Wetish one, yeah.
But actually more, perhaps...
More hits the other range, though.
Yeah.
Wow.
Idemir's going, how have I got in a situation with
what
a
have they done?
1.5
What have they
million
both
chips
done?
in the middle here, and I'm holding 6 high. I've never had a pair nor a draw at any point in this hand.
I never had more than 6 high. Oh. Like, he's clearly giving a thought because he's trying to figure out. Like, he's made this dirty, dirty bed for himself, and he feels like he might have to sleep in it and maybe rent out the room.
I mean, rip here. What's Ace Jack going to do if you rip here? Like, it's a horrible spot to be in. No. The flag waved. Chirin's going to be...
Is he just going to book and actually turn it over?
I feel like that's one of those spots when my turns their hand over in a hand like that, and I'd be like...
Everyone's like, oh, okay, there's the hands we're seeing.
Next time.
Нижний.
Next time. Wow.
Старый блефоман.
Блефоман.
Did he actually say next time? Next time. You win next time. It was a try. It was an effort.
I love the reaction of the other players at the table. I like
Skripka, it's just, what is going on?
Like, oh, they're playing a different game to me.
Yeah.
Эдик, здесь все честные ребята сидят. Не воруют.
They're playing it like a 1-2 cash game over here.
We are playing for slightly higher stakes than that.
Any of the American nicknames you like?
I think. I mean, there are some sort of forced ones I don't think really ever stuck. Like the Poker Brat for Helm. I mean, he's just Helmuth. You know, Kid Poker for Negron. I guess had a little bit more legs, but...
But what a terrible, terrible nickname. To be called a Kid Poker. Who wants that? Seriously.
Anyway.
Moving swiftly on.
Jesus Ferguson's a pretty good one, you know. Come at me, chat. Remind me. Best poker nicknames.
Well, Idemir, if the 6-4 is good enough, the Ace-Jack looks very big. Different
McCulloch. Yeah, this is like a pretty reasonable spot. It's a very reasonable spot when you just punted off a lot of your chips with 6-4.
Oh, it looks great. You know, you look like you're tilty.
Chance to get a couple $100K back quickly.
Нагрелся до максимального кипения. Что?
That 6-4 hand.
Ну, максимально горячий.
It just whiffed of disrespect by both players towards each other, didn't it? The whole thing was just like, I'm going to play an absolute napkin. Well, I'm going to play an even worse one. Well, let's go. You know, it's just, it's so interesting when players end up in that sort of situation.
It just goes back to what we were discussing earlier. If you're going to 3-bet out of position, 3-bet big. You don't want the incentivizers to be peeling with Jack 8. You just, especially if you're going to be 3 betting as wide as 6-4, you've got to really, really give them a go. Cheer in. Tens. He's going to look again. Yep, he's tens. A nice big hand.
I love this guy's face. This might be my favorite face in poker. So expressive. I feel like he's a
Not
Shakespeare.
normally a good thing in poker.
And even with the, like,
Yeah.
he could be playing Julius Caesar or something.
Oh, I like it. Name Caesar. We should start dishing out some nicknames.
You call him Caesar?
Yeah, kind of takes away from my Turin shroud rate. So.
Yeah, I don't want to take that away from you.
Yeah. So man 3. Going to be taken away from this pot.
Idemir with the 7-8 off. Had to think.
You know, sometimes you see a hand and you go with it. His was the 6-4.
Mr. Rashid, it's last call for you.
So it looks like it's just going to get through here. Skripka not interested in the 7-5-0.
Yeah, Skripka earlier. That was some turmoil who was put into when he first joined this table.
Now the penalty is over.
Ooh.
Thank you.
Penalty? Someone's sitting out?
No, must have been. Someone must have. They're pretty strict on the muck out of turn rule here. I saw it in the turbo that I played the other night, which I actually thought, here's an interesting spot. I'll ask you quickly. Player is sitting out. He's just gone. He's in the bathroom or something. And the dealer deals. And there is one person before that dealer, but the dealer gets, the person sitting out gets their cards dealt to them. Dealer gestures to the first person to act, and then grabs the cards of the mucked cards that are not being protected by a player. And then the next guy immediately acts, because he thinks it's on him. And they give it to him. And I was like, oh, I know the rule and I get the rule, and it is strictly speaking true, but that felt like a lot of interference to induce the mistake.
So, most places have in their rules something along the lines of tournament director discretion.
Yeah.
That's a place where you kind of go.
That was a spot for it.
Yeah, okay. It's a literal breach of the rules, but extenuation circumstances suggest that maybe we don't call this one. Clip up. Who's the man perhaps serving the penalty? Here he is. Raising up 6-4 of clubs. A man that was being asked after at the chat, by the chat at the start of the day, and we saw him in action on the bubble as well, on the outer tables.
Mr. Kleiper.
Yeah.
Another regular here, Arnie Kleiper.
He's also another man who's been dealt 6-4. So
yeah, I know. Well, it's in vogue.
Skripka playing
Skripka
25 with Ace Jack.
It's kind of a worry. You might just have to stick it in here.
If you know your opponent's opening 6-4, then it becomes a lot easier. Maybe he's going with another avenue though. It looks like he's cutting out less than all in. 3-bet, potentially decide even.
I guess you're just deciding based on your opponent if it's an induce or if it's a if it's fold. If they come over the top.
Not everything has to be predetermined. You can make a sort of 3-bet decision. Against the same opponent, maybe he'll 3-bet fold, maybe he'll 3-bet call, depending on live reads and just white magic, you know.
Yeah. Ari, the lumberjack Kleiper.
Can I go out with microphone? It's not a problem. Okay.
Fails to chop down that tree. As Skripka gets the chainsaw out.
Oh, that was a bit of a stretch.
I'm sorry, it's just you set such a high bar with the shroud that you're in. I just feel like I'm just going to be reaching for this entire frame. He does. He just looks so regal. Could be in Gladiator or something. Love this guy.
Yeah, I mean, does it look like he's walked off the set of Gladiator, the film?
They're making a sequel.
רק את היפים מצלמים.
Next year.
רק את היפים
Gladiator 2.
מצלמים.
Really?
Really? 2 Irish actors in 2 of the lead roles. Two this year Oscar-nominated Irish actors in the lead roles.
There we go.
Paul Mescal is going to play the character of the little boy. Do you remember the little boy in the first one, who was Connie Nielsen's son?
Yes, yes,
That
yes,
was
yes,
kind of
yes,
within
yes.
the palace.
Yes.
Him. And a kind of a bad emperor in the form of Barry Keoghan, who was in Banshees of Inisherin. He's playing Joker in the new
There you go.
Batman movies.
The Irish taking over ancient Rome.
Quite right.
So man 3. 2 queens trying to take over this pot. That'd be cool. Ready to 2. What a great first one.
But he almost looks like Oliver Reed here, doesn't he? Could be
Yeah, a
Ollie
little
Reed.
bit.
He could take over the Ollie Reed part. We got all the
Can
cast.
go out and do a bit of
Tell him?
casting.
Am I going to tell him?
Sure, you get a bit of commission.
Good one. I know.
Making all these references to his garb, but I actually think he's just a bit cold.
Yeah.
See the floor.
I mean,
Circulation might be great, and he's just trying to get a bit of warmth.
Of course.
I think they were talking about
I
how the
think
air
back
conditioning is
for-
kind of blasting down on them in that table.
Sometimes feeling.
Do you ever hear the story about Steve O'Dwyer and the curtains?
I remember the story of Steve O'Dwyer and the luggage. But
No, that's more recent one. He was playing
Mr. Shahar, Holden 550.
either an EPT or a WPT in a very, very cold room, and he pulled down the curtains and wrapped them around himself. Because they were playing, I think it was a WPT, and they were playing it like in a tent in a car park.
right.
And
So
he was
a
like,
rather unfair
and
scenario.
they paid a lot of money for the buy-in, and they were
Yeah.
like literally not even glamping in a car park, and he pulled down the curtains at one point and wrapped them around himself.
Reasonable.
Yeah.
I mean, on the borders of unreasonable, but it's not
Not a
middle of the
great
road
spot,
line.
not a
But
great spot of the chip leader in the final tables freezing to death
no.
in your poker room. Clive, we're getting busy here.
Yeah. So now I'm opening early in +1. Viper. 3 betting 2 seats down. You can go for 3x, but this is a little different situation. You're in position. There's only 30 bigs deep, although you are going after a +1 open. So you make arguments for raising slightly larger than this, but I'm on board with this, especially when you're going after perhaps one of the wider ranges. You see Samam with that stack. Just get to open quite liberally. Next case. Lumberjack. No, I'm not going to make jokes, but I'm saving them. I'm saving my lumberjack jokes.
You have a lumberjack joke?
Oh, I've got many. Just hold a second whilst I Google lumberjack jokes.
Похоже, ты не играешь. Похоже, ты не играешь.
Похоже.
Welcome, one and all, if you're rejoining us post the dinner break. This is the Merit Poker Series warm-up. It's the Carmen Series, in fact. It's not just the Merit Poker Series, it's the Carmen Series. This is the warm-up. This is day 3 in this very well-structured event. Because we still have 35 of the 611. 611? There we go. 611 would be a very big field, wouldn't it?
That would be a lot.
That'd be something else. We're down to these 35 anyway. I'm talking some nonsense.
We're delirious in the booth.
They're playing some nonsense, in fairness. So maybe they sent me over the edge.
We are warming up to a 3K main event next week and a 5K high roller. Not too late to get on a plane and get over here if you are somebody who likes
Hop the
fast
jet.
action.
Yeah, hop a jet.
Get over here. I know there's a couple of Irish people coming over the next couple of days. Hop into the main.
Sagan joined the table. We saw him on the bubble on an outer table winning a very juicy pot, having turned 6-7 into a full house. Yeah, if you are looking to come out and you're having trouble finding your way here, just hit up Ali Najad. He'll sort your travel out.
He will. He'll come and collect you personally.
Send him a little tweet. Tell him we sent you.
Yeah, that's Ali_Najad on Twitter, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what he's on Twitter. Sounds about right. I feel like he'd be just an Ali Najad, but...
Oh, he might be.
I need to tell me he was very early on there.
Django Sravenov.
That's quite a nice hand. You're right. He's Ali_Najad. You knew.
I've been tweeting about you and him all day. Foie gras addict.
There we go. Yeah, that's me. I feel like it's about time I changed that Twitter handle. It's kind of, I don't know. We've moved on as a world since
to
then.
The Ducks, or
yeah, you know. You say, come more enlightened to the correct side of the world since then. But well.
Oh, Turin.
I thought he said, I'm mad. I thought I heard the words all in.
80?
Which would be mad. Maybe there's an all in on the table behind.
So even off with the Djangos, two of the looser players, Turin and Nakjavani, with the 8 and the King 9 offsuit. King 9 offsuit in very bad shape right now. Turin definitely stick around.
Yeah. It's a good flop for him, in theory, but when you're against kings, it means it's a bad flop for you.
Ivanov could go both ways,
Right.
actually, here. It's not unreasonable to check this holding in this situation. Obviously, you're basically hoping an ace doesn't come off.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot of misses here. You're going to have a lot of Broadway combos that just don't want to put chips in. Balance that out by checking some of these hands. And Turin's shown a propensity to get busy. And you've also got to worry about Samam from the big blind with that range, including a little bit of this board. Big chips coming out. A small bet, very small, 65 into 300,000. So you can understand.
Looks like going to have a click raise here, James.
Yeah, I can understand this. You kind of want to protect it. Yeah. Even I'm still going to bet this flop pretty broadly. I gave a whole lot of reasons why we're going to check sometimes, but
yeah,
if he is going to bet, he can bet small often. And
the idea of Nakjavani plotting larceny here is kind of funny, but when it does eventually get back to Ivanov, as I assume it may do you just have to buckle up now against a player like Turin, who you've seen play the kinds of hands he plays? You just got to put on the big boy pants.
Yeah, well, you bet small enough that, you know, some weekends. And someone actually thinking about doing something here.
I guess he's thinking I can really represent the 10. If I put it in another bet, I can pure rep it.
I thought he's just sort of posturing here, but it looked like he was about to put some chips in the middle.
Would be a bold strategy, Cotton.
Well, it'll work.
Look at that face! Oh my god, I love this guy.
Oh! David.
We are playing poker.
He clicks it back on him.
Ivanov.
435, Ivanov. He's throwing up in that hoodie.
Just in the bin.
It was all going all right. You raise, got 2 calls. You bet. You even got a raise from Turin, which you're not unhappy with. You're thinking, okay, I can call. And
the guy with 2% has found a line to make you fold your 98% hand.
Yeah. It's the fact that these two have got 2.5 million for Samam. And about the same for Turin behind. There's 2 big stacks going at it. It's like, how well do my kings fare up when they're 2-betting and 3-betting this board? And the answer is, David, not very well at all. We can see he's 87%. But there's no way he can realistically think his kings are good here. You think, okay.
Well, he's wondering if there's flush draws, I suppose. That's and he's thinking about how loose these guys are. And he's thinking, okay, well, maybe someone's got a flush draw and maybe Turan has nothing.
It's possible. It's never impossible that you're ahead, but balance of probabilities, it's just very hard to be good here.
Remember the dynamics of this table. We were pre-warned by our producer Milbudas. These guys have been absolutely wild
Yep.
for a couple of hours here. He's been watching that. He's probably not one of those guys. He's been relatively tight compared to them, but he's been watching it.
Yeah. And
You're
you know,
right.
he
It's
did,
just so gross.
he did bet very small on the flop, but I just, yeah, I just think he's got to fold.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's just like if Turin sniffs it out, it's sort of wild, isn't it?
Yeah. I think that's the thing. I think he may be putting himself in a situation where he thinks, well, I think I had Turin, but when someone comes clicking out the big blind afterwards. And again, Turin, I think, just posturing. He may decide, like you're saying, oh, maybe I'm up against a draw here and stick around. But those eights become very hard to play as you continue down the streets if you do that, because, well, what are the good cards? Bar the 8 of clubs. Oh, I suppose you take the 8 of spades as well. You get my point.
We are watching one of the most interesting hands I have seen all year.
Yes, Ham 3.
A reminder, guys, of how this one went down. Opened by Ivanov with kings in early position. Flatted 8s, Turin, and Nakjavani in the big blind with the king 9 off. Completed. Board 10-10-7, 2 clubs here. Checks round to the original raiser. He bet out a very small bet. Turin decided to go for a bit of a clicky, find out where I am sort of raise. And Nakjavani, sort of with spider senses, recognizing that nobody really has a 10 and maybe, just maybe, he could represent one, goes for this bet to 435k.
And
it works.
Okay. 10, look.
Wow. Well.
10.
Of course 10.
Of course, 10. Even off.
I think flush draw.
Feels sick.
Not? 8-7. Прифлоп лень, блядь, потом...
No, he's sort of...
3 bet, 4 bet.
I think either of them are getting the idea that they're having this conversation and poor Ivanov sat in the middle with this short stack having to fold the kings.
Jack 10.
Jack 10.
Yeah.
No. 100% no.
Oh, these guys are having some fun. That's going to be an interesting one in 30 minutes' time. Set your watches, ladies and gents. There's going to be a little inquisition later on.
King 7 suited, kind of hand we've been taught by the solvers, actually can be played as flats in these situations. They're very hard to navigate. I'm not going to say I recommend it at home. It's probably something I don't do all the time because I do find them particularly difficult to be balanced post-flop then, but they are sort of hands we've been encouraged by solvers to get in the mix with those suited kings. Proceed with care is what I would say. In this instance, it does get let go. And Nakjavani, well, after the wildness of the king 9 a moment ago, he's actually woken up with big slick here. He's deep with Michalek, who's got the ace queen. This could be a big pot.
Yeah, and
85?
I mean, we can assume that's not the only time that Samam's been up to no good in this table. He's got 3 million chips. So
he's just flatted.
Oh. Well.
Idemir may come in with the call here, 3 deuce suited.
Yeah, but is he thinking maybe he can get his man to squeeze? I don't know. That's a bizarre flat for a man who's just been clicking the buttons post.
Right.
I mean, this is a lovely spot to get in 50 blinds against Michalek when you're all clearly an action player, but let's see how it transpires. And his king falls down to last place. Idemir with bottom pair. I say last place, obviously still ahead of Michalek's ace queen, but in playability terms.
Absolutely.
Behind that flush draw.
Yeah, Idemir actually in front by the mats, but like you say, very hard to play. He stood of the backdoor hearts. which may give him reason to stick around here with just bottom pair. I guess if you're going to call with 3 deuce, you're going to make bottom pair.
When you make a pair,
make something.
it's typically going to be a low pair. And a little interesting decision from Mechanic on the flop there, even peel by Samam in the small. It's going to have a fair amount of action around that jack, but with a hand as good as ace queen of clubs, and you can certainly make some weaker hands fold, like a deuce safe in the big blind peeler. But he went small, 100k. But hey, why not go small? You got the nut flush draw.
Yeah.
If you hit, you can have the nuts. Keep them in.
3 of clubs, an interesting card. 8 of spades, less so.
I know what you were about to say. I thought you were about to say there about some sort of Idemir lead on this 8 of clubs. I know that's where your mind normally works. Slightly different than
3-way
pot.
would be a bit interesting, but yeah. Could certainly have some merit. He's probably more likely to have an 8x. Not unreasonable for either of them to have an 8. The question is, if you're McCallick, do you really go for it this time? It's not the greatest card to do it. It was maybe a blank or a 10.
Idemir.
Idemir with a boat now.
Ends the hand with a boat. We didn't see that coming on the jack 8 deuce.
Wow.
And actually, McCallick's going to be pretty surprised to see the ace king get turned over first up. Be like, wow. I didn't get 3-bet by that hand.
Rubbing his hands, Idemir is like, well, you basically gave me a gift, guys.
McCallick's like, wow, they could have been playing a really big pot there with ace queen suited with a flat for 3-bet.
Yeah.
Head to that flop with the 2 clubs on board. And
Of course, then. Sen Jury kerdin.
I follow a very big.
Why play slow? Ace king.
Sometimes. Yes?
Of course. King, all in.
Sometimes.
Thank you.
Why play slow 2-3?
Yeah.
Triple up.
so they continue. 34 remain.
You and I have been running good here, James, with the table draws. I know yourself and Ali presided over the bubble, which is always interesting in its own way, but not necessarily the most dynamical table. Same could be said about the last one too, but we were treated to a really, really good table early doors. In fact, it was probably this one right out of the gate, and these guys are back now and they're entertaining us once again. Not all the same personnel, but it seems mandatory if you come to this table, you've got to play some poker.
I believe it's table 1, so, you know, if you get drawn on table 1, you go hard.
No, this time.
Why?
So, man, back at it. This time doing his own bidding with ace-queen. Still very surprised that the man who wants to 3-bet king-9 on the 10-10 7 board is the same man that just peels ace-king from the small.
Yeah, almost like he wants to do the opposite of what you'd expect him to do, regardless.
Which is never a bad thing in poker.
Sure.
They're ducking, you dive. Well, speaking of ducking and diving, I want to go diving to the sea come August time.
Oh, that'll be a good time to get in the ocean here in North Cyprus. The Merit Poker Classic has been rescheduled. It was originally going to be in the May slot, but that has obviously been taken over by the Triton and Cash Game Festival guys. 5 million guaranteed between August 7th and 17th. My assumption, although the schedule is not fixed yet, is that it will take the shape of the Carmen and the Merit Western, in the sense that it will have a warm-up, a main event and a high roller with lots of other turbo stuff in the mix, satellites and whatnot too, mystery bounties, the full gamut of everything you've come to love about these festivals.
And buffets.
And profiteroles.
Yeah. Make bluff.
Of course.
Call, yeah. In the river, I make like this.
Make bluff.
Wow, we're getting some interesting news from the outer tables. Of course, we will be laser focused, eyes fixed on this feature table of the warm-up event, 34 players left. However, out there on the tables, filling the room really, is the mystery bounty right now, and you've got some news, James.
I do. And Brutus has just been on our ear. He's informed us that the guarantee has been well and truly smashed up to the point that it's nearly doubled. The prize pool's nearly doubled the guarantee. I know you and I Obviously bumped into a certain Mr. Jackson player on the break who was mystery bouncing away. He's very excited about that. And they're I say a new thing. They're a relatively new thing now in poker. They've been around for a little bit, but a fun addition.
Oh, they're great fun. I had the pleasure to compare both mystery bounties at the last festival. I donned my Stetson and I stood at the top of the room and I spun the tombola, read out the names, sort of did my best Price is Right impersonation.
Did you get any tips?
No, I didn't actually. No, and literally the entire prize pool was won by people in my presence, and not a sausage.
We just
Not a
vary the odd
sausage.
bone here and there. I mean, Gromov, he knows how to play ace king. Take upstairs. King gone a little on the small side against +1 because you're going to allow McCulloch to peel here.
And it's such a pure peelable one, the 10-9 suited, isn't
Right.
it?
When you're about to get 3-bet with 10-9 suited, you're going, please keep it small. I really want
I
to
really like to play, yeah.
We've almost done that. Again, we're playing 50 effective, or near enough at the start of the hand. Well. Your man stays in, your man finds a 9 on this 9-deuce tray.
One of those spots from Gromov's point of view where you sometimes want to decide to take it slow and maybe just check back and take your showdown, or you decide you want to kind of go big here and maybe decide to use your hand as a bluff and triple off. The 150k bet obviously is just a sort of a amuse-bouche at the beginning, feel it out, maybe clear out some equity. But yeah, turn becomes a very interesting spot.
Yeah, you're exactly right, because I mean, you're ahead a lot with ace king on this flop. Callach raising, calling the 3, but has a lot of those suited Broadway combos. Of course, has some pocket pairs that are always going nowhere on this flop. He's bet small and found a king on the turn. He was going to go barreling, David. That was the assumption, and he's certainly going to go barreling now.
Yeah, and Michalak will be keenly aware that this is a barreling card that hasn't necessarily connected with his opponent. It's the kind of card he would expect his opponent to bet regardless, has it or not. So may have to call again.
And given the stacked pot ratio, doesn't have to go particularly big here either. He's just setting up for 3. Yeah, okay, he's gone 380.
Chunkier than I thought he would, but yeah.
Yeah, but still leaves it just a little bit over half on the river if he's called. Which is kind of a fun number to be jamming on the river, in a spot where you're repping the best of strengths. Really tough for McCulloch now. He's that king. Although, like you say, he's going to be barreling all his cards. He's going to have some ace-x heart combos that go barrel. And McCulloch's perhaps thinking, would my opponent carry on here with jacks and queens on that king turn, or would they check back? Therefore, is the value limited to aces, ace-king, kings?
Great point.
And if so, do I have to call once more? If you can give your opponent jacks and queens, then I think you kind of lean much more towards folding. We see here Gromov does have the ace of hearts, which is why it's...
I don't blame Michalak here. I know we see that he's behind, but I absolutely understand his line so
Gromov,
far.
Gromov's reaction there, the kind of squirmish, the eyebrow raise.
It was amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I fell for it.
I'd have bought it. Yeah.
Now, set up perfectly, as I say, 1 million into 1.6, or less than 1 million to 1.6. For Gromov. I wonder if it ever goes less than that.
Just goes for 500.
Yeah, like do the bet that leaves your opponent a little bit of shrapnel. The 800, the half pot. Convention would say jam. Because don't forget, McCulloch can have some of his hands, or 10s, jacks even. Really figure to have you beat. Could, of course, slow play.
There's a good chance Gromov is ranging his opponent for something like 10s.
Yeah.
And
he
deciding.
has gone for the less than. He's gone for the 500. There we go. Wow. It's a rarity these days, I find, these kind of bet sizes. On a board like this, where there's, no 5-card hand completes. You're kind of dealing with a lot of one-pair hands to go for these sizings. Because at this point, McCulloch has at least a 9. Or you'd suspect that.
Bravo.
So he has to be good about 20% of the time, trying to calculate how often this could be ace 4, ace 5, ace queen.
How many levels today?
Maybe.
Do those hands just not just jam the river though? I mean, if you're gonna, I just find it odd. I know I suggested that he may have less than an all-in sizing, but I was thinking, you know, just a couple of blinds less than all-in, just the old mess with their mind.
How many levels? 2 more levels?
This 1/3 pot. Although, having said all that, he's trying to rep strength. This says, I've got it.
9 o'clock, 10, 12 o'clock.
Yeah. The call has been made. McCulloch down to just a little over 10 blinds. Well.
Yeah, well played by Gromov, it's got to be said. I do understand McCulloch's situation there. I very much encourage the turn call. River's a really gross spot. Really gross.
My blind's going up 20k, 50k, but I'm still just trying to piece that together in my own mind, David, about the river sizing. Maybe I'm thinking too much about it.
We have 5k chips in play. I'm curious why this is in 25.50.
Yeah.
We'd obviously have a 200, 500 level. That would make sense.
I mean,
but
to
why
make
not
it
as a
20k, you've got to have 5ks in place. So.
Yeah.
20 inches, okay.
Yeah, McCulloch now with sub 10. Yeah, interesting hand that from Gromov. I'm like
really
looking for the tiniest of variations. This, I mean,
Mr. Albert.
when do people bluff that spot that small?
Mr. Albert, come back to your seat. Your break is over. Mr. Albert.
He gets it through. So
You know, I had to look at my eyes there, to see how many chips went in from the small blind, because I was almost at the moment of doubting our dear friends from Share Hands. And I thought maybe it is 25.50, but they're quite right. It is 20.50.
well, look at that with that huge pot that just went the way of Gromov. He's up to almost 4 million, which I think puts him right there, thereabouts with the chip leaders in this tournament. Regular here at Merit, Edward Barsagian, 67 bigs, 3.3 million. Not too shabby either. Down at the other end, Jakub Michalak, well, we just saw him take a body blow. He got it through with the ace-10 there to get back to 11 bigs now with the lines having increased, but not easy.
Yeah.
Not easy for him now.
That's a cruel one. I was impressed with how he was playing earlier. Went in here, come back, see him still in the mix, but it's just a big one. And that's tournament poker. You just, the blinds keep going up, you keep playing these shallow pots, and you get the wrong side of one medium-sized hand in terms of blinds, and that's it. You're a short stack.
Yeah.
I think he's got the talent to rebuild that stack. Yeah, huge opportunity for Gromov. Having a stack at this point in the tournament is a lot of fun. It's one thing when you come back to the start of the day, 130 players, when there's just 33 left and you're atop the counts. It's when the business gets done.
Indeed it does. Speaking of getting the business done, Nicholas Schweety, who was on our last feature table just a little over an hour ago before dinner, well, he has been building his stack over on the outer tables now. He just took 2 players out by the roots. Jack Risk and Dano Chizu have been eliminated at the hands of Schweety, who had pocket kings.
It's a good hand to have in this game.
Pretty decent hand on the 9-4 deuce board. He managed to get both ace-9 and 9-3 to put it in with him. And he sends those 2 players to the rail. So we've lost another couple of players there.
Here it's okay.
All right, I'm happy. Aurelie Kleiper in the chat is back.
Nice.
Saying, go Ari, go Ari.
Nice, good.
She was asking early doors about Ari, and now you have your wish.
She's our first railbird. Much appreciated. Thanks for coming back.
Hopefully it's a 2-day railbird situation.
Yes.
Final table. Well, final day of this event is tomorrow, not just the final table. There will be more than 9 souls returning. Unless something really spectacular happened, which, from what I've seen today, David, I'm not ruling out.
Yeah, it can certainly go that way. I think the smart money's on something in the region of 16 to 18 players coming back, which is a nice amount. It means we'll probably play 3 or 4 levels before the final table tomorrow.
16 sounds like a good number to me. Kalak down small. He's up against the shroud in the big. It's nice just to rip the queen 3.
Doyle Brunson gets thrown in the muck there. Queen 3, yeah, I guess. It's close.
Oh, did I hear next big blind? Who are we losing?
We're not losing Turin because he just paid his big blind, so...
Is it Gromov?
I think it is Gromov. Well, they won't be sorry to see him go.
No, we're losing all... that's not fair. We're losing all our chips.
I want to play with him.
Hit and run.
I'm happy. I'm happy.
Yeah, Gromov went out to the floor.
I like to play with him.
20.
As we get closer and closer to our final 3 tables.
Possibly a cheeky open here from Nakjavani. Indeed it is.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it.
I realise when I mentioned the mystery bounty, I didn't quite do it enough justice.
Ooh, do tell.
Because the guarantee was 100k, it's a 1k buy-in. We've got 195 entries, which is almost 2 times the guarantee. But there's a day 1B tomorrow.
Oh, wowzer.
So
wow.
We've smashed the guarantee with another day to come.
So the 100k guarantee may get 400k, maybe even 500k in the prize pool.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
That's extraordinary number.
That's going to be worth pulling some bounties out, David. I'd stand near the stage and maybe instead of emceeing this time, just sort of hang around and just trying to get some scraps.
See what falls out of people's pockets.
What you got to do is you've got to tell everyone you're a very lucky person. And
then you're
say
free
you offer
rolling.
your service to go up and open the envelope for them. And, you know, most of the time you're going to open up Squadouche for them. But when you get the big one, you see, I told you so. Now you've got to cut me in.
Make it rain.
Well, speaking of making it rain, Skripka's gone berserk.
Well, a gift from the poker gods here, Michalak.
What's
pocket queens?
Is this right?
Yeah, I think Skripka's decided Nakjavani is at it too often and he's going to try and pick him off, but he chose a very poor time to do it, and now he's almost priced himself into Michalak, who's astonished.
Michalak's loving life. I mean, he wasn't expecting to just win all that money without having to risk anything.
It's basically a double up without showdown.
Yeah. It's only 300k more.
Ace 4 part. Three deuce.
Wow.
Spaces.
Bad timing there by Skripka. One of the big hazards about a move like that, of course, is always the players behind. He ran into it that time.
Yeah. I mean, there's only 300k more to call, and we'll see in a minute, see what the stack size now is. Oh, Michalak.
I think it was about 300 to 900.
Oh, here's the Railbird's favourite. It looks like the whole family's in the chat now at this point, David. We're a nice little reunion going on.
Oh, you're up 1.1. Wow, sorry. Holy moly. Okay, so you only need to be 25%.
I'm surprised he didn't take a little bit more time in seeing how much it was, because he folded very quickly.
Yeah, he just didn't even he didn't ask for the count, and maybe if he'd known, he'd kind of put him on a lot more. Wow.
Clipper, King Jack suited. That's good enough to get the business done. And the crowd go wild. Go wild, crowd, go wild.
Please clap. Do you remember that? Jeb Bush. Please clap.
Well, I was going to say welcome to everyone. Bar the Clipper family as well, of course. This is not a family-based stream, but there is the hero.
Staying hydrated, very important.
Here's a man who's staying fed. Got to see those two queens. And
yeah, epic spin since he was battered down to 500,000 just a few moments ago. He's back up at 1.1 million now without showdown.
Yeah, just
Shripka now may just stick this in. 17.5 bigs. Works well as an open as well.
Yeah, I think.
I thought he was a little shallower, but no, he's okay.
I mean, there's some action players in this table. You kind of still want to get to see some flops, and some people will maybe pill you with some dominated hands still.
Just smiled and that's it.
Sherlock, ace-2 suited in the next seat. He's thinking, well, I got this through a moment ago. What else can I get through?
You're talking about yourself.
Yeah. They're both deep. You can start messing around with the ace-2 suitors of the world, David, but this pot, playing a little bit too shallow.
Giovanni pulling it back in the 5-3 of hearts here. Clearly taking some level of interest against the open by Shripkov. A relatively short stack here, 17.5 bigs from early position.
When Samam's in the pot, I just sit back.
Yeah.
He's riffling the 100k chips.
Oh.
One assumes.
Looks like a call. That could bring in the big blind quite often. There's a very good chance it will.
This big blind.
This big blind.
Actually.
Might be a 3-bet from this big blind.
It's funny, isn't it? Samam before peeled with a small blind with ace-king. Now here he is peeling it with 5-3 suited. So it's fair to say he has a very broad range.
Well, Giovanni does connect, but there is an ace on board here, something for Shripka to represent. He's probably going to come with a quarter pot.
Yeah, normally I'd be a little scared about the small blind peel, and I slam a little bit scared about the small blind peel, to be honest. With Shripka holding this king queen, and kind of bet, hey, don't want to get blasted off it. At the same time, you don't want to check and let someone make something. He has no club in hand, 2 on board. I think if we had a club, we'd definitely be checking back. Maybe we'll add a club, lean towards betting. The pot's so important. 225. Pretty reasonable sizing here, chunky.
Yeah, maybe deciding he's taking one decent stab at this one.
Right. And it makes it very hard for this hand. And hands stronger than it's to continue with the big blind to act behind still.
Makes it pretty hard for a 10.
Yeah.
When he's only got 465 back.
When he made it this sizing, I don't think he was targeting a 3 in the small blind.
No.
But he'd been targeting a number of 10s. And of course, against a 10, you've got pretty good equity. King, queen, or jack rolling up. It's against stare down.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Not in the folding game. I'd admit, he surely must be in the folding game. Has the king of clubs, but this pot is a little too shallow with pre-flop raising having just 465 back.
Table 23 for 25, 25. No limit of them. I'm gonna call Ruslan, Ashgar,
And that'll do it for Scripka. The nuts.
Osman, Uri,
Well, Shripka, like you said, very much putting Nat Giovanni on an ace-x hand now. Probably something of the strength of ace-10, ace-jack make the most sense coming out of the small blind there.
Yeah, I don't.
Maybe feels like he's going to get paid.
Yeah, I don't think he has to think too much at this point. You've got a little over half the pot, and you've got the nuts on a double flush draw board. He's actually going for the
massages.
He's going for the little tickle, the little stroke. So Mam's not falling for that one. Nice pick up for Scripka.
Would have been very interested to see if that jack doesn't come, how that turn would have been played. That's the universe I want to live in and figure out what goes on.
Going to try and bluff me now?
Maybe he bets the 200k anyway.
Maybe it goes check, check, check, check, and 3 gets table and takes the pot. And then we see a very sick-looking man in seat 1. Very fed-up looking man in seat 1. Here he goes again. King, queen off. We go, you know what? You're having fun with this hand. Got to accumulate some more. EK in the chat saying, please tell me the prize sums. Well, they are vast. A little over 200k up top. For this $2,200 buy-in tournament, and with 30 left, everyone is now guaranteed 6,350. We're climbing up to 7,300. We're going to have the final 26. But it is, like I say, that first prize, $207,000. It really gets the juices going.
Sure does. Nat Giovanni with the 3-bet here, 7 of spades in his hand. If this was a regular old game, I'd say this has to be an ace of spades in his hand with it, but I really don't know in this situation.
Yeah, this is funny. It's like, you just beat me in a pot. I'm not having that.
I wonder if Shripka will just go with this hand now. Just feeling the dynamical stuff at play.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing some things go down this hand, and Scripka's probably going to think, I don't need to be guessing. Like I'm gonna find myself in good spots down the streets. Do I really just want to be full bet jamming from +1? I don't know. Do I really want to peel with king queen off?
Against this specific man on the button, though.
I hear you. I hear you. It's weird when the player doesn't 3-bet ace king, and then still 3-bets a lot.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
I don't know. I've just been watching 100 minutes of this man playing dolly mixtures.
It's weird because the one time he had a hand you expected a 3-bet, the ace king, is when he flats.
Well, that's true. Exactly. Yeah, he's going to trap you if he
very,
has it.
Very bizarre.
I feel. I swear I will. I feel this.
Did you say I have an illness? Certainly looks like it.
I feel this.
Oh, I feel this.
Did you say, I haven't. Is this your shroud guy?
He's just. He has an illness. He is sick.
Oh God.
He's going mad.
Patient 0.
Well played, sir. Well played. King
I don't know. I think that patient left here a long time ago. From what I've seen at Merit.
About
what?
Which hand?
That hand.
The sickness, the virus, the thing that's making them all play nuts.
Oh yeah.
I bet raise.
It's been a.
What did you have?
Do you think they do? Do you think it's like in casinos when they pump in the oxygen? Do you think they pump in the loosey goosey juice?
That's what it is on the screen here.
just the loosey goosey juice.
Yeah.
I like it.
What did he have?
Huh?
Oh, they're talking about the hand, the big hand.
They know now.
What year?
8.
8.
8.
8.
If Shripka got that bit of information 65 seconds ago, he may have lamped in those king queen. Jack 8 suited again in the hand of Turin. He's putting it to work. Versagian right behind with the real hand here.
Yeah, there aren't many games where Jack 8 suited is you know, become somewhat of a star on this table.
Cannot call.
It's led to some damage. And he's not wrong. Somehow. He's saying you can't call about the 2 kings earlier. And I tend to agree. I said at the time. I stand by it. Very hard to continue there with 2 kings. 2006, you can high-five the dealer and click it again.
Yeah.
Well, Sagan bringing a bit normality back to this table, and I like the sizing. I've been talking a lot about sizing in these 3-bet pots. This is a bit more like it. Oh, pardon me, I thought it was a bit more than 3x. But still 3x. I'll do. I thought it actually gone 330.
I want to make him.
Mr. Summer, open 56, it opens Summer.
No.
I'm the dealer.
I was Beton?
You was the dealer. Now I'm the dealer. You know, if you are the dealer, it comes to me later.
Right.
Screw. He just looks so fed up. Does put a script cut. He looked fed up ever since the moment that Spey came on the river earlier and he paid off Idemir. Sam been dealt 2 cards, and the pot's unopened. So therefore, I'm taking it upstairs. Queen 10 offsuit, certainly good enough from the hijack. Idemir in the next seat, calling with ace-5 of clubs, looking to go after his man. And here we go, Skripka. He looks a bit fed up, but he's found it now. Against the 2 players that are moving the chips the most. Now, for everything I've said about 3-bet sizes out of the window, we've got aces. We're going to play a massive exploit here against these 2.
Yeah, we've got to make it like 270.
I was going to say, yeah, like it's 110. I mean, I'm happy with 275, 300. Like, don't go over 300. Come on, keep it small.
Do you ever just call? That's
no,
pure,
not against
pure
these 2.
devilishness.
No, not against these 2. I mean,
calling would be kind of sick. There's already going to be like 400k in there. Stack to pot ratios 2.2 for you. I know against 2 players you don't love it, but you do have aces. Extraordinary
this whole thing I was
opportunity.
saying earlier about sort of deciding bet sizes before you put the chips in, because there was all sorts of gymnastics going on there in his hand. Yeah. And in any normal scenario.
See, I almost feel like shoving's better than this bet size.
Yeah, I was going to say, in any normal scenario, you know, kind of, this is a reasonable 3-bet size, but just against these 2 characters, the way this table's playing, just go small.
I'm not even messing about the possibility of flatten there.
I think
it's sort of like an interesting, weird.
I think it makes more sense when you're playing heads-up pots than.
Oh, absolutely does. But you're still in a spot where there's 400k in there. You can just raise to get it in on the turn on every flop, basically. Of course, you have to just close your eyes and hope that nothing terrible has happened.
You have
to
be
the
2
value of
hands
your
over
hand.
4 cards, yeah.
And I say that partly in jest, because of course there will be some board textures where you may abandon ship on that kind of plan, but it would be the ultimate way to exploit and do something different.
No, I'm with you. I go 275 and
I do like the 270.
turn my hand face up and say, "Come at it, boys."
Yeah, come crack me.
Yeah.
And given that he's the same person who made that 275 3-bet to fold to the 600k shove a few minutes ago.
Right. Yeah. That's a great point.
A hand that everyone at the table took note of, no doubt. Love this tiara on our dealer.
Yeah, none more so than Charlotte did. Take note, that is, of the fold with the 2 queens. Getting up to 1.1 million.
Yeah.
Without having to show a card. Oh, is the shroud coming off? No. That loses powers.
Just so regal.
It's keeping it regal. Turin's got to be the favourite for this tournament right now.
Just, they need to put that face on the posters.
Fan favourite.
Top five faces in poker.
Well, Sagan with 2 8s. Once again, trying to bring some normality to the table. He's popping it up. I'd admit, King Queen suited in the hijack. Sub 30 blinds now. Reaching for additional, but I feel like this hand's good enough just to be flatting in position, keeping some weaker in. Don't ever want to get blasted off this.
I strongly agree.
You can't really fault him on this table. The action's been fast and furious. That he wants to kick things up.
Tricky for Barsagian here against a loose player, but I think he's got to let this one go.
Yeah.
It's just not enough behind to set mine. Board mining is very treacherous when you've got a stack to pot ratio of 1.
Yeah, really hard as well against this cast.
While he thinks this over, just a question for you, James, about the dynamics at play here. We're seeing people basically open much wider ranges than you would assume. At least half the table are willing to do that from all seats. We've seen some pretty nifty 3 bets. The King 5, some pocket pairs that you would maybe ordinarily expect to see flat are turning themselves into 3 bets. So is this King Queen. So just generally loose in all departments. If you're sitting at that table, are you being the Barsagian who's actually played pretty tight and normal and, you know, decide, well, actually, I'm going to let the chips come to me? Or are you thinking to yourself, there's so much being spewed out here. Maybe I just got to get in the mix with these guys and sort of play some street poker.
Yeah. You're going to start peeling a little bit wider, or I'm going to start peeling
Yeah.
a little bit wider, trying to get a little bit more involved. But I think some people go the furthest extent and now start 4-betting more liberally and all that. And that kind of depends on the strength, I think, of the tournament field in general. Like if you're on a table like this, and the action's pretty crazy, but it's kind of similar across the rest of the table, I don't feel I have to chase it. You just chill, let it come to me. If you're on some sort of dreamy table and you know the rest of the tournament's tough, then maybe you kind of ramp it up because you feel like this is as good as it's going to get. I think someone like Barsagian seems very, very confident. Kind of just chill a little bit.
Yeah.
I know he won an event here that I'm 99% sure was in the commentary on the EAPT back in the Mediterranean Poker Party last year. And I remember he's very impressive in that. I think he'd be very confident the way this one's playing out and just a bit of chill. It'll come to him, like you say. Also, he does have quite an awkward seat.
Yeah, the loosest player right behind him. And kind of a murderer's row right behind him, frankly.
Well, so man,
Just
I
30
say wow,
players
like
now.
folding King 9 suited from +1. Like it's
Yeah,
wow, but
oh
it's
my
crazy. But it
goodness.
is wow for this man. I do in the next pop along.
Mr. Yuksel.
Skripka with that hand again. Just not even a thought this time. Now that surprised me a little bit
That
because we
does
know
surprise
Idemir is
me.
raising a lot. King Queen off against that range plays very well, especially on the button.
Oh.
You have another one like this?
It's like,
I got
no,
another
Jack
one
8.
like this.
Give me the Jack 8.
Yeah.
The Jack 6.
It's like, oh, I'm running so badly. I haven't had anything for ages.
Condition on the ears. I need a hat. So cold.
Yeah, I'm surprised, Skripka. King Queen. Oh, finding the muck.
How can you deal? It's not cold. Not cold. No?
Actually making it all the way around to Charlotte on the button, who finds a couple of napkins. Turin moan about his hand from the big blind. Falls around to now in the small. Looks down at his ace-4. And he's going to 3x with Pasagin behind. This is the sort of spot I was talking about, I think, where you kind of... Oh. Falls to 3x.
Напросился.
I thought he might play against 3x, but there we go. 6-7. So these kind of looser players, but...
There's a lull in the action for, what, 2 hands?
Yeah, I've seen 2 folds I wasn't expecting. Not that either of them's particularly wild, but...
Gonna have to go off and look for some action on other tables, I think.
Now.
Hang on a minute. What have we got?
These don't disappoint us.
Daniel Montagnoli, one of our chip leaders throughout this day, has bowed out, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Roman Gatsiev has sent him to the rail. I'm guessing it was a series of bad things. You know, obviously, Gatsiev has inflicted the final blow.
The crowd are about to go wild because the hero
Kleiper
has
I can
found
play a hand.
the butchers. Screams, I can play a hand. Raises it up, calling to attention the fact he's raising. I like that.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. Levels on levels.
And now,
Would you ever shout that with aces or kings? No, you wouldn't. They'd be like, oh, he's got a hand. He probably has ace jack.
He's got the queen jack suited.
Yeah, he's got something. But like, no, definitely not buying that he's super premium now and he yells out, I have a hand.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Turin flooding with the 8-9 off
There
on
we
the button.
go. Look at this.
Some man with deuce 3 suited in the big. We know he's going to play that because...
Buckle up, everyone. We've been bored to tears by these guys for about 4 minutes.
But yeah,
and
it's
now
outrageous.
It's finally taken off again. Wow, what a flop.
Flush draw for Samam. The butcher's still best for Kleiper. Turin with a pretty ropey gut shot, but let's not rule anything out just yet. And this is a pretty nice spot for Kleiper with Turin calling on the button. Going to have a lot of Broadway action. I'm not going to talk about blending strategies of checking some strong hands and all that. I'm just going to bet kings here.
Does Turin peel here? Maybe. Sort of a float. Obviously, he's got the bad gutter, but sort of a float as well. No. Getting a bit carried away there.
Yeah, you're getting excited. This man's certainly going nowhere. Some man with the flush draw.
King of diamonds.
Falling for the sickness. 9 of clubs. A little bit of an ugly card for Kleiper, albeit it gives him a gut shot draw. Some poor coordination, but of course on the flip of all that means all those...
Kleiper does knuckle it back there, clearly fearing that his opponent, if he doesn't, if he hasn't improved to a hand that actually beats him, he probably has improved to some more equity in some swirls.
And is this now a mandatory bluff? We've got 3 high. I mean... You're playing the board.
You normally don't love to bluff flush cards, but when you've got 3 in the deuce, they're kind of less relevant.
500 Kent, 650. That's going to be a pretty easy call here. With 2 kings. Like I say, I kind of like leaning more towards betting turn because your opponent has a lot of pair plus straight draw combos that they're not going to fold. But I do understand the check back because it allows your opponent to make this bluff. And there we go.
I play the board.
So we'll show the deuce 3. Looks at the board. Goes, what's the deuce 3? What are you showing me here?
Give it up for Kleiper in the chat.
They love him. The crowd go wild.
A well executed bet flop, slow down, turn, snap off.
Yeah,
it's bluff on the river. Classic.
I would have bet the turn, but by checking back turn, he got those chips anyway. Well, more than those chips really, in the form of the size of the bet.
And maybe just a little bit of knowing your customer and knowing that there's just going to be so many bluffs.
Right.
That he's going to find so many bluffs in that situation, and then he might even value bet worse.
Yeah, a combination of you're going to catch so many bluffs, but also if he has outdone you, you stay alive. And there's a lot of value in a tournament life. So more than one way to skin a cat. And they are now going wild on the small delay we have to our YouTube chat. Hey, Kleiper family, like and subscribe, please. Help us out.
Yeah, make new accounts and use them to like and subscribe as well, please.
Yes, of course.
The more you guys like and subscribe, the more action we can bring from Merit here. They're trying to really build something from the ground up. I mean, they've built literally everything from the ground up here.
Yeah.
Casinos, buffets, the whole lot. You know, swimming pools, spas.
But like those thumbs up keep the lights
You're
on.
talking about that hand, 7, 10, 10? Talking.
Remembering the 7, 10, 10 hand from earlier?
10, 7, right?
Yes.
I bet, you 3-bet, then 4-bet. Monster hand. King 9 of diamonds.
Clearly not listening about 20 minutes ago when we've already deconstructed this one.
I think he's sort of telling Turin, but
If you fold, I push.
8-8, nice end.
8-8.
Good shot for Nakjivani, Idemir, top pair.
Yes,
Some
8-8.
back doors.
It's 8-8.
You 8-8. No.
Ah, yes. 8-8. 8-8.
pretty standard stuff so far. So man deciding to go for a check call with that gut shot. Jack Guy on the over. Idemir, pretty clear bet with top pair. And he now picks up a gut shot draw.
Yeah.
And
double goodie for Nakjivani as well.
Yeah, certainly enough hands to continue betting with it. Just for 75 folds, wow, okay.
А вы где смотрите?
I would.
Your jack high can be good very, very occasionally. Probably isn't, but could be. But 75 is a very good price there.
Yeah, and it's certainly not a bet I'm going to snap fold to if I decide to fold.
А у него
I think at least got to think about bluffing there.
Wonder if he spotted that he picked up the double goodie.
У него?
Maybe not.
Да.
King 9.
King 9 of diamonds.
А, в смысле, там не флеш-дро не было?
Там ничего не было, просто ничего.
No flush draw.
Say, you go look. Maybe you forget.
We do a mistake.
Я
So King 10. That's what you saw.
I think King 10.
Because you mistake, yeah?
Yeah.
It's King 10,
Там короли, ну, он
Can
выкинул
happen
уже.
everyone.
А я додумал. Я позицию.
The discussion and post-mortem will go on for some time to come, David.
Bosan. King 9.
Indeed it will. I've some bad news. Some players hitting the rail who are probably fan favourites out there. Florian Duda, Suryagas, who was on the feature table earlier. Helmut Fung, very familiar face, not on one of our streams yet this week, but he is a regular over here. Mustafov, mentioned earlier, he is gone.
Переставил. Откуда у него?
Ivanov putting an all-in bar one chip. Oh, or by five chips. You get the point.
He'll get all the way around.
Я его, ну, либо на блеф я его ставил. Ставил.
У него, ну, какой монстр дро там, флеш-дро гатшот, да?
Well, I don't know who they're going to bring you for the final frame of the day, the final 2 hours of play, but if it's even half as good as this one, our audience should not go anywhere. It's been exciting stuff. It's going to be down to just 3 tables very soon.
I'm hearing rumours, David. I am hearing rumours that perhaps we keep this cast.
Oh.
I don't want to get anyone's hopes up.
Oh. It's almost like, you know, you don't want to get voted off the island, and if that was the system that we operated on, they definitely would get to stay.
Yeah. Give the people what they want.
Прицел не тот.
That's what the Emperor would
Надо
say.
поправить.
That's what Turin's saying. Balsagian, Queen 8 of diamonds with his stack. Says good enough for me. Let's take up to 2 blinds. And here we go. The man who 3-bets some hands and flats others has a hand you're supposed to 3-bet.
Yeah, I wonder if he just flats it this time.
Yeah,
Seems like a pretty obvious 3-bet spot.
Yeah, this time we're going up. So man as well, he's down to 1.7 million. So a little over 30 blinds. Very, very comfortable get in. 300k seems fine to me. A fraction more if you wish. No less would be my advice. 330, perfect.
Like that number.
That's the number I'd go.
Even off.
His head's still screwed. Having to bet fold those kings. There's a Turin raise on the 10-10-7 flop, and then the limp check 3-bet from Saman. Caused stir in the action. And it's funny that whole conversation is going off again, and Basagan's like, what, really, you did this? And then next hand, oh, he's 3-betting me. The boy came to play, and I'm enjoying it. Aurelia Kleiper in the chat asking, how much time is this live? I assume you mean the delay. The delay is 30 minutes, so there's your old man. Whatever you're seeing him do now was 30 minutes ago.
Yeah,
don't text him. Don't get the spoilers for yourself. Just enjoy it with us.
Yeah, I think we have about 20 minutes left on this level. And as James said there, we may well keep the same cast of characters. We also may not. I'm going to keep you on tenterhooks for a little bit longer on that one. Mainly because we don't know, for sure.
I feel like I know. I feel like I've told you, but I'm doing it in a exciting way. You know.
I still don't know, guys. I don't know. Maybe. He's a poker player. I'm looking at his face. I can't be sure.
David, it's like our conversation last night. It's like an episodic TV still. Got to leave cliffhangers.
That's true.
Michalak. He's at well. He's looked over the edge of a few cliffs today. This man. He's still here. They've been trying to push him over the edge a few times. Turin. What a guy.
Speaking of cliffs, if you were to summarize this feature table,
How much is the bet?
pure carnage would probably suffice.
1-1.
Turin, just it's like the old.
Take 25.
Every now and again, you got to play a hand. That's the logic here. I think I've played one for a few hands. They'll believe me. I'm wearing a cape. Must be trusted.
And Nick Giovanni, not a believer.
Yeah.
Maybe he's decoded the every 5 hands I get involved formula.
Yeah, he's calling with a hand that has no business calling against +1, but in this case, is dominating his opponent, such as the complexity of this game. And Skripke, here we go, against a couple of the action players once more, gets to squeeze once more. This one makes a little more sense to go kind of the size he went before, maybe a little bit smaller still. The ace is such just going all in. Okay.
Well, that will shut this one down pretty quickly. Lots to pick up there. 300k, obviously a great pickup for his stack right now. But I agree with you. These players likely to be on the looser side. You just want to throw them a little rope.
It's the whole thing of just taking your chances when you get a big hand on this table.
Yeah.
You're thinking you could bag up 3 million on here tonight. Easy.
You win. Add time.
Jack high only.
Add queen 10.
Jack high. Два джека. Конечно. Конечно.
Button good.
Jack high with a very good kicker.
Ну, заманил бы его.
The next 2 hours.
Finish.
Yeah, but they leave us here.
We stay here?
So I'm gonna bring
Spoiler.
Scarf.
No, we stay 2 hours
My
more?
wife thinks
We don't change table? No?
No, he said that we're staying here. Unfortunately. So cold.
2 hours more, yeah?
2 hours more.
Bravo.
You can see.
Can we get a heater to the feature table?
Yeah, I've got to give the people what we want though.
Can we get a fire going, please?
I wouldn't endorse that. You know, a little fire on the stage. Some rather expensive looking equipment there. I don't know how much you're getting paid, David, but I don't want to replace one of those cameras.
Mr. Philip. Philip, Hold'em 515, sit open, Mr. Philip.
I admit, again, this A7 has no business being played, but he hasn't won a hand for a little bit, so maybe he wants to play. He doesn't.
Please off. You say please off.
Yeah. No, break.
Yes.
Break. 3 minutes.
Kleiper comes in for a min raise here. News from an outer table. My goodness, we've just had the biggest pot of the tournament so far. An over 3 million pot. Classic flip. Corey Korkmaz and Viktor Ustimov. The former with pocket queens, the latter with ace king.
The most classic of flips.
Korkmaz does a huge hold.
Clipper
Viktor
kings again.
Ustimov, still one of the chip leaders despite losing the biggest pot of the day.
Clipper didn't scream, oh, I get to play a hand this time when looking at a kings.
It was a read.
You know, he just mixing it up. He balances it.
Did you have kings that time?
You did.
Oh, sorry. Well, he is very balanced then.
Very well balanced.
So had that pot gone the other way on the outer table, Viktor Ustimov would be sitting on a 6 million stack right now.
Yeah, that's a bit unfair.
And would be the prohibitive chip leader, but instead, Korkmaz with 3 million.
Sorry. Sorry.
Ivanov, a man forced to fold kings on this table. how much that must have, but even seeing everything I've seen on this table, if that action took place, I'd still want to fold king.
Yeah, you would do it as well.
Because it was so out of line.
It was so wild.
Mr. Ulash and Mircea. Ulash and Mircea. Hold'em 515.
I'm going to complete with queen 6 against Turin in the big.
May just stick him in here, just 15 big blinds behind, 16 big blinds total in this pot. Turin could just decide to put it in. Checking back pretty reasonable as well, of course.
150.
One going for a 3x. Also kind of seems reasonable. Kind of one of those anything goes spots.
Yeah. I know, I feel like I know you're going that king 9's not perhaps the best candidate because obviously you want to keep in some weaker kings. Kind of don't want your opponent to limp call with things like king 10, king jack, king queen, but at the same time just put pressure on.
Yeah.
Так, Эдик, последний раз сдачу у нас.
Prefer it with king deuce than the king 9, but
Крайне, да. То есть нас сейчас трансформируют куда-то?
Перерыв и дальше может там что-нибудь.
players approaching their final break of the evening. They came back with 126 players, I want to say, David, down to the final 30.
That's exactly right.
30 is too many. Over 2 hours of play, we'll see a fair amount of those vanquished. Samam with ace-king, raising up once again. He's had ace-king a lot.
He has.
And he's played it in different ways.
Turin definitely getting involved against his forever nemesis, it would seem here. And he has a couple of those. But Giovanni certainly one of them. And Barsagian, well, he could consider a call with the 5-4-0 here. It's definitely right at the bottom, but may have that section of the board to himself. That's always the hope.
Yeah, Turin stocks all the brands. He'll take on anyone.
Well, best becomes worst as Giovanni whiffs this Jack 7-5 rainbow. Barsagian bottom pair, some backdoors. Turin top pair, decent kicker.
Sam though, the opener under the gun, he's going to continue against those two rangers. Again, a normal scenario, maybe wouldn't necessarily advocate for always having to see bet this, but against the field we're dealing with and the action we've seen, I think it becomes a bit more reasonable.
Yeah, and I think he can bring both players along for the ride here. Likely see Turin come with the raise in this situation, although he does like to define his hand, so by the looks of things, that is what's going to happen. It looks like a pure click. Yeah, 250. Barsegian can get out of the way now with the bottom pair. And Giovanni, an awkward amount of money into this large enough pot now. What's he going to put in? 150 into 850. 2 overcards, some backdoor potential. Could be just good right now against Turin, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him on that, coming back to the crazy hand, the 10-10-7 hand, just sort of raising with the 8s for the old classic, sort of find out where I am scenario. That's what's probably going through Samam's mind now. And that equates to being able to perhaps bluff, or even, perhaps just call and play this hand for the equity it's got. The 2 overcards still goes. Only got just over 100k to call. I mean, getting nearly 7-1. We'll live a 6-1.
Yeah, the only thing you're a little bit worried about is your opponent having ace-jack and you being actually in kind of much worse shape when he raises out of the small blind here. But against this particular opponent, I don't think you can narrow him like that.
Yeah, I think you've got to take at least one off here. But it is an unusual spot. You see too often getting min check raised in these boards, these player ranges. If I was there, I'd be getting scared, unknown, thinking, oh, someone's a min check raise. They've got like 7s or something here, but there we go. The dream card on the turn for Samam. Top pair, top kicker. Turin now in a world of hurt. Finds a check. And for all the reasons stated, now I'd like to see Samam kind of come with a smallish bet. Just he can be up against quite a lot of Jack X from how we've seen him play, but he likes to check it back. Perhaps scared still that it could be the crown jewels under there.
Yeah, and against a wily player as well.
And yeah, instead he gets to, well, act as he wishes against this bet. 200k, so Turin's setting his price. Not going to be a hand that wins. I was thinking there for a second again that maybe we might see a raise to such a small sizing, but he sized just enough that I don't think Sam felt comfortable raising with one pair as well. Oh, look at those stacks.
Yeah, an extraordinarily entertaining feature table. So much so that we are not going to say goodbye to these players. Barsegian, Giovanni, Kleiper, Aidemir, Shripka, Turin, Mikulak and Ivanov will be returning in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, and interesting to note, as the blinds go up to 30-60, it's all been fun and games, but we are slipping to the stage of the tournament where everyone is below 50 big blinds when we come back from this break.
It's getting a little more shallow. I'm hearing about these big pots on other tables, and it does feel as though maybe, just maybe, for all the action these guys are providing, no one's really building a huge stack. The chips are being traded around, and yeah, of course, we're going to have a couple of 50 big blind stacks out there, but there's quite a few players with less.
Yeah, well, that's it, I believe, for you today, David. You're going to be stepping out.
I'm off to bed.
There he goes.
It's been beautiful.
We're tucking him away, but myself and Ali Najad will be returning after the break. So, guys, please don't go too far.
Any of them going to stand out as a good one?
Well, I mean, go back to
Mad Professor.
Yeah, and stuff like the Devilfish. I mean, you know how these are great. I'm just thinking the UK scene. You had, you know, Tony the Hitman Hackey. These are just genius names. Rocky Ross Boatman. You know.
I didn't know that was his moniker.
Joe the Elegance Beavers.
The Elegance, of course,
you know.
yeah.
Simon is his trumpet.
Barney Rubble.
145.
Hello.
The Grinder.
I know it. Getting naughty with 6-4 off from the big against Turin's cut-off open.
This is naughty.
And it's not even a huge 3-bit rate. 245. I actually have to confess I was too busy thinking nicknames, but I assume the raise was somewhere in the min range.
Wow, look at these two hands to have
range. Yeah.
This much in the middle right now. Okay, well, Heidemir's going to find this heavy weather.
Yeah, and it's not the best board when you've 3-bit from the big, whether you've sort of, with range, your opponent's going to have a fair amount of the king queens, the queen jacks, ace jacks, yeah. 8s, 9s, 10s.
When Jordan calls here, though, there is an uncomfortably large pot out there. Could be almost a million.
Huge pot. I think you said it best there. Uncomfortably large for these two holdings. I'm a big fan of this Turin.
And as we see a 2 of hearts on the turn, we're getting word here from Milbudas that there has been a dynamic set up over the course of the previous couple of hours. These guys have been scrapping like crazy. So that explains the 6-4 off Jack 8 combos here.
Yeah.
Pure street poker now as Eidemir digs for another barrel. Wow, what are we watching? What are we watching?
Yeah, it's actually I kind of like this as a follow-up sizing because there's going to be a lot of medium strength hands that Turin really doesn't want to have to call again with. A jack, not one of them.
For sure. Like stack to pot ratio now of 0.7 to 1. Both players basically playing the same stack.
Yeah.
Eidemir absolutely airballing.
Can you do it, Dave? Can you do it? Let's see this river. Ooh, a wet one.
A wetish one, yeah.
But actually more perhaps.
More hits the other range though.
Yeah.
Wow.
Eidemir's going, how have I got in a situation where
what
there's
have they done?
1.5
What have they
million
both
chips
done?
in the middle here, and I'm holding 6 high. I've never had a pair nor a draw at any point in this hand.
I never had more than 6 high. Oh. Like he's clearly giving a thought because he's trying to figure out. Like he's made this dirty, dirty bed for himself, and he feels like he might have to sleep in it and maybe rent out the room.
I mean, you rip here. What's Ace Jack going to do if you rip here? Like, it's a horrible spot to be in. No, the flag waved. Turin's going to be.
Is he just going to look and actually turn it over?
I feel like that's one of those spots when my turns their hand over in a hand like that, I might be like.
Everyone's like.
Yeah, but
oh, he might be.
I need to tell me he was very early on there.
Django Sravenov.
That's quite a nice hand. You're right. He's Ali underscore Jed. You knew.
I've been tweeting about you and him all day. Foie gras addict.
There we go. Yeah, that's me. I feel like it's about time I changed that Twitter handle. It's kind of, I don't know. We've moved on as a world since then.
The ducks, or
yeah, you know. You say come more enlightened to the correct side of the world since then. But well,
Oh, you're in.
I thought he said, I'm mad. I thought I heard the words all in.
80?
Which would be mad. Maybe there's an all in the table behind.
So even off with the Django's, two of the looser players, Turin and Nakjavani, with the 8s and the King 9 off suit. King 9 off suit in very bad shape right now. Turin definitely stick around.
Yeah. It's a good flop for him, in theory, but when you're against kings, it means it's a bad flop for you.
Ivanov could go both ways
Right.
actually here. It's not unreasonable to check this holding in this situation. Obviously, you're basically hoping an ace doesn't come off.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot of misses here. You're going to have a lot of Broadway combos that just don't want to put chips in. Balance that out by checking some of these hands, and Turin's shown a propensity to get busy. And you've also got to worry about Samam from the big blind with that range, including a little bit of this board. Big chips coming out. A small bet, very small, 65 into 300,000. So you can understand.
Looks like going to have a click raise here, James.
Yeah, I can understand this. You kind of want to protect it. Yeah. Even I'm still going to bet this flop pretty broadly. I gave a whole load of reasons why we're going to check sometimes, but
yeah,
if he is going to bet, he can bet small often. And
the idea of Nakjavani plotting larceny here is kind of funny, but when it does eventually get back to Ivanov, as I assume it may do you just have to buckle up now against a player like Turin, who you've seen play the kinds of hands he plays? You just got to put on the big boy pants.
Yeah, you bet small enough that, you know, some weekends. And someone actually thinking about doing something here.
I guess he's thinking I can really represent the 10. If I put it in another bet, I can pure rep it.
I thought he's just sort of posturing here, but it looked like he was about to put some chips in the middle.
Would be a bold strategy, Cotton.
Well, it'll work.
Look at that face! Oh my god, I love this guy.
Oh! David.
We are playing poker.
He clicks it back on him.
Ivanov.
435, Ivanov. He's throwing up in that hoodie.
Just in the bin.
It was all going all right. You raise, got 2 calls, you bet. You even got a raise from Turin, which you're not unhappy with. You're thinking, okay, I can call. And
the guy with 2% has found a line to make you fold your 98% hand.
Yeah. It's the fact that these two have got 2.5 million for Samam. And about the same for Turin behind. It's 2 big stacks going at it. It's like, how well do my kings fare up when they're 2-betting and 3-betting this board? And the answer is, David, not very well at all. We can see he's 87%. But there's no way he can realistically think his kings are good here. You think, okay.
Well, he's wondering if there's flush draws, I suppose. That's and he's thinking about how loose these guys are. And he's thinking, okay, well, maybe someone's got a flush draw and maybe Turan has nothing.
It's possible. It's never impossible that you're ahead, but balance of probabilities, it's just very hard to be good here.
Remember the dynamics of this table. We were pre-warned by our producer, Milbudas. These guys have been absolutely wild for a couple of hours here. He's been watching that. He's probably not one of those guys. He's been relatively tight compared to them, but he's been watching it.
Yeah. And
you're right, it's just so gross.
He did bet very small on the flop, but I just think he's got to fold.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's just like if Turin sniffs it out, it's sort of wild, isn't it?
Yeah. I think that's the thing. I think he may be putting himself in a situation where he thinks, well, I think I had Turin, but when someone comes clicking out the big blind afterwards. And again, Turin, I think, just posturing. He may decide, like you're saying, maybe I'm up against a draw here and stick around. But those 8s become very hard to play as you continue down the streets if you do that, because, well, what are the good cards? Bar the 8 of clubs. Oh, I suppose you take the 8 of spades as well. You get my point.
We are watching one of the most interesting hands I have seen all year.
Yes, MM3.
Big stack.
A reminder, guys, of how this one went down. Opened by Ivanov with kings in early position. Flatted eights, Turin, and Nakjavani in the big blind with the king 9 off. Completed. Board 10-10-7, 2 clubs here. Checks round to the original raiser. He bet out a very small bet. Turin decided to go for a bit of a clicky, find out where I am sort of raise. And Nakjavani, sort of with spider senses, recognized.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the day 3 of the warm-up event here at the Merit Carmen Series, live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino. Ali Nejad back in for David Lappin alongside James Dempsey and alongside the bulk of our prior feature table. Before the break, we're going to be interchanging a few parts, but for the most part, these names should be familiar to you at home as we have just a couple of levels of play remaining on the day. Blinds will be 30 and 60,000 with the 60K ante. And as such, the deepest of stacks here at our feature has less than 50 big blinds, and the shortest of stacks, that of Alexander Ivanov, sub 10 big blinds.
Ali, I'm going to enter a little secret.
Okay.
The fact these guys have only got 50 blinds does not mean we're not going to see some stuff. Okay, we're out in the streets.
Yeah?
We're not...
I caught a couple of hands from
We're
the
not
last
messing
frame.
around.
It was interesting because producer Mulbitas said, Ali, you run bad. The prior feature table was a bit of a more reserved affair. And then the minute I stepped out of the booth, you hop back in with Lappin, all of a sudden there were fireworks again.
They're putting on the show. That's all I'm going to say.
I love it.
Here is the fan favorite. Clipper. Donning a hood. He did say it's a bit chilly at the feature table. Look up, I'm staying here again. I'm going to have to get something else.
Everybody looks to be a little bundled up, save for our dealer, of course.
Yeah, good point.
Skripka, ace 9 suited in the hijack. Min-raise open here. And now over to Nikolai Turin.
Yeah, he's been a lot of fun, Turin. Driving a lot of action. But make no mistake, the guy can play.
Flats with the ace-jack, inviting...
Also, more importantly, he's rocking 2 blankets.
He's got
one sort of tied around the waist, and then he's got one over the shoulders.
Right, you want to keep the lumbar toasty, and then keep that upper back also from being frosted over by the AC. I'm into it.
Item here. He's been dabbling non-stop. Did I see a couple of aces? I did see a couple of aces,
We've
Ali.
got a problem on our hands. If our name is...
Skripka.
Petr Skripka.
He's the man, Ali, that he first joined this feature table hours and hours ago today.
Mm-hmm.
And he flopped top set on his first hand at the table and got smoked for fortunes.
Well,
and it's just been bash from pillar to post, been up and down. They've been teasing him, and here he goes betting 125 on this board against Turin, who's had a propensity to 3-bet, so he's going to feel very strong about this ace-9, even when he gets a lot of playback on later streets against Turin. Who does
flat.
Just
the
flat.
course of action for the time being, and if Skripka got smoked to start the day, there are some plumes afoot at present.
It was a light poaching. It's still going.
The embers still smoldering.
And, well,
now a diamond draw on the turn developing for Skripka. This could be an exit, a salvation, if you will.
it could. I mean, there weren't many ways he was going to pick up any chance of, I say, getting away from this, but at least he has picked up some additional outs.
Outs to a chop as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that card greater than the jack?
700k in there. Kind of a weird spot in that he's played some really funky hands over the last hour. Skripka.
Look at Turin.
And so, theoretically, you know, there's ways you play this hand, but the way he's been playing and the way the hand's been going off, He can kind of do most things here. Keeps it pretty small. You want to allow some weaker hands than an ace to continue, especially when you obviously don't think an ace is very likely.
Yeah, Turin not reaching for a detonator here, recognizing that there are some issues potentially for this ace-jack.
Yeah, you're going to let Skripka continue to barrel. I can say he's been one of the ones he's been forced into the trenches, I'd say, in this table. And you will want to allow him to continue to barrel.
Another $500,000 into the middle, 1.2 out there, and then the king of diamonds comes off, and Skripka makes an ace-high flush.
Yeah, and it's the best diamond, really, in the sense that Turin just doesn't have ace-king. Almost certainly doesn't have ace-queen with the pre-flop action. So although he's pretty confident his man's got an ace now, he's going to feel very confident that it's the nut flush that's good. Not that he's too concerned about that with 745k effective behind and 1.2 million in the pot. And he just
Nevertheless, the check and a snap check back from Turin, which was pretty astute.
Yeah.
Dawning on him now.
Obviously, he
Work, yeah? Ace check.
there's no split, my friend.
No.
It's a flush. Well,
bit of shell shock there as it.
Script is going to feel sick about this.
I don't mind the check back though, James.
Yeah, well, the check back does make a fair amount of sense. He had ace jack. Now your kicker's counterfeited.
I feel like the bottom end of the calling range for Skripka is a hand that chops, and if that's the best case scenario, why are we putting chips out there that are never going to earn us any more?
Yeah. The only thing I wasn't a fan of is the snap check. I'd like to think it through and weigh up some options, but like you say, he's not really calling with much worse.
And I feel like Skripka, a bit of a post-mortem happening here right now.
Well,
might have figured that he was going to be able to induce Turin into a bet with an ace, but obviously he's a little too savvy for that.
It's easy to say when we're holding one of the aces and we can see that Turin had the case ace, but I think you just got to jam that river. Like I said, you're not behind, and you're never folding if you are behind anyway. So you're just thinking, how do I get chips in against his hands? Do you think he has that many bluffs that are still going to be there? Has he called twice with hands that are going to bluff river? I don't really think so. Can he check back an ace? Yes. If he's got somehow other diamonds that have got there, he's calling anyway. So I think just ripping river there would be the play, but McCulloch now stepping out a little bit himself off that shorter stack. You see, he's not afraid to play, but Queen nine of diamonds, the stack size getting open is a little on the liberal side. Especially with the way these guys all like to take flops.
How much have you?
I don't know, inquiring as to the amount behind in it. He's opening up like 14 blinds. I don't know, may decide. Well, he's decided to flat out. Again, this is kind of why I don't like the sort of light openings, because these guys have been playing very sticky from the small. The likes of Idemir and before him, Samam.
So the raises don't really accomplish much?
You just, you know, it's not a bad thing that we're playing a pot in position Queen 9 suited against 2-5s, but he might not fold Queen 10, which he really needed to fold.
Wow. Look at this dynamite board here, though. 10, 8, 7. Two-way straight draw and the diamond draw for Michalik.
Yeah, that's a pretty good flop, Ollie.
Sure is. Idemir checking in the face of the 3 overcards, understandably.
Kind of a weird spot. Again, for McCulloch, he's got so much of this, but still only has Queen high. Almost want to bet small here to allow your opponent to call so you can jam some turns. Don't hate it if your opponent check jams. You've got so much equity against everything. But also, that result's pretty nice.
No doubt about it. As the fives hit the muck, and Queen 9 is not placed under any pressure to improve. And McCulloch has really struck me throughout the course of play today, James, as a man who's very much kind of comfortable in his element.
I've noticed, though, that I was mentioning him a moment ago.
English,
Samam's seat is empty.
No.
I think he's been moved as we balance tables, hurtling down towards
I don't understand
our final 3 tables and then our final 2 tables. Samam was sat in the seat next to Idemone.
I think I'm
As
the
the
only one
party.
that
He
doesn't
certainly wasn't
understand
knocked out.
Russian, yeah? You understand?
Yeah.
Everyone.
Well, that means we're not going to get the opportunity to refer to him
English, not
by his
Turkish.
nickname,
Turkish
Saman
don't
3.
understand.
Unless you and David had already
Yeah, I've
undertaken
been
that.
giving him the nod.
Yeah, definitely.
He deserved it.
I mean, unless he showed 3s or a 3, I'm going to need an explanation there at some point.
I'm willing to bet that he plays more 3x than most people in the games he plays in.
So I like that.
You know, he earns it. He's not Samam Ace, put it that way.
When the 3 hits the board, guy gets a little respect. Skripka, ace-jack suited, as Idemir has a suited ace of his own on the button and deliberates.
All of a sudden, things going upwards for Skripka. Most chips we've seen him have. This is the man that earlier on did all the damage many hours back. Idemir acting once more. Let's try and see 3. Clipper. And a small King Jack.
Stacks of 40? The stacks
Can I
are
make
40?
20-20?
It's 40 at the stacks? Yes. Ah, thank you.
Fan favorite. Interesting spot here, Ali. He can definitely come with some squeezes. Sure, it's an open run of the gun, but Idemir does like to peel pretty wide. We just saw him peel 5s from the small. He's peeling the ace-7 here. King Jack's a great candidate from the small blind to do this with. Kind of a hand that doesn't hold much value 3-way, blocks a lot of the continues.
And there's going to be some excitement in the Clipper household now as they bear witness to their man 3-betting to 535,000, applying pressure to both the ace-jack and the ace-7.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this. You can see he's doing it here with a dominated hand, but all of a sudden it's Skripka who's not enjoying this. And yeah, there we go. Beautiful stuff from Clipper.
Proposition, of course, is a bit different for Idemir as he's able to both close the action and assure himself position.
He's so shallow, though. Only another 400k to call here out of his 1.2 million. It's a move that Clipper has to, if he's making it, he has to be pretty sure that Idemir is not trapping because he's fairly committed to a jam now. But I think he knew his man. He's been playing at this table for a few hours now.
Nicely timed there by Ari, who certainly knows his way around the felt, as evidenced by that decision there.
Yeah, he's been interesting to watch. Definitely knows what he's doing. Got a few cashes here, most recent in the Western Series. Cashed the main. Got deep in the warm-up that time around as well, actually, Ali. Came 15th. So trying to better that result here. Best ever cash. The deep run on the World Series main back in 2010.
All the way back then.
I mean, top 100, but that's deep.
Sure.
This is from a man who's never got past the top 500, so I'm calling anything in the top 100 deep. Very deep, super deep.
You made the top 500?
I don't think I did even. I think it was
Right.
like 600.
Notice how it all unravels rather quickly there, Dempsey, as you arbitrarily tried to pluck out what would still be considered a respectable finish.
I had one cash in it. I think that
Under
I've only played it 11
cross-examination.
times, I think.
Varsigian, pocket 9s.
Yeah, here we go. 925. Yes.
Wow.
That's the highest I got.
You just looked up your own Hendon mob.
I didn't have to
Should be
look
a
it
rule
up.
against that.
It's on my homepage.
Oh yeah, bookmarked?
Yeah, it's linked there.
Living in the rear view, are you, Dempsey? No need to look out the windshield at this point. 125 to go.
I didn't have to scroll down too far either to find that result from 2017, if I'm being honest.
It's not that long ago, especially considering a couple of years off for the pandemic.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
No takers, by the way, for Barsegian.
Barsegian, who, well, last time I was here, commentated on him winning a tournament, Ali, so maybe that's a good omen for him.
And he has a really dense Hendon mob, by the way. I mean, several line items on his CV. Our producer, Mobitas, is running a very tight ship here today. Barsegian.
Barsegian. Or Barsegian. Barsegian.
Jan.
I apologize to Edouard Barsegian. Hey, when I commentate on him, he wins tournaments. He'll let me off.
You think you had something to do with it, James? Is that the
I
idea?
had a lot to do with it. Maybe not. Maybe I had nothing to do with it. Who knows? Sounds like you know, to be fair. But yeah, very busy in the last couple of years. It's Hendon mob. If you scroll down 3 lines, you're not into 2017 with this man, let me tell you.
No. A lot of the results look like they were coming up in Russia.
Yeah.
Assume Casino Sochi is
it's going to be
front and center.
Yeah, heavily favored. You have to do what a fun result outside of Sochi.
Skripka, by the way, who you mentioned, made that deep run in the 2010 main. Sort of a big blank space there for a decent period of time, as I understand it.
That was Clipper who was deep in the...
Forgive me.
I think I said Clipper, didn't I? I think I did. Maybe I'm going mad.
Nevertheless, Skripka, who is all in here with the Queen 10 from the small blind and will pick off Michalik, has a void that is the type you don't want when you walk into a job interview. Where were you for this decade? But
playing cash games, I think, would be a pretty sure guess.
Off the radar a bit, both live and online.
Yeah, Todd's got a job with that.
Yeah.
What do you do for the last 10 years? Well, it's just hanging out. You know.
I feel like what you do is you just look them dead in the eye and you go, what's it to you? And then they just offer you the job because it's in their best interest. Maybe that's not going to work. I don't know.
That's how you got here.
Yeah.
It's starting to make sense.
Notice how we're averse to mentioning Edward's name now, thanks to the disciplinarian producer we have. Too scared to say it.
I feel like your last producer was a lot lighter on you, Ollie. You should get that guy back.
Of course, for those that don't know, James serves as my producer during the Trident Super High Roller Series, which will be running concurrent with a Merit Poker Cash Game Festival not long from now in May, as this room stays busy.
Exceptionally so. I've heard a rumor that you're not leaving the island. I mean, they're just gonna.
I might just have to get a tent.
You've already told me the laundry service is
set up shop in the car park.
Quite impressive. So
yeah, that's true. Michalik giving a walk, perhaps a little unexpected.
Well, he limped in before and kind of got punished. There's been a couple of situations where he hasn't seen a flop that he might expect. So I could see him changing strategy, tightening up a little bit from the small blind. Makes sense. Not a lot makes sense in this table, let me tell you.
Tudin getting some respect, by the way. I think being considered a bit of a wild card or an unpredictable player certainly has its merits, no pun intended.
That one's going to land a lot. Vladimir has kicked that 8-9 into the mark, I can assure you. But Clipper, with the 6-5 suited, he's going to jump back into the mix. Clippers raise getting only as far as having up in the next seat. This is the man who got forced Ali into making a pretty normal fold, but when they found out half an hour later, he looked physically sick. I'll tell you the hand in a moment as he's going to run it here with this ace-jack.
Picking a good time to almost jam.
Yeah, he was victim of hand of the day for sure, Ivanov. Well, he may well get a spin.
No, I think Clipper's out of there.
Gave it up. Yeah, he was in this hand, only. Ivanov popped it up with 2 kings.
Yeah.
So far, so good. Turin, that's the button. Samam, 3. That's the big blind. Flop them 10-10-7 with a couple of clubs. King's looking pretty good. C-bet. Turin on the button. Little tickle raise with the 8s. Samam, King 9, and no business in this pot. Check 3 bets.
Oh my god.
Puts Ivanov into the tank, gives it up, and then Turin the same. Doesn't even have the gumption just to flip it over and say, I bluffed you boys. He let them stew for 30 minutes. They all thought he had something. Someone said King 10, he gave a little smile, like, oh, he had King 10, of course, great fold, and then 30 minutes later, sort of one by one, they found out from their keen observers that he'd gone ballistic. And Ivanov has never quite recovered since.
Sometimes a player will slide in through the ear canal and just do a bit of a 2-step in your cortex. You can't unscramble a brain. Jam here from Turin on the button.
Yeah.
Arsegian asking for a count with the ace-jack from the small. He does have his man well covered.
It's a shame it's going to come to this, the 12, 13 blinds he's left with, just kind of ripping from the button, because it's been great to watch. I'd like to see him play some more flops, but it's not all over yet, because although Arsegian has invested for now, there is hope.
Well, the jam over the top, and certainly the straights are dire for Nikolai Turin with 28 remaining. Just 24% as it stands.
That's
not one, but 2 jacks in the window, and I think this one's a wrap.
Yeah.
Pretty safe to say. Could be a chop with running aces. But unfortunately for Nikolai Turin, it all came apart in one fell swoop.
Yeah, good game. Turin, good game. He was great to watch.
Nothing wrong with what he did there. I
no,
mean, the ace-3 on the button, short stack.
That's what I mean. It just, there's tournaments. It catches up with you. Suddenly you've got 13 blinds and an ace on the button.
Yeah.
It's a shame though, because like I say, he deserved to go out in a bit more.
Yeah.
In some really fiery flames, rather than a standard shove, because he gave us a lot of action.
Yeah, that was more of the wilted plant departure than it was the mushroom cloud.
I mean, we saw he was very unlucky in that hand, obviously with ace jack against Stripka's ace 9 when it came ace 3. He was looking good to get a full double, ends up losing the pot.
Turin has come back to gather his effects, by the way.
I noticed the Shahan boys, they don't hang around. They stole his secondary blanket, so he's going to have to go looking for that.
Immediate blanket recovery effort there?
Clean that up. He's still got one on though.
What a metaphor for the idea that life goes on here as the other players just take a hand with no nod to the carnage.
It's one of the more soul-destroying moments, I think, in tournament poker, Ollie, where you sort of bust out deep in a tournament and everyone just carries on like nothing happened. And
but I mean, also all of the altercations that transpire leading up to that point, and then suddenly
means nothing.
It's just so quick and unceremonious.
Yeah,
your departure.
You think they should stop? You know, give you a moment, clap you out, say how great it's been to play with you, but no, they just throw out the next cards.
See ya. King Queen here for McCulloch. Cut off. Jam. Now Ari. Mulling things over out of the big with ace 9.
Yeah, this
cuspy.
This is it's slightly bigger jam. 15 blinds, King Queen off from the cutoff. I can see why Clipper's thinking with this ace 9, but I'm glad he's folded that. I think McCulloch's going to actually be jamming. My perception is McCulloch's going to jam a little tighter than he would normally, but again, because of the style in this field, he's going to think he can navigate his way through a few more hands, have a few more min raises in the range. I would have expected him to have min raised the King Queen, so I'm a little surprised that he turned up with that hand. And Ollie, I think it may well be the case that with the elimination of Turin, that we might be down to the final 27, I guess, last 3 tables, which means we're approaching a pay jump.
Currently $6,350, the payout.
Yeah, and then the next jump would be 7,300. So that means, of course, 3 tables of 9.
Yep, there it is, officially. 27 players remaining here on day 3 of the warm-up, with just about a level and a half remaining here inside the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casinos. We welcome you back inside our broadcast booth. Ali Najad and James Dempsey. Going to be a bit of a rebalancing effort, I would imagine, as we're down to 27. Good for 3 players. The departure of Turin in 28th for 6,350 leaves us 1 place away from the pay jump, which will be up to $7,335. Current overall chip leader, according to Poker News, Dmitry Gromov, playing under the Russian flag, 5.8 million in chips. What a massive stack that is. A big drop-off to second, which is Boris Angelov, playing under the Lithuanian flag. And then Eduard Barsigyan, who is in third. 3.8 million by our count at last check. Nicholas Schweedy, who we got to see from Lebanon, also there in the top 10, 6th. And listen, the top 10 represents a big chunk of the remaining field at this point. So
it tends to be the way it goes in these tournaments. And I mean, just to touch on Dmitry Gromov, because you went in here, we had him briefly on our table. He was in there mixing up, winning some pots, but he then got moved to the NAS table, and we gather he managed to win a huge pot in the classic coin flip, the ace-king-queen scenario, and that's what's vaulted him this far clear. And it's a fun time to be that far ahead, Ali, because as you look at the payouts, you'll see the pay jumps start to get a little bit more significant now.
Yeah.
As a big stack, you can apply a little bit more pressure. Players are becoming that little bit more ICM aware than where earlier, as we've played in the money from sort of 70 down. It's a little bit more of a free-for-all, but now you're starting to get a little nervous, and you can really put some pressure on those middle stacks.
I mean, there's $206,000 waiting for our champion. We're not going to crown that champ until tomorrow. Not sure just how deep we're going to get in terms of remaining players by the end of play today, with just a level and a half roughly remaining on our hands right now. 27th place right now is Michael Teplitsky with just $500,000 in chips. And of course, that is a tremendously modest stack to be wielding right now. And there's multiple players who are beneath 1 million that we kind of expect to be in the all-in or fold situation pre-flop, so we could see some absorption.
But it's not an old poker tournament, Ali. It's pretty easy to spin it up. You're gonna be all in at risk, but a couple of pots go your way and you're one of those middle stacks. All of a sudden, it can change so fast. Albeit this structure is a very generous one, hour-long levels, so it's not like it's that you can climb that quickly. The big stacks do have quite a big advantage, which they've justifiably have got through play for the first 3 days.
Just perusing the remainder of the stacks that are out there in the field, you do have a tremendous diversity of experience there. Some real veteran names, certainly on this side of the pond. Some very veteran players here at Merit Poker, regulars on their circuits, and then others who go beyond those borders into the European circuits as we get a look at a rounded out 9-man feature now where Seguian reigns with 64 bigs after taking the ace-jack up against the ace-3 to dispatch Turin.
Yeah, and you were sort of mentioning some variability in the results and past some of these players, but the man there second in chips, Nicholas Chuti, of course, winning EPT Monte Carlo, which over this side of the pond, as you like to put it, is one of the biggest, if not the biggest tournament of the year, or certainly used to be a massive tournament, both in prestige and in money. And so off we go again. 30-60.
Onwards we march.
McCulloch. Obviously got that jam through in the last hand. I'm still a little surprised to see him jam that. Not that jamming 15 bigs of King Queen off would be bad, Ali, but I thought he might look to keep the variance a little lower.
I can't hear you.
Your card, your paper.
Mr. Ali Soleimani.
Grongoran. I'm not sure. Did you get to see Grongoran play earlier, Ali?
I did not.
It's the first look for me as well. And there is Chuti, EPT Grand Final champion. I'm not bitter about it, Ali.
Well over a decade ago, by the way. Yeah, I know your horses were promptly
slain,
sent to slaughter.
Glue.
Yeah, by Sweetie in that particular Grand Final. To be fair, though, had they not finished, what was it, 8th and 9th?
9th and 10th.
Yeah.
9th and 10th. You might have been too wealthy to still be a working stiff alongside me here in the booth, so I perhaps owe Nicholas a debt of gratitude.
ביום הראשון לא היה כאן מזגן, היה כאן חום אימי
And I hate him even more.
מגיע לי עד הפופיק, אבל תעשה את הראש.
תשקיע בעצמך $20, תקנה לעצמך סוואטשרט של המריט.
שוק ברסיה. בוז ברס, בוז. דונדר والله.
היא פה איתך?
Any clue, Ali?
נתן עליך קצת.
By the time we're done with this Merit Poker engagement, I'd better know 2 or 3 more languages.
It won't be enough.
Such a multinational affair.
It really is. It's what's great here, and it's...
I mean, not to wax poetic or get too sentimental, but it sort of underscores one of the beautiful things about poker is that it brings people together. And times like these, obviously, that's a welcome effect.
Mm-hmm.
So much going on in the world.
Yeah. They say sport unifies, but you can...
Yeah.
I don't like to call poker necessarily a sport, but it's the same idea. Everyone comes together in the love of a game.
I mean, different ages, different backgrounds.
The card reader is here.
Both geographically, socioeconomically.
Yeah.
Yeah. This?
All right. Idemir.
A couple of jacks.
Yeah.
You're stuck on it.
And he's worthy of action. So he plays a lot of hands. Wow. Has he just gone all in for 20 blinds? Wow. Kind of surprised, Ali, because like I say...
Yeah, that's a depth off of which he could certainly just have a standard open.
Especially Idemir, because he's entered a lot of pots. His frequency is very high. And
really at this stage, James, you have to expect that the range of hands that would be willing to call you is going to be very narrow and likely not include too many of the underpairs, which are the hands you really want to find yourself up against.
Yeah, the value in that hand is raise cooling it off for 20 bigs rather than jamming and having too many weaker calls, you rightly point out.
I think you're only going to get bust on the second place.
No worries. No worries.
Okay, second place?
I wish.
No, no good? Por favor?
He plays to win. I know this guy. Only for win.
Plays to win, there you go. I like it, Ali.
I'll take it, but I'll still be mad.
You should play for titles.
Titles are a good thing.
For the old days. Payouts are super top heavy. Everyone played.
The world
Guts
belongs
of
to
Glory.
the old people, not anymore to the young people. The world belongs to the old people. See, many gray hair in the table.
Just scrolling back through the chat, by the way, which has been very much occupied by Ari Clipper's daughter, Aurelia. At one point, she said, "Oh my God, Dad, don't give me a heart attack." Not sure which specific hand that she was referring to, but
many.
Yeah, more than a few, right? Idemir. Not going to be having any cardiac arrest about this one as he jams over the top of the Schwede Open. Ace-King, kind of one of those that plays itself at this step.
Yeah, it's obviously a very different situation to the last time. We're open jamming the jacks, this one jamming a little over 20. Over and open is, of course.
You only give cards to him? Every time he's all in.
I like say all in.
Ah, okay. 7 deuce?
Easy release there for Schwede.
Do not forget, 3 times I say all in. Back to back, yeah? Okay. One more now.
Let's not play. You all in your fault. For next 2 hours.
Gelmiyor, garson yok buraya. Bir garson geldi, garson. Kimse yok. Suyumuz yok, bir kahve. Filtre kahve ama bunları alsın. Bir de soğuk su.
Next case, Ollie.
You know what I haven't heard enough of thus far in the streams today? Is that very distinct sound here in the Merit Poker Room. Used to get the attention of staff. The kissing noise.
Is that not standard everywhere?
I wouldn't try my luck with it outside the poker room, James.
I mean, in poker rooms. You know what you haven't heard as well, since you rejoined me in the booth?
Talk of chocolate?
Pretty much. I was going to say any reference to the buffet, but
yeah,
you're in the right ballpark.
Well, I hate to break it to you, James, but it is closed now.
Well,
there is the
poker
player
room on
buffet.
it.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah.
They can't keep me away from food.
But I do feel compelled to remind you that it is a player buffet, not a commentator buffet.
I played a tournament the other day.
Right.
I donated.
On the day of.
Oh, really?
You can participate.
Not the week.
You can't just suddenly move into Merit because you played a turbo, bust it out, and then eat for the rest of your life. Get max value. Lord knows the facility cannot afford that. Yes. Ivanov trying to decide whether or not he can afford to get involved off of 500K with tempting King 10 suited, decides not. Now the Ace 3 suited in the small for Michalak.
Yeah, that's this is an interesting little spot. Chuti, obviously a player with reputation, being pretty liberal. Opening +2 of a 3 million stack. Michalak certainly has a decision with Ace 3 suited whether to rip 15 or not. Elects to fold, which I think is pretty reasonable. Gungoran in the big Jack 5 also, it doesn't appear to be a hand you're going to want to continue with, but Michalak certainly with the decision in that one.
For the kings you fold, for me only.
For you, yeah.
Ivanov's not ready for people to joke about folding kings just yet. It's only been 2
Yeah,
hours.
right.
Only for you I fold.
The night is getting on here, are we? You're whittling down. Day 3 of this warm-up. Another day to come. And there are going to be a lot of good winners in this tournament. Just 27 left, and I can choose a few that are going to be a lot of fun to watch hoist the trophy.
I can remember during the last festival being here, and I know, James, this is your first stop with us during the Merit Festivals outside of the Triton festivals that take place here. There was really raw emotion on display by a lot of the champs. You could tell that to be kind of among their peers here, so many of whom play almost exclusively here at Merit, from in and around the surrounding areas, a bit of a camp-like feel, as David Lappin liked to describe it. There was a lot of pride.
Yeah, I sort of suggested it's like the largest small poker room in the world.
Yeah, yeah, I
like
think
that
that's a
feels.
really apt way to describe what's going on over here. And in that way, it really sets itself apart from other outfits that attract fields of this size and this much interest, have this many tables at their disposal, this much space, this much staff. I think is certainly a lot of why it is that so many choose to play their poker exclusively here or predominantly here.
Yeah. And we just get to show that every time we get a new player, Milbutesh is able to give us loads of information on these players because he knows them all.
Yeah.
And this is a huge field tournament, but none of these guys are unknown in this venue. And Goran, min raising from the small, a little optimistic with the 3-4 suited. You're going to get a lot of peels from the big at best. And be out of position holding 4 high, as it happens. Alani with 2 jacks. He's going to look to try and play for all of it, whether that be in the mode of just a jam or a smaller 3, but I'd prefer the latter with a hand this strong. Okay, like a little 350. Maybe a fraction larger if he wishes.
Upstairs we go.
A fraction larger, 355. He had to prove a point there. He's listening.
Gyungaren did not hesitate to snap fold there. And likely removing Ron Ilani from his Christmas list.
I think he was on there.
May have been. You never know. Ilani, by the way, has been nifty with his procedures on the day, as observed. Believe it was Ilani who had an ace-king as a 4-bet in the face of the Schwede Open, a 3-bet behind Nicholas, and then a 4-bet with the ace-king, sent Schwede's ace-king into the muck, and subsequently an ace-queen as well. So that was a really interesting pot. Guys were chewing on what exactly Ilani had, and he never gave up the goods until the stream revealed all after a half hour of anxious speculation.
Script kind of has a look about him, body language about him, that I feel he should have from what I've seen him go through today.
Yeah, he's seen some ghosts.
It's just, it's not been easy. He just started the day, one of the chip leaders, 1.3 million, I believe it was. Quickly claimed the chip lead, moved here, lost a huge pot early on, back and forth. So obviously get very fortuitous with the ace-9 of diamonds not long ago. And
kind of love that you're able to shed some perspective on the fact that 1.3 was good for a chip lead at one point during today's action, and yet here we are close to the close of the day, and that actually puts you in the bottom 15% of the field, I'd say.
When it will happen, I'll believe it. Okay.
a lot of poker's been played.
And a lot of blinds have gone up.
I think we started there 5K, 10K, if I remember correctly.
Sounds right.
See, I speak Turkish. Easy language. Dum.
see now not on card.
3 hands. Good.
3 times good? Okay.
Does appear to be a disproportionately snug fit on the hoodie for Clipper. And as I look back at the YouTube chat, Aurelia did say that some are speculating that it is
Last level, yeah?
her mom's sweatshirt that he's wearing.
1 o'clock?
Maybe he mispacked the wrong hoodie.
That's what's
They
written
both
on
have
the
one,
schedule.
different sizes.
They will tell. In the schedule, it's written 1 o'clock.
Maybe it's a good luck hoodie.
They want you to
I'm going to leave this one alone, Ollie. You dug your little hole.
The stuff that one is supposed to leave alone is generally the stuff I make a beeline for. James.
Fall asleep on the table. 2 o'clock. No 1, 2.
Gyungat and a flat caller in the cutoff here with Queen 7 suited versus the Skripka Open.
No, boss.
Now Schwede can close the action with the 9-6 for a nice price. Plunks in another 60 for a shot at 390.
Yeah, this is a funny mix of hands.
King 9 deuce as Schwede has outflopped the 5s. Quick round of checks.
Yeah, can go around with no interest in that one. King
Board
9
pairs on the turn here.
Yeah, pretty good card for Skripka to see. Deuce unlikely. Duty maybe having a deuce, but again, peeling 3-way from the big blind has fewer deuce X combos than he would do against a single raise because of the third player in the pot. So Skripka, I think, pretty confident hands. Going to be best here a lot. Either way, does need a little bit of protection. Small bet makes sense. It's gone a little bit bigger than small, just under half pot.
200 into 450.
Duty with that 9, of course, going nowhere.
Yeah, gonna peel here. Skripka giving him a glance.
And this is a bit annoying for Skripka because I think he's going to be pretty confident he's not ahead now. Duty, the hands that will continue that are likely to be draws do lead the turn a lot here, given it's the 2 deuces on board and he's the one peeling from the big.
And you can see the shutdown there from Skripka.
It's kind of a frustrating one. You're probably not good. It's going to be pretty hard to make your opponent fold. Certainly not going to fold a king. Go huge and try and make a 9 fold, but perhaps some still hands you do beat. 4s, 3s. Perhaps a not flush draw.
Well, sometimes the very adept player within us will recognize that our hand is just almost never good, and as such, as opposed to shutdown, will activate and come with something polar even.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There, if you're going to go for it, you've got to go really big, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense the way he played it. Checking flop,
the line,
betting turn, and then bombing river on that ball texture. He can't really have big hands. I mean, you're going to bet all the sets on the flop, given it's 3-way and you've got player in position on a king 9 board.
Update, by the way, on the Ari Clipper hoodie situation. Fresh off the YouTube chat. Daughter Ori stepping in to advise that Ari's wife is here at Merit Poker with him, and it is their anniversary. So happy anniversary to the Mr. and Mrs. Clipper duo that are here.
More importantly, though, Ollie, that's confirmation it is indeed.
It is his wife's hoodie, yeah. And by the way, I'm not sure, Mrs. Clipper, if that hoodie's ever going to fit the same once you get it back from your husband. It does look like a lot of the seams are under duress.
It may well be the new lucky hoodie.
To be determined.
Okay.
Michalek going to try his luck with ace-king, opening to 120K. Arsigian. King-jack suited on the button off of 3.7 can well afford to tussle with Michalek.
Yeah, I think this is a good enough hand to be just calling. I don't think we need to try and make McCulloch fold when we've got a hand as strong as King Jack suited, and if someone comes along behind, it's no disaster with a hand this strong. And that's what he's going to do.
Sometimes you almost welcome further participation because it provides some shelter.
Right, and given the fact it's Idemir behind, who does get a little liberal with his defense. As we see here, he's thinking about doing it with Jack-3 offsuit. This is kind of a prime example. This is a hand you really don't want to be calling. Oh, there we go. It does come to it. But you really don't want to call this hand three-way because of this. You get dominated by the button so often. You know, one thing to take on a single player. But he hated folding that Ali.
Yeah, there was some reluctance. I think he, if he was going to do anything, was thinking about raising it up for something heroic.
We've seen that. He played a crazy hand against Turin earlier when he 3-bet with 6-4 off from the big and went bananas post-flop with no equity. He's got it in the locker.
This one doesn't rate to be anything crazy, given that the King-Jack really is not connected in any meaningful way, whereas McCulloch has top pair, top kick, and is following through.
Yeah, and has that King of Diamonds.
Edward with the easy fold. That's a guy you don't want to let pick up chips, James, because he tends to know what to do with them.
He just looks
based
cool,
on what I've
doesn't he?
seen. Yeah.
Look, even the pace at which he picks up those chips.
Right.
It's just, I'm in no rush, guys.
Yeah.
I've been here before.
Yeah.
I'll get it done before the cards are pitched. Don't worry.
Yeah, right.
What's the worry?
Everybody relax. I'd love to see him during a potential plane crash situation just to see how steely he really is. No, I'm not saying I want the plane to go down. I just want to see, you know, really test the limits of how calm he is. Maybe just a controlled dive, look over.
Do you think the sunglasses come off?
Slowly.
My life jacket is stored where?
As the altimeter breaches 10,000 feet, he just slowly removes the glasses and goes, "Are we going down?"
Yeah, he's not the guy you want seated by the overwing exit.
Oh, fantastic stuff.
Here he comes again.
Just has that deliberate nature about him.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'd hate to see him as a grocery checkout clerk in the express lane. Tell you that. I just need a dozen eggs here, buddy. Can you please? Can you maybe just pick up the pace a touch? He plays poker too well to end up in that situation, though.
Yeah, you can be pretty confident of that.
On the topic of situations, though, he is dominated against Tweedy, who has chosen to flat here with the ace-jack, and now Idemir with the 2-10s waking up behind.
Yeah, and this is obviously going to be a pretty easy jam from the way we've seen Idemir play his hands recently. Kind of like this, Tweedy could go either way. The thing is, ace-jack's almost, it's not weak enough to be 3-bet calling off for 20 bigs against the open, I don't think. You could 3-bet fold, it feels pretty grim. I kind of like the flatting. And for the same reason I mentioned before, Idemir kind of quite often enters these pots in spots where most wouldn't, so you kind of invite that action. As it happens here, you get a squeeze behind, and yeah, you do have to fold it, but you feel a little bit silly because you've somewhat underplayed your hand with the ace-jack. Just thinking what other situations I wouldn't want to see Michalak in.
لو رجعت له شو كنت عملت؟ قولي again. كنت دفعت لك. ما كنت كبيت ها؟ I can't. You 3-bet. Like 400, 360. All in. Again. Maybe ace king, aces, king, king. Can call. No way. Stop.
I do enjoy listening to these
My
tales.
best, I want to say all in. I like all in hand.
All in suits you.
I want to make one singer all in, you know. Yeah.
You're not wrong, James. Skripka really does have the appearance of a man who's had a difficult day at the office.
He's just, compare the two sat next to each other in McCulloch.
Yeah,
it's just
right.
looks like he's just started the
McCulloch looks
session.
exactly as he did to start the day. Whereas Skripka looks like he's been put through his paces. It's grueling out there. I mean, you know, we're talking about 10 hours of actual play, some breaks in between, the dinner break, obviously, to try to recharge. But stamina does begin to play a role, and sometimes you'll even see players start to activate late in the day as they sense disinterest out of their opponents who are just looking to punch their ticket to day 4.
You can ask, it doesn't have
Yeah,
to
I thought this is kind of the spot where the cash game players really come to their own because they're used to the really long sessions.
Yes.
Kind of get that second wind.
You have 1 million or 2 million. No, it's okay. Okay, thank you.
Idemir surveying Gyungaren's stack.
How much can I win?
Too much.
Too much? It's the min race.
Yeah, interesting. The 7-8 of clubs. He likes to play hands. Setting the 7-8 clubs on the button now 30 big blinds deep is a reasonable one to play.
I thought for sure we were going to see participation there.
You short stack? I push all in.
Button's good.
So Gyungaren gets no customers with the ace-6.
Still? You don't speak?
With that. Blinds going up, are we? 40, 80.
Merciless.
One
See, it's just hard to tread water out there. Even though, as you mentioned, James, the structure is a generous one, but you really do need to keep pace. It does require picking up a few pots here and there. If you fail to do so, you could find yourself among the ranks of Alexander Ivanov. 380,000, just 5 big blinds.
It's just been a slow torture from him since folding those kings, which, as I said to David earlier, even after seeing all the action, if the same hand went down again, I'd still fold the kings. It's
right.
It's too outrageous.
Yeah.
But they've just kept him round here watching all these chips fly around the table. And he's sitting there with buttons.
Why have we not been given rose-laden tiaras with which to coronate ourselves here in the booth, James, is certainly a question I feel compelled to ask.
Oh, you've suggested that when there's some ears out there listening that may not be sourcing those.
I certainly hope so. Perhaps there's a spare pair of them somewhere about. Lord knows if there are. Producer Mobitas is already on it.
It's your card.
Some suggestions that it would be circus-like for us to be adorning that sort of headwear.
I think if they're concerned about circus-like activities, Ali, they really should have looked into your previous body of work before bringing you down here.
My entire body of work, James.
I'm sure you've done some serious work at a point in your career.
Ridiculous. You better walk you up to show. That's ridiculous.
The circus is serious work.
You get banned for this. Do whatever you want. You get banned.
You will see in TV.
Not sure what Skripka had there. Gotta walk.
For everyone.
Same hand, but you are suited.
Almost feel like Skripka, just like the others, is in the last level of the night, and you can sort of see the light at the end of the tunnel. And he's just like,
It's flickering, though.
Just get me to the end
It's
of
a
the day.
dim light.
He's going to get 10 hours of sleep.
He's got over 20 bigs.
Yeah.
Certainly one would imagine that's deep enough to try to coast your way in there, maybe with a quick pickup here and there.
I'm sure he'll be playing the hands as they come, but
just 26 remain.
Kings, not aces.
611 unique players, by the way, in this one. Multiple day ones, obviously, helping to contribute to that number, but that is a pretty staggering number of players to be putting through their paces here.
Yeah, and I like it. Obviously, I mentioned this is day 3, and it's late on day 3, but day 1 and day 2 are not taxing, are they? Maybe day 1 you finish in the middle of the evening, mid to late evening, but you can still go and get your dinner afterwards, Ollie. It's not a forced thing, and you see that reflected in the fact that it's just a lovely place to hang out. So the likes of Ari Clipper down here with the wife, anniversary. You can kind of, it's anniversary, but if I just play this tournament, it's only 8 hours on day 1 and only another 8 hours on day 2. I'll be around.
Now, I'm playing for the home team a little bit here. I know our revenue model isn't entirely predicated upon the gift shop, but I would like to point out to Mr. and Mrs. Clipper that we do have Merit Poker hoodies available for purchase. And perhaps that would be the appropriate anniversary gift as opposed to the deeply undersized hoodie that, save for the sentimental value, certainly presents some challenges just in terms of mobility for Mr. Clipper.
Coming back to the poker for 1 second, Ali, if you don't mind.
It's okay. I'll allow it. Ooh.
Yeah, Ivanov down to dust here, obviously. You could go and open under the gun. It's a little bit scary, but no, 26 left, not 27. There was a pay jump at 27, so that extra difference, maybe, allowing Ivanov to go for this.
The bands are a little bit more narrow, however, in
Correct.
terms of those payouts. So now, 26th and 25th pay 7,335, but you've got another jump to 8,320 if you can make your way past that point. Jungoren, of course, defending the idea that he was priced in here before showing the King 9.
Yeah, and some of the guys who haven't seen what he's been up to suddenly see this King 9 off over in front of the gun. They're like, okay, this is going to get punished a little bit later. It's not ideal that this has gone to shadow, not just because he's playing a pot where he's behind, but future pots will get a little tougher for him.
Ace-3 still in front, but just look at those outs. Kings, 9s, and 7s will all do the trick for Jungoren right now. That's what Ivanov is anti-sweating. To the turn we go, and it is a 9. And now a 7 for a chopper, an ace for the win for Ivanov. Not there, as he becomes the 26th place finisher.
Some sort of bit of irony in the fact that it was the King 9 that did him in and bluffed him out of the big pot earlier.
I didn't want to say it, but leave it to you to put some frosting on an already depressing cake.
Kick a man whilst he's down. He's easy to kick.
Well, easy to promote is what's going to be happening for 15 days in the middle of May here. A dual event, a Merit Poker Cash Game Festival running concurrent with a Triton Super High Roller Series. Myself and James will certainly be here wearing our different hats, servicing the Triton Super High Roller Series, but certainly also going to be lending any and all support that we have the time to that Cash Game Festival. And if history is any indication, based on the last occasion on which we ran something similar here at Merit, the room is going to be buzzing. I saw games as big as 200, 400 pot limit Omaha and no limit Hold'em during that time. And if you add a dash of Alberdar, the straddle gets on and things get even bigger.
Yeah, I say there might be games that he's the one who doesn't want to straddle in. I'm going to put it out there. we might find his limit in May.
Yeah, they like to play big.
Oh, you want to come play with us? We're playing 2,000, 4,000. Now put the straddle on, will you?
Yeah, right.
see him shrink up.
I'm good.
Oh, I forgot. Is it my go?
160 to go, says Ron Ilani, with the 2/8s.
Yeah, that Cash Game Festival will be a lot of fun. And, as you say, try and run alongside of it if you're interested in coming down. All that Cash Game action. But just to be a part of the setup when the Triton Circus comes into town, because it is pretty special. I know, obviously, we have our other hats to wear, but...
And also, it's something that you and I maybe take for granted in terms of kind of rubbing shoulders and elbows with the strata of poker celebrity that finds its way to any given Triton Super High Roller Series, but kind of a magical moment for anybody who's a true fan of the game. As we see Gyungoren, a fan of this flop, open-ended, and an 8 would certainly be a dynamite development for one of these two guys.
Yeah. They both want it, but it turns out only one will move it.
110K follow through into 440.
Yeah.
Exactly 1/4 pot. Snap call from Gyungoren on the heels of the big blind defense.
Yeah, I like this. Kind of open under the gun. Obviously, Queen 4-5 does favor the big blind quite a lot more than under the gun, but opening off a little over 20 blinds, you have a pretty strong range that includes some of the strongest Queen X and, of course, the big pairs, and even hands like this that maybe want to stab small like it did. And unfortunately, the board runs out pretty nasty. Gyungoren just 7 high. This is one of the better candidates to bluff with, I would normally say, but the way the board's developed is kind of tough. You're really going after these kind of hands if you do bluff. Yeah, he just decided not even to try in that texture. So I think it's fine. Kind of the best hands you want to go after is something like 7s, I suppose. So
big problem.
the fact that you have a 7, not ideal.
Small problem. You win, but small problem.
You don't always get to bluff volley just because you've got napkins at the end of a hand.
Adios. Adios. Shalom.
Well, you don't always get to bluff successfully.
4-5, yeah. 8-8.
Sounds like you've really given up a spot.
F6-7. F6-7. Look, you see. 4-5. No, for Queen 4-5. Chinese. You go straight and you have 8-8. Come 8, you make straight. Bye-bye. You make bye-bye.
You don't know if you don't try.
What's the other one?
Every club open, you want to say,
You've only failed if you quit trying.
No. Believe me.
Let's go to the final table.
No, okay. That was okay.
You're gonna stop before 11 minutes or no? You're stopping the time like usually before 11 minutes?
Yeah, 15 minutes before.
Stop and withdraw for the hand.
Yeah, as usual.
As usual, yes.
Discussing the formalities in the night, Ollie. Suggesting there'll be a full redraw tomorrow.
And also walking the players through the end of night procedures, whereby with 15 minutes left in the final level of play, tournament directors will stop the clock and then draw for the remaining number of hands. Gyungoren back at it. King 7 here for Ilani. He's going to take a peek. Dynamite flop here for the Ace-5. Nothing to speak of for the King Salmon.
Yeah, pretty nice spot. Gyungoren having found that 5 on
No
5-3-3. And Ilani's king high does figure to be best quite often. It's always tough in these spots though, because we saw Gyungoren opening the king 9 off onto the gun. He's obviously a kind of player that gets very aggressive. And if you do call here with king 7, you kind of hoping you get the showdown for just the one bet.
Right. What's on Ron Ilani's mind?
I don't blame a man for just folding here. Frustrating, you know, your opponent could just have the jack-8, but like I say, he doesn't strike me as a man who slows down.
Really?
Not sure what Gyungoren leaned in and said to Ilani there.
Close.
What do you say? What do you have?
Hand.
Give hand.
Yeah, the hand.
Five.
Yeah. I had
Truth
it.
being told,
I have king. I don't trust guys these days.
both seats.
Which one?
I'm joking. Your friend, I'm joking. Guys with tattoos.
He don't say, or he say he never liar.
It really takes kind of a special sense of impishness to lie about your hand when all players are going to know exactly what you had a half hour from now on these stream tables. So do appreciate the sporting nature of the exchange there. Honesty in both camps. King Queen for Michalak. Skripka, by the way, in the hijack with the A7, just promptly put it into the muck.
Ah. Well picked up on. I didn't see the stack size, but this one obviously a much more straightforward jam than before. We saw him jam the same hand with 15. This 10 is a lot easier. Yeah, the A7 hijack seems pretty reasonable. You've got Gungoran behind who's getting rather frisky late on. Has a big stack on the button. Milani in the small, having a think with King 5 suited. I don't think we can play this from the small.
25.
So you can also on a big stack. No reason why you don't want to be raising into that little row.
Last 3 hands. Oh. Late.
Michalak would make an awful ambulance driver.
No, those guys just they move so quickly but so seamlessly.
No, but I'm telling you, man, he's not a guy that has any speeding tickets.
Because he's too cool to get caught. Pull him over, he's just so lackadaisical.
It will not change if you look at it more than one time.
Ah, James.
It will not change if you look at it more than one time.
That man's rev meter has never seen a number past 3.
Heated or not?
I'm telling you. He skips first gear. He comes off the
It's only
line
for
in
hill
second.
starts.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All of these sort of ultimately amount to compliments, by the way, in terms of the sort of temperament that really serves one well in spots like this, which can be pressure laden. Clipper, ace-8 suited. See if Schwede wants to dance. And they will tango.
Yeah. I mean, any hand from min raise kind of does okay. You get a little bit more nervous as these opens come from earlier in position. But any of these sort of double gappers, Chuti does cover. And gets some interest on that card. But you're still going to be worried. Clipper's open +1. Just he checks back. You're still going to have plenty of Jack X. That
Neither player connected with the Queen Jack 6 board. Both checked the 9 on the turn, delivering straight draws to both parties. Schwede with the better of the 2, but the ace high for Clipper in front.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate from if Chuti does count back this because, like I say, Clipper still does have a fair amount on this board, even though he's checked back flop. So Chuti having a little stab here, a little loose. A little fly eat. He's gone fairly big with it as well.
Wow.
Wow. I'm surprised.
A call from Clipper is a bit surprising, especially given he's got the bad end of the gut shot. But maybe some of this is associated with the ace high possibly being given a path to showdown free of charge.
And this is This is now really fun. Because if Judy doesn't want to bet here, he's got to bet really big because he's up against a lot of Jack X. He needs to represent Queen X. Problem he has, Ollie, he's got that 10 of diamonds. And that's a card you really want Clipper to, of course, turn with.
Yeah.
There's Jack 10s, the 10x of diamonds, combos. So he bets here, he's got to go big.
620,000.
Yeah.
Figure. Is it enough?
I mean, against Ace-8, it's going to be enough. Against range, I'd expect him to go a little larger. I mean, if Clipper calls this with Ace-8, then I'm going out and getting one of those hoodies. That's all I know.
I'm not sure how many Mrs. Clipper pack, but yeah, definitely it would be
this would be incredible.
An invincibility cloak more so than a hoodie.
Because I'm thinking this is a horrible spot with a Jack.
Well, let's unpack it for a second, though. Would Sweetie bet this way with a Jack for value?
No, that's the thing. That's why this size is a bit weird. If you'd gone smaller, like 400, you can put in some strong Jacks.
Okay.
If you'd gone bigger, then you're like weighting much more towards that Queen. He has gone a kind of weird sizing.
And look at Ari. He's really suspicious. As a result, the 6 and the 9 one doesn't expect are going to make this move. So
no.
In the end, he does.
You want to say no bluff and then remember.
He's going to show a 10 of diamonds, surely.
Aynı renk miydi?
There it is.
Have 10-8. 8-10.
Not quite 8-10.
He knows everything.
Yeah, yeah, I mean.
If all the
Queen Jack.
Queen Jack, yeah.
It wasn't like 600,000 was a small bet, Ollie, but it was kind of right in the middle of the polarizing towards big and then small, making it 2-pair combos.
Hepsini alıyorsun. O kent yapıyor, sen
It
river'da.
makes it a slightly confusing bet.
But
But fair play to Clipper, taking that long. Both on the turn and river.
If some quotient of his calculus on the turn with Ace-8 was thinking that that hand was good, then the Queen on the river changes nothing about that reality. But we do reserve the right to make amendments to our perceptions of our opponent's hand. And in the end, Clipper click fold. Understandably, James, but obviously would have been well served to click call on that occasion, as we see Kripke welcoming Ace-King suited to his doorstep and inviting others to the tune of 175K.
Yeah, we've seen Gungoran play some hands. Mostly when it's been to the beat of his own drum. He isn't calling too often, so does let that go. Lani with 25 blinds again against a +1 open. It's pretty tough to play this hand.
Mr. Payman and Ashat. Omaha 5-10 4 card, Payman and Ashat.
Piecing it together, staring his man down. I think Skripka's just too over it to be giving anything away. Look at that man. Okay, he's going to have a little look.
Again?
He's right at the bottom where Alani's being. I'm sure the sixes would have found the mark. I might have gone 1 pip higher on it, but I can't begrudge the sevens cool.
He is ahead of the Ace-King for the time being by just 5%, and he will have the luxury of position. As well as the best hand on the 2 spades, 2 trays, and a 10 board.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one for him. And Skripka, kind of a weird spot. You probably have the best hand with Ace-King. So now it's a question of what do you achieve by betting versus checking and keeping some of that weaker in. But also not much playability with Ace-King of diamonds on a 2-spade 1 heart board. But he does check. I think you have to check this. I say you win a lot at showdown still, and some good things happen if an ace or a king peels off.
3rd spade on the turn. Neither player with the flush draw, but fairly safe card for the sevens as played thus far.
Yep, Skripka checking once again. Same reasoning as the flop, really, Ollie. Alani Just has a lot of worse ace and king high combos. Has the occasional pocket pair like this that's not really going to fold to bet anyway now. You don't have to worry too much about single spade hands when Alani flats off 25 blinds. He doesn't have too many offsuit combos, bar the pocket pairs. Alani, from his point of view, could make a small bet here and get a little bit of value, a little bit of protection, avoid a bluff, kind of on the river if a spade were to roll off.
Stacks roughly level, but crucially, Alani does have Skripka covered in case of emergency.
There's a lot of chips there, 300k. Interesting sizing. Really curious of that sizing. That's, yeah, Skripka, very suspicious of that.
Ace of the king of spades would be a weird one to come off the deck here. Instead, it's the jack of diamonds.
Yeah, it's not a great card for Skripka to see some of those bluffs, maybe the queen jack suited combos. Obviously bar spades.
Alani with the check back there. Yes. Skripka's woes continue here at this feature table.
Yeah, I like it. I like the Alani's line. I can
Yeah,
bet
seems
turn.
sound.
I'd bet a bit smaller, but
on the turn, yeah.
Just you want to invite a few more ace high calls, but obviously against the nut ace high, got paid. So I guess he's thinking sizing up slightly larger, discourage the sort of king jack offsuits of the hand that got a spade, king jack with the jack of spades. That decided to check turn. Maybe that's why he went slightly larger. Yeah, the ace jack with jack of spades kind of really put that in a tough spot. I really love this game, Ali. there's all sorts of arguments for all sorts of sizes in every single spot.
Yeah. It's sort of the infinite different permutations that poker presents. One of my favorite sort of stats is that once you shuffle a deck of cards, in the history of shuffles, it is unlikely that that exact sequence of cards has ever been assembled before.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Absurdly incredible.
Factorial 52.
Yeah.
It's just a mind-numbingly big number.
Yeah. I mean, you just think about the number of decks of cards that have been shuffled throughout time, and you think, just absolutely, come on. Every casino.
The decades upon decades of these cards getting shuffled, non-stop hands getting dealt, every tournament ever, every cash game ever, every home game, every whatever. Other games that don't include poker, you know, play with one deck of cards. Bridge. I don't know. It's crazy.
It's like I want to take action on the idea that two decks have been shuffled.
You going to go around and check?
I don't know how we... I got my time machine. I'll be right back. Imagine when you think you found that one deck in the last cards. 2 or 3 cards are just switched up. Ace Queen turning into a beautiful trip queens situation for Barsigyan.
Yeah, and a really nice situation because Gungoran's been pretty barrel heavy thus far. He does slow down. All right. I'm kind of not surprised. I mean, I like the slow down, but Gungoran's been reasonably barrel heavy, and he's got a hand that kind of, if you're a barrel heavy kind of guy, you probably do bet, but he went for the check. Okay, you had other ideas in mind.
Oh, man, and what bad timing here for Gungoran, who is getting creative, suspecting maybe that it's a position bet on this board texture out of Barsigyan, which on occasion it would be, James, not on this occasion, however.
Yeah. I can see his thought process. He's kind of looking at his hand, raw value. I've got deuces. They look pretty good. I'm probably ahead. I just check raise here and hopefully end the hand, unfortunately.
And the check raise really is a much stronger sort of declaration than a follow-through as the pre-flop raiser.
Right. He's just trying to knock out the hands that have got a lot of equity, the 2 overcards.
Barsigyan just flatting, inviting another barrel, which comes in promptly on the heels of the 5 of hearts on the turn.
And again, I just feel like Gongoran still thinks he has the best hand some percentage of the time. He's up against the flush draw combos. He's up against the ace high floats. As it is, Barsigyan loving life, Ali. Red chips entering the middle. They'll all be coming his way. That's what he's thinking. These two are the biggest stacks. I don't think there's any reason to do anything but call because you want to allow your opponent to do this. I know it's tempting when you've got the nut queen. So think, right, if he's got a queen, I want to stack him, but there aren't too many bad river cards, and that's certainly not one.
Nope.
9 rows of... Whoa! Oh, he's gone? Wow. Really small. I don't quite know what we're trying to accomplish with these deuces. I kind of could argue the first 2 streets. This one, a little more confusing.
Wonder whether or not Barsigyan feels as though there's an opportunity to go for more than this $500,000 on the river as played. Of course,
we have to.
You kind of remove pocket 6s from the range as played.
Sixes are possible, but it's the only hand you're worried about, right?
Why would they check raise the flop?
I mean, you unblock the other
Why
two
not
queens.
check call?
Yeah. Or bet.
I'm okay.
It does go all in. I like it. I mean, you're hoping to see a weaker queen, decent percentage time here.
Right. And
sure, there can be 6s full, but
certainly the beginning of what one has to imagine is going to be some posturing to save face for Gungoren, who absolutely did not want to see this. Tell you what, he's fortunate that he only bet 500,000 on the end because it was all going up in smoke.
Yeah, the quarter pot size on the river. Would it be really interesting if Barsigyan didn't have ace queen but had a hand like 8s? I would like to see what he'd done to the 500k sizing then. It would have been a little bit scary as played, but because it looked like a lot of strength. I think Barsigyan's not expecting this to be deuces. He thinks his man's got a queen. I think he still thinks his man's got a queen. Monstrous pot. Oh, wait.
Poised to go Barsigyan's way, and maybe even bigger than where it stands now.
This would be pretty insane if he called this off.
Well, the only hand that he would suspect he has beat is busted clubs.
Right.
After this, we're going to deal the last 3 hands.
Thank you.
Last 3 hands.
Thank you.
Professional.
Yeah.
Last 3 hands. Oh, maybe you didn't hear.
Yeah, you're digging deep to try and find a bluff here. I think he's shown so much strength to go on with the check raise and then bet. Huge pickup. 5 milli.
Issuing some positive reinforcement to the choice to fold from Gungoren without knowing anyone's holding.
We know 3 more hands anyway.
But the real story is, of course, the massive pickup there for Barsigyan, who is declining to let people know what he had.
Ali, there's some love in the chat.
Talk to me.
For the men behind the cameras. The best camera guys ever.
Oh, really?
We've got a discerning audience.
It's green, yeah?
They know their stuff.
It's green.
Az kız varmış patron. Az kız varmış.
What do you have? You have ace queen, so.
They really are. Merritt working with the finest production crew in poker.
The Latvians from Sharehand. And they do get around, don't they? Word is out that they can make your tournament come to life.
You think you fly a lot.
The Norwegian Poker Open. We're split between there and here. Yeah. Sharehand boys.
They got more MRs than you do.
Yeah.
I believe
Which is, that's a high bar.
For sure. I'm doing a couple $100,000 a year in the air. back on the ground. Sweetie, Queen Jack, shoots it up.
Yeah, and Skripka. I think he's got 1.1 million. I'm pretty sure that is basically where he started the day. Look at the start of the day chip counts. It'd be funny if he bagged up the same stack.
Yeah, just a flatline affair.
1.3 million. He can actually bag fewer chips for day 4 than he had for day 3. That's the sort of thing you kind of normally do in the World Series main, right?
Just a reflection of the generous structure, as you put it here. James comes 2 deuces, 2 clubs, and an 8 here as Skripka defended. Neither player has improved. And provided that Sweetie comes through with this C-bet in the face of the check, Skripka's woes.
Yeah, I mean...
Just going to continue.
Sure, Skripka has more deuces, but Sweetie just has a big advantage on a 8 deuce flop. As you see here, Skripka's going to be in there with hands as weak as 10-6. So he's just going to bet range. Gone 125, 1.5 blinds. Could even go smaller if he wanted, but I don't hate sizing up ever so slightly, and by slightly I mean half a blind, against a stack that it is as shallow as this. But Skripka says no, no, no.
He's had enough.
I'm finding a little room, and he would do this with an 8. It's not like he's just repping a deuce here, Ollie, with the check raise.
Look at Sweetie, though. Piercing stare across the felt at Skripka as if to say, what
Yeah.
are you doing? But with Queen Jack, just
I love it. I love it.
concedes.
Skripka heard me saying he's going to bag fewer chips. He's like, no, no, no. I'm taking a little extra home with me.
I kind of enjoy seeing that, though, because it means in spite of that deflated affect that
Right.
he has fight in him still.
Oh, the guy can play. I've been impressed all day. He's just been put in some pretty nasty spots.
I mean, even the best among us, you go through the blender enough, and you do feel that kind of sense of being defeated.
Gungoran ripping 20 bigs from under the gun with Queen Jack suited. Like, this is a man who's thinking, if I'm coming back tomorrow,
Yeah.
I want to have the 3 million I had.
That's right.
This is way out of line. May get punished. Idemir, ace, queen.
Yeah, it certainly feels like that could be the case, although...
Right. You don't enjoy this spot with ace, queen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of chips, and Idemir only has a couple of 100,000 more.
Yeah, I could say it's not a spot you're going to particularly enjoy, but I would say that just the way Gogoran's last half an hour's gone, that you give him the opportunity that maybe he's rifling this in a little lighter than perhaps he would have done before that hand with the deuces we saw a moment ago as an example.
Ilani, by the way, with the accounting assist there. Don't know if you caught that.
Yeah, you're like, thanks, pal. I'm all in. I've just I've tilt ripped it, and now you're counting with damage chips to me. Yeah.
Look at Red Chip, though. He understands the kind of lunacy of this spot he's been put in with exactly the kind of hand that is vulnerable.
1.25.
1105.
1-2.
Oh. Oh. Maybe the graphics are slightly off. They're saying it's 1.2. So it's 15 blinds. That would make this a lot more comfortable. Get in with ace queen.
At the end of the day, though, if it doesn't work out for you, you've still got vapors coming back tomorrow.
You sleep badly. But you also sleep badly if you fold this and see it was queen jack.
Oh, man, he does put it in the muck.
He's been mixing up Idemir, but that's the sort of first time I'm really kind of
Last hand, yes?
upset as an Idemir fan.
Kapattım. Vallahi sen hiç kapattın. Arkası kapattım. İyi yaptın. Orada kim vursa kol edeceğim. Sen dışında.
It's a shame, but
Şaka yapıyorsun.
keeps Goran alive. Keeps him in the mix for tomorrow.
I do think everyone was well served not to chime in with the old win one, lose one
Üstü mü? Üstü mü var?
in that spot. He picks
Wow.
up the blinds and antes.
You really must be a treat in that cash game of yours.
if you need a dealer.
Look at Elani. There's definitely a croupier spot for him in the future.
Seat 4, a new dealer. You can, yeah, seat 4.
He worked only re-enter one time. He played tournament and he worked. Last hand, yeah?
Yes.
Last hand of the day, Ollie.
Don't make crazy play now. Last hand.
Tweety's going to make
Relax.
a non-crazy play. It's called a raise with ace-jack suited.
I don't know that he's been guilty of a lot of craziness
Good pass.
out there.
Been pretty plain sailing from today, I feel like. What we've seen.
Last hand pass.
A last hand pass. He's got 10-4 off. That's the reason he's folding. I think Michalek is about to go into a 12-hour cash game session and then come back for day 4.
He's going to go hibernate.
He's fresh as you like. Maybe he's got modeling shoot.
Man doesn't need a day job. He plays too well. Meanwhile, the story here is Schwede's ace-jack going up against the 8-9 of Gungoren, who is looking to claw back lost soldiers. Neither player connecting here. Two quick checks on the flop and the turn. Here we are at the river where ace high is on its back and able to haul in the last pot of the night.
Anticlimactic, that one.
Schwede.
Bluff. 10-7.
Are you sure? 10-8.
No, he's telling the 10-7 bluff. The one that nearly got pinched off.
Yeah.
Ollie.
By the ace-8 of Ari Clipper, who will bag 15 big blinds alongside Skripka and Gungoren, who had a whole lot more than that prior to his altercation. Jakub Michalek is going to have his work cut out for him as the blinds will be going up to start the 4th and final day of this warm-up. Eduard Barsigian with 50 bigs, the beneficiary, of course, of that exchange. And, well, that does it for day 3. James, final thoughts here.
That was a lot of fun.
It was.
We found our cast. I know those of you who've been with us all day, we had perhaps a little lull in the action, but this is a great advert for Merit Poker, and it's indicative of what you see at Merit Poker. This isn't an outlier. It's always a lot of fun talking at the table. There's some kind of crazy action, some pretty high stakes. I mean, we're talking about 200K up top in a 2K tournament. And unfortunately for all these guys, they kind of got short at the end there. Tomorrow's going to be very fast for some of them.
Yeah, we're coming back with, officially from the looks of it, 24 players by my count here, with Michalek being the shortest of all stacks. Up top, we're going to find Koray Korkmaz, the Turk, 7 million plus in chips. Neck and neck with, let's see. Well, no, not neck and neck. There's two Korkmaz chip counts here by the count.
Oh, he's doing very well then.
Yeah, exactly. Barsigian is going to be second in chips with Dmitry Gromov in third. We will come back with a day 4 action tomorrow. I would say 12:30 local time here in North Cyprus will be the restart. Certainly check back with our YouTube page to soak up the stream tomorrow, as we are looking for a home for the over $200,000 first place prize. On behalf of David Lappin, our producer Milvitas, and the entire staff here at Merit Poker, Dempsey, myself saying so long for now, but we will see you tomorrow for the conclusion of our warm-up event. See ya.